Chapter 1, The Money-Losing System. My name is Qian Ziyang, and at this moment, I'm sitting in a high-end office building in Hancheng, Hu Province, undergoing my 53rd job interview. In the cramped office, a balding middle-aged man, Manager Chen, sat in the boss's chair. With a stern expression, he ran his hand through his thinning hair, glanced at my resume, and asked, "Are you willing to work overtime?" Without hesitation, I countered, "Will you pay overtime?" "I'll work overtime till the end of time if you pay me for it." Manager Chen seemed somewhat taken aback. New graduates rarely asked so directly. Naturally unwilling to pay double for overtime, he frowned and pressed further, "Are you willing to travel for work?" I followed up immediately, "Does that come with travel allowances?" Mr. Chen, hitting a sore spot, flew into a rage. Young people should learn to endure hardship, not think about money all day. Then he launched into a lengthy lecture. I grew impatient but listened with a smile. When he finished, I meekly replied, "Paying me higher wages doesn't seem to stop me from enduring hardship." Mr. Chen was left speechless and finally said earnestly, "Young people shouldn't always focus on money." He kept talking about dreams while avoiding any mention of money. Annoyed, I stood up and said, "If young people shouldn't focus on money, should they focus on you instead? Are you that good looking?" With my experience from 52 job interviews, this company only pays $3,000 a month, expecting me to work overtime without pay, sending me on exhausting business trips without allowances. Hell, they probably won't even reimburse travel expenses. Screw this damned company. Anyone who wants it can have it. With that, I yanked the door open and stormed out, slamming it shut behind me with everything I had. Boss Chen watched my retreating figure with a grim expression and snorted coldly, "Kids these days have no sense of their place." I didn't expect to open the door and come back again. His face lit up with joy. "What changed your mind?" I snatched the resume off the table. "Give me back my resume. Printing this cost me 1 yuan. This lousy company made me wait 4 hours for an interview, such a ripoff." I grabbed my resume and slammed the door on my way out. Standing in front of the skyscraper, I checked the details for my 54th job interview this afternoon on my phone. The job posting listed a salary range of 3,000 to 6,000 yuan. Probably just another 3,000 yuan job. All I hope is no overtime and some relatively easy work. At that moment, a transparent screen appeared in my mind. Money-losing system binding in progress. Binding successful. 5 million yuan has been deposited. Host, Qian Ziyong. System funds, 5 million. Personal funds, 1211. System rules are as follows. A system. I was overjoyed. Having played games and read novels, I naturally knew what a system was, but I never imagined one day I'd be blessed with one myself. I opened the system rules. There were only two. 1. No illegal activities. 2. Any amount the host actually loses will be converted into personal funds at the same amount when the period ends. But all actions must be reasonable. I clicked to check this cycle again. Cycle, 3 months funds, 5 million. After reading the instructions, I understood that as long as I lose all 5 million of the system within 3 months, the system will reward me with 5 million. The more I lose, the more I earn. Earning 5 million in 3 months is hard, but losing 5 million is too easy. The only hassle is that the system's funds can't be used on myself, they must be reasonably lost. In other words, for these 3 months, I can only live on the 1,211 yuan I have on hand, and the system will settle accounts after 3 months. The thought of 5 million yuan fills me with energy, and endless brilliant ideas for losing every last cent of it come rushing into my mind. Stock trading? Not stable enough. Stocks can't possibly drop to zero in 3 months. Then I'll start a business. You can lose as much money as you want in business, and control the losses anytime. With this system, why bother with that damn job anymore? I'll become a boss instead, the kind who only spends money and enjoys life without any real work. Just as I was lost in these thoughts, my stomach growled loudly. It was already afternoon and I still hadn't had lunch. Looking up, I saw a massive warehouse-style supermarket called Yangnian Supermarket across the street. Besides shopping, it had fast food, snacks, and even a cinema inside. But the prices there were steep. If I managed to get the system's 5 million in 3 months, I'd definitely go there to splurge. But for now, glancing at my pitiful 1,000-something yuan, I could only pat my hungry stomach and keep walking. After crossing the street, I bought a 15 yuan rice bowl from a roadside stall. Munching as I walked, I kept pondering how to lose 5 million. At that moment, a commotion reached my ears. I turned and saw people moving goods out of a closed-down supermarket. Looks like the supermarket went bust, and suppliers are reclaiming their merchandise. Not far from here, the newly opened Yangnian Supermarket is operating, newly built, well-decorated, fully equipped, and situated in a commercial district. How could this little supermarket possibly compete with that? As the thoughts ran through my mind, I suddenly grew excited. This supermarket would surely lose money. Wasn't this exactly the business venture I needed most right now? Before everything is cleared out, with the goods and staff still here, if I take over immediately, I can start losing money right away. Hire more people, and you can easily lose 20 to 30,000 a day. After 3 months, declare bankruptcy, give the employees N+1 severance pay, and the system's 5 million funds will be in hand just like that. Best of all, I don't have to do anything, the employees will help me lose the money. Afraid the supermarket owner might run off, I didn't even finish my meal and rushed in holding my takeout box. The supermarket was quite busy, some were cleaning, others moving stock. Spotting a middle-aged man in a suit and tie giving orders, I hurried over and asked, "Boss, is this supermarket for sale?" The middle-aged man looked me up and down, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out to offer me, then hesitated when he saw I was still holding my lunchbox. I just took the cigarette directly. He said, "I'm not the owner, I'm the manager. The boss is over there," pointing at the portly uncle beside him. Chapter 2, Supermarket acquired. The people around looked at me curiously, wondering what this suddenly appearing young man was up to. I quickly walked over to the supermarket owner and casually handed him the cigarette I'd just taken. "Boss, are you selling this supermarket?" Afraid my food would get cold, I hurriedly shoveled a couple bites into my mouth. The boss took the cigarette, looked me up and down with delight, then frowned and asked, "Young man, are your parents planning to take over my supermarket?" I shook my head. "It's for myself." Then I asked, "What's the rent? And the transfer fee?" A middle-aged man nearby chimed in, "Young man, you want my shop?" The boss introduced, "This is the landlord, Mr. Zhao. He's got a big business aside from this shop, he owns several others." Zhao Kuang politely declined a couple of times before saying, "I rented it to Bosley for 5 million a year. Business hasn't been great lately, so I can offer it to you for 4,900,000 a year. How about that?" I glanced around. The supermarket was huge, with several thousand square meters. I'd shopped here before. Given the rental prices in Hancheng, the offer was fair, neither too high nor too low. But I didn't want to spend 4.9 million for a whole year. I needed to lose all the money within 3 months. I shook my head. Zhao Kuang looked utterly disappointed, probably thinking I was just here to mess with him. "I'm eager to rent out this storefront. The market's been really bad lately. 5 million rent is what it commanded years ago. Rent prices have been dropping these past few years. Forget 5 million, I'd gladly settle for 3. You two chat." Zhao Kuang turned to leave, not wanting to waste time on me. Seeing Boss Zhao about to walk away, I hurriedly said, "Don't rush off, Boss Zhao, I haven't finished speaking yet. I don't want an annual lease. What about renting for 3 months with 1 month's deposit and 3 months rent payment up front?" Having never rented commercial property before, I didn't understand that for large retail spaces like this, contracts are typically signed for over 3 years with annual rent payments. Otherwise, when a business just starts gaining momentum, landlords might deliberately raise rents to take advantage, putting merchants in a difficult position. But even if I'd known, I wouldn't have cared. My only goal was to lose all the system's funds within 3 months. You can rent quarterly, but the rent stays the same, 5 million a year. Zhao Kuang maintained a stern face, though inwardly he was thrilled, probably thinking, where did this spendthrift come from, wanting to rent a commercial property with a deposit and 3 months rent like it's some cheap apartment. Bosley stood by silently with a smile, shaking his head inside, certain I had no business acumen whatsoever and that this supermarket would surely run at a loss under my management. Hearing the landlord agree, I couldn't contain my excitement. "Great, let's go with 5 million. Hurry, I'm in a rush. Can we sign the contract now? The system's 3-month countdown has already begun. Every extra day I delay makes losing money a bit more challenging." 5 million a year means 1.25 million in 3 months, plus the 416,000 deposit, that's already 1.666 million out of 5 million. Quite an auspicious number. I'll hire more people immediately. Factoring in 3 months of utilities, salaries, and N+1 severance pay, the remaining 3.333 million should be easy to burn through. After 3 months, even if I can't pocket all 5 million perks, grabbing over 4 million would still feel amazing. Hearing that I was about to sign the contract immediately, Boss Zhao Kuang was overjoyed. "Xiao Chen, you give." Zhao Kuang glanced at me, he still didn't know my name. I smiled and said, "Chen Ziyang." Print a contract for Boss Chen, following Boss Li's contract as a template, 3-month term, 1-month deposit, 5 million a year. Zhao Kuang instructed his secretary beside him. The secretary, dressed in professional attire with a graceful figure, clicked her high heels across the floor as she hurried upstairs upon Zhao Kuang's command. "Come, Boss Chen, let's go inside for some tea." Zhao Kuang courteously invited me to the conference room on the 2nd floor. I sat in the spacious conference room, glancing around. This room was larger and brighter than my rented apartment, with 2 side doors, one leading to the manager's office and the other to the general manager's office, inside which a bed seemed to be placed. After I took my seat, Zhao Kuang personally poured tea for me, saying, "Boss Chen, would you prefer a bank transfer or cash withdrawal?" Understanding Zhao Kuang's concern, I set aside the finished lunchbox, pulled out my phone, opened the banking app, entered the password, and the screen clearly displayed a balance of 5 million. I placed the phone flat on the table. Zhao Kuang didn't touch it but glanced at the balance, his eyes lighting up, and his attitude toward me became even more courteous. Soon after, the secretary handed me the contract. I skimmed through it briefly. It was straightforward, just a standard lease agreement. Since landlord Lee's lease had expired, there was no transfer involved, though he reserved the right to remove items from the shop. I signed the contract and paid the rent and deposit. Landlord Lee, I'd like to ask whether you'd consider leaving the items in the shop. I plan to run a supermarket here too, so I don't intend to renovate. I looked at landlord Lee and said, "My name is Li Lian." Landlord Lee poured me a cup of tea and replied with a bitter smile, "To be honest, I've run this Fuwang supermarket for 8 years. I made some profit in the early years, but business has been tough recently. I've been losing money almost every month. The store equipment is old and not worth much. The supermarket staff hasn't been paid this month's wages yet. Help me settle their salaries, and you can have all this equipment for free." The monthly wages total over 400,000 yuan. I was just about to agree when I received a system alert stating that such a transaction wasn't permitted. System funds can only be used for business operations. The staff's salaries were debts incurred by Li Lian, which the system didn't recognize. How about this? I carefully phrased my proposal. You'll still pay the staff wages, but everyone will be directly transferred to me. From now on, they'll be employees of my supermarket. As for the equipment payment, let's round up the 400,000 yuan figure. I'll give you 500,000 yuan outright. Li Lian was somewhat stunned, having never seen someone voluntarily raise prices for business like this, and of course he was delighted. He printed the contract on the spot. After I transferred the payment, we both signed. Li Lian shook my hand sincerely and said, "Many employees at the supermarket have been with me for 8 years, and there's emotional attachment. I hope you'll try not to lay them off if possible. However, the manager I recently hired isn't very capable. He just does whatever I tell him without any ideas of his own. You can fire him and hire a more competent manager to run the supermarket. Maybe there's still a chance to turn things around." Hearing Li Lian's words, I was exhilarated. Obedient is good. Obedient people won't cause trouble by acting recklessly. I love obedient types. Alright, I replied to Li Lian verbally while calculating my own plans inwardly. Many employees had worked under Li Lian for 8 years. But she seemed intent on firing them without paying the N+1 severance. The N+1 package is something only good companies offer, and such stipends are rare for this kind of supermarket, but I intend to pay it. It's within the system's permissible bounds. Inside the boss's office, stuffed in content, I lay comfortably on the bed. Boss Lee was too kind. She insisted on treating me to a meal, and I couldn't refuse her hospitality. The bill came to over 1,000, and the lamb, so delightfully chewy, still lingers in my memory. Forget fancy dinners at 500 per head. I smacked my lips, reminiscing. But when I think about how I'll have 5 million in 3 months, maybe I can afford luxuries like that after all. The thought of enjoying lavish meals every day from now on, no longer having to eat boxed lunches, filled me with enthusiasm. Just then, a knock came at the door. "Come in," I said, sitting up. A neatly dressed middle-aged man entered. It was supermarket manager Zhu Daxiang. "Manager Zhu, please come in and have a seat." I quickly ushered him in. Zhu Daxiang entered cautiously and perched on a nearby chair. "Oh no, please don't call me that. Just Xiao Zhu will do," Zhu Daxiang hastily replied. The previous boss was very dissatisfied with him. If the supermarket hadn't gone bankrupt, he would have already been fired. He doesn't know what I think of him. Finding a job is tough these days, let alone one as a manager with a monthly salary of 10,000. He's getting older, with elderly parents above and children below, all relying on him to support them. Leaving the supermarket, he truly wouldn't know where to go. I warmly asked, "Are you happy working at the supermarket?" Zhu Daxiang took out a cigarette from his pocket and respectfully offered me one. I shook my head, saying, "I don't smoke." Zhu Daxiang replied quietly, "Boss, I'm doing fine at the supermarket. The staff are hardworking and united. It's just that the store's business keeps worsening. We're losing money every month." Hearing this, I was overjoyed. Losing money is great. I nodded solemnly and said, "I'm aware of the supermarket's situation. I have my own methods. Don't interfere too much. Just focus on doing your job well." Zhu Daxiang sat up straight and said, "Boss, whatever you say goes." I would never act on my own initiative. Seeing Zhu Daxiang so obedient, I was extremely pleased. "Manager Zhu, I'll leave the supermarket to you. I'm usually very busy. If any issues arise, follow the usual procedures and discuss them with the staff to resolve them," I added. "Understood," Zhu Daxiang nodded. I took out a bank card from my pocket and handed it to Zhu Daxiang, saying, "This is the supermarket's corporate account. There's 2 million in it. I wonder if that's enough?" I hired someone to help me obtain the business license quickly, and since it was a sole proprietorship, the process was incredibly fast. The registered capital was fully paid at 2 million, and the supermarket was named Fei Huang Supermarket, meaning swiftly yellow. I handed the bank card to Zhu Daxiang, who took it with trembling hands and said in a shaky voice, "Giving me the bank card, isn't this a bit much?" With a smile, I patted him on the shoulder and said, "I trust you." At my words, the big man's eyes welled up with tears, and he began to sob. I quickly shoot him away. Stop, no need for dramatics, go get busy. Finally gone. I sighed, leaning back comfortably on the bed and pulling out my phone to open the long-neglected game. I reminded myself, just one round tonight, sleep early, and wake up refreshed tomorrow. Then I dove right in with a clear conscience. My Han Xin plays were killer, but today my teammates were disastrous. I ended up playing 6 rounds straight, topping the economy chart every time only to lose without fail. I furiously cursed at my teammates, who returned fire with equal venom, leaving me so invigorated by rage that I didn't fall asleep until 3 a.m. The next day, I only got out of bed at noon. Seeing the supermarket stocking its shelves, I went out to buy an awful boxed lunch before picking up my phone to continue gaming. For 3 straight days, I maintained an intense work ethic, but the constant cycle of wins and losses kept me from advancing in the game, driving me absolutely mad. What was even more infuriating was when I went to buy lunch on the 3rd day and discovered the supermarket had actually opened for business. This speed is way too fast. I quickly opened my phone and saw over 700,000 still left in the capital account. A 5,000 square meter supermarket stocked with just over $1,000,000 yuan? Seeing the outdated shelves packed with goods, I couldn't help but feel puzzled. Xu Daxiang saw me inspecting the supermarket and hurried over at a trot. Pointing at the goods on the shelf, I asked him, "Manager Xu, what happened here? These goods only cost a bit over $1 million? I had originally planned to stock $2 million worth of inventory, expecting insufficient goods to hinder profitability, but I never anticipated things would go so smoothly right from the opening." Xu Daxiang explained, "Boss, most suppliers operate on a credit basis, deliver goods first, pay later. Only the very largest suppliers require cash upfront." I nodded with a sigh. Competition these days is cutthroat. Suppliers are offering credit terms just to get their products on our supermarket shelves. Xu Daxiang added, "We've collected 100,000 yuan in shelf display fees this month." I scratched my head and asked, "What are shelf display fees? How could our supermarket earn 100,000 yuan before even opening?" Xu Daxiang patiently explained, "If suppliers want their products displayed in the most prominent positions on the shelves, they have to pay us a fee that's called a display fee." My expression darkened. I hadn't intended for the supermarket to make money, and if the suppliers couldn't sell a single item, wouldn't the display fee just be a total loss? No, I could afford losses, but the suppliers absolutely couldn't. Righteously, I ordered Xu Daxiang to refund the money. Xu Daxiang's eyes were filled with confusion. After all, every major supermarket charged display fees. Letting money slip through my fingers struck him as unreasonable. I said with earnestness, "Manager Xu, running a supermarket means knowing what to do and what not to do. The money we're meant to earn, we'll take every cent that's ours, but the money we shouldn't earn, we won't covet a single penny. Understand?" I needed to give him a warning, no more casually making profits for me, and I knew it wasn't entirely his fault. After all, the supermarket used to charge shelf space fees before. It wasn't just his own initiative. He shuddered visibly, murmuring know what to do and what not to do repeatedly. I patted his shoulder encouragingly and said, "Work hard and stick with me, you'll eat well and live large. This Xu Daxiang is quite good, he listens to everything I say. I've already made plans. Once the supermarket goes bankrupt and the system's second phase funds come through, I'll have him continue as manager, opening stores in other locations to keep milking the system." Spent beautiful days lost in gaming, one after another, until a whole month slipped by in the blink of an eye. That day my mother called, "Chen Ziyong, you haven't called home for a month, have you been tricked into some pyramid scheme then?" I answered with full confidence, "I've found a completely legitimate, excellent job. I'll probably be able to buy a house by the end of this year." My mother shouted anxiously, "Buy a house? Buy a house in Hanchang? That's nothing but a pipe dream. You make just a few thousand a month. Have you been scammed into a pyramid scheme?" Only then did I realize she must suspect I'd joined an MLM scam. I quickly said, "Forget it, let's video call." Hanging up, I immediately started the video, and she answered almost instantly. I pointed the camera at the office computer, panning slightly to show the surrounding environment. My mother relaxed a bit and asked where I worked. I told her I was a manager at a supermarket and even scanned the manager's badge beside me for her to see. Beaming with joy, my mother said, "My son has really made it." I opened the door and showed her the surroundings, capturing the countless shelves packed with goods. Only after seeing that I was indeed in a large supermarket did she finally feel completely at ease. She warned me, "Ziyong, focus on your job when you're at work. Don't keep making calls, your boss won't like that." I was speechless. She then asked, "Do you have enough money this month?" Proudly, I replied, "Yes, more than enough. Your son now earns 10,000 a month." Before I could finish showing off, my mother hung up the video call. Today I decided not to play games and check my phone balance. Only 130 left. I frowned. Poor, so poor I could barely afford meals. My previous rental was terminated, and the landlord returned my 500 yuan deposit. Together with the little over 1,000 yuan I had left, I barely managed to scrape by for a month. As the boss, I don't get a salary, I have to wait 3 months for the system to settle payments. Even if I take products from the supermarket, I have to pay the original price, so I have no choice but to eat out. I spent over 900 on groceries this month, plus another miscellaneous 500 for phone bills, toilet paper, and other expenses. Now I'm down to my last 130 yuan. If I don't get some money soon, I'll starve in a few days. What a joke, starving while having over 600,000 lying in my account. Wait, why is there 630,000? I panicked as I accidentally checked the supermarket account balance and saw over 630,000 yuan. Yesterday was payday, so my bank card should be empty. Where did the 630,000 yuan come from? I quickly had the staff summon Zhu Daxiang. As he pushed open the door, I urgently asked, "What's the deal with the 630,000 in the bank card? I already explained we were issuing salaries yesterday, didn't you distribute them?" Zhu Daxiang shook his head and said, "Boss, we followed your instructions and paid out the salaries. On top of the regular wages, everyone also received a perfect attendance bonus. The over 600,000 on this card was earned this month." I countered, "Wait, hasn't the supermarket been operating at a loss all along?" I had done absolutely nothing to prevent breaking the losing streak, fearing it might disrupt the momentum. I nodded and said, "Indeed, it's been losing money. The monthly store rent is 416,000 yuan, staff salaries amount to nearly 500,000 yuan, plus other expenses like electricity totaling about 80,000 to 90,000 yuan. The supermarket's operating costs reach roughly 1 million yuan per month. Yet our revenue is a meager 600,000 plus yuan this month, meaning we've lost over 300,000 yuan. But I firmly believe that under the boss's leadership, we can turn losses into profits eventually," I said while frowning on the sofa. "My monthly loss is just over 300,000 yuan, and with the equipment acquired from Bosley that depreciated to 250,000 yuan according to the system's calculation. If it continues operating normally, the estimated losses would probably be around 1.2 million yuan. Although the losses are significant, they fall far short of my expectations. What should I do now?" I frowned in frustration. Just then, an employee came up to me and said, "Boss, Mr. Lee is here." Mr. Lee? My eyes instantly lit up. I may lack experience running a supermarket, but Mr. Lee certainly doesn't. I can ask him how to make money with a supermarket, then do exactly the opposite. I'll definitely lose even more. I sprang up from my seat immediately and spotted the big-headed, round-faced Bosley. I rushed over and grabbed his hand with such enthusiasm, you'd think he was my long-lost father. I couldn't contain my excitement as I exclaimed, "Bosley, I'd been counting the days until you came." Seeing my overwhelming warmth, Li Lian felt guilty and shook his head, saying, "Had I known it would come to this, I should have stopped you from taking over the supermarket in the first place." Bosley is truly a good man. I welcomed him in, pouring tea and offering cigarettes. Li Lian sat down, took a sip of tea, and asked me, "Young man, the supermarket's losing money, isn't it?" From the very first day we met, he knew I was completely clueless about running a supermarket. I nodded, giving him a thumbs up and praising, "Bosley, your foresight is uncanny." Li Lian shook his head with a sigh. "It's not too late to quit now. Losing $1 million or so would just be buying yourself a lesson." I shook my head firmly. "I can't accept that. I don't regret losing this money, I just want to learn how to truly run a supermarket. They say once you join a trade, you love it for life. Since I've entered the supermarket business, I'm determined to make something of myself. Losing so little is absolutely unacceptable to me." Seeing my determined, persistent gaze, Li Lian completely understood those feelings. He'd spent half his life running supermarkets, starting from a tiny grocery shop and eventually building it into a 5,000 square meter supermarket. His roots in this business ran deep. He said, "I visited large supermarkets all over the country this past month and picked up quite a few tricks. I'd be happy to share some with you." When I heard that CEO Li was about to share his experience, I was overjoyed. After pondering for a moment, I gritted my teeth and said to Zhu Daxiang beside me, "Manager Zhu, could you please buy 2 lunchboxes for us, the most expensive ones? I only have 130 left in my pocket. The most expensive boxed meal costs 31 a portion, 60 for 2. To learn business management experience, I've really gone all out splurging." No need for Manager Zhu to lift a finger. Employees rushed to help make the purchase. Hearing that I intended to buy him a lunchbox, Li Lian repeatedly declined. I patted my chest and said, "Director Li, don't stand on ceremony with me. Last time you treated me, now it's definitely my turn to reciprocate." Li Lian wore a helpless expression. When others invited him to meals before, his refusals might have been polite formalities, but this boxed lunch was neither healthy nor tasty, and he genuinely didn't want to eat it. Yet seeing my earnest gaze, he reluctantly said, "It's hard to decline such kindness." "Fine, I'll have 1 portion." I was delighted and poured tea for Li Lian. This tea had been left by Li Lian in the office previously. I couldn't discern any particular flavor, but found it quite refreshing. Lilian picked up his teacup, took a sip, and organized his thoughts before speaking. Running a supermarket, especially a large one, requires 3 essential principles in my view. First, the number of supermarket employees shouldn't be excessive. The more staff you have, the higher the operating costs become, making it increasingly difficult to turn a profit. I nodded in deep agreement. Our current monthly payroll for employees approaches 500,000 yuan, which is indeed quite substantial. Seeing my earnest attention, Lilian continued happily. Second, product pricing in supermarkets must never be too low. Supermarket profits typically only amount to 20 to 30% of the product prices. If prices are set too low, even with slightly better business than before, you still won't make money. After all, the supermarket's costs are fixed. If the profits aren't sufficient, even recouping the costs becomes difficult. Lowering prices is easy, but raising them back up is hard. I nodded in agreement. Even the boxed lunches were expensive. Setting prices too low would leave us without profit. What's the point of working for nothing? Lilian continued. Third, the supermarket must be willing to spend on decoration. It needs to leave a good impression on customers and make them want to come in. I completely agreed. The Yong-something supermarket nearby was a perfect example. Its high-end decor justified its exorbitant prices. But with so many wealthy people around, it still attracted plenty of shoppers. If I had money, I'd prefer dining in nicer places too. No more boxed meals for me, absolutely not. Just as I finished speaking, the boxed meal arrived. I quickly took it and transferred the payment to the employee. I said, General Manager Zhao, your words carry more wisdom than reading books for 10 years. No need for further words, it's all in this meal. As junior, I'll eat first to show my respect. I immediately started devouring the boxed meal. This past month had been brutal. Instant noodles in the morning, barely affording 15 yuan boxed meals in the afternoon. Now with this 30 yuan portion loaded with meat, it tasted like heaven. My stomach had been growling for a while, and the aroma made my mouth water. Seeing how much I enjoyed the food, Lilian also gained some appetite. He picked up a mouthful of rice from the table, took a bite, and said, "It's terrible. So greasy." Then he quietly put down his chopsticks. I suspected this was a pre-made dish, and the key issue was the poorly used oil. I picked up the tea from the table, drained the cup in one gulp, and said, "Eat up. Why aren't you eating? This meat is incredibly flavorful." With the tea cutting through the grease, I dug in with even more gusto. Beside me, Zhu Daxiang held the teapot and refilled my cup. Li Lian said with a beaming smile, "This boxed lunch tastes great. I'll bring some back for your sister-in-law to try. Little bro, I'll take my leave now. This one's on you. Next time it's my treat." I stood up and said, "Brother Li, thank you. Manager Zhu, please see Brother Li out for me." I didn't want the lunch to get cold, so I didn't escort Li Lian personally. By the time Zhu Daxiang returned from seeing Li Lian off, I had already finished eating and was lounging comfortably in my chair, sipping tea. When Zhu Daxiang came back to refill my tea, I asked him, "Manager Zhu, you heard what General Manager Zhao just said, right?" Zhu Daxiang nodded emphatically and said, "I've noted it all down. Fewer employees, no lowering prices, and the decor must be top-notch." I was pleased and said, "Good, you've remembered it well. Now, we'll do the exact opposite." Zhu Daxiang was stunned. In his shock, he overfilled the teacup until it spilled over, stammering, "OP opposite?" I nodded firmly. "Exactly, the opposite. Old Li lost money operating his supermarket. If we go against his methods, we're bound to succeed, right?" Zhu Daxiang was deeply skeptical and muttered softly, Really? Could decades of Mr. Li's business experience really be flawed?" I asked him, "How many employees does our supermarket have?" He replied, "Currently there are 103. I said firmly, "Then hire more." He asked meekly, "How many more?" He believed hiring more people wouldn't turn the supermarket profitable but would instead increase losses. But since I was the boss, he couldn't object. I said nonchalantly, "Hire 300 more people, that'll make 400 employees in our supermarket." Zhu Daxiang widened his eyes and said, But our supermarket is only 50,000 square feet. Wouldn't 400 employees be way too many? At that rate, we'd have more staff than customers. Shoppers might panic when they walk in. With too many idle employees, every customer who enters would be scrutinized by all staff members. Having over 400 pairs of eyes staring at them would definitely make customers uncomfortable. I frowned in thought and said, "Our supermarket operates from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., with employees working 12-hour days, yet their average salary is only 3,000. This feels wrong. Starting today, we'll switch to 6-hour workdays, 5 days a week. That way, 400 staff won't feel overcrowded anymore." Zhu Daxiang reluctantly nodded. This would triple the supermarket's payroll costs, making profitability even harder. Still unsatisfied, I added, "An ordinary employee's monthly salary of 3,000 is far too low. Let's raise it by 2,000 more, 5,000 per month. Also, you've worked hard as a manager. From now on, your salary will be 15,000 a month." "Thank you, boss." Zhu Daxiang forced out a smile. Though his salary had increased, the the supermarket was losing money faster than ever. I smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, even if the supermarket goes under in 2 months, I'll make sure there's enough funds to pay your severance at N+1, calculated at your current salary. My words made Zhu Daqiang flush with shame. It's my fault, boss, he said. I haven't been able to turn the supermarket around. I gave him a radiant smile. Don't worry, I've got my own plans. Really? Then I can stop worrying. Zhu Daqiang's concerns diminished considerably upon seeing the smile on my face. He thought I must have had well-laid plans. During this period, he had been living right at the supermarket, in the room next to my office. I stayed up late every night, rarely leaving my room except for meals. He must have thought I was burning the midnight oil to strategize supermarket developments. Actually, I had my own calculations in mind, and convincing Zhu Daqiang made me extremely happy. Zhu Daqiang is a decent guy, a bit dull, and has always followed my lead. Even if he has his own thoughts, he keeps them to himself and diligently carries out my orders. Even if the supermarket goes under, I'll still keep him on to manage other ventures. I still feel a bit uneasy about the supermarket, so it's time to put Boss Li's second idea into action. I said to Zhu Daqiang, Manager Zhu, starting today, all products in the supermarket will have massive price reductions. Just maintain a slight profit, cut prices to rock bottom. If the system didn't prohibit selling at a loss, forcing us to preserve some profit margin, and if I didn't have to avoid appearing intentionally unprofitable, I'd have sold everything at cost price. Zhu Daqiang anxiously replied, Boss, this will make turning a profit even harder for the supermarket. I shook my head and smiled mysteriously. I have my plans. Work hard, learn well, I have high hopes for you. I was afraid he wouldn't take it seriously, so I specifically instructed, absolutely no changes, strictly execute my orders. Even Zhu Daqiang thought the supermarket would lose even more money. This loss is absolutely guaranteed. I mentally gave myself 100 thumbs up. All I need to do is sit back and wait for everything to fail. After 3 months, I'll return the supermarket goods, sell the shelves as scrap metal, give employees N+1 severance packages, then I can pocket all the system's money, foolproof. I stayed in the store for 7 days, keeping myself incredibly busy those 7 days by constantly monitoring the supermarket. Only when the supermarket had hired all 400 employees and all products were priced at the lowest possible rate did I feel truly satisfied. Occasionally, when a customer walked in, only to feel uncomfortable under the scrutiny of so many eyes and turned away after seeing the shabby state of the supermarket, I grew even more reassured. With prices set so low, even if they bought a little, I wouldn't earn a single penny. I wanted to keep supervising, but my funds wouldn't allow it. With only 130 yuan to begin with, spending 30 on a lunchbox for Boss Li and another on myself left me with just 70. I survived 7 days on these 70 yuan, spending just 10 each day either on plain steamed buns or instant noodles. Now the mere sight of either makes me nauseous, and I'm completely broke. I had to go out and earn some money, or I'd starve to death in this store. Before leaving, I specifically instructed Zhu Daqiang to follow all my arrangements, then hurried out. After I left, Zhu Daqiang continued patrolling the supermarket. I wasn't worried since I had everything under control, but seeing no improvement in business weighed heavily on him. The supermarket staff, however, were full of energy and enthusiasm. With raised wages and only 6-hour workdays, how could they not be spirited? Zhu Daqiang felt like he was the only one worrying. He kept muttering about how I told him to watch carefully and learn well, but he had no idea those were just empty words I casually threw at him. Zhu Daqiang walked up to the entrance. At past 10 o'clock, there were hardly any customers around. Just then, a group of aunties approached. He didn't pay them much mind, their supermarket had limited vegetable stock anyway, business was slow, and leafy greens couldn't be kept overnight, so they couldn't afford to stock too much. This is the one, Fei Wang supermarket. It's huge, they've got everything, and the best part is, the prices are dirt cheap. Come check this out, everything in our supermarket is cheap, an old lady enthusiastically pulled her friend along and urged. That's right, our supermarket has the lowest prices on everything. Zhu Daqiang quickly invited them inside. This auntie had visited yesterday and today she brought friends along, making Zhu Daqiang even more enthusiastic. As soon as the aunties entered the supermarket, they noticed plenty of staff members. Young people might feel uncomfortable being stared at, but the aunties actually felt valued instead. An employee stepped forward, and one elderly lady remarked, I'm not sure if the stuff here is cheaper, but the service is really great, they even help carry our groceries. Everyone took a look at the product prices, which were outrageously low. An auntie pointed at the 2 yuan bottled water and asked, this water is only selling for 120? Zhu Daqiang nodded. This was arranged by the boss, all products are sold at the lowest prices. Another elderly woman asked how much a case of water cost, and Zhu Daqiang immediately calculated it to be 28.8. Suddenly, inspiration struck Zhu Daqiang. He was thrilled by the idea that their supermarket could pivot toward a wholesale business model. He told the ladies they were running a wholesale supermarket, where everything was priced at wholesale rates. The aunties couldn't resist grabbing lots of items when they saw how cheap everything was, with staff helping them carry things and even fetching carts for them. Each auntie bought some rice, flour, oil, and other staples, leaving reluctantly while feeling they'd missed out by not buying more, worried the supermarket might close and these deals would disappear, realizing now how overpriced other stores had been. After the aunties left, more customers gradually arrived, with Zhu Daxiang instructing staff to consistently introduce the place as a wholesale supermarket. That day, business improved significantly, with most customers spending over 100 yuan each. The supermarket entrance was piled high with large and small packages. Passers-by heard it was a wholesale store with cheap and comprehensive goods, and many were drawn inside. Within days, Fei Huang's supermarket became wildly popular. Retirees were willing to take multiple bus rides to get there. After all, bus fares were free with their cards, and they had plenty of time to spare. Young people loved it too. The 5000 plus square meter store carried everything at low prices. A single trip could stock them up on a week's worth of daily necessities and snacks. Chapter 7. Is this really my supermarket? On the other side, completely unaware, Qian Ziyang arrived as promised at Xiaohui Plaza. This was the gathering place for daily wage workers. Having no money left for meals, Qian Ziyang could only arrange with friends to do daily paid work together. Getting a proper job was out of the question. The job requires holding back half a month's pay, and you have to work a full month before getting paid. He'd starved to death 100 times over before ever seeing that paycheck. Before 9 o'clock, Xiaohui was already packed with crowds, swarming with people. Qian Ziyang searched for his friend amid the sea of faces. Ziyang, over here. A chubby hand grabbed Qian Ziyang and yanked him into the crowd while shouting, two. As he spoke, he was pulled by his fat friend into a tour bus. After they sat down, Qian Ziyang asked, Lu Gada, what's the plan today? Lu Gada, a damned fatso, was his college classmate and close friend. The two got along famously well. Back when they were broke, they'd done daily wage labor together, so Qian Ziyang was quite familiar with temp work. Lu Gada laughed, package sorting, 190 a day. How about it? Not bad, right? Not terrible. Qian Ziyang nodded. Haven't heard from you in a month. What were you up to last month? Did you find work? Lu Gada asked curiously. Qian Ziyang shook his head with a bitter smile. If I'd found a decent paying job, I wouldn't be back doing daily gigs. Did I come sweating my ass off for daily wage work because I missed you or something? I only like women, Lu Gada emphasized. Qian Ziyang continued, I found a job, but there's no salary. Broke as hell, coming to mooch off my brother. You're buying lunch today? Lu Gada asked in surprise. What kind of lousy job is this? No pay at all? Take it to labor arbitration. Qian Ziyang shook his head. Can't arbitrate this. He is the boss, how can he arbitrate against himself? Seeing that Qian Ziyang seemed reluctant to explain, Lu Gada didn't press further. At noon, Lu Gada took out a day's wages to treat his buddy to a fine meal, leaving Qian Ziyang deeply moved. Time flew by, and nearly 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Qian Ziyang worked hard at his daily wage jobs, leaving early and returning late every day. His life was busy yet unfulfilling. He kept an eye on the supermarket, but with the demanding routine of daily paid work, he simply didn't have the time to stay at the shop. Watching the dwindling balance in his bank account, Qian Ziyang finally felt completely at ease. Sometimes when finishing day labor with Lu Gada, if there's still time left, we'd go to an internet cafe to play for a while. After all, after working hard all day, we needed to relax. On this day, Lu Gada found another decent day job paying a full 200 bucks. On the bus, Qian Ziyang exclaimed in surprise, what kind of job pays 200 a day? We've got to build good relations with the clients so they'll call us again for future jobs. Water delivery job? A bit tiring, but worth 200 bucks, Lu Gada declared proudly, lifting his chin high and thumping his chest. Don't worry, bro. I've already built a good relationship with the manager. We'll get plenty of jobs called our way during this period. Qian Ziyang flashed a pleased smile. He remembered that in just 7 days, the system would settle accounts with him. No more daily wage jobs after that. With some apology in his voice, he said, I might not be able to join you for daily jobs in a few days. He was about to become a millionaire soon. Once rich, who'd still work daily wages and endure such hardship? Lu Gada shook his head. Found a job? If you've got one, then go. Daily wages aren't a long-term solution. I've made up my mind too. I'll leave Hanqing in a few days and try my luck in Shenzhen. As they were talking, the bus stopped. Lu Gada quickly pulled Qian Ziyang to find the manager. Be polite when you speak later. It's not easy to find daily work that pays 200 yuan a day, Lu Gada reminded him, then reluctantly took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered it. Manager Chen, you've worked hard. Take a smoke break. Lu Gada bowed and scraped to a middle-aged man. Nothing wrong with sweet-talking for money. Manager Chen nodded and casually took the cigarette, saying, keep up the good work, there's plenty to do these days. Thank you, manager. Lu Gada was overjoyed, but he noticed Qian Ziyang beside him remained silent. Qian Ziyang wasn't usually this taciturn. What was wrong with him today? Lu Gada turned his head and saw Qian Ziyang staring blankly at the supermarket ahead. This is my brother Qian Ziyang. Don't let his skinny frame fool you, the guy's got strength to spare. Lu Gada quickly explained. Come on, he insisted, repeatedly tugging at Qian Ziyang's sleeve. Yes, is this supermarket requesting a delivery? Qian Ziyang stammered, a terrible foreboding creeping over him. Trucks over 3 meters tall can be seen coming and going endlessly, creating a bustling scene. Manager Chen patted Qian Ziyang on the shoulder. Work hard, give it your all, and if you do well, I'll give you a raise. Thank you, manager, Lu Gada exclaimed loudly. At that moment, Zhu Daxiang and a sharply dressed middle-aged man in a suit stepped out. Manager Chen quickly stepped forward, his face stretched into an exaggerated smile. Do you know who they are? Lu Gada whispered mysteriously. Zhu Daxiang, Manager Zhu, Qian Ziyang said. You know? Lu Gada was somewhat surprised, continuing on his own. He's the manager of this supermarket, and the guy next to him is the regional head of Waha. I heard he got promoted to general manager because this year's sales were outstanding. This supermarket is incredible, they sell tens of millions just in bottled water every month. Qian Ziyang's jaw dropped. Tens of millions in water sales every month? How is that possible? Right? It's unbelievable, isn't it? Lu Gada laughed. As they were talking, they saw manager Zhu Daxiang hurrying over from that direction. Lu Gada quickly pulled Qian Ziyang aside to make way. They were merely ordinary warehouse workers without even the standing to speak to the general manager. Don't block their path. Lu Gada noticed that Zhu Daxiang changed direction again, still heading straight towards them. Lu Gada hastily pulled Qian Ziyang to the other side, nearly making him stumble and fall. Manager Chen and the Waha regional general manager, who had been following manager Zhu all along, immediately adjusted their course again. Even someone as slow on the uptake as Lu Gada could now clearly see they were coming for the two of them. Boss! Zhu Daxiang bowed deeply, his tone dripping with reverence. At the sound of Zhu Daxiang's voice, nearby supermarket employees immediately dropped what they were doing and rushed over eagerly. Boss! Everyone shouted in unison. Rumors about the boss had long circulated through the supermarket. Some said he actually lived inside the store premises. But the boss was working himself to the bone every morning before the supermarket even opened. He was already gone, only returning late at night after closing time. Everyone had heard of him, but no one had actually seen him. New employees hadn't even caught a glimpse of their elusive boss. He's the boss? Manager Chen's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Had he actually just told that guy earlier to work hard? Boss. Lu Gada beside Qian Ziyang widened his eyes, utterly dumbfounded. He had just called his own brother boss. Didn't that mean Qian Ziyang was the owner of this Fei Huang supermarket? Chapter 8, An Unacceptable Reality. Lu Gada remembered more than a month ago, Qian Ziyang had complained about working without even getting a salary. Wow, he's the boss. Of course he doesn't get a salary. Lu Gada was completely dumbfounded. The friend he spent every day with had actually been harboring ill intentions, hiding them so deeply. Cut ties. Absolutely must develop deep connections. In the boss's office, Lu Gada sat on a chair, sipping tea prepared by manager Zhu. He was rather perplexed. Qian Ziyang was the owner of this supermarket with monthly revenues reaching hundreds of millions. Why would he bother doing daily wage labor with me? Could it be just to shock me thoroughly today and give me a good scare? That's way too high a price to pay. It doesn't make sense. It really doesn't make sense. Gouda, today was all just accidents. Qian Ziyang looked dazed, still not recovered from the heavy blow. Lu Gada nodded and said, Brother, are you about to say next? I won't pretend anymore. I'm coming clean. I'm a billionaire. Qian Ziyang shook his head. I didn't want this either. I had everything planned out perfectly. How could it go wrong? This shouldn't be happening. Qian Ziyang still couldn't accept reality. He didn't want to, nor was he willing to accept reality. How could the supermarket be doing such booming business? Countless large trucks were coming and going. Even a vegetable market wasn't this busy. And from the looks of it, they were making quite a profit. No, he must make amends. Qian Ziyang raised his head, looking hopefully at Zhu Daxiang. Manager Zhu, how much have we earned? Zhu Daxiang's face was filled with uncontainable excitement as he took out a thick ledger from his coat and spread it open on the table. Boss, since implementing your methods, we've earned 40 million in these past 2 months, Zhu Daxiang said with deep admiration. Lu Gada sprang to his feet, exclaiming, this much? 20 million a month? That would be 240 million a year? Qian Ziyang was utterly dumbfounded. 40 million gone just like that? Isn't money supposed to be hard to earn? Qian Ziyang sprang up anxiously, determined to spend all 40 million yuan and lose every last penny. But just as Qian Ziyang stood up, Lu Gada immediately clung to his leg like a vice. Dad! Lu Gada desperately held onto Qian Ziyang, refusing to let go. Qian Ziyang was in frantic haste, desperately pushing his way out. He needed to spend that money. It was a matter of utmost urgency. Gouda, calm down. You need to calm down. Qian Ziyang was burning with anxiety. Lu Gaota shook his head vehemently. I can't calm down. Starting today, you Qian Ziyang are my father. Qian Ziyang shouted loudly, I don't have an unfilial son like you. He and Lu Gaota are best buddies, often teasing each other and making the other call themselves dad. For example, after hosting a meal in the dorm room. Who would have thought Lu Gaota would get so emotional now? Dad, I don't want to go to Shenzhen to be someone's workhorse. The cost of living there is sky high, the food's terrible, and the housing's uncomfortable. Lu Gaota bawled, tears and snot streaming down his face. Qian Ziyang sighed helplessly, get up first. Qian Ziyang understood that Lu Gaota wasn't actually trying to mooch off him just because he saw he had money, it was simply that he couldn't quite come to terms with how wealthy he had suddenly become. Qian Ziyang couldn't accept it himself. Lu Gaota stood up with a grin and said, bro, now that you're rich, shouldn't you treat me to a nice meal? Qian Ziyang shook his head, no way. And he truly meant it, because treating Lu Gaota to a meal would have to come from his own pocket. Even with 40 million in profits, taking Lu Gaota out would mean a lavish feast, and the money in his pocket might not even cover it. You're so stingy, Lu Gaota joked. Qian Ziyang nodded firmly, absolutely not. But I can arrange a job for you, a special consultant for the supermarket, with a monthly salary of 15,000. Lu Gaota wanted to refuse because he didn't want to work for a friend, but he simply couldn't bring himself to mention that 15,000 yuan salary. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Lu Gaota hesitated. Qian Ziyang shook his head, it's perfect. I need your help. Besides, this is only temporary. When the right time comes, there'll be a more important position for you with a monthly salary of at least 100,000. Lu Gaota's eyes lit up. 100,000. At this moment, Lu Gaota genuinely wanted to acknowledge Qian Ziyang as his godfather. Qian Ziyang said, brother, I need your help. The task is extremely challenging. I firmly believe only you can accomplish it for me. The task is indeed daunting. This concerns 40 million. Imagine how difficult it must be to reasonably spend such an amount. Naturally, it's an arduous undertaking. Qian Ziyang had already reconciled himself to the fact that reasonably spending over 40 million within 7 days was simply unrealistic. Then we'll have to wait for the next cycle. I'll definitely help you out, bro, through thick and thin, no matter what, Lu Gaota said with solemn determination. At this moment, countless scenes of cutthroat business battles flashed through his mind, the treachery and deception of the corporate world. He was already prepared to risk life and limb. Qian Ziyang nodded emphatically. Returning to his office, Qian Ziyang collapsed limply onto the bed, clutching the verdict in his hands. Spreading open the ledger, he wanted to see exactly how he'd managed to make money. The ledger was far too complicated, it would take him ages to go through it all, and he simply didn't have the patience for that. Qian Ziyang instructed an employee to summon manager Zhu Daxian. Soon enough, Zhu Daxian came rushing over in a hurry. Manager Zhu, why is our supermarket making profits? Qian Ziyang asked. Zhu Daxian's eyes lit up, the boss was testing him. Zhu Daxian poured tea for Qian Ziyang, his eyes filled with admiration. Boss, now I finally understand that business can actually be done this way. Boss, your business acumen surpasses ours by 100-fold. How did you do it? Qian Ziyang was eager to learn how exactly this supermarket managed to make money. He had planned everything so perfectly. Zhu Daxian continued, the boss told me to slash all the prices to the absolute minimum because he wants to turn Feihuang supermarket into the first wholesale hypermarket in the entire Hancheng. A newly opened large supermarket might not have achieved such great results. But boss, after hand-picking this location, you took over the supermarket which already had some reputation in Hancheng. That's why it could become an instant hit after transforming into a wholesale supermarket. Hand-picked? Qian Ziyang shook his head with a bitter smile. He hadn't carefully selected it at all, he'd just stumbled upon the place by chance while walking down the street. Had he known this would happen, he would never have taken over this supermarket in the first place. Who could have guessed the supermarket would turn out to be so famous in Hancheng? That makes sense, after all, the previous owner had been running it for a full 8 years. Qian Ziyang gave a thumbs up and continued praising. The boss asking me to hire 3 times the staff was truly a stroke of genius. The boss must have foreseen our supermarket would become wildly popular, so he had me recruit massive staff in advance for training, ensuring smooth operations during peak times and delivering the best customer experience. Without the boss's arrangements, even if our supermarket became popular, we'd never have achieved such outstanding results. Boss, you're amazing. Zhu Daxian gazed at Qian Ziyang with sincere admiration in his eyes. The reverence in his heart truly knew no bounds. Chapter 9, The Boss Tests Me. Seeing Zhu Daxian's look of admiration, Qian Ziyang felt his blood racing and his chest aching with pain. He wanted to curse but didn't know what to say, wanted to hit someone but had no reason to. Qian Ziyang lifted his hand and slapped himself hard across the face. Boss! Zhu Daxian rushed to Qian Ziyang's side, urgently stopping him. Boss, you don't need to push yourself like this. You've already done well enough. Zhu Daxian knew that many geniuses tended to have somewhat extreme personalities. What others considered good enough often wasn't sufficient for those geniuses. In Qian Ziyang, Zhu Daxiang sensed no trace of arrogance or complacency, only deep remorse. What is Qian Ziyang regretting? He didn't know. There must be something the boss felt hadn't been perfected yet. Qian Ziyang's heart was ashen, he had already accepted reality. It seems it was all my own ideas that made the supermarket so popular. You can't blame Zhu Daxiang, nor anyone else, they were completely following his orders. Qian Ziyang asked, but our supermarket has no decoration at all. Won't customers mind? Boss, are you testing me? Zhu Daxiang said respectfully. At first, I couldn't understand it either. How could someone as generous as you be so stingy about decorating the store? It only dawned on me later that there was profound wisdom behind your approach, boss. The shabby decor actually suits our supermarket's character perfectly. Was Qian Ziyang confused? Since when does a supermarket have its own character? How had he never heard of it before? Zhu Daxiang continued on his own. We're a wholesale supermarket. If our decor were just like Yangyan supermarkets, that would actually be strange. It's like how wet markets have their own noisy chaos, and hardware stores have their particular kind of clutter. And our wholesale supermarket should have its own distinct character too. The decoration should tell customers right away that our prices are low because we pass almost all our profits to them. That's why we can't afford fancy interiors. Boss, don't you agree? Zhu Daxiang looked at Qian Ziyang expectantly, like a primary school student called upon by the teacher to answer a question, eagerly awaiting praise. Correct. Qian Ziyang mourned inwardly. So this was how his money had disappeared. It was all his fault. That's not right. I clearly lowered the prices to the minimum. Even if sales were high, we shouldn't have made 40 million in profit. Qian Ziyang spotted the loophole in Zhu Daxiang's statement. A glimmer of hope shone in Qian Ziyang's eyes, as if he had grasped his last lifeline. Zhu Daxiang raised both thumbs enthusiastically, all thanks to the boss. Me again? Qian Ziyang's eyes widened in disbelief. He didn't do anything in the supermarket, so why is he involved in everything? Of course, it's all thanks to the boss's brilliant leadership. Zhu Daxiang replied without hesitation. The boss instructed me to refund all the shelf placement fees to our suppliers. Qian Ziyang nodded. Of course he remembered. Even before the store opened, suppliers had offered a 100,000 yuan display fee, which scared him so much he immediately told Zhu Daxiang to return it. Zhu Daxiang said, ever since the boss ordered us to steadfastly refund the display fees, the suppliers' attitude toward us has undergone a dramatic change. They've given us extremely favorable wholesale prices, a whole yuan cheaper per carton. Just 1 yuan. Qian Ziyang didn't think it was anything special. Zhu Daxiang said, don't underestimate this small detail, it makes our supermarket's goods cheaper than others. Combined with our complete selection, more people prefer shopping at our store. That way, our supermarket sells stuff lightning fast. You're well aware, boss, the more we sell, the cheaper our wholesale prices get. I've rigorously followed your orders. When you said to slash prices to the bare minimum, I carried it out without hesitation. Later on, the prices at our supermarket became even cheaper than the wholesale prices of other stores. Many small supermarkets simply started sourcing their goods from us directly. Other supermarkets sourcing from our store has further boosted our sales volume, allowing us to get even cheaper wholesale prices. The lower the prices, the more customers we get. The more customers we have, the lower our procurement costs become. It's formed a virtuous cycle. Our supermarket now offers the lowest prices across all of Han City. Upon hearing Zhu Daxiang's heartfelt speech, Qian Ziyang nearly had a myocardial infarction. He picked up the account book on the table and opened it, seeing clear records inside. Wahaha's price to them was 25 yuan per case for 1,000 cases, 24 yuan for 10,000 cases, 23 yuan for 100,000 cases. 1 million cases of 22. In just 1 month at their supermarket, they sold over 1 million cases of water alone. 1 million cases, even if they only make 10 cents profit per case, that's still 100,000 in earnings per month. And that's just water. There are other groceries and beverages with even higher profit margins. It's genuinely a high-volume, low-margin business strategy. At the thought that his supermarket had sucked away all his hard-earned money, Qian Ziyang felt devastated. Like a walking corpse, Qian Ziyang staggered out, only to see a sea of people outside. They were crazily grabbing all kinds of goods as if they were free. The store employees were desperately restocking the shelves. My money! Watching these people shopping felt like they were stealing his money, causing Qian Ziyang immense heartache. And yet, he couldn't stop it, he could only watch helplessly as others snatched his money away. At this moment, he felt like calling the police. Zhu Daxiang whispered from behind, boss, this is all thanks to you. Zhu Daxiang's words struck Qian Ziyang like a final, crushing blow, the last straw that broke the camel's back. Qian Ziyang felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, his vision went black, and he collapsed in a dizzy faint. Boss! Boss! Zhu Daxiang cried out in alarm. Something's wrong. The boss is in trouble, someone sharp-eyed noticed and immediately shouted. The surrounding employees instantly stopped what they were doing, calling the emergency number, searching for a car. The entire supermarket was in chaos. Though many employees had never exchanged a word with Qian Ziyong, they were deeply grateful for the high wages he provided. In the hospital, Qian Ziyong groggily opened his eyes. Before him stood a middle-aged woman, her face filled with worry. "Mom!" Qian Ziyong's eyes brimmed with tears. "Ziyong, you're awake?" Chen Huilan asked with concern. "How are you feeling? Is there anywhere that doesn't feel right?" Qian Ziyong shook his head. "I feel okay, just a bit weak." The thought that the supermarket had made a fortune while the system settlement left him penniless made Qian Ziyong's heart ache with sorrow. "Mom!" Qian Ziyong burst into tears. "Your son has been suffering so much. The money's gone. 5 million yuan gone." Earning 3,000 a month, he'd have to toil like an ox for 200 years, without eating or drinking, just to make that back. Winning the lottery only nets you 5 million. The money slipped right through my fingers. Qian Ziyong had a weak heart and couldn't handle such a heavy blow. "My son, I know you've suffered so much," Chen Huilan said with deep sympathy. "At such a young age, not only did you turn around a massive supermarket from losses to profits, but you also earned over 40 million. No one but yourself knows how much hardship you've endured." Chapter 10, Nothing But Tears. Hearing the figure of over 40 million, Chen Ziyong felt as if his heart had turned to ashes, and tears streamed uncontrollably. Shaking his head, he said, "Mom, do you have any idea how I've lived these past 2 months? I'm exhausted, son. Odd jobs are just too exhausting." After 2 exhausting months, leaving early and returning late every day, not even 3,000 yuan remained. Chen Ziyong poured out his grievances to his mother, lamenting that he was just a child barely over 200 months old. Qian Ziyong's father stepped in quietly, only to find mother and son both in floods of tears. There stood the middle-aged man, utterly wooden and motionless, as though his soul had fled him. "Ziyong!" Qian Ziyong's father rushed forward. "Why must you have such a miserable fate?" Both Qian Ziyong and Chen Huilan were stunned. What was wrong with father? Qian Ziyong wiped away his tears and asked softly, "Dad, what's the matter?" Facing the two men's strange looks, Qian Ziyong's father Qian Xiuqi cautiously asked, "Could it be some terminal illness?" Chen Huilan shook her head. "No, our son has earned over 40 million yuan. It's not an illness at all." "No terminal illness?" Qian Xiuqi stood up. "No terminal illness and you're crying this hard? Wait, our son earned over 40 million yuan? Earned over 40 million? Why are you crying? Why aren't you out clubbing and celebrating? Why come to the hospital to cry?" Chen Huilan was also stunned. That's right, her son had earned over 40 million, so why was he crying? Right, it was her son who called out tired, and her heart ached for him. The emotions welled up and she just started crying. But with over 40 million, being a bit tired is nothing. Later they can enjoy life however they want. At that moment, a round-faced nurse walked in, with Zhu Daqiang following behind her. "What are you wailing about like ghosts and howling like wolves?" the nurse asked, puzzled. Chen Xiuqi awkwardly scratched his head and asked, "How's my son?" "He's fine," the nurse said flatly. "The doctor said he's in perfect health and can be discharged." "I still feel quite weak," Chen Ziyong said. The nurse replied, "If you're weak, you should exercise more." "I still feel a bit dizzy," Chen Ziyong said. He really didn't want to face that 40 million. "Then you should get up all the more." "Lying down for the whole afternoon, I'd be dizzy too if it were me," the round-faced nurse said matter-of-factly. "Is my son okay?" Chen Huilan turned to the nurse. "You're young and healthy with no injuries, what could possibly be wrong?" The nurse flipped through the various test results again. "It's just severe shock and mild stress. Stay calm, 2 days ago we had someone who won the lottery end up here too. Kids these days really can't handle anything." After confirming her son was truly fine, Chen Huilan planted her hands on her hips and bellowed, "Get up!" Hearing Chen Huilan shout, Chen Ziyong leaped out of bed with a swoosh. "Hurry up and check out, there are other patients waiting behind you," the nurse impatiently said. "Mom, I still feel." Chen Ziyong tried to come up with another excuse. Seeing her son bouncing around energetically, Chen Huilan said disapprovingly, "I think you're just fine, better than anyone else. You're making me cry here for no reason, wasting all these tears of mine." Facing his mother's outburst, Chen Ziyong behaved like an obedient child. "Manager Zhu, I think the supermarket must be quite busy and needs its boss like me to oversee things." Chen Ziyong changed the subject, looking at Zhu Daqiang behind the nurse. "Don't worry, boss. With me around, there won't be any problems at the supermarket," Zhu Daqiang assured him, patting his chest. "Right." Chen Ziyong's eyes lit up as he said, "Go put up a notice on the door, tomorrow the supermarket will be closed for a day. The reason for closing? Let's just say the boss's wife is visiting, so we're taking a day off." "Ha?" Zhu Daqiang was dumbfounded. "Why take a day off? What does the landlady's arrival have to do with the supermarket?" "Go ahead." Chen Ziyong waved his hand. "Yes." Zhu Daqiang straightened his posture and responded promptly, then hurried outside. Chen Huilan stopped scolding her son and asked, "Son, don't worry about us too. We'll find a hotel to stay the night ourselves. You take care of your own business. One day of closing the supermarket means how much money lost. Making money isn't easy nowadays. You've finally gotten on track, so you absolutely can't afford to slack off." Chen Ziyong shook his head repeatedly. "Mom, the reason I'm closing the supermarket for a day isn't because of you, but because the employees have been working too hard these past 2 months, they need a day off. In the future, I plan to give employees periodic days off. It's for the good of the supermarket. Moreover, one must have a conscience. If I've made money, I can't be the only one bearing the suffering." Chen Ziyong realized he really wasn't good at lying. What nonsense was all this? "In short, taking breaks is my strategy to make the supermarket better," Chen Ziyong said firmly. Chen Huilan nodded. "Neither your father nor I understand business. You handle it as you see fit." Chen Ziyong nodded in agreement beside them, running errands for his mother and accompanying them for meals, having booked a decent hotel room. Let them rest well. Medical expenses, hotel fees, meals, and various other costs surprisingly added up to over 2,000 yuan for him. Chen Ziyong realized that after working hard for 2 months, leaving early and returning late every day for daily paid jobs, he was left with just over 1,000 yuan again. Can't a guy catch a break? Life is just too damn hard. Returning to the supermarket in utter despair, Chen Ziyong kept regretting why he hadn't taken just one day off from his daily gig to check on the store during daytime. Sigh, talking about it just brings tears. Let bygones be bygones. I'll regroup and there's still a chance for me. Chen Ziyong took a deep breath. "Boss, President Li is here." Xu Dachang entered the boss's office and poured tea for Chen Ziyong. "Quick, invite him in." Chen Ziyong was delighted. He still remembered that last time, President Li had mentioned treating him to a meal. It's been a month, and he's been craving the lamb from that shop. Chen Ziyong stood up and went to invite them personally. General Manager Li Lian had already arrived at the entrance. As soon as he saw Chen Ziyong, he said shamefully, "Boss Chen, I was blind to your greatness, daring to show off my meager skills before a master. After living all these years, I'm still not worth 1/10,000th of you, Boss Chen." "What shame! You're too kind." Chen Ziyong felt embarrassed deep down. After all, Manager Li had sincerely mentored him last time. The other party had good intentions, yet he had taken advantage of them. What's worse, he had failed in the end. Boss Chen, I've already reserved a table at Golden Ocean Dragon. I was wondering." Before Li Lian could finish speaking, Chen Ziyong eagerly interrupted. "I'm free. I'm totally free. President Li, you're too polite, just call me Xiao Chen." Inside the Golden Dragon private room, the group clinked glasses merrily in high spirits. Li Lian raised his wineglass and said, "Boss Chen, now I truly understand the meaning of real prowess stays hidden while outward display means little. You've perfectly demonstrated how a supermarket should be run. Right now, there isn't a soul in Hancheng who doesn't know the name Chen Ziyong. You're the first to make a supermarket even more popular than a farmer's market. Words can't express my admiration, let it all be in the liquor." Chapter 11 Mandatory Rest. Li Lian downed the entire glass in one gulp. Listening to Li Lian's story, Chen Ziyong felt sorrow rising from the depths of his heart. Normally not much of a drinker, he nevertheless picked up his glass and drained it in one go. "Brother Li, your teachings are etched in my heart. First, the decor must be top-notch. Second, keep the staff lean. Third, never set prices too low. How I regret my past decisions." Chen Ziyong reproached himself, wishing he could slap himself twice over. All because of his own willfulness, the supermarket now earned money faster than he could spend it. My apologies, I've presumption taught the master here. Please don't blame me, Chen my friend, for not listening well. Had I heeded your advice, the supermarket might not have come back from the brink, nor would it be as wildly popular as it is now." Li Lian spoke genuinely, his heart filled with boundless admiration. He had truly witnessed how a supermarket could be operated in such an unconventional way. Chen Ziyong had given him an unforgettable lesson. He had flown across the country, far and wide, to learn from others, never realizing that the true master had been right beside him all along. If only he had stayed in Han City and humbly learned from Chen Ziyong. "Boss Li, I need your help. I wonder if you could come to the supermarket as an advisor," Chen Ziyong whispered. He had already made up his mind. If possible, he wanted the supermarket to transform, preferably with its original owner at the helm. "Absolutely, definitely," Li Lian exclaimed in delight. "I was just about to ask you, brother, if I could learn from you by your side." Stop. What do I have that's worth learning from? You mustn't copy me," Chen Ziyong hurriedly dissuaded. He was trying to lose money, he couldn't let Li Lian get led astray. Li Lian was a good guy, treating him to meals and even teaching him how to run a supermarket. Good older brothers like this were hard to come by these days. If Li Lian learned his experience and opened his own supermarket, and if he lost too much money and ran out of funds, wouldn't that mean no one would treat us to meals anymore in the future? Best to stick with him. use his precious experience in losing money to lose even more. Li Lian raised his glass. Buddy, you're great at everything, you're just too modest. Old brother. Chen Ziyong gazed at the large chunk of mutton before him and sincerely called out old brother. He continued, you work for me, yet I can't offer you anything. I'm ashamed, little brother. Even without wages, it's fine. Before Li Lian could finish his sentence, Chen Ziyong said, 100,000 a month. For now, that's all I can offer, but I'll definitely increase it in the future. But, Li Lian spat out the wine in his mouth. What? 10,000 a month? Li Lian stared at Chen Ziyong in disbelief. Thinking he'd offered too little, Chen Ziyong scratched his head apologetically. Sorry bro, this is all I can give you right now. He wished he could pay more, but the system had its limitations. It's not too little, it's too much. Li Lian felt undeserving of such generosity. By the way, with Chen Ziyong paying him such a high salary, does the supermarket even turn a profit? Just how much has Chen Ziyong actually earned these past 2 months? Li Lian lowered his voice and asked, hey, how much has the supermarket made these 2 months? Is 100,000 that much? Chen Ziyong actually felt he was offering too little, thinking Li Lian looked down on such a small amount. After all, Li Lian had been a boss before. It made sense for someone who'd run their own business to disdain a modest fixed salary. After deducting all expenses and taxes, the profit was over 40 million in just 2 months, Chen Ziyong said softly. 40 million, Li Lian gasped aloud. That's truly unbelievable. Chen Ziyong also found it unbelievable. How could they earn so much? Li Lian even felt ashamed of himself. Little brother, do you know how much I've earned in 8 years of running a supermarket? How much? Chen Ziyong was also curious. Li Lian held up one finger and said, 10 million. That's all there is. Chen Ziyong wore an expression of disbelief. It's already quite a lot, Li Lian replied. Of course, compared to a prodigious talent like you, it's naturally not worth mentioning. Chen Ziyong felt quite embarrassed by the praise. Brother, I should be the one paying you for learning by your side. Yet, you're offering me such a high salary, I feel undeserving. Li Lian exclaimed repeatedly. Hearing Li Lian offer to give him money and even wanting to forego a salary, Chen Ziyong jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Absolutely not. Bro, you're a talent, and talents deserve the treatment they're owed. 100,000, not a penny less. Any less and I'll lose my temper. Finally finding someone who could share his burden was truly a godsend. He absolutely had to hold on tight. 100,000 a month added up to 1.2 million a year. 1.2 million was already quite a hefty burden to bear. Moved beyond words by Chen Ziyong's sincere gaze, Li Lian raised his glass. No need for words, it's all in this drink. With that, Li Lian downed the drink in one gulp. Inside the supermarket, Zhu Daxiang gathered all the employees together. Standing at the front, Zhu Daxiang announced, the boss says tomorrow is a day off, no one needs to come in. We'll resume work as usual the day after. To his surprise, the employees didn't react with the expected joy. One worker stepped forward and asked, Manager, why is the boss giving us a day off? Tomorrow isn't a holiday. The employees were all puzzled. Because the boss's wife has arrived, Zhu Daxiang explained. The boss's wife? A female employee asked curiously, is she pretty? I heard the boss isn't married yet. Zhu Daxiang waved his hand, not the boss's wife, but his mother. Only then did everyone realize it was the boss's mother. Yet they still didn't understand why should the supermarket close just because the boss's wife was coming. Manager, I don't think we need time off, and neither does the supermarket. Business is so good right now, think how much money we'd lose taking a day off, one employee said. More employees chimed in, exactly. We don't need any time off. At their previous jobs, they wished for days off every single day. Working at Flying Phoenix Supermarket, they couldn't bear the thought of taking even a single day off. The boss treated them so exceptionally well that taking a day off made them feel guilty. At other supermarkets, they worked 12-hour days for just 3,000 yuan a month. At Flying Phoenix Supermarket, employees work just 6 hours a day yet earn a monthly salary as high as 5,000 yuan. What's more, the boss has promised that even if employees resign or if the supermarket goes bankrupt, they'll receive severance pay calculated at the highest wage using the N+1 compensation formula. People have conscience. Given such exceptional treatment from their boss, employees feel driven to work their hardest to prove themselves worthy of his generosity. No breaks. We won't take breaks. Someone raised their arm high and shouted loudly. Immediately, all 400 people raised their arms in response. No breaks. No breaks. Zhu Daxiang felt a warmth in his heart as he took in the scene before him. This was the true cohesion of their Fei Huang supermarket. They had genuinely put people first, making employees consider the supermarket's needs from the bottom of their hearts. But this was a task assigned by the boss, he had to complete it no matter what. He just didn't know how to broach the subject with his employees now. Right at that moment, a resounding voice rang out from the side, rest is mandatory, no negotiation. Chapter 12, $0 settlement. Who's there? The employees turned their heads in unison. Chen Ziyong walked in. Boss. The employees were thrilled to see him. The boss is so good to them. Qian Ziyang nodded. I've been watching everything you've done during this time. You've worked hard. Not at all hard work, the employees shouted loudly. Qian Ziyang shook his head and sighed inwardly. If they didn't work hard, he wouldn't have made over 40 million. If they really worked overtime day and night, wouldn't they end up earning him 100 million? When will he ever be able to spend it all? Rest, they must rest. If not for fear of raising suspicions, he'd gladly let them take a few years off, with full pay. Why is spending money so damn hard? The supermarket made a profit, and you all must be exhausted. Take a day off. I'm begging you, Qian Ziyang said. When the boss says it like that, the employees couldn't very well argue. Alright, everyone head home. Don't come in tomorrow, declared Qian Ziyang. He now felt utterly dejected and didn't feel like talking. Waving his hand, Qian Ziyang left with a crestfallen expression. The employees all noticed Qian Ziyang's gloomy departure. Manager Zhu, what's wrong with the boss? He seems quite unhappy. An employee trotted up to Zhu Daxiang and whispered. Zhu Daxiang said, it's highly likely the boss has discovered the supermarket's crisis. You know very well how hard the boss has worked these past few months, leaving early and returning late every day. We just need to focus on our own tasks, but the boss has been exhausting every ounce of his energy worrying about the supermarket. How incredibly difficult that must be. Sigh, it's all my fault for not being capable enough to share the boss's burden. Exactly. Earning over 40 million in just 2 months, how much of that was thanks to the boss? Every single order might seem ordinary, but they must have been the result of the boss's careful deliberation and thorough weighing of options before being issued. The boss is in a bad mood now, no doubt there's trouble brewing at the supermarket. In the end, the boss shoulders everything alone. Returning to the boss's office, Qian Ziyang lay weakly on the bed. He had already given up trying. The system would soon settle accounts with him, and no matter how hard he tried, there was no way he could spend over 40 million. Moreover, the thought that the supermarket would profit him 20 million every month from now on made Qian Ziyang's head spin. The burden is heavy and the road is long. Whatever, I'll just play games now, tomorrow's problems can wait until tomorrow. Qian Ziyang, fleeing from reality, unlocked his phone. 1 week passed by in this manner. That morning, after getting out of bed, Qian Ziyang once again picked up his phone. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! System calculating. Calculation complete. Host, Qian Ziyang. Personal funds, 1,527. System funds, cash 42,315,487. Assets, 10,121,241. Settlement, 3 million minus open parenthesis 42,315,487 plus 10,121,241 close parenthesis is equal to minus 49,436,728. Settlement amount is less than 0. Personal funds settlement is 0. Conversion of personal funds 1,527 plus 0 is equal to 1,527. Settlement completed. Staring at that glaring 0, Qian Ziyang felt utterly devastated. This 0 was the greatest mockery thrown at him. It was laughing at his incompetence. Second cycle, 3 months, system funds of 50 million, already deposited into the bank card. System funds, cash 92,315,487. Assets, 10,121,241. Damn, this cycle just blew through 50 million. Half a small fortune. Once he completes it, in just 3 months, he'll be a multi-millionaire. Qian Ziyang instantly felt a surge of motivation coursing through his entire body. But the moment he thought about how the supermarket would earn him at least 60 million in 3 months while his 3-month target was a staggering 160 million, Qian Ziyang instantly felt the weight of Mount Tai pressing on his shoulders. At that moment, Zhu Daxiang walked in. Boss Zhao is here, Zhu Daxiang said. Boss Zhao? Qian Ziyang thought for a moment before realizing it was Zhao Kuang, the supermarket's landlord. Ever since he took over the supermarket and signed the lease agreement, Zhao Kuang had never shown up again. It's been 3 months, the lease is up, looks like it's rent payment time. 3 months rent comes to 1.25 million. Not bad, at least we've taken care of 1.25 million first. Though it barely makes a dent in that enormous 160 million figure, little drops make the ocean, we'll spend it all eventually. Show him in immediately. Qian Ziyang greeted with exceptional politeness, personally going to receive the guest. Zhao Kuang has arrived. Boss Qian, may your business prosper. Zhao Kuang greeted with cupped hands. Qian Ziyang forced a bitter smile. Business is booming indeed. Boss Zhao must be here for the rent payment. It's all prepared. Manager Zhu, transfer the payment to Boss Zhao. Don't rush. Boss Zhao extended his hand to stop Zhu Daxiang from making the transfer. He pulled out the contract and said, Boss Qian, our contract lasts 3 months, and now that the term is up, it's up to me whether to renew it. Qian Ziyang nodded. That's right. Boss Qian, my shop is in a prime location. I gave you a discount before because I thought you were young, but now I'm raising the rent back to the original price. Zhao Kuang waved his hand decisively. Zhu Daqiang beside him was furious. Boss Zhao, this isn't fair play. 5 million a year in rent is already high. For the same location, others are charging as low as 2 million. Prices have gone up. Boss Zhao laughed. All the surrounding properties are mine, they've already doubled in value. I'm not asking for much. Boss Zhao held up 2 fingers. All I want is 20 million. 20 million a year. Zhu Daqiang was grinding his teeth in frustration. This was outright daylight robbery. Boss Zhao knew the supermarket was profitable, so he came to take a cut of the pie. Actually, the building didn't belong to Zhao Kuang. He had just signed a long-term lease with the real landlord, he was merely a subletter. Apart from this supermarket, many surrounding shops were also under his control. By the way, the reason for increasing rents around the area was actually because of their Fei Huang supermarket. After Fei Huang supermarket became popular, it boosted foot traffic in the neighborhood, making business much better for surrounding shops. Thanks to the Fei Huang supermarket, Zhao Kuang managed to make a hefty profit. Not only did he fail to show gratitude to Fei Huang supermarket, but he actually came to take advantage of their misfortune. Shameless. Zhu Daqiang glanced at Qian Ziyang nearby, only to see a wide grin on the other man's face. 20 million? Qian Ziyang lowered his head, deep in thought. The asking price was ridiculously low. Just 20 million. Then wouldn't that mean only 5 million for 3 months? It's merely a drop in the bucket compared to 160 million. How wonderful if Zhao Kuang had quoted over 100 million, that would have directly lightened his burden by more than 30 million. Right. Qian Ziyang's eyes gleamed with excitement. He now had a perfectly valid reason to shut down the supermarket. Making 20 million per month? If he closed the supermarket, that'd mean 20 million less in profits. Far more cost-effective than paying 20 million in rent. And it's completely reasonable. After all, the landlord raised his rent, and by a significant amount at that. Being young and hot-headed, he impulsively decided not to rent anymore. Anyone hearing this would think he acted rashly, not that his decision was unreasonable. What a perfect excuse indeed. He was fretting over what to do with the extra 60 million, and Boss Zhao came to his rescue. Boss Zhao is such a good guy. Chapter 13, closing down now. Boss Zhao, thank you. Qian Ziyang sincerely thanked Zhao Kuan before turning to Zhu Daqiang beside him. Manager Zhu, what are you waiting for? Get on it, hurry. Zhu Daqiang was taken aback. What were they up to now? Qian Ziyang definitely wanted him to transfer the money immediately. Qian Ziyang always paid with remarkable swiftness. Zhu Daqiang was seething inside. Zhao Kuang was clearly taking advantage of the situation to rob him blind. But there's nothing to be done after all. The boss initially only signed a 3-month contract. I'll go wire the money right now, Zhu Daqiang said dejectedly. Zhao Kuang was overjoyed. Just as he had anticipated, Qian Ziyang would compromise for money. After all, the supermarket now earns 20 million a month. By raising the rent to 20 million, even if Qian Ziyang doesn't want to accept it, he has no choice. Who would turn down money? No. Qian Ziyang quickly stopped Zhu Daqiang when he heard he was going to transfer the money. What I meant was to hurry up and notify the employees, we're shutting down. What? Both Zhu Daqiang and Zhao Kuang were stunned. Qian Ziyang couldn't wait any longer. Hurry up and go. Suspend operations immediately. Our supermarket is going out of business. The rent has increased. We can't accept this. Close up shop now. Right this minute. Qian Ziyang was growing impatient. The supermarket was still making money for him. Every minute delayed meant hundreds more flowing in. The sooner it goes bankrupt, the easier it will be for him to lose money. Don't! Zhu Daqiang and Zhao Kuang quickly intervened. Especially Zhao Kuang, who was startled by the suggestion. He had quoted 20 million a year because he was sure Qian Ziyang would pay that amount. I never expected Qian Ziyang to be so unyielding. He's not someone to mess with. Zhu Daqiang quickly stepped in to stop him. Although he disliked Zhao Kuang for taking advantage of the situation, dying together with Zhao definitely wasn't worth it. Isn't it hard enough to make money these days? Should we really give up a business that earns 200 million a year over something like this? So reckless. Qian Ziyang was being far too impulsive. We'll have to swallow this insult for now. Let's talk this through properly. Zhao Kuang quickly responded. I'm willing to lower the price a bit. How about 15 million? Not good at all. Qian Ziyang shook his head. If Zhao Kuang had continued to raise the rent, say to 100 million a year, he might have actually agreed. But Zhao Kuang didn't keep increasing it. Instead, he lowered the rent. How could he possibly continue leasing under those terms? By not renewing the lease, he instantly saved himself from a 60 million burden. Perfect. No matter what Zhao Kuang said, Qian Ziyang paid him no further attention. He turned to Zhu Daqiang beside him and said, Manager Zhu, please show our guest out. But, Zhu Daqiang hesitated, then gritted his teeth and said to Zhao Kuang, alright then, Mr. Zhao, if you please. Zhao Kuang stood there completely dumbfounded. Under Zhu Daqiang's combined pushing and pulling, he was dragged out of the meeting room. We can negotiate, we can negotiate. I won't raise the rent anymore. Zhao Kuang quickly backtracked. Xu Daxiang dragged Zhao Kuang to the doorway, shut the meeting room door securely, and then set Zhao Kuang down. Manager Zhu. Zhao Kuang had no idea what to do and could only turn to Xu Daxiang for help. He never expected Qian Ziyang would be this tough. Is she pretending? Doesn't seem like it. Her demeanor suggests she's genuinely preparing to relocate. If Fei Huang's supermarket disappears, the foot traffic here will vanish too, causing surrounding shop rents to plunge immediately. His losses wouldn't be just a trifling amount. Moreover, if the Phoenix supermarket were driven away because of his unauthorized price hike, his boss, the primary landlord, could literally tear him apart. Seeing Zhao Kuang panic, Zhu Daxiang scoffed coldly. What were you doing earlier? Zhu Daxiang appeared angry on the surface, but inwardly, he was thoroughly pleased. Who would have thought such a young boss could play the game of playing hard to get? Look how terrified Zhao Kuang is. At this point, forget about 5 million a year, he'd probably settle for 3 million now. The boss is truly formidable. With just a slight performance, he completely controlled Zhao Kuang. This kind of person just begs to be taught a lesson. The previous supermarket owner, Li Lian, had to withdraw precisely because the other party kept raising prices. Manager Zhu, please put in a good word for me with the boss. The rent can be negotiated, it can definitely be negotiated. Li Lian flattered shamelessly as he carefully pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it over. I was being foolish. Money's hard to come by these days. In a moment of greed, I let my better judgment be clouded and actually tried to raise the boss's rent. I deserve to die for this. Manager Zhu, please put in a good word for me. We can absolutely negotiate the rent. Alright then. Xu Daxiang accepted the cigarette with a reluctant nod. But you know how it is, our boss is young and impulsive. Once he's made up his mind about something, no one can talk him out of it. I'll give it a try for you. Xu Daxiang was internally jumping for joy, yet maintained an extremely reluctant demeanor on the surface. The boss's strategy of retreat disguised as advancement was truly masterful. The boss was indeed the boss. For a fleeting moment, he'd even thought the boss was going to shut down the supermarket. They deceived him and utterly fooled that old fox Zhao Kuang. Xu Daxiang entered the conference room and walked into the boss's office, where he saw Qian Ziyang scribbling on a piece of paper. Xu Daxiang gave a thumbs up and said, "Boss, your acting was incredible, even I was completely taken in. Now Zhao Kuang has sent me to beg you, saying the rent is open for negotiation. We can not only reduce the rent a bit but also sign a lease for several more years. Boss, you're really amazing, handling him so effortlessly." Xu Daxiang truly admired Qian Ziyang's acting skills from the bottom of his heart. What? Qian Ziyang was puzzled. Why are you back? Didn't I tell you to close the supermarket after seeing Zhao Kuang off? Ha! Xu Daxiang was stunned. Boss, weren't you just putting on an act to scare Zhao Kuang? Of course not. Qian Ziyang nodded. I genuinely think this supermarket is no good, I don't want it anymore. No good? Xu Daxiang was dumbfounded. How could a supermarket making 20 million a month be no good? Back when Li Lian owned this supermarket, he would practically jump for joy if it made 1 million in a month. 2 million a month, and he actually thinks it's not good enough. Moreover, I don't like dealing with landlords like him, he disgusts me. Let's relocate the supermarket elsewhere, you'll still be the manager. I've also hired 2 consultants. One is my classmate, the other is the former owner of Lian Fei Huang supermarket. Qian Ziyang said earnestly. Xu Daxiang quickly chimed in, Boss, a supermarket making 2 million a month is already peak performance, it literally can't get any better than this. Qian Ziyang patted Xu Daxiang's shoulder and said with a smile, Manager Xu, you're thinking too small. Working with someone like Zhao Kuang, even if he's just my landlord, makes me sick. Sometimes indecision breeds disaster. In short, I've made up my mind to fight him to the end. Phoenix supermarket may close, but will reopen elsewhere. Qian Ziyang didn't even know what he was saying himself. He cursed inwardly, Zhao Kuang was too unreliable, how could he agree to lower the rent? Now he didn't have a good enough reason to shut down the supermarket. But, as long as he pretended Zhao Kuang's intention to reduce rent never happened, rent would effectively increase. Anyway, it was all because Zhao Kuang raised the rent, forcing him to shut down the shop. He is also a victim. Li Lian also went out of business because the rent went up, and he followed in Li Lian's footsteps, completely justified. Chapter 14 closed down. At this moment, Chen Ziyang handed the paper in his hand to Xu Daxiang and said, Post this on the supermarket door. Hurry up and close the store. Alright, Xu Daxiang could only nod helplessly. As they stepped outside, Zhao Kuang was waiting there. Manager Xu, what did Boss Qian say? Zhao Kuang asked. Just now, when Xu Daxiang went inside, he thought carefully and felt that Qian Ziyang was just trying to scare him. After all, this supermarket was so profitable, how could Qian Ziyang possibly give it up? All this talk about shutting down was just a ploy to pressure him into lowering the rent. That must be it. Xu Daxiang shook his head. It's no use. The boss said they're closing today. What? Zhao Kuang's face was full of disbelief. He thought that Zhu Daxian was still acting, just to keep up the pretense. Oomph. You'll definitely come begging to me. Zhao Kuang forced himself to muster up his courage and left the supermarket. Zhu Daxian paid him no further attention and stuck the paper Qian Ziyang had given him onto the supermarket door, and had the supermarket's main doors closed. At the same time, all employees were also called in for a meeting. Upon hearing the supermarket was going out of business, all the staff were utterly shocked. What's going on? The supermarket was doing just fine, how could it suddenly go out of business? Weren't we told we made over 40 million in profit? It seems it's because the landlord raised the rent. I just overheard a bit, the landlord wants 20 million a year. What? Only 5,000 square meters, yet 20 million a year? With 20 million, you could outright buy this place. That's too much. I stand with the boss. Even if we don't rent it anymore, we should never let such a disgusting person get their way. But without the supermarket, what are we supposed to do? The supermarket employees were whispering among themselves, all worried about their own futures. Meanwhile, customers arriving at the supermarket found the entrance of Feihuang supermarket already closed, only allowing exit but no entry, and were completely baffled. Has the supermarket gone bankrupt? The customers looked at the large notice posted by the entrance, where enormous characters read, "Due to rising rent prices and increasing operational costs, we can no longer afford the expensive lease. This supermarket is closing down." The words on the big sign, why do they seem oddly cheerful? Could this just be their imagination? But, if the supermarket closes, where will they go to buy things? Countless customers stomped their feet in regret. I knew it. The supermarket was selling things so cheaply they must have been operating at a loss. They weren't making any money at all, and now look, they've gone bankrupt. I really regret not buying more while I had the chance. What should we do? Where else can we find a supermarket as affordable and service-oriented as Feihuang? Who said this supermarket made 20 million a month? If it was really earning that much, how could it possibly go out of business? Countless customers pounded their chests in frustration. They shouted, demanding the supermarket to reopen. The customers in the supermarket also heard the loud shouts outside the door, realizing that the supermarket had already gone out of business. If we don't buy today, we won't be able to get it tomorrow. Instantly, those who originally planned to buy just a little were now grabbing as much as they could. Zhu Daxian was holding a meeting with the staff. Aside from the few employees handling the checkout, most had already arrived. Hearing the commotion outside, Zhu Daxian grew somewhat uneasy. Could something have happened? An employee came running over. Manager, it's bad. Customers outside are causing trouble, they're trying to force their way in. Hearing about the disruptive customers outside, Zhu Daxian hurried out. Manager Zhu. Seeing Zhu Daxian approach, the crowd of customers stopped pushing inward. Manager Zhu, why did such a well-running supermarket suddenly shut down? An elderly lady asked. Zhu Daxian shook his head. There was no choice. Boss Zhao raised the rent 20 million a year. We just couldn't afford it anymore. What? 20 million a year? That's practically robbery. The crowd buzzed with heated discussion. 20 million a year for a 5,000 square meter supermarket that comes to an astonishing 4,000 per square meter annually. The current housing price in Hanchang is only 5,000 per square meter. The selling price of commercial properties in Hanchang is just over 10,000 per square meter. 4,000 per square meter for annual rent is truly outrageous. Is Boss Zhao actually Zhao Kuang? I know that guy, he's insatiable, an elderly woman exclaimed angrily. Zhao Kuang charging such exorbitant rent has sparked public outrage. Many customers live nearby and are very familiar with this area. They've begun cursing Zhao Kuang openly, but as the landlord, he has the final say on rental prices, leaving them with few viable options. I know that Zhao Kuang, he collects rent for several shops around here. From now on, I won't buy anything from these stores. That's disgusting. How can someone be so shameless? The moment they see a business doing well, they raise the rent. A rent hike is bad enough, but jumping straight to 20 million a year? Why doesn't he just go to the moon? That's beyond unreasonable. If it were me, I wouldn't rent either. Everyone was resisting Zhao Kuang. Upon hearing the annual rent of 20 million, they all sympathized with Feihuang supermarket. Boss Zhu, the supermarket is closing tomorrow. Just let us in today, we're already here, said one customer. Yeah, I took an hour-long bus ride just to see what Feihuang supermarket was like, added another. Seeing everyone's strong approval of the supermarket filled Zhu Daxian with mixed emotions. After working as a manager for so many years, this moment brought him the greatest sense of achievement. Profits were earned, with both staff and customers showing their support. The supermarket had reached heights unprecedented in local memory. He bowed sincerely to the crowd. It's our Feihuang supermarket that has let you all down. We're truly sorry. Everyone expressed their understanding. Zhu Daxian ordered the entrance pathways to be opened. The crowd rushed in at once. This is the supermarket's last day, you'll never find stuff this cheap again, hurry and stock up. Within moments, the store was packed with people. Customers called friends and relatives until the entire supermarket was jam-packed. Xu Daxiang even cancelled staff meetings to have everyone focus on restocking shelves. Many customers came to shop here and only left when they could no longer carry anymore. Carrying the items back home, he hurried back again, buying until he couldn't lift anymore. The supermarket was packed with people, customers could barely move through the crowd. Often, the goods were snatched away before the staff could even put them on the shelves. The supermarket checkout counters were bustling with activity. Fortunately, there were self-checkout machines where customers could scan and pay by themselves, otherwise it would have been impossible to handle the crowd. The next day, the supermarket didn't open its doors. Inside the boss's office, Qian Ziyong stared blankly at the account book. Xu Daxiang said he made 2 million yuan yesterday. Qian Ziyong didn't understand, could a supermarket really be this profitable? Xu Daxiang wanted to open for business again today, intending to clear out all the stock. Qian Ziyong hurriedly tried to stop him. If this continues, won't he become filthy rich? And keeping the store open too? This quarter's target will definitely be missed. Luckily he was smart enough to shut down the supermarket immediately, otherwise the consequences would have been unthinkable. Qian Ziyong gave himself a mental pat on the back for his quick thinking. I've made my choice, our next supermarket will be right here. Qian Ziyong pointed at the map on the table, his eyebrows dancing with excitement. The foot traffic here is tremendous, it's the very heart of Hanqing City. Though land prices are somewhat steep and the surrounding rents aren't cheap, it perfectly suits Phoenix Supermarket's premium positioning. Hearing Qian Ziyong had already selected the new supermarket location, Xu Daxiang widened his eyes to look where Qian's finger was pointing. Isn't this right across from Yangnian Supermarket? It's a dead end. Xu Daxiang exclaimed in alarm. Chapter 15, definitely not profitable. Is this place busy? Qian Ziyong inquired. Xu Daxiang nodded. There are plenty of people here, but there's already a Yangnian Supermarket. Most importantly, Yangnian Supermarket isn't just an ordinary supermarket, it's a massive commercial complex. Shopping, watching movies, dining, it's a one-stop experience. The reason our supermarket has been losing money every month is precisely because of the squeeze from Yangnian Supermarket. Yangnian Supermarket is too strong. I heard it was opened by Japanese people. Both the service and interior design are excellent. Since Yangnian Supermarket opened, this store has been going downhill. Bosley had no choice but to transfer the supermarket ownership. Every supermarket owner in Hanchang wishes to stay as far away from Yangnian Supermarket as possible, yet Qian Ziyong actually wants to open a supermarket right across from it. Isn't this asking for trouble? With your judgment, opening Phoenix Supermarket here definitely won't make money, right? Qian Ziyong asked. Xu Daxiang nodded. I really can't imagine any chance of success if we open a supermarket here. Xu Daxiang thought these words would surely make Qian Ziyong reconsider. Yet contrary to expectations, Qian Ziyong became elated upon hearing this and declared, then we'll open it right here. But it's right across from Yangnian Supermarket. Xu Daxiang protested anxiously. Qian Ziyong shook his head. The fact that Yangnian Supermarket chose this location proves it's indeed an excellent spot. Great minds think alike. Xu Daxiang hurriedly objected. But, that's Yangnian Supermarket we're talking about, the largest supermarket in Hanchang. What, are you scared? Qian Ziyong raised his head and looked at Xu Daxiang. I'm determined to open the best supermarket in Hancheng's most prosperous area. Since I've decided to open a supermarket, I'm not planning to fool around. If we're doing this, we're going all out to create the very best. Once we defeat Yangnian Supermarket, we'll stand alone as the absolute best in all of Hancheng. Qian Ziyong has never known fear, and second place means nothing to me. In my eyes, there's only first place. Hearing Qian Ziyong's declaration, Xu Daxiang's eyes lit up with excitement. His previously cowering body suddenly straightened up. Was this the difference between him and the boss after all? The boss only had eyes for first place, never letting difficulties weigh on his mind. Yet he had constantly been making excuses for himself. If they really opened Feihuang Supermarket across from Yangnian Supermarket and managed to outperform it, then Feihuang Supermarket would undoubtedly become a legend in Hancheng. So the boss's goal was to be number one in Hancheng all along. His vision was too limited. I'm not afraid, boss, let's open right across from Yangnian Supermarket. Xu Daxiang stared at Qian Ziyong with eyes full of admiration. Being stared at like this by someone over a decade older made Qian Ziyong feel somewhat uncomfortable. He waved his hand and said, go negotiate with the property developer there to lease around 5,000 square meters of retail space for Flying Phoenix. Except if the price is reasonable, and make sure the lease is signed quarterly. By the way, I, Qian Ziyong, never bargain when shopping. As long as the price is reasonable and not too exorbitant, you can sign the contract directly on my behalf. Yes, sir. Xu Daxiang stood tall with his chest puffed out, feeling extremely proud. The boss trusted him so much that he even entrusted him with something as important as signing contracts. At the supermarket entrance, a group of people looked at the already shut doors of the Flying Phoenix Supermarket and couldn't help but shake their heads in dismay. What a wonderful supermarket, to think it actually went out of business like this. A young man wanted to enter the supermarket, but was told it had already closed down and would never reopen. The young man scratched his head. Holy crap, everywhere else holds at least 7-day clearance sales, but Fenghuang supermarket just wrapped things up like this? The young man was completely surprised. He'd never seen a supermarket operate like this before. At the supermarket entrance, two individuals were inwardly panicking. Qian Ziyang's close friend Lu Gada, former supermarket owner Li Lian. Lu Gada was dumbfounded. He came to work today, with Qian Ziyang promising him a monthly salary of 15,000. He was fully prepared to give it his all, ready to work his heart out for Qian Ziyang. After learning that Feihuang supermarket could earn 20 million a month, he hadn't slept well for several nights. He was all set to start working, planning to live and eat at the supermarket, treating it as his own home to manage diligently. But now I came back to find, my home's gone. The supermarket closed down? How could it just shut down like that? Even more bewildered than Lu Gada was Li Lian. Qian Ziyang offered him a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. Such a high salary once made him give up the idea of being his own boss. After all, being a boss is extremely exhausting. Working tirelessly for 8 years only earned him 10 million yuan. Whereas working for Qian Ziyang at 100,000 yuan per month would also amount to 10 million in 8 years. Earning the same amount, being a boss is nowhere near as comfortable as being an employee. How did it go bankrupt? The two hurriedly went inside. They rushed to the boss's office. Qian Ziyang was sitting leisurely, holding his phone, absolutely dominating the game. Ziyang, Lu Gada threw himself forward. How did my supermarket just vanish? The thought of losing his 15,000 a month job, forcing him to toil like an ox in Shenzhen without earning decent money, made his tears flow uncontrollably. The supermarket was gone. The 15,000 was gone too. And Qian Ziyang had even promised him 100,000 a month from now on. It too dissipated like smoke with the supermarket's closure. Move! Qian Ziyang grumbled as he shifted his foot disdainfully. Amid Lu Gada's interruptions, he painstakingly managed to finish that round of the game. Right at that moment, Zhu Daxiang returned, bringing a contract with him. Boss, I found the perfect location and already signed all the documents. Zhu Daxiang entered beaming with joy, placing the contract in front of Qian Ziyang. Qian Ziyang gestured for everyone to take seats. Praising Zhu Daxiang, he said, Manager Zhu works with remarkable efficiency. When he opened the contract and saw the annual rent was only 2 million, he instantly froze in astonishment. Why is the rent so cheap? Didn't I tell you not to bargain? Qian Ziyang asked. Zhu Daxiang repeatedly shook his head. I didn't bargain. The landlord said Feihuang supermarket is a store with conscience, and it's his good fortune to rent to us, so he offered the lowest price. Li Lian, standing nearby, glanced at the contract and said, it's probably because they're hoping our Feihuang supermarket will bring them more foot traffic. That's why the landlord gave such a low price. After all, not everyone is like Zhao Kuang, only seeing the immediate benefits. No! Qian Ziyang stood up shaking his head. Qian Ziyang, never take advantage of others. A deal is a deal at its fair price. I believe that place is worth 5 million. Zhu Daxiang, you make up the difference and we'll draft a new contract. Everyone stared at Qian Ziyang in bewilderment. This was the first time they'd ever seen someone conduct business this way. Others are desperately trying to lower prices. Qian Ziyang, on the other hand, actually took the initiative to raise them. This doesn't seem quite right, Li Lian said. Lu Gada even pressed his hand down on the contract. Godfather, if you think 5 million a year is more suitable, you might as well give the money to me. That's an extra 3 million a year, a full 3 million. Chapter 16, doing things straight this time. Qian Ziyang yanked the contract out from under Lu Gada's hand. Back off. Qian Ziyang, never earn money I don't deserve. Manager Zhu, take the contract back and revise it to 5 million a year. Hearing Qian Ziyang's words, Zhu Daxiang had no choice but to take the contract. Lu Gada stared at the contract in Zhu Daxiang's hand, still feeling deeply unwilling. 3 million yuan wasted just like that. Alright, Qian Ziyang patted Lu Gada on the shoulder and said, let's stop discussing this matter. Now we should focus on planning how to open the new supermarket. Speaking of new supermarkets, Lu Gada wondered why the flourishing Feihuang supermarket had suddenly closed its doors. Ziyang, how could you lose heart and shut down Feihuang supermarket? Lu Gada lamented with deep regret. Qian Ziyang declared with righteous indignation, I can't stand that Zhao Kuang. Qian Ziyang, have lived an upright life and never bowed my head to anyone. Since Zhao Kuang dared to take advantage when I was down, of course I had to leave. Li Lian shook his head. Little brother, you acted on impulse. Qian Ziyang shrugged. If young people aren't impulsive, can they even be called young? My goal, Qian Ziyang, is to build the largest supermarket in Hancheng. This one clearly doesn't meet my expectations. It's just as well to shut it down. Only by shutting it down can I focus on the big picture. Li Lian looked at Qian Ziyang curiously. Are you that confident about the new supermarket? He couldn't quite figure out Qian Ziyang. When Qian Ziyang first took over the supermarket, he was certain he'd lose money. Yet, he never imagined just how much money Qian Ziyang was making. It was beyond his wildest dreams. He made 40 million in 2 months. That's 4 times more than what he earned in 8 years combined. Now Qian Ziyang wants to close this supermarket and open a new one, which he still can't comprehend. However, he no longer dares to oppose Qian Ziyang. Who knows what kind of surprise Qian Ziyang would bring him next? Of course. Qian Ziyang nodded emphatically, brimming with confidence. His confidence didn't lie in the supermarket making money, but in losing it. With the store positioned directly opposite Yongnian supermarket, wasn't this doomed to fail from the start? Even Zhu Daxiang said setting up shop there would guarantee losses, and Li Lian clearly isn't optimistic about the new supermarket either. This means it's a sure bet he's bound to lose money. 50 million. As long as he loses all the money within 3 months, he can make 50 million. Qian Ziyang raised his head to look at Li Lian. Old buddy, do you also think I'd lose badly if I opened Feiwang supermarket right across from Yongnian supermarket? Li Lian nodded. Based on my years of experience, there's absolutely no chance of beating Yongnian supermarket. Qian Ziyang's face immediately blossomed into a radiant smile. That's great. Then let's discuss how we should go about opening this supermarket. Beside them, Lu Gaota scratched his head. As a freshly graduated college student, he knew absolutely nothing about running a supermarket, but he always felt something was off. However, Qian Ziyang was the boss with highly successful experience. Listening to him should be right. Lu Gaota trusted his brother unconditionally, but losing a grocery store worth 20 million per month was truly a pity. At this moment, Qian Ziyang spoke up. For the new supermarket, I plan to follow old brother Li's teachings. Li Lian was stunned. Zhu Daqiang and Lu Gaota were both dumbfounded. Manager Zhu, do you still remember what Li Lian taught us 2 months ago? Qian Ziyang looked at Zhu Daqiang beside him. Zhu Daqiang nodded. I remember. The renovation should be top-notch, the number of employees shouldn't be too large, and the prices definitely can't be too cheap. Then you told me to do the opposite, and then. Zhu Daqiang didn't finish his sentence. After all, doing the opposite had made them a fortune. Wasn't this just slapping Li Lian in the face? Qian Ziyang nodded emphatically. This time, we're not doing the opposite. We're doing it right. We want top-notch decoration. I'm planning to invest 50 million in renovations. 50 million, all three exclaimed in shock. Qian Ziyang scratched his head. Is 50 million really that much for renovations? All three turned their gaze toward Li Lian. Li Lian used to be a supermarket owner, operating a space of 5,000 square meters. He had experience with renovations and knew exactly how much it cost to outfit a supermarket. Li Lian chuckled bitterly. At the time, I only spent 2 million on renovations. Brother Qian, do you know the selling price of the shop space you rented? How much? Qian Ziyang asked curiously. The average price of shops in Han City should exceed 10,000. That must be right in the heart of Seoul, so the shop prices are surely very high. Li Lian replied, 20,000 per square meter. Because it's a basement, the price is half that of above-ground shops, 11,000 per square meter. 50 million is already enough to buy out the entire supermarket. That's more like it. Qian Ziyang nodded in satisfaction. I always aim for the best in everything I do. Let's invest 50 million in renovations. Now, the second point, keep the staff small. I think we can have more staff members. After spending so much money on renovations, there's no need to skimp on employees. It barely saves anything anyway. I've made up my mind. Let's double the supermarket staff again. Hire 1,000 more people. Lu Gaota, you'll be in charge of recruiting the new employees. Salary of 6,000 a month, working 6 hours a day, 5 days a week. That way, including shift rotations, there'll be around 400 on-duty employees per position at any given time. Qian Ziyang was doing rapid mental calculations. 1,000 employees, 6,000 a month per person, plus social insurance and housing funds, the cost is at least 7,000. 7,000 multiplied by 1,000 employees, then multiplied by 3 months, that makes 21 million. That's already over 20 million gone. On top of that, the N+1 compensation added another few tens of millions to the outflow. Plus, the renovation cost 50 million. 3 months later, the supermarket went out of business. They returned all the unsold goods and declared bankruptcy before shutting down. The money in his hand should be just about enough. Perfect. Am I here to hire? Lu Gaota was overjoyed. He just loved handling recruitment. Qian Ziyang handing over such an important matter to him, this clearly showed Qian Ziyang's trust in him. He must do it well. Qian Ziyang patted Lu Gaota's shoulder. I believe in you. Lu Gaota nodded solemnly. I won't let you down. Looking at Lu Gaota's naive eyes, Qian Ziyang felt entirely at ease. Each family knows its own affairs best. Lu Gaota's capabilities were nothing exceptional, he knew that. Putting him in charge of supermarket recruitment would surely bring in all sorts of misfits. The supermarket's bankruptcy was practically guaranteed now. Qian Ziyang had already made all the arrangements. Even if Li Lian and Zhu Daxiang objected, they couldn't very well speak up now. Qian Ziyang continued, as for supermarket product pricing, Zhu Daxiang cut in first. Boss, We should set the supermarket prices as low as possible and continue operating as a wholesale supermarket. This way, most of our regular customers should come back, and the supermarket business definitely won't be bad. Let's keep running our wholesale supermarket and differentiate our competition from Yongyan Supermarket. Perhaps there's really a chance to defeat Yongyan Supermarket. And now we're running a wholesale supermarket too? A competition of misaligned strategies? Making money? Regular customers? Hearing these words, Qian Ziyang's heart pounded with fright. Absolutely not. Qian Ziyang stated resolutely. Our product prices are identical to Yongyan Supermarket. Chapter 17, Make Him Pay. Qian Ziyang had developed a genuine fear of wholesale supermarkets. No more wholesaling, absolutely not. The memory of countless customers stampeding into the store to snap up goods remained vividly etched in his mind. It got to the point where he barely dared leave his manager's office, terrified of witnessing that distressing scene again. So we absolutely can't lower the prices any further. Good, it's decided then. Qian Ziyang made the resolute call. Lu Gaoda, you're in charge of hiring, get people recruited immediately. Manager Zhu, you'll handle finding a renovation company, get the place refurbished right away. Manager Li, your responsibility is setting the supermarket's product pricing. Figure out whatever issues come up at the supermarket among yourselves. Qian Ziyang urged everyone to get back to work. Alone in his room, he opened his phone again to continue racking his brains, scheming. Inside the office of Yongyan Supermarket's owner. The owner of Yongyan Supermarket, Tree in the Mountain, was in a fit of rage. Why has our supermarket's revenue dropped by a full 30% over the past 2 months? Sitting opposite Tree in the Mountain was a middle-aged man, Manager Chiu. Boss, it's because a new wholesale supermarket, Feihuang Supermarket, opened not far from us. Feihuang Supermarket offers extremely low prices and excellent service, and it's made quite a splash in Hancheng. Many customers are traveling long distances to shop at Feihuang Supermarket, which is the direct cause of our Yongyan Supermarket's significant drop in sales. Feihuang Supermarket? Yamazaki nodded. He had heard about Feihuang Supermarket recently. It was indeed extremely popular. If Feihuang Supermarket was stealing business from their Yongyan Supermarket, then this decline wasn't surprising. Their revenue dropped by a full 30%, directly slashing their profits in half. Feihuang Supermarket was their greatest rival. Know your enemy and know yourself, and in 100 battles you will never be in peril. Yamanaka Itsuki narrowed his eyes. Manager Sun, investigate Feihuang Supermarket thoroughly. I want their complete dossier. Yes, sir. Manager Sun gave a deep bow and hurried out. Yamanaka Erasure appreciates efficiency in others, so he needed to hurry over. In just the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, Manager Sun returned. Manager Sun, why haven't you gone yet? Yamanaka Erasure frowned in displeasure. Manager Sun exclaimed excitedly, Boss, Feihuang Supermarket has gone bankrupt. Bankrupt? Yamazaki couldn't believe his ears as he sprang to his feet. Manager Sun nodded and said, From what I've learned, Feihuang Supermarket was making 20 million a month, an extremely profitable operation. But because of rising rent costs, the owner, a young man, abruptly decided to shut it down over what seemed like a minor disagreement. Are you certain? Yamazaki's eyes gleamed with excitement. Mr. Yamanaka, I'm certain. There's absolutely no mistake. Manager Sun bowed and nodded. Ha ha, heaven is truly on my side. Yamanaka Arisu laughed heartily. Youth is wonderful. Young people love to act on impulse. He adored bosses like this, the kind who wouldn't even do profitable business and went straight to shutting down. Manager Sun, go book a venue for me now. Tonight I want to go sing karaoke, and get 10 people to accompany me. Today I'm gonna take on 10 at once. Yamanaka Aruki said excitedly. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Manager Sun nodded with a bow. Manager Sun departed. But barely an hour had passed when Manager Sun came rushing back in a hurry. What's the matter? Shanzhong Yushu frowned. It's not even evening yet. What do you want now? This isn't the time for karaoke. Xiao Sun really lacks understanding of the situation. Manager Sun urgently said, This is bad. Although Feihuang Supermarket has gone out of business, its owner Qian Ziyang hasn't given up. He's determined to establish Han City's largest supermarket, and he's chosen a location for the new store right across from ours. What? Yamanaka Tatsuki stood up. He's opening a new supermarket, right across from us? How dare he? That's right. The people at Feihuang Supermarket haven't kept this a secret. Every employee at Feihuang Supermarket knows about it. There's absolutely no mistake. Manager Sun said with great certainty. How dare he? Yamanaka Tatsuki erupted in fury. The boss of Feihuang Supermarket clearly doesn't take Yongyan Supermarket seriously at all. He's determined to teach that young man a lesson. However, even if he wins by directly competing like this, it won't actually benefit him. What would be best is for Feihuang Supermarket to get as far away as possible and not open here. No, although we're not afraid of Feihuang Supermarket, if they open here, it'll cause us some trouble. Yamaju paced back and forth. Manager Sun didn't know what to do and remained silent. He's a young man, and young people are easier to talk to. Yamaju's eyes lit up as he said, "Prepare immediately, we're going to visit the owner of Fei Huang Supermarket." "Yes," manager's son bowed. Inside Flying Phoenix Supermarket, the employees were organizing the merchandise, preparing to move all the shelves and items to the new supermarket. The new landlord had already prepared a warehouse for them. Once the renovations were completed, everything could be stocked directly for sale. They aimed to open the new supermarket in the shortest possible time. All the staff were working with great enthusiasm. Even if the old supermarket went bankrupt, their salaries would still be paid. Not only that, the boss also gave each of them a raise of 1,000 yuan. Even the cleaning lady got 6,000 a month. When Shanzhong Yushu arrived at the supermarket and saw the employees working with such enthusiasm, he felt immense pressure. "It seems the owner of Fei Huang Supermarket has some skills, at least the staff's morale is excellent," Yamazaki murmured softly. Manager's son nodded vigorously. "Who are you people?" Shu Daxiang stepped forward offering cigarettes. Yamazaki bowed slightly and said, "I'm the owner of Yongyan Supermarket, here specifically to visit Mr. Qian. This is a small gift." Manager's son was carrying gifts in his hands, 2 decent packs of cigarettes. "The boss of Yongyan Supermarket?" Shu Daxiang frowned and ran toward the boss's office. "Wait here first, I'll go ask our boss." Shu Daxiang knocked on Qian Ziyang's door. "Boss, the owner of Yongyan Supermarket is here to see you." Qian Ziyang was in the middle of playing games inside and shouted loudly, "Hold on, give me 20 minutes. 20 minutes later, Qian Ziyang came out of the room. Shu Daxiang handed him a cigarette from his hand. "This is a gift from Boss Yongyan." 2 pretty good packs of cigarettes. Qian Ziyang didn't pay much attention. He didn't smoke nor know the price, so he casually asked, "How much do these cost?" As the supermarket manager, Zhu Daqiang naturally knew cigarette prices like the back of his hand. "Our purchase price for these is 980 yuan per pack, and we sell them for 1,000 yuan each." 980? Qian Ziyang was overjoyed. The system didn't stop him from accepting gifts. In other words, by selling these cigarettes, he could net a pure profit of 980. This was his own money. Such kind souls. Qian Ziyang felt a deep sense of goodwill toward Yamanaka Erasure, whom he hadn't even met yet. Moreover, whether the supermarket could incur huge losses in the future now depended entirely on Yongyan Supermarket. "Please, come in quickly." Qian Ziyang personally poured the tea. "Forget it, I'll go invite him myself." Qian Ziyang pushed open the door and hurriedly dashed out. Those who treat him to meals, give him gifts, and help him lose money are all good people in his eyes. In Qian Ziyang's view, the trees in the mountains are nothing but great benefactors. Chapter 18, Open Wherever You Open. The sudden visit from the owner of Yongyan Supermarket surely means trouble. Zhu Daqiang hastened to persuade. "Hostile visitors? Hostile visitors are just fine. The more hostile visitors, the better. That's exactly what I like." Qian Ziyang was overjoyed. He realized that choosing to open Fei Huang Supermarket right across from Yongyan Supermarket was an excellent decision. The enemy is about to make their move against Fei Huang Supermarket. With others helping, he could just sit back and watch the supermarket go bankrupt without lifting a finger. What could be better than this? Qian Ziyang had already run out and saw a middle-aged man. He rushed forward and hugged him. "Boss, I've been admiring your reputation for a long time. You came just like that. It brought such a nice gift. You're really treating me as an outsider. Next time you come, well, bring some gifts with you. The more expensive the gifts, the better. I'll surely welcome you very warmly. Boss." Shu Daqiang discreetly tugged at Qian Ziyang's sleeve and cautiously pointed to the short, neatly dressed middle-aged man nearby. "He's actually the owner of Yongyan Supermarket, Yamashita Yuki." Qian Ziyang awkwardly rubbed his head, turned around, and lowered his gaze before spotting what appeared to be just a scalp. Only when he stepped back did he realize it was a person, a somewhat balding middle-aged man. "Hello, hello." Qian Ziyang didn't mind the other's short stature at all and said repeatedly, "Boss Shan, I really like your gift." Manager Sun reminded, "Our boss is Mr. Yamaka, a Japanese national." Qian Ziyang quickly apologized. "My apologies, Mr. Shanzhong. Welcome, I've prepared the finest tea for you. This way, please." Qian Ziyang welcomed them with immense enthusiasm and sincerity, as if they were old friends reunited after years apart. Although he disliked Japanese people, he couldn't let personal feelings compromise the dignity of a great nation or bring shame to his country. Basic courtesy must still be maintained. Mr. Qian's unconventional approach truly shows he's no ordinary man, Yamanaka praised. Deep down, Yamanaka felt profoundly solemn. Although Qian Ziyang misidentified him, he still told him to bring a more precious gift next time. But one could tell from Qian Ziyang's eyes that the man was being completely sincere toward him. Only a reckless brute would wear everything on his face. To be able to feign such sincerity even toward his enemies, this showed extraordinary composure. Such a man must harbor monumental ambitions. This won't be easy to handle. In the boss's meeting room, Qian Ziyang personally poured tea for Yamazaki Yuki. Yamazaki Yuki watched Qian Ziyong's technique with slight disapproval. Having some expertise in tea ceremony, he found Qian Ziyong's way of pouring tea to be utterly outrageous. "This tea is delicious, drink it quickly," Qian Ziyong urged. As he spoke, he poured himself a cup and took a big sip. In the entire supermarket, the only thing that's free is the tea. He had drunk an enormous amount of it over these past 3 months. Especially when hungry with nothing to eat, drinking more tea can temporarily fill the stomach. "Mr. Qian isn't particular about tea," Shanzhong Yushu remarked. Qian Ziyong nodded. "What's there to be particular about? Quenching thirst is enough. I don't like all that complicated fuss. I prefer going straight to the point, not wasting time beating around the bush." "That makes sense," Yamazaki nodded. "The way one drinks tea reveals their personality." Qian Ziyong seems like a straightforward man, but how could such a calculating person be straightforward? "There's a problem," Yamazaki probed. "I wonder why Qian Ziyong chose to open a supermarket right across from our Yangnian supermarket?" Qian Ziyong said, "Boss Shanzhong, don't take it personally. I opened that supermarket simply because I wanted to be neighbors with you. Wherever Yangnian supermarket is, that's where I'll be. If Yangnian supermarket plans to open a branch, please let me know in advance if possible. I'll find a spot nearby to open one too." He was telling the truth. He wasn't very good at lying. Every fib he told was full of holes. Moreover, since they had come bearing such precious gifts, it was only natural for him to reciprocate their kindness. If the new supermarket succeeded in losing money, he truly intended to open several more supermarkets in the future. Following the current strategy, wherever Yangnian supermarket went, their Feihuang supermarket would follow right behind, losing money in their wake. Qian Ziyong thought this method of losing money was excellent, but Shan Zhongshu couldn't disagree more. "What? Is Qian Ziyong planning to open a supermarket right near their Yangnian supermarket? Qian Ziyong has set his sights on their Yangnian supermarket. How outrageous. Does Qian Ziyong think their Yangnian supermarket is easy to push around?" Shanzhong Yushu took a deep breath, practically crushing the teacup in his hand in fury. "You must be profound, absolutely profound. Don't lose your temper. Only the incompetent are quick to anger," Shanzhong Yushu repeated silently in his heart. At last, he completely steadied his emotions. He turned to look at Qian Ziyong, only to see him smiling broadly as he poured tea for him. That sincere smile was practically overflowing. How did Qian Ziyong manage to say the harshest words with the gentlest expression? What an impressive young man! Shan Zhongshu no longer held the slightest contempt for Qian Ziyong in his heart, regarding him instead as a cunning old fox and opponent of equal caliber. "Mr. Qian, may I ask how you plan to defeat our Yangnian supermarket?" Yamauchi Arata inquired. Qian Ziyong laughed and said, "Yangnian supermarket is the largest supermarket in Hancheng. With its substantial monthly profits, how could anyone possibly surpass it? I'm just doing what I ought to do. To be frank, I plan to invest 50 million in renovations, hire more staff, and match Yangnian supermarket's pricing for all our products." Shan Zhongshu raised his eyebrows and kept staring at Qian Ziyong. He couldn't tell whether Qian Ziyong was speaking the truth or lying. Xu Daxiang, standing nearby, grew anxious. "Boss, this is our supermarket's trade secret. How could you tell him?" "Why not?" Qian Ziyong declared resolutely. "There are no secrets here. From now on, every word I say to you, every supermarket strategy we discuss, all can be spoken openly and frankly. Nothing should be hidden from others." Since he was determined to lose money, it would be even better if others knew his strategy and countered it specifically. So when Yamazaki arrived, he couldn't wait to bare his heart and soul, revealing all the supermarket's secrets to him. Yamazaki glanced at Qian Ziyong, then at Zhu Daxiang, unsure whether to believe them. "What? Don't trust us?" Qian Ziyong slapped his thigh and proclaimed loudly, "Manager Zhu, bring our rental contract and the renovation agreement with the contractors for Mr. Yamazaki to review. This doesn't seem appropriate." Zhu Daxiang hesitated. Qian Ziyong insisted firmly, "Mr. Yamazaki is our guest from afar. What could be wrong with this?" Reluctantly, Zhu Daxiang had no choice but to bring out all the contracts. Qian Ziyong spread them on the table. "Mr. Yamazaki, please take a look." Both the director of Shanzhong Yushu and manager Sun were dumbfounded. They had come to spy on the enemy, never expecting the other side to just lay the intelligence right before them. This was just too straightforward. Doesn't make any sense. They had never encountered such an enemy before. Unheard of, unseen before. Chapter 19, Believe in Your Talent. Half skeptical, Mountain Tree picked up the contract. Indeed, the renovation cost 50 million. 50 million. A full 50 million without any discount. "Mr. Qian, you are extraordinarily generous." Yamanaka Arashi's expression was extremely grave. He truly couldn't understand why Qian Ziyong would spend so much money on renovations. This completely contradicted everything he had learned about business since childhood. Business was about making the greatest profit with the smallest cost. Yet Qian Ziyong's supermarket operations seemed to completely disregard costs. Not at all, not at all. Qian Ziyong shook his head modestly. Next, Yamaguchi Kodai asked Chen Ziyang some questions, and Chen Ziyang answered without hesitation, always telling the truth. His replies were honest through and through. After chatting for a while, Yamaguchi Kodai had gathered all the information he needed. Yamaguchi Kodai then stood up to take his leave from Chen Ziyang. Chen Ziyang personally escorted Yamaguchi Kodai out of the supermarket and saw him off into his car. Until the car with Yamanaka Itsuki drove away, Chen Ziyang sighed, "What a good man. I really hope he comes more often." Originally, he'd been worrying about where his meal money would come from for these 3 months. Now Yamanaka Itsuki had directly delivered it to him. Lu Gado was currently at his supermarket and couldn't go do daily paid jobs with him. Without Yamanaka Itsuki's help, he might have had to live on instant noodles for 3 months. Eating instant noodles for 3 months, just the thought of it made Chen Ziyang shudder involuntarily. In the car, Yamanaka Aritoki wore a grave expression. "Manager's son, what kind of person do you think Chen Ziyang is?" Yamanaka Aritoki asked. Manager's son pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "Hard to figure out." The trees on the mountain nodded. "Indeed, I don't understand either. I've met countless business elites, but I've never seen a young man quite like Chen Ziyang. That kind of genuine enthusiasm sends chills down your spine." He was well versed in Chinese history. Every historical strategist he'd studied was profoundly cunning and capable of concealing their emotions. Achieving such mastery is no easy feat. He couldn't tell at all what Chen Ziyang was thinking when they met. He didn't even understand the things Chen Ziyang was doing. "Is the contract genuine?" Yamanaka Yuki asked. Manager's son thought for a moment, then nodded. "It should be real. After all, Chen Ziyang couldn't possibly have known we were coming to visit in advance. But having us wait 20 minutes, could Chen Ziyang have been preparing the contract during that time?" Shanzhong Yushu narrowed his eyes. "That must be it." Originally, his visit was meant to make Chen Ziyang reconsider and abandon his plans to open a supermarket there. But since Chen Ziyang outright stated that Yongyan supermarkets operate wherever Feihuang supermarkets do, he decided against bringing it up again. Chen Ziyang had already issued his declaration of war, yet he told Chen Ziyang not to pay attention to the vicinity of Yongyan supermarket. Wasn't that just inviting humiliation upon himself? Since they were now destined to be enemies, Shanzhong Yushu regarded Chen Ziyang with utmost seriousness. Knowing both oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle, he gathered as much intelligence as possible. Yet even now, he still couldn't quite figure out what kind of person Chen Ziyang truly was. This is going to be tough to handle. Yamazaki Yuki had completely lost his enthusiasm for karaoke. Inside the supermarket, Chen Ziyang saw Yamazaki Yuki off before returning to his room to play games. With 3,000 yuan now secured, Chen Ziyang didn't need to worry about meals for the next 3 months. Feeling energized, his gaming became even more precise. Supermarket employees bustled about non-stop, barely touching the ground with how busy they were. In just one short day, they managed to cart away everything they could from the entire supermarket, even wanting to scrape away the very ground beneath it. After emptying the supermarket, Zhu Daxiang picked up Chen Ziyang to go to the new supermarket. The renovations on the new supermarket wouldn't begin until the next day. The landlord had arranged for them a warehouse spanning over 500 square meters, with several rooms inside. He had already instructed people to clean up a few rooms, assigning the largest one to Chen Ziyang. Opposite Yongyan supermarket, inside the newly opened Feihuang supermarket, Chen Ziyang and Zhu Daxiang stood by the room door. "Boss, the new office is still being renovated. You'll have to make do with staying here for now," Zhu Daxiang said. "This is already great, 100 times better than the dump I used to live in. It even has its own bathroom and walk-in closet," Chen Ziyang remarked cheerfully. His previous rental had been a rundown 500 yuan per month place that could barely be called livable. "This is where humans should live. Must be at least 50 square meters. It's incredibly spacious." He liked it very much. "The most important thing is we don't have to pay to live here. Free stuff is always the best. I've decided to live here permanently from now on. No need to prepare that so-called boss's office anymore. I can't be bothered to move again," declared Chen Ziyang. "Good," Zhu Daxiang nodded. He also knew that Chen Ziyang was a man of great ambitions, not too particular about living conditions. Those who achieve great things are mostly like Chen Ziyang, unfazed by minor details and able to endure hardships. "Leave the supermarket to me," Chen Ziyang said sincerely to Zhu Daxiang. Zhu Daxiang patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, boss. You can count on me." Chen Ziyang nodded. He trusted Zhu Daxiang to handle things, never one to act on his own. At the former Feihuang supermarket site, Boss Zhao arrived at the entrance only to find an empty, deserted store. "He's serious about this." Boss Zhao was dumbstruck. They left in such a hurry. Just yesterday they mentioned raising the rent, and today the supermarket was completely cleared out. 20 million in pure profit each month, just abandoned like that. That's downright savage. What to do? At that moment, his phone rang. When he answered, it was the voice of a middle-aged man. "Boss Zhao, I'm calling to cancel the shop reservation I made earlier." Zhao Kuang panicked. Boss Li, we can discuss the shop terms. I can lower the rent, I'll give it to you for half the original price. No! The voice on the phone exploded with fury. I only rented it at that high price because I thought the foot traffic was good. You drove Phoenix Supermarket away, the foot traffic is gone now, I wouldn't take your shops even if you gifted them to me. Not even a dog would rent them. Boss Xiao, your reputation's already rotten. Everyone knows you'll exploit desperate situations by suddenly hiking rents. Who'd dare lease your shops now? That's it, then. I'm hanging up. Before Zhao Kuang could respond, the dial tone buzzed through the phone. Before Zhao Kuang could collect himself, another call came in requesting lease termination. One call after another, all seeking to cancel their leases. It wasn't until quite some time had passed that the calls finally stopped. Staring at the deserted supermarket, Zhao Kuang felt as though he were looking at his own hollowed-out heart. If he had known it would come to this, he would never have raised the rent. It's a pity there's no use regretting it now. Zhao Kuang shed tears of remorse. Time flew by, and before he knew it, a month had passed. Inside the room, Chen Ziyong realized the money was disappearing faster than he'd imagined. The originally planned 30 yuan per day actually ended up being close to 50 yuan per day. After just 1 month, he had already spent half of his money, leaving only a little over 1,000 yuan. Thus, Chen Ziyong wore a troubled expression every day. Several times when Lu Gaoda came to see him, he couldn't help but consider dragging Lu off to do daily paid labor. It's just, I really can't bring myself to say it. He also didn't know how to explain it to Lu Gaoda. Today, Zhu Daxiang and Lu Gaoda excitedly ran to inform him that the supermarket was ready to open. The renovation is finished so quickly? Chen Ziyong was equally delighted. Lu Gaoda said, it's all thanks to you for suggesting we hire more people. Our supermarket now has 1,000 employees. The store hasn't opened yet, so while they had nothing to do, they helped with the renovations. With their assistance, we were able to finish the renovations this quickly. On top of that, we managed to save a huge amount on labor costs, around 5 million. The planned 50 million, we've only spent 45 million. Lu Gaoda was overjoyed. He had saved money for Chen Ziyong. Hearing that 5 million had been saved, the smile instantly vanished from Chen Ziyong's face. After a moment's thought, he said, Lu Gaoda, there's an extremely important task I need to entrust to you. What's the matter? Lu Gaoda asked with a serious expression. Chen Ziyong said, spend these 5 million for me, spend it all on the supermarket. Lu Gaoda had saved him 5 million, which meant the periodic settlement would be short by that amount. This simply wouldn't do. He didn't care, he had already planned how to lose 50 million and absolutely couldn't afford any surprises. Since these 5 million were saved by Lu Gaoda, let him spend them. How should I spend it? Lu Gaoda asked. Chen Ziyong, figure it out yourself. I believe in your talent. Chapter 20 Hot Pot. Lu Gaoda nodded his head. He knew Chen Ziyong was extremely busy, shutting himself in his room all day to counter Yongyan supermarket, sometimes not even sleeping late into the night. He absolutely must not trouble Chen Ziyong anymore. Besides, he fully believed in his own talent. This time it only took him 2 days to recruit over 500 people, for which Chen Ziyong often praised his efficiency. I'll get to work then. I'm sure I can come up with a brilliant idea. Lu Gaoda's gaze had already started losing focus. He was pondering how to spend this 5 million yuan. With that, Lu Gaoda left without even saying goodbye, heading off on his own. Watching Lu Gaoda's departing figure, Chen Ziyong murmured to himself, Gaoda is truly my pillar of support. The ability to lose money is top-notch. Spending money without a hint of hesitation. He doesn't have a clue what he's doing. This time when Lu Gaoda was asked to recruit people, he actually had the employees do the hiring themselves. In no time, employees brought all their relatives from home. Even the elderly security guard at their supermarket, already 80 years old. Some employees even managed to get their entire extended families, over 20 people, employed at the supermarket. Zhu Daxiang had already warned him that hiring relatives was absolutely forbidden. Blood relations would turn the entire supermarket into a tangled mess, making management extremely difficult and fostering mutual cover-ups. Yongyan Supermarket strictly prohibits hiring relatives. But when Lu Gaoda was put in charge of recruitment, he took the easy way out and hired nothing but relatives of existing employees. How could this not lead to mutual cover-ups? With Lu Gaoda at the supermarket, it's guaranteed to lose money. Chen Ziyong grew increasingly proud of his foresight. Putting Lu Gaoda in charge of recruitment was truly a stroke of genius. With a talent like Lu Gaoda and the formidable rival Yongyan Supermarket, he'll definitely be bankrupt in 3 months. On the day the supermarket opened, Chen Ziyong didn't show up. Instead, he hid in his room playing video games. Until his stomach growled, Chen Ziyong finally stepped out of his room, planning to buy something to eat. With a daily food budget of 30 yuan, in the most bustling part of Hansheng, there really wasn't much tasty food to be found. Every mealtime this past month had been the hardest moment for Chen Ziyong. The 10 yuan food he bought was barely edible, but he had no choice. Not eating meant going hungry. At that moment, Lu Gaoda came running over in a hurry. How's the supermarket business? Chen Ziyong asked. The business? Lu Gaota looked bewildered. I've been busy with the 5 million matter and haven't really managed the supermarket. I don't know how the business is doing. Though there seem to be some customers coming in, it's far from being as bustling as before. Someone's coming in. Qian Ziyang felt somewhat disappointed. It would be best if not a single person came in. But Fei Huang supermarket has quite a few regular customers. As long as there aren't too many coming in, not making money would be just fine. Ziyang, I want to open a hot pot restaurant, said Lu Gaota. Hot pot? Qian Ziyang looked up at the blazing sun in the sky, feeling somewhat baffled. How did Lu Gaota come up with the idea of eating hot pot? It's the height of summer. Who would come eat at a hot pot restaurant? Right. Qian Ziyang's eyes lit up. Why hadn't he thought of this before? Opening a hot pot restaurant is definitely a brilliant idea. After all, he doesn't actually want to make money. Most importantly, he can eat at the hot pot restaurant daily under the guise of taste testing. As the owner, sampling his own store's food to ensure customers get fresh and delicious meals, surely that wouldn't be forbidden. If I opened a hot pot restaurant myself, wouldn't that perfectly solve my dining problem? Qian Ziyang's biggest concern was that if he wasn't keeping an eye on the supermarket, it might quietly make him another 40 million like last time. So this time, he wanted to stay in the supermarket without stepping away for even a moment. Lu Gaota, this idea of yours is brilliant. I fully endorse it. Qian Ziyang gave it high praise. You also think my idea is great, right? Lu Gaota was overjoyed. Qian Ziyang nodded emphatically. Your idea is excellent, truly excellent. I admire it greatly. If we don't end up making money, it's surely because others lack appreciation. Qian Ziyang decided to give Lu Gaota a heads up first, just in case the hot pot restaurant didn't turn a profit later, fearing Lu might lose his fighting spirit over it. Qian Ziyang still needed Lu Gaota's brilliant mind to help him lose money. Right at this moment, Zhu Daxiang walked over with his head hanging low. Seeing Zhu Daxiang's expression that looked like he'd swallowed arsenic, Qian Ziyang became visibly excited, his eyebrows dancing with glee. Manager Zhu, what's got you so miserable? Do share and let us have a laugh. Boss, today's supermarket performance was poor, far from achieving the results we wanted. Zhu Daxiang whispered. Qian Ziyang was overjoyed. Were we losing money? Not exactly losing money. Our Flying Phoenix supermarket has a good reputation. Customers feel our store's decor is excellent, and some affluent clients are quite satisfied with Flying Phoenix. They believe Yongyan supermarket falls far short of Flying Phoenix in both service and interior design. If we keep operating like this, we should be able to compete with Yongyan supermarket. But, Qian Ziyang sighed heavily. Previously we earned 20 million a month, but now we're barely making ends meet with small profits. Zhu Daxiang felt deeply resentful. The business at Fei Huang supermarket had greatly disappointed him. It's alright. Qian Ziyang cheerfully patted Zhu Daxiang's shoulder. Always look on the bright side, at least we can still keep things going, right? Enough about the supermarket for now. Gaota's planning to open a hot pot restaurant, but we haven't picked a location yet. A hot pot restaurant? Zhu Daxiang was completely dumbfounded. Opening a hot pot place in the middle of summer? However, seeing Qian Ziyang and Lu Gaota both brimming with enthusiasm, Zhu Daxiang didn't dare to stop them. Instead, he thought of a great spot. Boss, we can completely clear out this warehouse and turn it into a hot pot restaurant, Zhu Daxiang said, pointing to the storage area behind them. At the far end of the warehouse were the boss's office and a conference room. Wasn't this warehouse just temporarily lent to us by the landlord? Qian Ziyang had always assumed that apart from the boss's office and conference room, everything else belonged to the landlord. Zhu Daxiang said, Boss, earlier when you insisted I pay 5 million in rent, the landlord threw in this warehouse for us too. It's clearly stated in the contract. I thought you knew about it, boss. Failing to explain it properly to the boss was my mistake. Zhu Daxiang's voice grew increasingly faint, wishing he could slap himself twice over. How could we have overlooked such an important matter? Lu Gaota's eyes lit up upon hearing this. This way, I can open the hot pot restaurant directly upstairs, saving a huge amount on rent. This is fantastic. Let's just do it this way then. Qian Ziyang waved his hand, feeling somewhat disappointed that he couldn't spend more money. As for the additional 500 square meter shop space, he didn't blame Zhu Daxiang either, given how busy the supermarket was. Ziyang, how do we start a hot pot restaurant? Lu Gaota asked. Qian Ziyang's eyes lit up. Here comes the perfect opportunity to spend money. Qian Ziyang said, since we're going to open a hot pot place, let's make it the best in all of Han City. Chapter 21 Free of charge. Lu Gaota jumped up excitedly. Open the best hot pot restaurant in all of Han City? Of course. Qian Ziyang declared, I never settle for ordinary things. When born as humans, we should aspire to be heroes. Even in death, we ought to become heroic spirits. Badass. Lu Gaota rubbed his hands excitedly. Ziyang, how should we go about opening this hot pot restaurant? Qian Ziyang declared with great vigor, if we're going for the best, then naturally we need the best flavor, the best service, the best decor. Everything has to be the absolute best. First and foremost, the flavor. Xian Ziyang lowered his head in deep thought for a moment. Lu Gaoda, take 1 million and go buy me the best hot pot base on the market. Manager Zhu chimed in from the side. Boss, there's little difference in taste among hot pots. You can easily find plenty on the market without spending money. The most important thing is fresh ingredients. Xian Ziyang shook his head. How could ordinary hot pot satisfy me? I want the best. I must buy it with money. Manager Zhu, you must understand, fake teachings take 10 years of effort, but the true transmission is just one sentence. And what I want is precisely that one sentence. How can we not spend money? If we don't spend, how can he incur losses? Spend money in every way possible. Good. Lu Gaoda's blood surged with excitement, his eyes gleaming. Xian Ziyang continued, fresh ingredients are naturally important too, so all the ingredients we prepare must be absolutely fresh. Any unused portions must be thrown away, never kept overnight. Lu Gaoda nodded vigorously, finding this reasoning quite sound. Xu Dashan, however, felt a pang of distress at the waste. If we open a hot pot restaurant like this, how much would it cost? For profitable supermarkets, this approach is manageable, at least the supermarkets can bear it. But the supermarkets aren't profitable. With this reckless spending, how long can Xian Ziyang last? Xian Ziyang came up with another brilliant idea for spending money. That's right, service must be top-notch. So the wages for hot pot restaurant staff can't be the same as the supermarket, just a plain 6,000. Hot pot restaurant starting salary must be 8,000. They're doing service work serving people, so they'll inevitably face some grievances. Their logistical support must be excellent. Rent them nice housing, hire professional chefs, domestic helpers, and nannies to make sure their living conditions are comfortable and well managed. They serve others, so they themselves must be served too. Xu Dashan broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. Employees at a hot pot restaurant actually demand housekeepers and nannies to serve them. Who do they think they are? Which hot pot restaurant would ever offer such benefits to their staff? It's unbelievable. This is absolutely outrageous. Xu Dashan thought it was reckless, but Lu Gaoda found it perfectly reasonable. Slapping his chest, he declared, once the hot pot restaurant opens, wherever the employees live, I'll live there too. I'll make sure they're pampered comfortably and taken care of properly. I'm definitely not coveting being waited on by others, definitely not. Just thinking about how after the hot pot restaurant opens, with maids and housekeeping services taking care of everything, no need to wash his own clothes or cook meals, Lu Gaoda felt absolutely exhilarated. Such a good life would be like living in paradise. Oh right, Xian Ziyang was paying him over 10,000 a month. Ha ha ha. Lu Gaoda's mouth was practically splitting with laughter. Xian Ziyang patted Lu Gaoda on the shoulder and said, Gaoda, since you want to open a hot pot restaurant, naturally you'll be the one to manage it. You'll be the hot pot restaurant manager. I once promised you your salary will be 100,000 a month. Now that you're the manager, it's only right I fulfill my promise. On the day the hot pot restaurant opens, your salary will be 100,000 a month. 100,000. Lu Gaoda's eyebrows shot up as his heart pounded. Dad, I will definitely make the hot pot restaurant a success, and I won't let you down. As long as the hot pot restaurant stands, I stand. If the restaurant falls, I fall. With the pot, I live. Without the pot, I perish. Don't be so dramatic. Xian Ziyang shook his head. Just do your best. I believe in you. Even if luck is against us and the restaurant fails, as long as you tried your best, I won't blame you. Absolutely won't go bankrupt. Lu Gaoda clenched his fists tightly, knowing this might be the greatest opportunity of his life. Xian Ziyang didn't say more but started discussing the ingredients for the hot pot restaurant. I think some items in the hot pot restaurant should be free. Free? Lu Gaoda and Xu Dachang exchanged glances. No hot pot restaurant had ever offered anything for free before. Xian Ziyang said, drinks, fruits, ginger, garlic, scallions, rice, noodles, desserts, ice cream, all of these must be available, and all must be free. So much free stuff, how does the hot pot restaurant make any money? Lu Gaoda was taken aback. Xian Ziyang nodded, but still felt that even though these items were free, they were simply too cheap. No matter how he looked at it, the losses couldn't amount to much. What is expensive? Right, beef. People are quite greedy these days. If beef were given out for free, many would gorge themselves without restraint, devouring until even his pants are eaten away in losses. Good. I've decided the dipping sauces in our hot pot restaurant must include beef, and it absolutely has to be free. Besides, the beef's quality must be good, and so must its taste. When customers enter our shop, have the waiters recommend them our beef and tell them it's free for them to enjoy as much as they want. Oh, and when they leave, give them a little gift too. In short, when customers come to our hot pot restaurant, it shows their trust in us, and it's our honor. We must make them feel completely at home. Xian Ziyang grew more and more excited as he spoke. With all these things being free, once the hot pot restaurant opens, it'll definitely lose money like crazy. He's already stated that the ingredients must be fresh, and they need to prepare high-quality ingredients. As long as the ingredients are wasted, he can lose money on both employee wages and supplies every day. Even if occasionally people come to eat, the free beef alone could eat into his losses. After filling up on free beef appetizers, naturally there wouldn't be room left for the main course, so fewer dishes would be ordered. This way, even if customers came to spend, he still wouldn't make any money. What a genius he was. What about the prices? Lu Gaoda asked. Qian Ziyang answered without hesitation, the price should naturally be high, twice as much as other hot pot restaurants. Having suffered from pricing his goods too low once, he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to set low prices again. If the price were set too low, turning it into a wholesale hot pot restaurant that made 20 million a month again, who could he even complain to about that? That's quite a steep price. Lu Gaoda felt somewhat uneasy. Ziyang, given the current economic climate, setting prices this high might discourage customers from visiting. The fewer, the better. Qian Ziyang thought this to himself but didn't voice it aloud. Instead, he gave Lu Gaoda a cryptic smile and said, "Don't worry, it's absolutely foolproof just like this. From now on, we'll feast like kings thanks to your hot pot restaurant. I've got high hopes for you." Qian Ziyang placed great importance on the hot pot restaurant, believing its potential for losses might even surpass that of the supermarket. "Ziyang, since you're so confident about the hot pot restaurant, then I can relax. But what should we name our hot pot place?" Lu Gaoda asked. After some thought, Qian Ziyang said, "Let's call it Halley Ho, simple and easy to understand." What a crappy name. Zhu Daqiang and Lu Gaoda cursed inwardly. Chapter 22. I'll pretend to have 50 million too. Nighttime, inside the Yangyan supermarket owner's office. The mountain trees were extremely tense. The moment to reveal the supermarket's daily sales is about to arrive. Manager Sun is also nervous. He has a bad feeling that today's sales figures might not look good. The foot traffic in the supermarket today was noticeably worse than yesterday. He turns on the computer to check today's sales figures. "Boss, our daily revenue has dropped by 30%, reported Manager Sun. "What? Another 30% drop?" Yamanaka Tatsuki flew into a rage. Previously, Feihuang Supermarket had already caused their store's revenue to decline by 30%. Last month, Feihuang Supermarket was undergoing renovations and didn't open for business. Their Yangyan Supermarket's revenue had returned to normal and even reached record highs. On the very first day of Feihuang Supermarket's opening, the revenue of Yangyan Supermarket immediately plummeted. It's clear that Feihuang Supermarket is their greatest rival. Yamashita Yuki paced back and forth in the room. "We must come up with a solution, this can't go on any longer," Yamashita Yuki said with a grave expression. "To deal with the opponent, one must understand their intelligence. Fly Phoenix Supermarket opened today, have you gone to check it out? Is it true that they spent 50 million on renovations?" Yamanaka Shuji asked. Manager Sun replied, "I went. I took a professional team with me, and they confirmed that Fly Phoenix Supermarket really spent 50 million on renovations. The renovations are extremely luxurious, all the refrigerators and shelves are brand new, and the floors are polished to a shine. Even though I don't know much about interior design, I can tell at a glance that Feihuang Supermarket must have spent a fortune on its decorations." "Did they really spend 50 million? Shanzhong Yushu frowned. Shanzhong Yushu asked further, "Did you survey the customers? What did they say?" Manager Sun nodded. "We did. We interviewed over a dozen customers who visited Feihuang Supermarket, and they all said the store environment is excellent with exceptionally friendly staff." "They said." Manager Sun hesitated. "What did they say?" Yamamichi Yuki asked. Manager Sun bit the bullet and said, "They said Feihuang Supermarket is better than our Yangyan Supermarket, more comfortable to be in. I guess, if not. Manager Sun became hesitant again. He didn't dare to say it outright, fearing Yamanaka Itsuki might explode in anger. "Speak plainly. When turnover has already fallen by 30%, what worse news could there be that I can't accept?" Yamanaka Itsuki roared in fury. Manager Sun nodded. "If it weren't for the fact that we're a commercial complex with various stores above the supermarket, our business might have been slowly eaten away by Feihuang Supermarket until we're completely drained." Yamanaka Itsuki's expression grew even graver. He trusted Manager Sun's judgment. Manager Sun had been in the supermarket industry for over 20 years. Moreover, if what Manager Sun said was true, Flying Phoenix Supermarket had better facilities, superior service, and the same product prices as their Yangyan Supermarket. Even if he were a customer, he'd definitely prefer Flying Phoenix Supermarket. Compared to Feihuang Supermarket, the only advantage of Yangyan Supermarket might be the shops upstairs. Customers visiting Yangyan Supermarket can not only shop there but also dine and browse the mall upstairs. The mall and Yangyan Supermarket complement each other. If Yangyan Supermarket does poorly and fails to attract enough foot traffic, the mall's business will also suffer. His concern for Yangyan Supermarket extends beyond the supermarket itself. His greatest worry is the declining customer flow, because the shops above Yangyan Supermarket also belong to them. Shan Zhongyushu took a deep breath. "We absolutely cannot let Feihuang Supermarket take our customers away. Even if it means operating at a loss, we must win them back." should we start lowering prices in our supermarket? Manager's son asked. Shan Zhongyushu shook his head. Lowering prices is easy, but raising them back up would be difficult. No cutting prices. Shan Zhongyushu gritted his teeth and said fiercely, we'll match Fei Huang's supermarket, invest 50 million in renovation too. This way, Fei Huang's supermarket won't have any advantage over us. I want Fei Huang's supermarket to go bankrupt. Manager's son was startled, never expecting Shan Zhongyushu to have such boldness, actually willing to spend 50 million on renovations as well. This way, whatever Fei Huang's supermarket had, their Yangyan supermarket would have too. And their Yangyan supermarket had a shopping mall upstairs where customers could eat, drink, and enjoy themselves, something Fei Huang's supermarket lacked. I'll handle it right away. We'll find the best decorating company and finish the renovations at the fastest possible speed, Manager's son said with a bow. The trees in the mountains nodded, reminding him, while renovating, don't let it affect the supermarket's business. The supermarket was large enough to be renovated section by section, ensuring minimal impact on daily operations. Yes, Manager's son bowed again in acknowledgement. Yangyan Supermarket's renovation progressed swiftly, completing entirely in just 20 days with continuous day and night construction. Looking at the newly renovated Yangyan Supermarket, Yamamazu's face broke into a grin. How's today's revenue? Yamamazu inquired. Boss, your decision was absolutely brilliant, Manager's son praised. Since we invested heavily in renovations, Yangyan Supermarket has been completely transformed. Now customers are more willing to come to our Yangyan Supermarket. Revenue has nearly bounced back, just 10% below peak levels. I believe it won't be long before all customers come to our Yangyan Supermarket, and Fei Huang Supermarket will inevitably go bankrupt. Shan Zhongyushu burst into laughter. Although his heart ached for the 50 million he'd spent, he still felt immense satisfaction and achievement at the prospect of crushing Fei Huang's supermarket. Oof, so what if that Qian Ziyang is such a scheming fox? You're still no match for me. With just a slight effort on my part, Phoenix Supermarket couldn't even put up a fight. Let's see what Phoenix Supermarket has to challenge me with. Today we're going to karaoke, I'll take on 10 at once. Shan Zhongyushu couldn't help feeling delighted whenever he imagined Qian Ziyang, that brat, probably pacing around Fei Huang's supermarket like an ant on a hot pan due to losing money. On the other hand, Qian Ziyang wasn't the least bit anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Quite the contrary, upon learning that Fei Huang Supermarket's business was getting worse and had started operating at a loss, he was so excited he couldn't sleep all night. 50 million. Just over a month left before he could get his hands on 50 million yuan. Should I buy a luxury mansion? Or perhaps a high-end car? Qian Ziyang had already started fantasizing. Joy puts vigor into every step. Just the thought of soon becoming a 50 millionaire made Qian Ziyang walk with renewed energy. He swaggered through the supermarket with an air of utter disregard for anyone. The smile on his face couldn't have been more radiant if he tried. He greeted everyone with a beaming smile, his eyes crinkling with joy. Boss, several employees greeted Qian Ziyang respectfully. Qian Ziyang nodded. Hello, well done. I'll give you a raise later. You're all doing great, truly excellent. Qian Ziyang sincerely praised his employees. Chapter 23 Delight. It was precisely because of them that he was able to lose money so smoothly. Every month an employee stayed at the supermarket, he'd lose at least 7,000. These employees are all increasing his personal assets. They're all his money gods. Seeing the radiant smile on the boss's face, the employee's long-suspended heart slowly settled back into place. Lately, the supermarket's business has been going from bad to worse. They'd been full of energy but had nowhere to direct it. Working at Fly Phoenix Supermarket is both easy and well paid. Throughout Hancheng, they're the envy of countless peers in the trade. They absolutely don't want to lose this job, even though the boss has promised N+1 compensation if the supermarket goes bankrupt. But how can a one-time compensation compare to receiving wages eternally? Originally, they were deeply worried, each carrying heavy concerns. Yet seeing the smile on their boss's face immediately set their minds at ease. If the supermarket was losing money, the person most anxious should logically be the boss. But the boss wasn't worried at all. In fact, he was beaming with joy, proving he had no concerns whatsoever and was already confident of success. Since even the boss wasn't worried about the supermarket's poor business, why should they be? Zhu Daqiang found Qian Ziyang strolling around the supermarket. Seeing Qian Ziyang cheerfully greeting the employees, the anxious Zhu abruptly stopped in his tracks. At this moment, Li Lian also arrived. During this period, the supermarket business was struggling, and he felt extremely ashamed. He couldn't contribute in any way, yet he was receiving an extraordinarily high salary of 100,000 yuan per month. Especially after the Yangyan supermarket completed its renovations, the business at Fei Huang Supermarket plummeted significantly, leaving him sleepless day and night. He wanted to discuss strategies with Qian Ziyang, but Qian Ziyang kept saying they should figure it out themselves. Now seeing Qian Ziyang in high spirits, he thought to ask again if there was any way to bring the supermarket back from the brink. Don't disturb the boss. Zhu Daxiang stopped Li Lian. Li Lian looked at Zhu Daxiang in confusion and said, the boss seems really happy. Did he think of a way to save the supermarket? Zhu Daxiang shook his head. From the day the supermarket opened until now, the boss has always been confident and composed, never once worrying about the business. Li Lian pondered carefully. That's absolutely true. From beginning to end, Chen Ziyang had never been anxious about the supermarket's business. In fact, he rarely even stepped foot in the place more than a handful of times each month. He had been holed up in his office, shutting himself in the room, racking his brains. Even if they went looking for him, they'd typically have to wait anywhere from a few minutes to over 10 minutes. Zhu Daxiang continued, I think the boss has already grasped the wisdom pearl. He's arranged everything perfectly. Just like last time, when I was worrying about the supermarket's business, the boss told me to watch carefully and learn properly. Then he left the supermarket and didn't set foot in it for a full 2 months. Later, as you know, the supermarket became so popular that it was packed with crowds, and swarms of customers came flooding in, earning 20 million in just 1 month. Right now, our Feihuang supermarket's business is terrible, but still better than before. The boss remains confident, barely showing up a few times a month. No need to question any further. Let's just sit back and enjoy the show. Is that really true? Li Lian asked with a mix of belief and skepticism. He simply couldn't figure out how Feihuang supermarket could surpass Yangnian supermarket in any aspect. The interior decoration was on par with Yangnian supermarket, offering no competitive advantage whatsoever. Moreover, Yangnian supermarket had numerous shops above it, forming an entire commercial complex. Feihuang supermarket is purely just a supermarket. Customers can only come here to browse the supermarket. Its service is just slightly better than Yangnian supermarket. Because of this, Feihuang supermarket still manages to get some business. But this amount of business isn't enough to sustain Feihuang supermarket in its current state. Although the daily losses aren't huge, they're still operating at a loss. So how do you think our supermarket can surpass Yangnian supermarket? Li Lian asked. Zhu Daxiang shook his head. The boss's wisdom is as profound as the ocean. How could I possibly fathom it? However, I know the boss very well. He can foresee crises before they even happen. Remember last time? It seemed the boss anticipated the landlord would raise the rent. When our supermarket made 40 million, everyone was celebrating, but the boss looked worried. He must have foreseen the fate of that supermarket, and he had made plans long in advance. The boss wasn't at the supermarket for those 2 months. Rumor has it he was doing daily wage work, but I think that was just a cover. What he was really doing was scouting for a new supermarket location. Otherwise, why was he able to immediately secure a new spot when the decision to relocate the supermarket was made? The speed was unprecedented. He must have already made plans and prepared for rainy days. As for why he chose right across from Yangnian supermarket, there must be deeper intentions behind the boss's decision. It's just that my vision is short-sighted and my mind isn't sharp enough to see through it. Hearing Zhu Daxiang's words, Li Lian looked at the beaming Chen Ziyang, and the more she looked, the more she felt Zhu Daxiang was right. Upon further reflection, it really made sense. He was right to wonder why Chen Ziyang didn't seem particularly happy even after the supermarket earned 40 million yuan. So it was foresight. He had already anticipated unseen dangers. Can't understand it. Really can't make sense of it. How could Chen Ziyang, at such a young age, possess such profound scheming and such sharp wit? Li Lian stepped forward. Chen Ziyang was delighted to see Li Lian approaching. Old brother Li, you're here. Having you at the supermarket is wonderful. Chen Ziyang laughed heartily and moved forward to embrace Li Lian. Brother, I owe all the supermarket's success to you. What would I do without you? He liked Li Lian way too much, because Li Lian's salary was 100,000 a month. 3 months would cost him 300,000. Plus the social insurance and housing fund, these 3 months could directly make him lose over 350,000 yuan. Li Lian is truly a talented individual. The system allows such a high salary for Li Lian because he formerly owned a supermarket and possesses extensive management experience. That's why he could offer Li Lian such a high salary. As for Zhu Daxiang, though also a talent, the system capped his maximum salary at just 15,000. Unless the supermarket turns a profit and Zhu Daxiang's abilities improve, only then can he be offered a higher salary. Everything must stay within reasonable limits. It's impossible to offer a supermarket manager an astronomical salary of 100,000. Unless someone like Lu Gada opens their own independent store and becomes a boss like Li Lian, they wouldn't be able to offer such a high salary of 100,000. Talents like Li Lian, the more, the better. The more there are, the more money he can lose. To Chen Ziyang, Li Lian, who managed to lose 350,000 for himself, was like a walking pile of RMB, something Chen Ziyang cherished immensely. Naturally, he was extremely enthusiastic. Plus, Li Lian even treated him twice to mutton meals costing 500 per person. Li Lian was like a brother to him, closer than blood. Chen Ziyang called him affectionately, "Bro, I'm not capable enough, didn't help much, yet still drawing such a high salary, I'm truly ashamed." Just take the money back, young brother. Give me a symbolic 3 to 5,000, and that will be enough, Li Lian said, utterly ashamed. Chapter 24, Hot Pot Opening. The more affectionately Qian Ziyang spoke, the more embarrassed he became. When Qian Ziyang heard Li Lian mention cutting wages, he jumped in fright as if someone had stepped on his tail. Cut wages? Absolutely not. If you cut my pay, we're done as friends. But the supermarket isn't doing well right now, we're losing money. It's really hard to justify paying you such a high salary, Li Lian said with extreme embarrassment. The surrounding employees also found it hard to witness this exchange. They too were receiving salaries much higher than industry standards. Moreover, Qian Ziyang even provides them with 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. Working as supermarket attendants while receiving full social benefits, this is absolutely unique in the entire Han City. The staggering salary of 6,000 yuan is nothing short of a divine windfall. The boss treats them exceptionally well. If the supermarket loses money, they would rather take a pay cut than see their boss under too much stress. Alright, Qian Ziyang patted Li Lian's back and called out to Zhu Daqiang walking behind them. The hot pot place opens today. Come on, let's try it and see how it tastes. The reason he was so happy today, besides the supermarket starting to lose money, because Hey De Leo Hot Pot opened by the river. With the hot pot restaurants opening, he now had another money-losing business. Most importantly, his meals were finally settled. Spending less than 20 bucks a day on food was really becoming unsustainable for him. My personal assets had dwindled to single digits, and my wallet was growing thinner by the day. Every day, I prayed to the stars and the moon, eagerly awaiting the grand opening of Hellaleo Hot Pot. Now, it's finally open for business. And just like that, the supermarket has started losing money again. What a double blessing. Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang forced themselves to perk up. Come on, let's go eat hot pot, Li Lian said with a painfully forced smile. Meanwhile, Chen Ziyang was so elated that he practically skipped with every step. Anyone could tell Chen Ziyang's happiness was completely genuine. Watching Chen Ziyang walking ahead in high spirits, Li Lian felt genuine admiration. What I admire most about you, my friend, is your ability to laugh in the face of difficulty, something truly infectious. Zhu Daqiang was somewhat puzzled. Why did Li Lian admire Chen Ziyang so much for this? Li Lian smiled and explained, you've worked under me before. Have you ever seen me frown over losses at the supermarket? Zhu Daqiang thought for a moment and shook his head. Never happened. Li Lian smiled bitterly. To tell you the truth, I just don't show my emotions at the supermarket. At home, I can't sleep night and day. Actually, I wanted to put on a smiling face every day in the supermarket, but I just couldn't do it. Zhu Daqiang scratched his head, somewhat confused. Why did Li Lian insist on smiling at the supermarket? Why should the supermarket lose money? Even if their hearts are heavy, they must smile inside the supermarket. Li Lian gestured for Zhu Daqiang to look around, saying, take a look at the expressions on the employees' faces now. Zhu Daqiang's gaze swept over and noticed the worry on the employees' faces had vanished. They were all working with full energy. It was as if someone had just given them a shot of adrenaline. Zhu Daqiang suddenly realized, it's the boss's smile that infected them. Think about it, Li Lian countered. If Brother Qian had been walking around the supermarket with a long face just now, do you think the employees could have focused on their work seeing their boss looking like the sky was about to fall? Zhu Daqiang shook his head. If even the boss looks like he's about to die, the employees would be completely at a loss, ready to bolt at any moment. So that's how it is. Zhu Daqiang suddenly understood. The boss had a reason for inspecting the supermarket. So there's a deeper meaning behind the boss's smile. Zhu Daqiang looked at the boss's retreating figure and instantly felt an overwhelming sense of awe, as if gazing at an insurmountable mountain. He really needs to learn this aspect from the boss. But even if he tries, he might never master it. The boss's magnanimity is truly boundless. Without the boss's broad-mindedness, how could he ever possibly learn it? Inside the hot pot restaurant, Lu Gaoda's hefty body sat comfortably on the chair as he adjusted his position with a satisfied wiggle. This distance is just right. Lu Gaoda had someone measure the space between the seat and the dining table, meticulously recording the data. A large group of employees watched from the sidelines as Lu Gaoda inspected the fruits and vegetables, occasionally picking some up to taste. Very fresh. Lu Gaoda nodded in approval. Chen Ziyang walked in and was instantly delighted to see how leisurely all the employees in the hot pot restaurant were. Indeed, appointing Lu Gaoda as the manager of the hot pot restaurant was definitely a wise decision. Unlike the supermarket staff, who bustle about even without customers, those workaholic dogs were practically drowning him in profits. With Lu Gaoda leading the charge and slacking off, harvest from the river is bound to sink straight to the bottom of the river. The boss is here, someone shouted, and everyone immediately lined up at attention, looking at Chen Ziyang and waiting for his speech. For the grand opening of the new store, the boss was bound to say a few words. Ziyang, you're here. Seeing Chen Ziyang approach, Lu Gaoda was overjoyed. He dashed over and embraced Chen Ziyong tightly. Ziyong, do you know how much hardship I've endured for this hot pot restaurant? Chen Ziyong shook his head. I don't know, but I heard you live with the hot pot restaurant staff, eating well and sleeping soundly every day, with a 2-hour noon break. Sounds like you're having a great time. Exposed by Chen Ziyong, Lu Gaota chuckled sheepishly. Hey, it's all about balancing work and rest. These past 20 days had been incredibly comfortable for him. No need to wash his own clothes, mop the floors, or even make his own bed. Besides, there are dedicated chefs cooking every day, serving generous portions of meat and fish that you can eat to your heart's content. The only drawback might be that life is just too comfortable. In just 20 short days, he actually gained 5 pounds. He really can't afford to get any heavier. However, with the hot pot restaurant opening, as the manager, he always has to lead by example. Who else is gonna eat this if not me? Who else is gonna get fat if not me? Even if it kills him with weight gain, for the hot pot restaurant, he's going all out. So he kept eating, and eating even more. Ziyong, the hot pot restaurant is fully renovated. I hired over 50 master chefs to develop the broth recipe before finally finding one that satisfies me. Would you like to give it a try? Lu Gaota said. This was exactly the invitation Chen Ziyong had been waiting for. Of course I want to try it, Chen Ziyong exclaimed with excitement. But the employees were still waiting for him to deliver a pep talk. Chen Ziyong waved his hand dismissively at the staff. Our store doesn't do that routine, just go about your work. The employees exchanged glances, their eyes filled with surprise. They had never encountered such a maverick boss before. Lu Gaota laughed. I've told you before, our boss doesn't bother with formalities. He's very easygoing, so there's no need to be nervous. Why bother lining up so properly? Chen Ziyong grinned and added, in the future, just come in right on time for work, and leave the moment it's time to clock out. No overtime allowed at all. Whoever works late gets docked pay. He couldn't wait to eat hot pot any longer and waved everyone off to tend to their own business. The boss wanted to eat, and everyone was extremely enthusiastic, quickly arranging everything for the group. Boss, please sit. A beautiful waitress invited Chen Ziyong to take a seat. Only then did Chen Ziyong realize that the hot pot restaurant was filled with handsome men and beautiful women. Chen Ziyong laughed and scolded, Gaota, you're not being fair hiring all older people for the supermarket while keeping the young and attractive here. Why did you hire all these good-looking guys and girls for your hot pot restaurant? Chapter 25. If you don't want to endure hardship, then don't. Lu Gaota scratched his head sheepishly. I didn't know any better back then. I had no idea 6,000 yuan was already considered a very high salary in Han City, enough to cherry-pick the cream of the crop. Now that the hot pot restaurant is offering a salary of 8,000, of course I'd pick some young people. But, young people don't seem too willing to endure hardship. Chen Ziyong expressed understanding. Who wants to endure hardship? Who's born to be a beast of burden? I'm not willing to endure hardship either, and neither are you, Lu Gaota. Since no one's willing to endure hardship, why expect others to? Lu Gaota, Li Lian, and Zhu Daxiang all fell silent. The surrounding employees felt warmth in their hearts. The boss truly understood them. Chen Ziyong admonished, Lu Gaota, you've done most things well with the hot pot restaurant, but there's one matter you didn't handle properly. I must criticize you. Lu Gaota widened his eyes. Chen Ziyong said, you hired too few people. When you noticed they were reluctant to endure hardship, perhaps the real possibility was that you simply didn't have enough staff, which made everyone overwhelmed. If you hired more people and distributed the workload, wouldn't that solve everything? I've repeatedly emphasized hiring more people, and here you are being stingy about it. All the employees were present, but Chen Ziyong discovered there were only 30 staff members in total. Even with 2 shifts, the entire hot pot restaurant would only have 60 employees. This is nowhere near enough. Even if one person's salary is 8,000 yuan, plus social insurance and housing fund, the cost is 9,000 yuan. It's only a mere 540,000 yuan per month. Even adding Lu Gaota's 100,000 yuan, it still doesn't reach 700,000 yuan. The money relieved for him is too little. Not enough, far from enough. Ziyong, that's really enough, Lu Gaota explained. Hot pot restaurants are different from regular stir-fry establishments. We don't need specialized chefs, just servers to deliver dishes and clean tables. A 500 square meter hot pot restaurant only needs 60 staff at most. Other hot pot places operate with just 40 people. I've already listened to you and hired more than necessary. An employee nearby spoke up, boss, we're not tired. There's no need to hire more people. Bringing in more staff would mean rising costs for the hot pot restaurant. Given their high wages of 8,000 yuan, they figured enduring a bit more work was only fair. If hiring more people increases the costs of the hot pot restaurant and leads to losses, their conscience wouldn't allow it. Li Lian, standing nearby, added, brother, the hot pot restaurant doesn't need that many staff. 60 people are more than enough. They feel tired now simply because they're not yet familiar with the work. Once they get the hang of it, things will improve a lot. Lu Gaota wanted to explain further, but Chen Ziyong cut him off. Enough, both of you make valid points, but I'm not listening. I said, if the employees feel tired, then it's your fault as the manager for failing to plan properly. Really? Lugata opened his mouth wide, thought for a moment, and said, but other shops all do it this way. Humph. Qian Ziyang stood up, furious. Just follow what other stores are doing, is that it? Is it possible that all the other stores are actually wrong? We must believe in ourselves. Since we've encountered a problem, we need to solve it. If you can't solve the problem, just solve the person who raised it. The employees immediately grew concerned. Was Qian Ziyang planning to fire them? Bah. Qian Ziyang quickly corrected himself. Sorry, got carried away, wrong choice of words. Not to solve the person who raised the problem, but to solve the problem of insufficient manpower. The company is my home, and the money at home can be spent as I please. Spending depends on everyone. Qian Ziyang realized that when he got emotional, his words became riddled with mistakes. Just as the hot pot started bubbling, Zhu Daxiang dropped in a few pieces of meat and said with a smile, let's eat while we chat. Qian Ziyang nodded. His stomach was already growling, so he immediately picked up several pieces of meat and dipped them into his carefully prepared dipping sauce. Before even taking a bite, his mouth was already watering uncontrollably. These past 2 months had been absolute misery, now he could finally enjoy a proper meal. A bite of meat went down his throat, leaving him humming with satisfaction. Pure bliss, Qian Ziyang said contentedly. They all picked up a piece of meat with their chopsticks and took a bite, feeling the extraordinary flavor. How does it taste? Lugata asked nervously, watching Qian Ziyang. This was the hot pot base he spent 1 million yuan on, having invested such a huge sum. If it failed to satisfy Qian Ziyang, the responsibility falling on him would be immense. That's a full 1 million yuan we're talking about. Excellent. Qian Ziyang nodded approvingly. The flavor is outstanding. Receiving Qian Ziyang's praise filled Lugata with immense joy. This base ingredient is so good, and it only cost 1 million, we gotta steal. I, Qian Ziyang, am not the kind of person who likes to take advantage of others. Manager Zhu, transfer 2 million to Lugata and have him pay the seller for the base ingredient. This hot pot base is worth at least 3 million. Qian Ziyang praised highly, because it was truly delicious. If Lugata was reluctant to spend money, then he'd spend it for him. Another 2 million gone just like that. Qian Ziyang felt even more thrilled. Lugata hesitated, but when I spent 1 million, they were already extremely grateful. Originally they were only asking for 500,000. Give them another 2 million, He truly didn't know how to give them the money. Suddenly handing them such a large sum might make them suspect he had ulterior motives or intended to do something illegal. I see. Qian Ziyang frowned in thought, then suddenly brightened. Got it. You completely buy out his recipe, make it exclusive to our hot pot palace. He can't sell it to anyone else. These 2 million will be the buyout fee. Lugata hesitated, but 2 million for a buyout, that's still too high. Qian Ziyang slammed the table and declared, if it's worth 3 million, then pay 3 million. Enough with always trying to cut corners. Lugata, your vision is too narrow. Lugata shuddered, pondered carefully, and said, now I see the gap between us, it's all about vision. I've never seen much money before, always stuck with a small peasant mindset. Exactly. Qian Ziyang nodded with a smile, seeing Lugata had completely fallen for his spiel. Qian Ziyang wiped the sweat from his forehead. I'm exhausted. Spending money isn't easy at all. At last, I've legitimately spent 2 million again. And the hero behind spending these 2 million is Lugata. Qian Ziyang picked up a piece of meat from the hot pot and placed it in Lugata's bowl, patting him on the back as he said, Lugata, you've worked hard. Look at you, how much effort have you poured into this hot pot restaurant? Qian Ziyang gazed at Lugata's burly frame with concern and said, look at you, you've gotten thinner. Eat more. The more Lugata ate, the more money he lost. Qian Ziyang truly wished that instead of the hot pot restaurant's daily ingredients going into customers' stomachs, they'd all go into Lugata's belly for free. That way, he could lose so much more money every day. Deeply moved, Lugata patted his round belly and picked up a piece of meat from his bowl. A single tear fell onto the table. Chapter 26, so delicious it makes you cry. Lugata actually burst into tears. Gouda, what's wrong with you? Qian Ziyang looked at Lugata with confusion. Ziyang, you've been too good to me. Lugata was so choked up he could barely speak. This month's salary, Qian Ziyang has already paid him, 100,000 yuan. A whole 100,000. 100,000 a month. That's 1.2 million a year. His salary has already reached the ceiling for ordinary people. Most importantly, Qian Ziyang understood his dream, to open a one-of-a-kind restaurant. His greatest passion in life was eating. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gained so much weight. But he knew very well what he was capable of. What qualifications did a fresh college graduate have to run a hot pot restaurant requiring millions in investment? It was all thanks to Qian Ziyang's unconditional trust, quietly supporting him behind the scenes all along. Just like now, on the first day of the hot pot restaurant's opening, Qian Ziyang had rushed over at the earliest opportunity. What for? Just feeling like having hot pot? Absolutely not. but to guide him. He's here to help and nurture him. On the first day of the hot pot restaurant's opening, his heart was filled with anxiety. But with Qian Ziyang overseeing things here, his worried heart eased considerably. Qian Ziyang is his bedrock. Gauda, after all you're my own son, how could I not treat you well? Qian Ziyang joked. Lu Gauda wiped away his tears and laughed. Cut it out. I'm older than you could practically be my son. Lu Gauda felt all warm and fuzzy inside. Qian Ziyang hadn't changed one bit. Though he's wealthy now, he's still that same Qian Ziyang. Lu Gauda happily picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and popped it into his mouth. This meat is delicious. Eat more if you like it. Qian Ziyang proceeded to serve Lu Gauda some more meat. Qian Ziyang kept feeling there was far too little meat, leaving him somewhat unsatisfied after eating. Bring us meat. Start with 500 yuan worth, Qian Ziyang declared. Lu Gauda was trying his best to help eat, and he had to put in effort too. All this food was costing him his own money. The more they ate, the more he lost. You probably haven't eaten yet, right? Go ahead and set up a few tables for yourselves. Order whatever you want from the menu, eat as much as you like, especially meat. Don't hold back on my account, Qian Ziyang declared loudly. Thank you, boss. The employees couldn't contain their excitement. Watching the others devour their meals ravenously made their mouths water uncontrollably. The meat sizzled and tumbled in the pot, releasing a delicate fragrance. When picked up with chopsticks, each thin slice slid smoothly into the mouth. Especially with the specially crafted spices, the sweet, sour, and spicy flavors burst together on the tongue, leaving an unforgettable aftertaste. Best of all, the employees all knew the ingredients in the shop were extremely fresh and high quality, hand-selected by them personally. You could say they were even fresher and of higher quality than what they ate at home. Everything was bought with money. Without the boss's orders, how could they freely eat the store's food? Seeing the employees were happy, Qian Ziyang smiled and announced, starting today, employees can eat whatever they want when they feel like it. All employees can eat at Helilao for free. This is the benefit of working at Helilao and Fei Huang Supermarket. Even Fei Huang Supermarket employees can eat at Helilao for free? Xu Daqian looked up at Qian Ziyang. Qian Ziyang nodded. Since they're my employees, naturally we should treat them equally. But Flying Phoenix Supermarket has 1,000 employees, and Hot Pot River is very expensive. If they can eat whatever they want, how much money would be wasted? Xu Daqian couldn't bear the thought. 1,000 employees, if they all came to eat at Hot Pot River, wouldn't they devour several cows every day? What supermarket would offer such extravagant benefits to its employees? Supermarkets don't make much profit to begin with. With such extravagant benefits added on, wouldn't that mean the hot pot restaurant would operate at a loss too? Li Lian chimed in from the side. Little brother, if you give employees these benefits, the hot pot restaurant will lose money. The moment Qian Ziyang heard lose money, his eyes lit up. What's a little loss? Since our employees chose Fei Huang Supermarket and Helilao Hot Pot, they've placed their trust in us. They trust us, so we naturally can't betray that trust. So when it comes to basic necessities, food, clothing, housing, and transportation, our welfare benefits must be absolutely top tier. At this point, Qian Ziyang had a sudden inspiration. That's right, spending money through employee benefits would be perfect. Employees enjoy not only the basic 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, but also comprehensive coverage for clothing, food, housing, and transportation. If employees at the Hot Pot restaurant can receive housing benefits, why shouldn't Flying Phoenix Supermarket staff enjoy the same? We shouldn't just provide rental housing, we could directly purchase homes for them, or even simply give them money. After all, the supermarket's profits aren't solely his mistake, they're the collective mistake of all employees working too hard. Since mistakes were made, one must bear the consequences and take responsibility. If publicly listed companies can give employees dividends, why can't their Fei Huang Supermarket do the same? Qian Ziyang tested the waters and found that the system didn't prevent it. In other words, dividends were permissible, but the specific upper limit would only become clear after actual distribution. The thought that part of the earnings could be redistributed made Qian Ziyang even happier. Losing money turned out to be so easy, why had he never thought of it before? Had he known earlier, he should have shared some of the burden with employees when Fei Huang Supermarket was still profitable. He should have prepared the employees beforehand, or they might find it hard to accept when the burden is suddenly placed on them. Boss, food, clothing, housing, and transportation aren't just basic benefits. We've already maxed out our employees' social insurance and housing fund contributions, pushed them to the absolute limit, Zhu Daqiang declared. Qian Ziyang shook his head. No, we can do even better. How much money do we have left now? All the system's money is in the bank card, temporarily managed by Zhu Daqiang. Zhu Daqiang said, after deducting the 2 million for buying out the hot pot base recipe later, there's still over 3 million left. Take out 2 million to improve the living conditions of the river fishing employees, Qian Ziyang said. Ziyang, 2 million is too much. Our lives are already very good, Lu Gauda quickly interjected. Qian Ziyang glanced up at Lu Gauda and said, given how stingy you were with your spending just now, I don't even need to look to know your dorm definitely isn't a double room. Lu Gaoda whispered, the dorm is a 6-person room, already quite spacious. Not enough. Qian Ziyong waved his hand decisively. Change them all to twin rooms. Double room? Lu Gaoda's eyes widened. These benefits are truly outrageous. Seeing everyone's astonished expressions, Qian Ziyong smiled and said, if the supermarket and hot pot restaurants start making money in the future, we'll give you bonuses or even buy you houses. Just giving them a heads up in advance. He had already exhausted every possible measure to set countless traps for the hot pot restaurant. If it still managed to turn a profit under these circumstances, it would truly defy all reason. But it's better to be safe than sorry. The same thing happened with Fei Wang's supermarket before. No one knew why it suddenly started making crazy profits, so he needed to keep a backup plan. If it really did start making money, he'd have to spend it all as quickly as possible. Qian Ziyong prayed silently in his heart, please, don't let this turn a profit. Hand out dividends and buy property? The group could hardly believe it. Isn't this treatment only for listed companies? After hearing Qian Ziyong's words, the employees were filled with anticipation. Chapter 27 The Goal, Bankruptcy. If someone else had painted such a rosy picture for them, they would never have believed it. But Qian Ziyong offered them the highest wages in the entire Han City for the same industry. He even arranged accommodations for them, including a dedicated housekeeper to look after them. All of this was simply unbelievable. Such a generous boss promised them profit sharing in the future, making them inclined to believe him. Alright, Zhu Daxiang, transfer the money and arrange dormitories for them. We'll talk about profit sharing later, Qian Ziyong said. The mere thought of potentially earning money made Qian Ziyong's heart pound with fear. Last time, unable to bear the crushing blow of his supermarket turning a profit, he had fainted outright. He didn't want to experience that again. Have a few pieces of meat to calm my nerves. Qian Ziyong picked up some meat from the hot pot and started eating. After finishing the meat, Qian Ziyong took a big sip of the sour plum juice on the table. Drinking sour plum juice in summer is so refreshing. Qian Ziyong downed the entire glass of sour plum juice in one gulp. Zhu Daqiang quickly refilled Qian Ziyong's glass. Wait! Qian Ziyong suddenly called for a stop. Zhu Daqiang stared blankly at Qian Ziyong and asked, do you want to drink something else? Qian Ziyong shook his head. You're the manager, also eating hot pot. Why should you pour drinks for me? He pointed to a server and said, hey, you come pour it for me. The employee trotted over and poured a cup for Qian Ziyong. Pointing at his drink, Qian Ziyong said, see, if every customer demanded service like me, having staff pour their drinks, wouldn't we quickly run short on manpower? Even if the employees worked themselves to death, they still couldn't handle it all. Zhu Daqiang and Lu Gaoda were both stunned. Boss, this is a hot pot restaurant. We usually don't pour drinks for customers, Lu Gaoda explained. This being his first time running a hot pot restaurant, Lu Gaoda had no experience, so he had specifically gone to study at other hot pot establishments. No hot pot restaurant would ever pour drinks for customers. Qian Ziyong waved his hand decisively and declared, I don't want ordinary, I want extraordinary. I don't care about other hot pot restaurants, but at our Halilao hot pot, we want customers to eat comfortably, eat with peace of mind, and eat worry-free. That's why drinks must be poured, and we'll proactively serve them too. Next time I come to eat, I don't want to see a single empty glass at any customer's table. In my river hot pot place, empty cups won't be tolerated. As soon as a customer's drink drops below half, you fill it right back up. Li Lian, Lu Gaoda, and Zhu Daxiang exchanged bewildered glances. The employees were stunned as well. If they really pour drinks this way, they'll be too busy to handle it. Are there not enough staff? Qian Ziyong asked. Lu Gaoda nodded blankly. Qian Ziyong declared passionately, if there aren't enough, then hire more people. How many tables are there in the hot pot restaurant? Lu Gaoda replied, there are over 100 two-person tables, more than 54 and 6-person tables, and 10 tables that seat between 6 to 10 people. There are still quite a few private rooms available. The supermarket can accommodate a maximum of 600 people dining at the same time. Qian Ziyong was startled. A 500 square meter hot pot restaurant can actually fit so many tables? Zhu Daqiang then said, boss, after the landlord found out you're opening a hot pot restaurant, he gave us another neighboring shop space, adding another 200 square meters. Now our hot pot restaurant spans over 700 square meters. When did this happen? Why would he give it to us? Qian Ziyong's heart raced with excitement. His first instinct was to deliver the rent to the landlord. Zhu Daqiang said, it was yesterday. I hadn't had the chance to tell you yet, because that storefront has already been renovated by the landlord. With just a little tidying up on our part, we can start using it right away. Qian Ziyong quickly asked, why would the landlord give me a new storefront? Did you pay him the rent? Zhu Daqiang wore a smile on his face as he excitedly gave a thumbs up and said, boss, this is all related to your generous character. You made me compensate the landlord with 5 million in rent. Refusing wasn't even an option. The landlord has immense faith in you, believing you'll achieve great things. They've been incredibly supportive of us. See, when they heard we were opening a hot pot restaurant, they didn't hesitate to give us 200 square meters right away. He repeatedly emphasized that it's free for us to use, and even refused to take any rent if we offered. Qian Ziyang was utterly dumbfounded. Can such people really exist? Li Lian sighed admiringly from the side. Now this is someone who truly understands big business. No wonder they've built an empire worth tens of billions. That wealthy? Both Lu Gaoda and Zhu Daxiang were astonished. Li Lian nodded and said, the soul shop is just one of his properties, he owns many more businesses. With my status, even getting an audience with him would be difficult. Qian Ziyang covered his face with his hand. He had originally intended to insist on paying rent, but upon hearing how wealthy the other party was, he immediately reconsidered. If they were to give him a few hundred more square meters, wouldn't that just spread his operation even thinner? Forget it, with 50 million, he'll definitely manage to lose it all. No need to complicate things further. Li Lian sighed. Now I understand how they managed to make so much money. Their generosity is simply beyond anything we could match. Lu Gaoda nodded in agreement. Exactly. If it were me, I could never just give away hundreds of square meters of retail space for free. Li Lian said with a smile, I think brother here shares a similar personality with the landlord, someone who doesn't like taking undue advantage and has a grand vision in handling matters. And brother is even younger. I believe it won't be long before you, too, become a billionaire entrepreneur, just like the landlord. Zhu Daqiang wholeheartedly agreed. Lu Gaoda even raised his drink and said, to the boss, may wealth flow endlessly and your yearly income reach billions. Qian Ziyang's eyebrows shot up. Was this malice of such caliber? To actually curse me like this? 100 billion? Losing $1 billion now has already strained his wits to the limit. 100 billion would outright take his life. Qian Ziyang quickly cut in. Don't jinx me with getting rich. Let's focus on practical solutions. We need to hire more staff. Since the hot pot restaurant's floor area has expanded, and we'll need to serve drinks to customers, we absolutely must have sufficient staff. Here's my thought. Instead of hesitating over hiring 100 or 200 people, let's go straight to 500. Lu Gaoda, I want you to recruit 500 people for me. 500 people. Lu Gaoda stood up in shock. His hot pot restaurant was only about 700 square meters, yet they were hiring 500 employees. What's he up to? Lu Gaoda quickly said. Before he could finish his sentence, Qian Ziyang interrupted. I don't want to hear any excuses. I only care about the results. 8,000 per person. Can you hire 500 people? The supermarket has cash flow, so we can use it to pay salaries. This way, after the first month, when the supermarket and hot pot restaurant go bankrupt, we'll sell off the supermarket. He used the money from selling the shop and clearing the inventory to pay salaries and N+1 compensations, losing everything until he was left penniless. The 50 million system funds, he didn't want to waste a single cent of it, determined to take it all for himself. What a perfect plan. That's exactly what we'll do. Qian Ziyang felt utterly delighted and absolutely refused to let Lu Gaoda disrupt his plan now. Chapter 28, just slack off for your paycheck. Alright then, Lu Gaoda replied with visible apprehension. This way, the hot pot restaurant's operational costs would become far too high. But, since Qian Ziyang orchestrated this, there must be deeper reasoning behind it. Zhu Daxiang noticed Lu Gaoda's concern and patted him on the shoulder with a reassuring look. Don't worry, just follow the boss's lead, it'll all work out. Could the boss's wisdom ever be something us mere mortals could comprehend? Lu Gaoda nodded upon hearing this, feeling it made sense. You're absolutely right, following Ziyang's advice is definitely the way to go. Lian Li already said, the boss is a capable man, his assets will definitely surpass 10 billion in the future. Maybe I shouldn't disrupt the boss's plans, I'll stick to focusing wholeheartedly on my own work. This hot pot meal was incredibly satisfying. Even more satisfying was how, after finishing the meal, Qian Ziyang retreated to his boss exclusive room and leisurely browsed mansions online. He's determined to make those 50 million, no one's going to stop him. Villas first into the shopping cart, luxury cars next. Once the 50 million hits his account, he's heading straight to check out properties and cars. But with so many luxury homes and cars available, he couldn't decide, there were too many dazzling choices. Qian Ziyang suddenly found himself weighed down by concerns. He couldn't decide which luxury mansion to buy. He liked villas, but he also fancied spacious penthouses. Sports cars appealed to him, yet comfortable business sedans were equally tempting. Qian Ziyang found himself troubled, constantly pondering day and night about what kind of house and car he should purchase. But by the afternoon, he went to the hot pot restaurant for another meal. Seeing not a single customer, Qian Ziyang immediately cast aside his worries and broke into a joyful smile. Done deal. Who came up with the brilliant idea of eating hot pot in the middle of summer? Not to mention that the restaurant's prices were exorbitantly high. Plus, he deliberately didn't allocate any promotional budget for the hot pot restaurant. With no one even knowing it had opened, who would come patronize it? It's solid, really solid this time, more unshakable than Mount Tai. Chen Ziyang had a meal at the hot pot restaurant and couldn't stop grinning all day. At night, Chen Ziyang laughed himself awake from a dream. He got up to use the bathroom, then slipped right back into that blissful dream. Life couldn't be better. The hot pot restaurant solved both his money-losing problem and his dining needs. So satisfying. The next day, Chen Ziyang remained just as cheerful. The closer he got to the 3-month deadline, the more excited he became. Soon he'd become a multi-millionaire with 50 million to his name. During lunchtime, Chen Ziyang arrived at the hot pot restaurant and was welcomed in by the employees. Boss, everyone greeted Chen Ziyang cheerfully. Chen Ziyang responded with equal enthusiasm. The hot pot restaurant was packed. Every single customer was one of his employees. The supermarket has a staff of 1,000, all of whom can dine for free at the hot pot restaurant, so naturally, it's packed to the brim during mealtimes. Eat and drink to your heart's content, have more, Chen Ziyang said cheerfully. Watching everyone help him lose money, Chen Ziyang couldn't have felt more pleased. Chen Ziyang's genuine smile was incredibly infectious. Some supermarket employees had wondered whether their shopping there would make the boss lose even more money since the store was already operating at a loss. Although the boss was very kind and gave them full benefits. But could it be that the boss says one thing outwardly while thinking another in his heart? Now, seeing the genuine smile on the boss's face, all their worries vanished into thin air. The boss genuinely hoped they would come eat hot pot for free. So many people today, we're definitely going to lose a good chunk of money. Chen Ziyang thought gleefully, eating the hot pot with even more enthusiasm. Since the employees were going to such lengths to help him, as the boss, he naturally had to lead by example. The day passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was time to tally the accounts in the evening. Lu Gada nervously rubbed his hands by the cash register, while Chen Ziyang sipped his drink with a grin. The cashier soon printed out the day's sales figures. When Lu Gada saw the hot pot restaurant's turnover, he froze in place. How is this possible? Lu Gada's eyes widened in shock. Seeing Lu Gada so shocked, Chen Ziyang curiously glanced at the sales figures and laughed. Such a big hot pot restaurant, yet only one table served all day, hilarious. Ziyang, how can you still laugh? Lu Gada's face darkened. He knew business might be slow, but never imagined it would be this bad. Of course I'm happy, Chen Ziyang inquired curiously. I just don't understand why you're unhappy. Lu Gada said, the hot pot restaurant is hemorrhaging money down to its last penny. Of course I'm not happy. Chen Ziyang asked, do you get a commission if the hot pot restaurant does well? Lu Gada shook his head. No. Chen Ziyang, if the hot pot business isn't doing well, do you think I'd withhold your paycheck? Lu Gada shook his head. No. He understood Chen Ziyang. When Chen Ziyang made a promise, he always kept it. He had never gone back on his word. Chen Ziyang laughed. You're just an employee. Focus on doing your job well enough to collect your monthly paycheck. That's all you need to worry about. Whether the hot pot restaurant does well or not, what's it got to do with you? Yeah, Lu Gada found it very reasonable. Wait, no. Lu Gada jumped up and scrutinized Chen Ziyang from head to toe. Buddy, if anyone else had said this to me, I wouldn't have batted an eye. But you're the owner of a hot pot restaurant. Shouldn't a boss make employees work their hardest, strive diligently, and create maximum profits? Keep in mind that all the employees were present. Chen Ziyang wasn't saying this to him in private. The surrounding employees found it rather strange. Business at the hot pot restaurant was poor, yet Chen Ziyang didn't seem the least bit worried, nor did he show any distress. Instead, he seemed almost pleased. Was this their illusion? At work, if you take things too seriously, you lose. Chen Ziyang waved his hand dismissively. Moreover, I don't care about maximizing profits at all. For me, creating value for society is Chen Ziyang's greatest value. He really couldn't keep up the pretense any longer. He patted Lu Gada's shoulder and said, anyway, poor business is nothing to worry about. The hot pot restaurant's affairs are in my hands, so just relax. The hot pot restaurant won't go bankrupt, it will keep running, and I plan to open many more branches. Gada, as the manager of this hot pot restaurant, you'll have to work for me for at least 10 years. Once you gain more experience and improve your skills, I'll give you a raise. Alright, let's not talk about these things anymore. In short, nothing about the hot pot restaurant should change, just keep running it as it is now. Chen Ziyang emphasized repeatedly that no matter what happened, the hot pot restaurant must continue operating this way. Under no circumstances should his strategy be altered. Alright, Lu Gada nodded in agreement. Chen Ziyang smiled and said, I'll leave the hot pot restaurant in your hands. There are too many people at the hot pot restaurant. When I eat here, they all seem a bit uneasy. Let's do this, every noon and evening, deliver a hot pot meal to the office. Oh, and make sure to prepare extra meat for me. When he was in the restaurant, the staff felt somewhat restrained. Even eating meat seemed awkward. How could this be acceptable? Employees don't eat meat, only vegetables. How much money could he possibly lose? For the sake of his grand undertaking of losing money, Chen Ziyong decided to eat hot pot alone in his office, embracing the solitude. Sigh, for the sake of his money-losing endeavor, he's sacrificed quite a bit. Chapter 29. The business is doing well. In the office of Yongnian Supermarket's owner, Shanzhong Yushu asked, Manager Sun, any movements from Feihuang Supermarket these past few days? Manager Sun shook his head in surprise. Not a single move. It seems Chen Ziyong has conceded his losses. Shanzhong Yushu frowned. Is that really the case? I don't think Chen Ziyong is that kind of person. He still clearly remembered how Chen Ziyong delivered the toughest battle declaration using the gentlest words. Wherever their Yongnian Supermarket opened, Feihuang Supermarket would follow suit. This looks like they're determined to fight to the end. Manager Sun said, I really can't figure out what ability Chen Ziyong has to turn the tables. Our decoration is no worse than Feihuang Supermarket's, and when it comes to reputation, Feihuang Supermarket is nowhere near our Yongnian Supermarket. We have a large number of shops upstairs that complement our supermarket perfectly. What does Feihuang Supermarket have to compete against us? The trees in the mountains nodded their heads. Seems I worried for nothing. Inside the Flying Phoenix Supermarket, in the boss's office. For a long time, Chen Ziyong didn't leave his house. He stayed in his room playing video games. During this period, Chen Ziyong lived very comfortably without worrying about lacking money for meals. He could eat to his heart's content every day. Sometimes Chen Ziyong would stroll around the supermarket, where business remained as sluggish as ever. Seeing how poor the sales were, Chen Ziyong grew completely at ease and returned to his office to enjoy his games in peace. My decision was absolutely brilliant as expected. Opening right across from Yongnian Supermarket guarantees losses. Another 10 days passed, and Lu Gada was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan every day. He approached Chen Ziyong several times, but each time Chen told him to relax. How could he possibly relax? Watching the hot pot restaurant lose money every day nearly brought him to tears. Zhu Daxiang occasionally visited the hot pot restaurant, and Lu Gada would beg him for ideas. But Zhu Daxiang didn't have any great solutions either. However, as the days passed, business seemed to be picking up. On this particular day, Lu Gada was checking the revenue at the hot pot restaurant. This is the most nerve-wracking time of day. The hot pot restaurant has already hired all 500 staff, with monthly payroll costs reaching a terrifying 5 million. Not counting utilities, they'd need to earn at least 160,000 daily just to break even. 160,000 a day. How can we make money? The cashier said cheerfully, Manager, today's turnover is looking great. What do you mean great? Lu Gada frowned and twitched his eyebrows, feeling uneasy from losing money these past few days. Checking the store's daily revenue felt like being subjected to torture every single day. Lu Gada carefully took the paper and unfolded it. To his astonishment, the sales revenue reached as high as 300,000 yuan. Was business at the hot pot restaurant particularly good today? Lu Gada asked in amazement. The cashier nodded with a smile. Business was quite decent. Lu Gada asked curiously, but hasn't business been terrible these past few days? Why is business so good today? The cashier shook his head. He was just an ordinary cashier. How would he know why business had suddenly picked up? I've got to share this good news with Ziyong. Grasping the day's sales figures, Lu Gada immediately ran toward the boss's office. Lu Gada was thrilled when he ran into Zhu Daqiang and Li Lian, who had come to inspect the hot pot restaurant's business. Manager Zhu, our hot pot restaurant's business is picking up, Lu Gada exclaimed joyfully, like a 200-pound child. Zhu Daqiang nodded with a smile. I already know. You knew? Lu Gada was somewhat surprised. Zhu Daqiang said, I've been keeping an eye on the hot pot restaurant's business these past couple days, and I can already see signs it's getting popular. Li Lian thinks so too. Lu Gada turned his gaze toward Li Lian beside him. Li Lian nodded with a smile and said, exactly, a hot pot restaurant is definitely going to do well. This is just the beginning. Lu Gada was overjoyed and asked, why are you so certain? Li Lian smiled and said, that's because you haven't noticed the boss's tactics. Chen Ziyong's tactics? What tactics? Lu Gada asked curiously. Li Lian replied, the boss has everything arranged, already holding a winning hand. Didn't you notice how the boss kept running to the shop when the hot pot restaurant first opened? Then after the boss arranged everything and got it completely on track, he never came again? Lu Gada nodded. Indeed it was so. But the hot pot restaurant wasn't making money yet at that time. Lu Gada said. Li Lian sighed in admiration. This is our boss's capability. He's truly a business genius. After arranging everything so perfectly, he knew the hot pot restaurant would definitely do well. He had everything calculated precisely, knowing exactly when and how much the hot pot restaurant would profit. Since it's already certain the hot pot restaurant will be profitable, naturally there's not a shred of worry left. Really? Lu Gada sounded skeptical. Li Lian smiled mysteriously. Do you know why hot pot restaurants make money? Why? Lu Gada asked curiously. Li Lian replied, that has everything to do with the owner's brilliant decision-making. Do you remember the decision where the boss let all the supermarket employees eat for free at the hot pot restaurant? Lu Gaota nodded. I strongly objected at the time, but Ziyang insisted on having his way. In the end, there was no choice but to go along with his plan. Li Lian said with a smile, it was precisely because all employees could eat hot pot for free that the restaurant's business gradually improved. Lu Gaota, why? Zhu Daxian was also curious. Li Lian smiled and asked, what do you think of the taste of our hot pot? The taste is excellent, Lu Gaota affirmed with certainty. The hot pot base he carefully selected cost a full 3 million, could the taste possibly be bad? Li Lian said, the news about the $3 million hot pot base is spread. Many people are curious to taste how a $3 million hot pot base actually tastes. Do you know who spread it? Lu Gaota thought for a moment and replied, was it our employees? At the time, Chen Ziyong suggested spending 3 million to buy out the hot pot base recipe, and he strongly opposed it. But Chen Ziyong was adamant and insisted on spending the 3 million. There were quite a few employees around at the time. Chen Ziyong didn't bother to keep it confidential, so it was perfectly normal for the news to spread among the employees. Li Lian said, exactly, it's for our own employees. The boss lets employees eat for free, and most of them think the taste is excellent after trying it. On top of that, knowing the hot pot base was bought for 3 million makes it seem even more delicious. Such great flavors naturally deserve to be shared with friends. With our employees voluntarily spreading the word, quite a few people have come to taste the hot pot, and indeed, it's delicious. Naturally, business has been getting better and better. Moreover, since everyone knows the hot pot base is worth 3 million, no one thinks our dishes are expensive. After all, everybody understands that good things surely come at a price, and our offerings are genuinely excellent. We are the pinnacle of hot pot establishments in Hancheng. No other hot pot restaurant can compare. I see now, Lu Gaota suddenly realized. Who would have thought that spending 3 million on hot pot base ingredients would spark customers' curiosity and make them accept that their hot pot restaurants' prices are higher than others? A stroke of genius. Chapter 30, Study Hard. How could he not have thought of that? He could use 3 million for marketing. Ziyang is truly a marketing genius. Lu Gaota marveled inwardly, filled with admiration for Chen Ziyang. Why didn't I notice how capable Chen Ziyang was during university? By the way, when the hot pot restaurant wasn't doing well, I went to see Ziyang several times, and he told me everything was under control. At the time I didn't understand what he meant by everything's under control. Now that business has picked up, I finally get it, Lu Gaota exclaimed admiringly. Right? Zhu Daxiang nodded with a smile. He had also heard Chen Ziyong say that everything was under control. I'll go tell Ziyong this good news, Lu Gaota exclaimed excitedly. Zhu Daxiang quickly stopped him. Everything is within the boss's expectations. No need to tell him, he must have known already. Makes sense. Lu Gaota thought this was absolutely right. Li Lian smiled and said, and now you're the manager of the hot pot restaurant. The boss has entrusted everything about it to you. The boss clears the path for us behind the scenes. All we need to do is follow the established routine. Working for him is so effortless. Just do your part well, and there's nothing else to worry about. If only I had met him when I was younger, I would have stayed by his side and learned earnestly from him. Li Lian sighed deeply, his gaze at Lu Gaota filled with envy. How important it is to have someone to guide you. How many detours did he take in his youth before getting on the right track? And even that was just barely enough to keep food on the table. If Chen Ziyang had been encountered a decade earlier, he'd likely be worth hundreds of millions by now. Lu Gaota understood what Li Lian envied, clenching his fists tightly. I'll study hard, observe carefully, and absolutely live up to Ziyang's cultivation of me. Li Lian nodded. The boss pays us such high salaries precisely so we can handle things properly. If we need to consult him about everything, then what's the point of having us? Wouldn't even leading a pig on the job work? Brother Li, you're absolutely right. I won't disturb Ziyang anymore. Lu Gaota nodded deeply in agreement. Chen Ziyang pays him a salary of 100,000 yuan. Shouldn't he at least do something in return? After all, if something happens at the hot pot restaurant, he can't just go running to Ziyang every time. Wouldn't that make him utterly incompetent? Li Lian said, I predict the hot pot restaurant's booming business is just the beginning. It's likely to get even better. Lu Gaota's eyes sparkled with excitement, his entire body brimming with energy. In the afternoon, inside Fei Huang supermarket. Business at Fei Huang supermarket was thriving today. Most customers who had eaten hot pot ended up browsing the supermarket afterward. Some people had never been to Helaleo hot pot before. They simply came here to buy some groceries. A couple strolled leisurely through the supermarket. The woman had delicate features, with large, sparkling eyes. I'm hungry. What should we eat today? The woman patted her slightly rounded belly and asked coyly. The guy tentatively suggested, how about we go for hot pot? The big-eyed beauty thought for a moment and shook her head. But I want to go eat grilled fish. We haven't had grilled fish in a long time. Last time I had that grilled fish, it was crispy outside and tender inside, absolutely amazing. The man's face broke into a smile. Then let's eat fish. but fish isn't spicy enough. It's been so long since I had something hot and spicy, the big-eyed beauty hesitated. The man immediately grew wary and cautiously suggested in a low voice, "How about hot pot then? But fish is tastier, and most hot pot ingredients aren't fresh enough. I'm afraid I might get diarrhea," the big-eyed beauty said. "Then let's have fish." The man's voice grew even softer. The big-eyed beauty got irritated. "Can't you have some decisiveness for a man?" The man was almost in tears, truly at a loss for what to do. "Do you want to have hot pot or fish for goodness sake? Someone save me _" The supermarket employee organizing the shelves nearby, seeing they were about to argue, quickly suggested, "How about having hot pot instead? Our new Fei Huang supermarket has opened a hot pot restaurant with guaranteed clean and hygienic ingredients, plus free fruits and beverages." Hearing the supermarket employee's words, the big-eyed beauty looked surprised. "I didn't expect Fei Huang supermarket to have opened a hot pot restaurant too. Your boss really has diverse business interests." The employee smiled and said, "The boss is very generous. All our supermarket staff can eat hot pot for free. My shift is ending soon, and I'll be heading straight for hot pot. Just thinking about the beef in that broth makes my mouth water. They say our boss spent $3 million just to acquire that secret hot pot base recipe. It's really delicious." The big-eyed beauty immediately got excited upon hearing about the $3 million purchase of hot pot base ingredients. With such an expensive hot pot base, the flavor must be extraordinary. "Let's go try it." The man let out a long sigh of relief, silently thanking the staff with his eyes before hastily leading the beautiful woman upstairs for hot pot. Inside the hot pot restaurant, guided enthusiastically by the staff, the beautiful woman took a seat in the spacious dining area. "This chair is really comfortable, and the ambience is lovely," the big-eyed beauty remarked, feeling instantly at ease upon entering the hot pot restaurant. The ambience here was excellent. From the tables and chairs to every little detail, everything met his satisfaction. You can tell at a glance that they spared no expense. The employee smiled and said, "All the side dishes, fruits, drinks, and ice cream here are free. Especially the complimentary beef toppings we serve, they taste absolutely delicious. If you're interested, give it a try." The doe-eyed beauty exclaimed in surprise, "Are these all free? I must try them." The man was also astonished. A hot pot restaurant where even beef was free? Could the meat possibly be fresh? The couple approached the condiment station, where quite a few customers were casually preparing their dipping sauces. Two other patrons were shamelessly scooping beef into their bowls with ladles, stopping only when they'd filled them halfway. There were two staff members nearby who didn't stop them. On the contrary, once they had loaded up on beef, the staff brought over a huge bowl and added more beef to the sauce station. They kept adding until it was completely full. Another customer went to scoop up some beef. They noticed one customer standing there hesitating, too shy to help themselves. The staff member smiled and said, "All the condiments here are free, including the beef. The beef tastes great, feel free to take more if you like it." The man and the big-eyed beauty each scooped some beef into their bowls. Holding a bowl of custom mixed condiments, the man returned to his seat, satisfied. The big-eyed beauty carried 3 bowls, one for fruit, one for condiments, and one exclusively for beef. Holding 3 bowls with both hands, she immediately felt unsteady, her heart pounding with anxiety. Fortunately, a staff member with quick reflexes stepped in promptly to assist. The doe-eyed beauty quickly expressed her gratitude, but then turned dissatisfied toward her boyfriend, saying, "Humph, didn't you see I was overwhelmed? Why didn't you help me?" The man fumbled awkwardly, stammering as he kept offering soft-spoken apologies. At that moment, the staff wheeled up their ordered dishes on a small cart, and only then did the big-eyed beauty stop scolding, focusing her attention entirely on the food. Chapter 31, A Hit. The server got everything ready, and the two dug in. The first thing they tasted was the free beef. The big-eyed beauty didn't have much confidence in the beef. After all, it was free. However, after taking one bite, she discovered it was actually more delicious than what she made at home. Most importantly, the beef was incredibly fresh and the ingredients were of excellent quality. "This isn't ordinary beef, it seems like it was just freshly cooked," the man remarked with some surprise about the beef. A nearby employee smiled and said, "Yes, we prepare quite a lot of beef every day, about 2 large basins worth. The beef tastes great, though I don't eat much of it." "Why?" the big-eyed beauty asked curiously. The employee smiled and said, "Because everything in our hot pot restaurant is free, and I prefer eating beef tripe, it's crispy and tender." "Free hot pot every day?" The man sounded incredulous. The prices at this hot pot restaurant weren't cheap. You could tell just by looking at the ingredients, they were incredibly fresh. "Can employees really eat for free without the hot pot restaurant losing money?" The staff member smiled, "That's right, we can eat every day, and whenever we feel like having some." "That's amazing, I'd love to work here too," the big-eyed beauty said enviously. Since she also enjoyed the beef tripe recommended earlier, she quickly picked up a piece from the side and put it in the pot. 10 seconds for the best flavor, the staff reminded. The big-eyed beauty nodded, and when about 10 seconds had passed, she eagerly picked up the tripe with her chopsticks. This really tastes amazing, the big-eyed beauty exclaimed happily after taking a bite. The man was also quite satisfied with the hot pot. The hot pot broth is particularly special, unlike what you'd find in ordinary hot pot restaurants. He ate several pieces of meat, then took a big gulp of his drink. Noticing the cup was less than half full, the staff immediately refilled it for him. The man didn't pay it any mind. Until the third time, when he'd drunk more than half his beverage, the attendant promptly refilled it for him again. Only then did he realize that the staff actually refilled drinks for customers. After countless hot pot meals, this was the first time someone had poured him a drink. What's more, he noticed their table had dedicated service. The attendant stationed herself at just the right distance to assist them without interrupting. That feels amazing. The big-eyed beauty ate her hot pot, feeling like a princess. At long last, the meal was finished, and she was thoroughly satisfied. As they were leaving, the server brought them small snacks, and she even got a free ice cream. The hot pot restaurant's air conditioning was powerful. Only when stepping outside did she realize how scorching it was. This hot pot restaurant is delicious, and the service is impeccable. I'm posting it on my moments. The doe-eyed beauty posted the photo she had just taken along with a witty caption to her social media feed. The hot pot was absolutely delicious today. I nearly stuffed myself with all the free beef and ended up gaining 3 pounds. Ugh, so annoying. Hotpotpicture.jpg. Free beef picture.jpg. Eating ice cream happily picture.jpg. Selfies.jpg * 5 photos. Let's go, we'll come back to eat again tomorrow. Seeing many likes below, the big-eyed beauty happily held her boyfriend's hand as they left. Just like that, the hot pot restaurant became a sensation. Free beef, free ice cream, and free fruit quickly spread throughout Hanseong. Countless people came here to check it out. Lu Gata suddenly realized that the hot pot restaurant was unexpectedly packed, with long lines forming outside. He was overjoyed. This was going to be insanely profitable. Lu Gata's 200-pound body was bustling around the hot pot restaurant, barely touching the ground in his busyness. Though exhausted, he had been smiling brightly all day. They worked relentlessly until midnight, arriving at the most nerve-wracking moment, counting the day's revenue. How much did we make today? Lu Gata wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked nervously. The staff promptly printed out the sales figures. Manager, our hot pot restaurant made over 600,000 yuan today. How much? Lu Gata was startled. Manager, it's 633,120 yuan, the employee exclaimed excitedly. Lu Gata jumped for joy. We actually made this much. Lu Gata was overjoyed. He realized he had celebrated too soon, because from the second day onward, the daily revenue kept hitting astonishing highs, over 700,000 yuan on the second day, over 800,000 on the third, and eventually reaching a staggering 900,000. The hot pot restaurant remained packed from 9 a.m. until 3 a.m. the next morning. Most of the time, there was a queue outside waiting to get in. Sometimes the wait could take up to 2 full hours. Lu Gata was now waking up laughing in his dreams. These queuing customers would often take their number tags and go shopping downstairs in the supermarket. When it was nearly their turn, they'd simply take the elevator back up. The business at Fei Huang Supermarket has more than doubled compared to before. In the manager's office of the hot pot restaurant, a sweet-faced reporter was interviewing Lu Gata. Manager Lu, I'm a reporter from Hanqing TV station. It's truly an honor to interview you despite your busy schedule, the reporter said with a smile, holding her microphone. Lu Gata dressed impeccably, radiating vitality. It's my honor to be interviewed by Hanseong Television. The reporter asked, would you mind sharing the daily revenue of your hot pot restaurant? Lu Gata replied enthusiastically, there's nothing we can't disclose. Our boss says we should be completely transparent about everything. Yesterday our supermarket's revenue reached 1.1 million yuan. Upon hearing this number, the reporter's jaw dropped in astonishment. Rumors have already started spreading online that your Heli Lao hot pot restaurant is like a mudslide in the hot pot industry, deeply beloved by consumers. May I ask how you came up with this new store opening method? How did you create this innovative model? Lu Gata's expression turned serious. This isn't my achievement, most credit goes to our boss's guidance. The boss said, every customer who comes to our hot pot palace is an honor for us, so we must give our customers the utmost sincerity. The boss emphasized repeatedly that all ingredients must be fresh, and the hot pot base must be of the highest quality. That's why I spent 3 million to carefully select this premium hot pot base. The reporter couldn't hide their curiosity. Did you really spend 3 million on the hot pot base? Lu Gata nodded, yes. Why spend so much on a single hot pot seasoning base? The reporter asked. Lu Gata replied, because our boss says, if we're doing it at all, we must do it the best way possible. The reporter went on to inquire about the hot pot restaurant, and Lu Gata answered all questions truthfully. The interview concluded quickly, leaving the journalist thoroughly satisfied. Beyond the interview, the journalist also filmed throughout the hot pot restaurant, especially focusing on its kitchen. Several employees were also interviewed during this time. It was evident that all staff members took great pride in working at the hot pot restaurant, showing a strong sense of belonging. Early the next morning, as the interview aired on television, the hot pot restaurant became even more popular. This also brought fame to Fei Huang's supermarket. Chapter 32, I became famous. Fei Huang's supermarket became a hit too. It turns out they opened a supermarket in Seoul with luxurious decor and service reaching the pinnacle of excellence. If it weren't for the hot pot restaurant, most people would never have heard of this supermarket. As the hot pot restaurant gained popularity, everyone learned that it shared the same owner as Fei Huang's supermarket. With more and more people visiting Fei Huang's supermarket, they discovered that it was not only clean and tidy, but also remarkably customer-friendly. It seemed as if every employee at Fei Huang's supermarket was brimming with vitality. They treated people with sincerity, making every customer who walked in feel as if they were coming home. The staff here genuinely treated them like family. Fei Huang's supermarket was already impressive, even one of the best in Hangzhou, and with the hot pot restaurant bringing its own foot traffic, Fei Huang's supermarket was also beginning to be packed with people. Qian Ziyong hadn't visited the supermarket for several days. He had been holed up at home, scrolling through his phone, playing games and browsing listings of luxury homes and sports cars online. That day, he stepped out of his office because he noticed the commotion outside. Arriving at the supermarket, I saw countless customers pushing and shoving their way inside. Faced with the overwhelming crowd, Qian Ziyong was utterly stunned. What's going on? Hadn't his supermarket been doing terribly all along? Why so many people all of a sudden? It had only been a week since Qian Ziyong last visited the supermarket, yet it felt like an eternity had passed. He barely recognized his own store anymore. Boss, the employees greeted Qian Ziyong with great enthusiasm when they saw him. What happened? Why is our supermarket doing such great business? Qian Ziyong's voice trembled as he spoke. A bad premonition gripped him. At that moment, he noticed the supermarket's television screen repeatedly playing a news segment. It turned out to be an interview with Helaleo Hot Pot Restaurant. There on the screen was Lu Gaoda's plump face, beaming with joy as he accepted the interview. Has River Pool Hot Pot Restaurant made it on TV? Oh no! Qian Ziyong's heart began pounding violently, his face turning utterly ashen. No way, River Pool Hot Pot Restaurant actually appeared on television? Moreover, the footage showed their restaurant absolutely packed with customers. Qian Ziyong still vividly remembered telling Lu Gaoda that they should double the prices at Heli Hot Pot compared to other hot pot restaurants. If Heli Hot Pot was packed with customers, how much money would he make? Stay calm, stay absolutely calm. Maybe things weren't as he imagined. He had set countless traps at Heli Hot Pot, and on top of that, it was midsummer, there was no reason for business to be thriving. Boss, are you okay? The employee noticed the boss didn't look well and quickly stepped forward to show concern. Qian Ziyong waved his hand. I'm fine. Without another word, he scrambled and hurried toward the hot pot restaurant. Soon, he saw an enormous line, stretching over 100 meters long. The shop owners on both sides of the street looked enviously at He Li Lao from outside. Seeing Qian Ziyong arrive, they all stepped forward to greet him. Boss Qian, you're really something, actually creating a whole new hot pot model. Truly remarkable. Several shop owners raised their thumbs in continuous admiration. Are all these people coming to my restaurant for hot pot? Qian Ziyong's voice trembled with emotion. He remembered his hot pot restaurant covered over 700 square meters and could accommodate 600 diners at the same time. Could it really be fully seated? How much would he have to earn? Of course, the shop owners were somewhat displeased with Qian Ziyong's feigned ignorance. Boss Qian, since you're so skilled, could you teach us how to boost our store's business? It doesn't even need to be as booming as your hot pot restaurant, just 1/10 of your success would have us burning incense in gratitude. They all gazed at Qian Ziyong with eager eyes, hoping he might impart some of his secrets. Qian Ziyong opened his mouth slightly, his eyes dazed as he said, I don't have any experience in making money, but I've got plenty of experience in losing money and failing at it. Want those lessons instead? The other business owners forced awkward smiles. Boss Qian, if you don't want to teach us, just say so. Why joke around with us like this? Everyone in Hancheng knows about you now, starting at the top. Whether it's supermarkets or hot pot restaurants, you've set the gold standard in the city. From graduation till now, have you ever failed in any of your ventures? Am I really that famous? Qian Ziyong pointed at himself and asked. The few bosses all nodded emphatically. Qian Ziyong smiled wryly. He had actually become famous. What's even more unexpected is that he became famous for making money. Has he never failed? Because saying he hasn't succeeded isn't quite accurate. How is he making money again? At that very moment, Lu Gaoda, who was maintaining the queue order, spotted Qian Ziyong surrounded by people. Ziyong! Lu Gaoda cried out joyfully and quickly ran over, immediately embracing Qian Ziyong. But because he was too excited and Qian Ziyong was already in poor mental condition, his enthusiastic tackle directly sent Qian Ziyong tumbling to the ground in a heap. That hurts. Seeing the large, round face before him, Qian Ziyong felt his anger bubbling up uncontrollably. His $50 million. It was none other than Lu Gaota who made the hot pot restaurant business so booming, causing his $50 million to go down the drain. It was him. Qian Ziyang stood up, wanting to hit someone, but couldn't find a good enough reason. Should he blame Lu Gaota for making the business too successful and earning him money? There were countless spectators all around. If he scolded Lu Gaota, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion among the crowd. The money-losing system had one rule: everything had to be reasonable. How could it be reasonable to scold Lu Gaota for making money? Watching the exhilarated Lu Gaota, Qian Ziyang managed a smile uglier than tears. Gaota, you're truly my, rib of a minister. Lu Gaota corrected him. Don't you mean the humorous, indispensable aide? Qian Ziyang shook his head between laughter and tears. No, I meant rib. Lu Gaota's actions had already pierced straight to his heart. Was this entire arm possibly numb? Lu Gaota didn't dwell on such matters. Instead, he excitedly grabbed Qian Ziyang and said, Ziyang, under your brilliant leadership, our hot pot restaurant is thriving. Would you like to go inside and see? Qian Ziyang shook his head. Better not. I'm afraid I can't handle such a heavy blow. He was genuinely afraid to see countless customers in the hot pot restaurant, watching the cashier continuously collect money. Just like last time, he couldn't handle the blow and ended up hospitalized. If he were hospitalized this time, the system certainly wouldn't cover his medical bills. Most importantly, he still wanted to see if there were any remedial measures left. At that moment, Li Lian and Zhu Daxian arrived together. Seeing Qian Ziyang, they both congratulated him happily. Boss, our Hilaleo hot pot restaurant is booming. Fei Huang Supermarket's revenue this month is also looking very good. The boss never minded discussing business in front of others. The boss repeatedly emphasized that nothing was too trivial to be discussed openly. Even if the owner of Yongyan Supermarket was standing right beside them, the boss wouldn't show the slightest concern. Since the boss didn't care even in front of enemies, they naturally wouldn't care about other spectators either. Chapter 33, 50 million in hatred. Most importantly, they had a clear conscience. Their business was thriving, and they hadn't used any shady tactics. Excellent. Qian Ziyang's smile was stiff and ugly. He knew that losing money this time would probably be extremely difficult. He was already feeling somewhat hopeless. The only thing he wanted to know now was why the hot pot restaurant was making money. Even if he died, he wanted to die with his eyes wide open. Qian Ziyang gritted his teeth and said, Lu Gaota, it's all thanks to you that the hot pot restaurant made me lose all my worldly possessions. You're truly my lucky star. Lu Gaota laughed heartily. Ziyang, you must be so thrilled from earning so much money that you're speaking incoherently too. Not bankrupt, but overflowing with wealth. This isn't my achievement at all, it's entirely due to your wise leadership, boss. Hearing Qian Ziyang mention bankrupting himself, the surrounding customers chuckled lightly. The hot pot restaurant's business was booming and news reported daily profits exceeding 1 million yuan. It must be massively profitable. Though Qian Ziyang was the owner, his youth showed. After earning such staggering sums, his emotional state made even idioms slip his grasp. Everyone understood. Kindly gazes turned toward him from nearby diners. Hot Pot Palace's hot pot is truly delicious, and their service is exceptionally attentive. For this reason alone, they're willing to queue for an hour here. Qian Ziyang didn't notice the expressions of those around him. He was currently feeling somewhat dazed. Was all this due to my brilliant leadership? By the way, Lu Gaota, did I not tell you that none of my decisions could be altered in any way? Did you make changes against my orders? It must have been like this. It must be Lu Gaota who arbitrarily altered my decisions for the hot pot restaurant, leading to its massive success. Lu Gaota, you're something else. I treated you like a brother, paid you the highest salary possible, and this is how you repay me? Such ingratitude for kindness. From today onward, I'm cutting all ties with you. Qian Ziyang's eyes widened as he glared at Lu Gaota, brimming with murderous intent. Lu Gaota shivered involuntarily. Ziyang, don't look at me like that. You're scaring me. I really did override your decisions without authorization. Everything was carried out exactly according to your arrangements. Li Lian and Zhu Daxian nearby also sensed the tense atmosphere and quickly stepped forward to mediate. Boss, Lu Gaota originally wanted to change the strategy, but ultimately came to his senses and didn't make any modifications. I can guarantee he strictly followed your instructions without taking any liberties. Qian Ziyang must have misunderstood Lu Gaota, thinking he had acted on his own initiative and altered the strategy. That's why he's so angry. Boss misunderstood. Didn't change my strategy? Qian Ziyang's eyes clouded with confusion, then his gaze at Lu Gaota returned to normal. This is 50 million yuan. Whoever dares to stand in the way of his $50 million fortune becomes his mortal enemy. Now, upon hearing the two say that Lu Gaota hadn't altered his strategy and strictly followed through with it, Qian Ziyang was utterly bewildered. Lu Gaota exclaimed excitedly, Ziyang, it's all thanks to you telling me to spend 3 million on hot pot base ingredients. That's how I managed to find the most authentic and delicious flavors. Plus, the customers are being incredibly supportive. Everyone wants a taste of this $3 million hot pot. Really? How could it be that just because of 3 million customers would flock here? Qian Ziyang wore an incredulous expression. Lu Gaoda said, indeed. Did the boss foresee this? Spending 3 million on a batch of hot pot base, though exaggerated, wouldn't draw too much attention. The boss is truly visionary, having already devised a countermeasure allowing all employees of the supermarket and hot pot restaurant to eat hot pot for free. Consider this, our supermarket has 1,000 employees. After tasting it, they found the flavor absolutely exceptional. They naturally recommend it to their friends and family, and even to the supermarket's customers. The boss doesn't force employees to make recommendations, just lets them enjoy free hot pot. Because you understand that good things don't need to be forced, when enough people try them, word spreads spontaneously. The boss's subtle yet masterful technique truly works wonders. Upon hearing Lu Gaoda's words, the surrounding customers suddenly understood. So this was how the hot pot restaurant promoted itself. They actually offered free meals to their own employees without issuing any orders to solicit customers. This approach neither displeased the staff nor annoyed the customers. This is truly a triple win situation. Everyone erupted in applause, all profoundly impressed by Qian Ziyang's marketing genius. Deafening claps filled the air. Each thunderous clap struck Qian Ziyang's heart like physical blows, forcing him to retreat step by step. All because of my decisions? Qian Ziyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Exactly, Lu Gaoda nodded. Without your leadership, even if our hot pot restaurant became popular, it would have taken an extremely long time. Because we hired 500 employees, with monthly wages reaching a staggering 5 million yuan. If the restaurant hadn't gained popularity quickly, it wouldn't have been able to sustain such massive losses and might have gone bankrupt before long. Fortunately, the boss is wise and came up with such a brilliant idea. Otherwise, this excellent hot pot restaurant would just go out of business, which would undoubtedly be a loss for the hot pot industry and for the entire city of Hanxiang. Qian Ziyang opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. The hot pot restaurant's success was actually his doing? Letting employees eat hot pot for free, he simply wanted them to help him lose money. After all, no matter how much he and Lu Gaoda ate, they couldn't possibly consume that much. How could it possibly compare to 1,000 supermarket employees? He just wanted to lose more money. How did it turn into a promotional strategy for the hot pot restaurant? And that 3 million spent on hot pot base was just him wanting to spend more money. There really wasn't any other meaning behind it. Why would customers become curious and want to taste what 3 million yuan hot pot base flavor is like? Those 3 million unexpectedly became a marketing gimmick for the hot pot restaurant. Lu Gaoda continued, by the way, the boss also told me to hire 500 people. At first I couldn't understand it. Our hot pot restaurant only covers 700 square meters, it's more than enough to seat 100 people at most. There was absolutely no need to hire 500 staff. But I carried out the boss's orders meticulously. Even though I didn't get it, I managed to recruit all 500 employees in record time. It wasn't until the hot pot restaurant truly became a hit that I realized the brilliance of the boss's decision. With that, Lu Gaoda raised his thumb high in approval. Li Lian and Zhu Daxiang also looked at Qian Ziyang with awe-filled expressions. Other shop owners nearby also glanced curiously at Lu Gaoda. So that's how the hot pot restaurant became so popular. But why does Qian Ziyang need to hire 500 people? What would he need so many servers for? Why is it that other bosses can't comprehend Qian Ziyang's brilliant decisions when they're all bosses themselves? It truly inspires such awe that one can only look up in admiration. Chapter 34, It's All My Fault. Qian Ziyang felt utterly bewildered. I told you to hire 500 people. What does that have to do with business being good? Qian Ziyang asked. More people means spending more on salaries. But what does having more people have to do with business being good? Lu Gaoda said, Boss, are you testing me? If you hadn't told me to hire 500 people in advance, boss, how could we possibly have handled this business boom? If we couldn't keep up, it would definitely lead to a decline in service quality. And there's a high likelihood we'd make all kinds of mistakes in the chaos. Even hiring temporary workers wouldn't solve it. New hires without proper training and team integration can't adapt to the high-intensity work of a hot pot restaurant. Is it my fault? Qian Ziyang felt like crying but had no tears left. Only then did he realize that it was all his fault after all. It was the boss's brilliant decision. Lu Gaoda corrected. Exactly. If the boss hadn't told me to hire 500 people, we wouldn't have been able to operate in 3 shifts until 3 a.m. What? Qian Ziyang was shocked. Keeping the hot pot restaurant open until 3 a.m.? Are you crazy? He never expected customers to be this insane. Who in the world would come to his shop for hot pot at 3 in the morning? This was practically midnight robbery. These darn customers are truly outrageous. The surrounding customers heard Lu Gao's words and started applauding again. Truly a masterstroke of marketing. An extraordinary approach to business operation. Preemptively hiring a large workforce was nothing short of a business feast, more exhilarating than watching a top-rated commercial film. And the protagonist of the movie stood right before them, just a young man, not much older than themselves. They had the privilege of witnessing the future titan of commerce, and their excitement knew no bounds. Lu Gaota raised his thumb in admiration. The way he looked at Qian Ziyong was nothing short of gazing upon a divine being. Boss, your business acumen leaves us in the dust. In just 20 days, our hot pot restaurant has made 20 million. At this thrilling moment, Zhu Daqian also stepped forward, looking at Qian Ziyong with reverence. Boss, thanks to the foot traffic from the hot pot restaurant, our supermarket has earned 30 million during this period. I believe making a few hundred million a year is absolutely no problem at all. The surrounding audience was astonished to hear that in just 20 short days, the combined profits from the hot pot restaurant and supermarket had reached 50 million. Everyone exclaimed in shock. 50 million. To earn 50 million in just 20 days, how would I even spend that much money if I had it? 50 million. With that much money, I'll never have to work another day in my life. Straight to the top of the world. Damn, why can't this 50 million be mine? The boss is right here. Already worth 50 million at such a young age, what envy? Everyone looked at Qian Ziyong with envy in their eyes. The repeated talk of how carefree and exhilarating life would be with 50 million felt like a sledgehammer pounding against Qian Ziyong's heart. 50 million. Just keeping it in the bank would earn 1.5 million in interest per year. The daily interest alone would reach an astonishing 5,000 yuan. You'd achieve financial freedom instantly and reach the pinnacle of life. But 50 million is gone. Because of his brilliant decision, 50 million was lost. If he were working a regular job at 3,000 a month, it would take 16,666 months, 1,388 years, to earn that much money. Just thinking about how 50 million had vanished like this made Qian Ziyong want to kill himself. Qian Ziyong's eyes turned bloodshot as he raised his large hand and began striking his own face with resounding slaps. The sharp sounds were deafening in their intensity. Ziyong! Lu Gaota rushed forward, hastily trying to stop Qian Ziyong. Zhu Daqian even grabbed Qian Ziyong's arm. Boss, I know you hold yourself to extremely high standards, and 50 million is far below your expectations. But our capabilities are limited, this is as far as we can go. You shouldn't keep driving yourself so hard. It's all our fault. The people around were stunned. Earning 50 million in just 20 days, and yet you're slapping yourself over it? Oh my god, Boss Qian's standards for himself are so high. 50 million actually counts as failure for him since it didn't meet his expectations. I've heard geniuses are all obsessive, they're extremely harsh on themselves. Seeing such people really makes you feel worthless. If I'd earned 50 million, I'd definitely be swaggering around. Not me though, I'd go clubbing, buy mansions and luxury cars. I'm just an ordinary person who could never achieve greatness like Boss Qian. That's right. If such small change could satisfy Boss Qian, he probably wouldn't have achieved what he has today. Everyone's gaze toward Qian Ziyong grew even more respectful. Only the obsessive, only those who pursue perfection can achieve the extraordinary, can reach the very top. Qian Ziyong must be exactly that kind of man. A few hard slaps on his own face brought Qian Ziyong back to his senses with sharp pain. There's still hope. I can still distribute bonuses. Qian Ziyong remembered he still had the option to give his employees profit shares. He hurriedly checked the system in his mind. Bonus distribution rules, maximum once every 6 months, each distribution not exceeding 50% of net profits. Additionally, the cash that has already been utilized can no longer be distributed as dividends. In other words, he currently has 50 million in cash on hand. If he chooses to distribute dividends now, he can only allocate 25 million to the employees. However, after this dividend distribution, he won't be able to issue dividends to the employees again for at least half a year. Should he distribute them or not? Without any hesitation, Qian Ziyong chose to split. Meanwhile, he had already figured out how to use the remaining money. He felt he still had a chance to turn things around. Only 15 days left until the 3-month cycle concludes. Qian Ziyong pulled himself together. Although he definitely wouldn't be able to scrape all the system's money this time, anything he could get his hands on would count. Qian Ziyong stood up decisively and declared, Manager Zhu, contact the landlord, we're renting another 5,000 square meters. The supermarket is expanding. And also, get the renovation team back here. I'll be investing 40 million. Starting from now, the supermarket is closed for business. I will work day and night to complete the renovation within 15 days. Yes, sir. Zhu Daqiang straightened his back. Qian Ziyong thought about it. Within these 15 days, the hot pot restaurant would surely earn him over 10 million yuan. This 10 million plus would also be counted as part of the renovation costs. That way, after deducting the dividends, he should be able to spend all the remaining profits on the renovation. However, in the accounting system, renovations are considered fixed assets. Fortunately, these fixed assets can be depreciated. The renovation cost 40 million, so it's recorded as 20 million in fixed assets. The second year sees another depreciation, bringing it down to 10 million. He really had no other choice, otherwise he wouldn't have spent money on renovations. Xian Ziyang took a deep breath and said to Lu Gaoda, "You did well this time, but don't do it again. I'll give you all bonuses, whether it's supermarket staff or Hotpot River employees, everyone will get a share. Take 25 million out of the 50 million and divide it among yourselves." Xian Ziyang felt utterly drained. Chapter 35, fellow sufferers share the same fate. A dividend of 25 million? Lu Gaoda exclaimed in shock. Li Lian's eyes widened in astonishment. The surrounding customers gasped in shock. He's sharing profits with employees, and that's 25 million yuan. Are they still hiring? They all want to work there too. Put all the remaining money into renovation. I don't want to see even a single cent left. Qian Ziyang emphasized. Then what about you, boss? Lu Gaoda asked. The others also turned their eyes to Qian Ziyang. Exactly. 25 million was distributed among the employees. The remaining 25 million, along with the future profits from the hot pot restaurant, will all be used for renovations. What about the boss himself? All the money is invested in the supermarket and given to the employees. Doesn't he keep anything for himself? Forget about me. Qian Ziyang shook his head and chuckled bitterly. Seeing how happy you all are with your shares makes me happy enough. He also wants a share of the money, but the system wouldn't allow it. This boss is truly suffering too much. Not only was there no paycheck, but he didn't even get a share of the profits. Fortunately, the system allowed him to eat the shop's hot pot under the pretext of taste testing. Otherwise, he would have starved to death by now. But, besides food, there are so many other expenses in life. Right now, he only has 300 yuan in his pocket. 300 yuan must last 15 days, only 20 a day. Moreover, if he fails to successfully lose money within those 15 days, the system won't settle even a single cent. The next cycle won't start for at least 3 months. Which means, for that entire cycle, he'll have nothing at all. For 3 whole months, he hasn't had a single cent. How is he supposed to live like this? Though he won't starve to death, he couldn't even afford a pack of toilet paper. Qian Ziyang couldn't help but shudder. He vowed inwardly that he absolutely couldn't settle for receiving no payment at all. Otherwise, this life really can't go on. Looking up, he saw Lu Gaoda jumping for joy, and Qian Ziyang couldn't help but feel like kicking his ass. He couldn't go back to doing daily wage jobs either. Unless he left his hometown for good. Probably the entire Han City knows him by now. Who'd hire him for daily wage jobs? As for regular employment, no one would take him either. Here's a boss with assets exceeding 100 million, earning tens of millions monthly, yet completely penniless when it counts. This is utterly heartbreaking. Just then, an employee came running over and whispered something into Zhu Daqiang's ear. Zhu Daqiang quickly approached Qian Ziyang. "Boss, Yamazaki Tatsuya is here to see you." Yamazaki Tatsuya? Qian Ziyang's eyes lit up. In an instant, his gloomy frown transformed into a beaming smile. "Quickly invite them." "No, I'll go greet them personally." Those 3 months without a single cent were as bitter as could be. Anyone who could bring him money now would be considered his own brother. Despite paying Lu Gaoda such a high salary, Lu hadn't given him back a single penny. To think he treated Lu Gaoda as a brother. Oof, severing ties once and for all. This brother Lu Gaoda isn't worth keeping anyway. Qian Ziyang rushed to the door in a hurry and saw Yamanaka Yuki waiting there with Manager Sun. Qian Ziyang immediately spotted the gift box in Manager Sun's hands and warmly stepped forward to greet them. "Boss Yamazaki, you're too kind." Qian Ziyang opened his arms wide. Yamanaka Yuki wore a pained expression but, seeing Qian Ziyang's enthusiasm, reluctantly opened his arms in response. Qian Ziyang didn't notice the trees and the mountains. His eyes were only on that gift box. He stepped forward and grabbed the box with both hands, feeling its weight as he gave it an experimental heft. If not for the extreme rudeness of unwrapping a gift in front of the giver, he would have torn it open right then and there. Seeing Qian Ziyang preoccupied with holding the gift box and ignoring Yamaka Yuki's open arms, Zhu Daqiang quickly reminded him by the side. Prompted by Zhu Daqiang, Qian Ziyang came to his senses and hastily handed the gift box to Zhu Daqiang before stepping forward to shake Yamaka Yuki's hand. "Mr. Yamaka, I'm truly so grateful to you. How could I have survived without you?" Qian Ziyang said with tears in his eyes. Yamaka Yuki was his savior. "Mr. Qian, you're being far too polite." Yamazaki bowed deeply. Qian Ziyang shook his head. No need at all." Yamazaki wasn't blind. He could clearly see how much Qian Ziyang seemed to value his gift. Struggling to contain his sorrow, Yamazaki said, "Mr. Qian, you seem quite fond of my present. Why not open it and see?" "Can I open it now?" Qian Ziyang seemed surprised. Zhu Daqiang beside him said, "Boss, Yamazaki-san is Japanese. In their culture, opening gifts in front of the giver is a sign of respect. Also, the boss's surname isn't Yama, it's Yamazaki." Hearing this, Qian Ziyang quickly apologized. "My apologies, you reminded me last time too. I've got a terrible memory. Next time I'll remember. I swear I will." With that, Qian Ziyang grabbed the gift box from Zhu Daqiang's arms and tore it open at lightning speed. It was 2 bottles of wine, exquisitely packaged. Qian Ziyang asked in a hushed voice, "How much does this wine cost?" Priced at 2,000 per bottle, that's 4,000 total. Qian Ziyong's eyes lit up as he regarded Yamanaka Yuki with even greater enthusiasm. I absolutely adore this gift. Manager Zhu, help me sell. Ahem, help me properly store this gift. In his excitement, he almost let the secret slip. Fortunately, he caught himself in time. As long as you like it, Yamazaki laughed. Though Yamazaki was smiling, Qian Ziyong could clearly see the profound sorrow behind his expression. Qian Ziyong also understood that his Feihuang supermarket was opened right across from Yongyan supermarket. The popularity of Feihuang supermarket meant that Yongyan supermarket's business would suffer. The mere thought of boss Shanzhong losing money while he himself was profiting to the point of ruin filled Qian Ziyong with sorrow. Boss Shanzhong, our fates are truly too cruel. Tears streamed down Qian Ziyong's face in an instant. He and Yamanaka Satoru were truly birds of a feather, both fallen from grace. Just thinking about the 50 million that was practically within his grasp, only to slip away, his sorrow became a river flowing upstream. It was like holding 10 lottery tickets worth 5 million each, only for a gust of wind to scatter them into nothingness. That feeling, simply beyond words. He felt like jumping off a building. Seeing Qian Ziyong's tearful eyes, Yamazuki couldn't help but hesitate. Boss Qian, are you pitying me? Yamazuki asked. He was somewhat angry. Even though the supermarket was losing money, it didn't warrant anyone's pity, did it? Qian Ziyong shook his head. I don't pity you, I'm pitying myself. Having shops located so close, I truly apologize. I never imagined things would turn out like this. If I'd known this would happen, I should never have opened Phoenix Supermarket across from you. Whoa whoa. Now he bitterly resents Yongyan Supermarket. Isn't Yongyan Supermarket supposed to be the most powerful supermarket in Hancheng? How come it hasn't shown any effect whatsoever? Mr. Yamazaki, I hope you'll visit me often. I promise to give you the warmest hospitality. Qian Ziyong said earnestly. The other party had brought him 4,000 yuan, he'd go all out to spend at least 500, 300 to host them properly. He could certainly spare 300 bucks. Come to think of it, there was free tea available for hospitality, so those 300 could be saved after all. His personal finances were tight, every penny had to go where it counted most. Chapter 36, Certainly No Betrayal. Inside the office of Feihuang Supermarket's owner, Qian Ziyong personally poured tea for Yamashita Yuki. Boss Yamashita, I'm truly grateful you found time in your busy schedule to visit me. Qian Ziyong raised his teacup. Yamashita Yuki also raised his cup in response. Since you're so fond of tea, I'll bring several canisters for you next time. Hearing that Yamanaka Erasure would stop sending cigarettes and alcohol next time, switching to tea instead, Qian Ziyong gave a startled jolt. I prefer cigarettes and liquor. Forget about tea, I can't get used to drinking it. Qian Ziyong quickly shook his head. Tea wasn't a hard currency, completely unsellable. Even if Yamanaka gave it to him, he could only re-gift it to someone else. Ah, Yamanaka Yuki suddenly let out a sigh. There might not be a next time. I might have to go back to Japan. Perhaps Mr. Qian, your Phoenix supermarket will also go bankrupt very soon. Really? Qian Ziyong smiled. I love it when people wish me well. Boss Shanzhong, you're different from the rest, talking with you is truly refreshing. The trees in the mountains were different, they knew to wish his supermarket would go bankrupt. Unlike Lu Gaodan and the others, who constantly told him how much money his supermarket was making. They kept stabbing him in the heart with their words. Seeing the delighted smile on Qian Ziyong's face, Yamazaki was utterly bewildered. At this moment, Qian Ziyong's cup was already empty. Shanzan Yushu beat Zhu Daqiang to it, picking up the teapot to pour tea for Qian Ziyong. Mr. Qian's heart is as vast as the ocean. When I said your supermarket would go bankrupt, not only did you not scold me, but you actually laughed heartily. Mr. Qian, you are truly an extraordinary man. Losing to you is no shame at all. The trees in the mountains sighed. Yongyan Supermarket's business has plummeted, now losing money every day. Moreover, the commercial ventures above Yongyan Supermarket are also in complete shambles. He had to admit, he was defeated. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to. Qian Ziyong scratched his head and said, such a nice guy Shanzhong Yushu is, look how badly his supermarket got messed up. Shanzhong Yushu shook his head, my skills are inferior, I admit defeat. But, my younger brother will be coming from Japan, and he'll take over the supermarket management from me. Hearing Yamazaki's words, Zhu Daqiang beside him shuddered all over. Are you, from the Yamazaki family? Zhu Daqiang asked. Yamazaki nodded proudly. In our Yamazaki family, I'm the least capable one. My younger brother has been a natural prodigy since childhood. In just 10 years of doing business, his personal assets have exceeded billions. When talking about his younger brother, Yamanaka Yuki's expression became extremely complicated. Assets exceeding several billion. Could it be Yamanaka Yumatsu, the founder of Einan Supermarket? Zhu Daqiang exclaimed in surprise. Qian Ziyong wore a completely bewildered look. He asked in a hushed voice, is the Yamanaka family that famous? Zhu Daqiang nodded. The Yamanaka family is a very prominent family in Sakura country. controlling a significant portion of the nation's wealth. Moreover, Yamanaka Aramatsu has dedicated over a decade to mastering the supermarket industry, demonstrating exceptional capabilities. Eternal Year's Supermarket was his creation, which has not only opened numerous branches in Sakura country but has also expanded to other nations. If Yamanaka Aramatsu were to take over Eternal Year's Supermarket, our phoenix might. Zhu Daqiang dared not continue. Having worked in the supermarket industry for over a decade, he knew all the major players in the field like the back of his hand. It never occurred to him that he would one day become an adversary to such a figure. That was a living legend. Is someone like him even worthy of being an enemy to such a figure? He's not worthy. Upon hearing that Shan Zanyasong was taking over the Yangyan supermarket across the street, Zhu Daqiang's heart pounded with nervousness. Feihuang supermarket had only just started doing well for a few days. Who could have imagined making money would make them a target? What terrible luck! Zhu Daqiang lamented inwardly as he turned to look at Qian Ziyang, only to see not a trace of panic on the man's face. Fly Phoenix Supermarket going bankrupt? Qian Ziyang's eyes sparkled, his grin growing wider by the second. Absolutely. Shan Zanyushu nodded with certainty. My younger brother is incredibly strong in business. He's never met a worthy opponent since he started out. Wonderful. Qian Ziyang laughed heartily. Mr. Yamanaka, thank you for bringing me such great news. Yamanaka Yukihiro's expression darkened. Mr. Qian Ziyang, I must ask you not to look down on others. My brother, Yamanaka Arashir, is truly formidable. Qian Ziyang replied cheerfully, I love talented people. I'm sure your brother and I will become great friends. He raised his tea and proclaimed loudly, a toast to your brother. Qian Ziyang's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as hope rekindled within him. If only there was someone formidable enough to make his Feihuang supermarket go bankrupt, that would be fantastic. Otherwise, earning tens of millions monthly was putting him under immense pressure. To my little brother? Shan Zhangyoshu raised his teacup in surprise and took a sip. In Qian Ziyang's eyes, he actually saw anticipation. The other party truly did not look down on his younger brother. Instead, they genuinely hoped to befriend him. What a bold young calf fears no tiger. Yamanaka Saki was already waiting in the mountains. He wanted to see if he could still laugh after Feihuang supermarket went bankrupt. Thank you very much for your hospitality today. Yamanaka Saki stood up. Qian Ziyang quickly rose to see him out. Just as he had finished escorting Yamanaka Saki out the door, he saw Li Lian hurriedly running over. Kid, we've got big trouble. Li Lian, who was always composed, was panting heavily, his face filled with urgency. Qian Ziyang secretly rejoiced and hastily asked, what's the good news? Li Lian shook his head, it's bad news. Shan Hangsong has invited Lu Gaota over. He's definitely trying to poach our talent. Qian Ziyang raised his eyebrows. Really? Yamasaka Matsu wants to poach Lu Gaota? That's just perfect. Right now, the mere sight of Lu Gaota irritated him. It was all Lu Gaota's fault. If Lu Gaota hadn't suggested opening a hot pot restaurant, he certainly wouldn't have made so much money. If only Lu Gaota could be poached, that would be wonderful. He could find someone else to take over the hot pot restaurant and let its business plummet. Moreover, Lu Gaota has experience running Heidileo. If he could open one in Yangyan supermarket too, that would be absolutely perfect. Seeing the smile on Qian Ziyang's face, Li Lian was utterly baffled. Brother, human hearts are unfathomable. Shang Hangsong is a top-tier celebrity in the supermarket industry. If he wants to poach someone, he'll surely offer a price that's impossible to refuse. Though Lu Gaota may be very close to you, no relationship is closer than one with money. There's a strong chance Lu Gaota might betray you for money. Li Lian spoke with grave earnestness. Yes, make Lu Gaota betray me. Qian Ziyang said gleefully. Worried that the word betray might put pressure on Lu Gaota, he quickly added, this isn't betrayal, it's just smart birds choosing better trees to perch on. Since Lu Gaota has a brighter future ahead, why should he stubbornly cling to this place? This isn't betrayal, it's striving for better prospects. I truly believe in him. The pine in the mountain is seriously impressive. Just moments ago, Tree in the Mountain mentioned his brother would come, but I never expected him to arrive this quickly. Even more surprising is how decisively he acted, arriving with such a massive splash right off the bat. Truly, a reputation well-earned leaves no room for doubt. This deal is solid as a rock. Chapter 37, A Heart-Wrenching Melody. Inside the office of Yangyan Supermarket's owner, four identical-looking women stood nearby, serving tea and water for the two men. Lu Gaota sat in his chair, holding a teacup, his eyes never leaving the four women. The man across the mountain, Song Yozhong, smiled and said, Welcome, Commander Gundam. Thanks. Lu Gaota glanced back at Mountain Pine, then quickly shifted his gaze to the four women, afraid to miss even a single second. Do you like orchids in spring or chrysanthemums in autumn? Yamanaka with Pine asked with a smile. Lu Gaota's eyes sparkled with stars as he nodded repeatedly, saying, I like it. Shan Zhangyosong said, they like you too and want to be friends with you. Ah ha ha. Lu Gaota laughed with his mouth wide open, looking as awkward as could be. Lugata also realized he was being a bit too excited and quickly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. The four girls covered their mouths with their hands and giggled softly at Lugata's awkward demeanor. This laughter left Lugata utterly mesmerized. Gata-kun, since you're so interested, why not come to our Yongyan supermarket? Yamanaka Yusuke suggested. If you join us at Yongyan supermarket, they could all become your friends. I'd like to get closer to you. Really? Lugata exclaimed with joy. But he hesitated again. But Qian Ziyong treats me very well, and I'm really happy at the hot pot restaurant. I don't want to. Shan Zhongyo countered immediately. I can pay you 3 times your current salary. Really? Lugata looked up, his eyes shining. You'd give me 300,000 a month? What? Qian Ziyong pays you 100,000 a month salary? Yamachu Yumatsu's eyes were full of disbelief. Lugata was astonished. No way, your managers here don't even make 100,000 a month? Lugata's gaze turned to the short manager standing nearby. Just heard Shirmian Yusong introduce that the middle-aged man before us is the manager of Yongyan supermarket. My monthly salary is 30,000, and my boss treats me very well. I'm perfectly content, the middle-aged man said. Salary so low? Lugata's face was full of disdain. After exchanging just a few words, Lugata's gaze shifted toward the quadruplets again. Seeing this, Shanjong Yusong didn't stop him. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and said, if you're willing to come over, I'll pay you 300,000 a month. Come here and open a hot pot restaurant for me. You'll be the manager, with full autonomy. Lugata hesitated for a moment, then shook his head in refusal. Qian Ziyong still gives me dividends, 2 million. You're so stingy, I doubt you'd ever give me dividends. What? Yamazaki Matsu stood up abruptly. Qian Ziyong is giving you dividends? Running a supermarket, running a hot pot restaurant, it's not like they're publicly traded companies, so why worry about dividends? Lugata nodded and said, Qian Ziyong withdrew a total of 25 million to distribute dividends to all of us. Since our hot pot restaurant is performing well and has fewer employees than the supermarket, everyone gets a generous share. I can get 2 million, and every other employee at the hot pot restaurant will receive at least 20,000 each. Hearing the figure 25 million, Yamanaka Matsu curiously asked, how much did you earn in a month? Lugata proudly declared, the hot pot restaurant made 20 million, and the supermarket brought in 30 million. Upon hearing Lugata's words, the four women were completely astonished. Seeing their astonishment, Lugata grew even more pleased with himself. He added, although the hot pot restaurant isn't as profitable as the supermarket, it's precisely because our hot pot business is thriving that it drives the supermarket's success. If not for the hot pot restaurant I opened, the supermarket would still be losing money right now. Moreover, the supermarket employs over 1,000 staff and covers an area of 5,000 square meters. My hot pot restaurant only has 500 employees and covers merely 700 square meters. With just 500 employees and 700 square meters, we're making profits comparable to the supermarket. Our hot pot restaurant is even more profitable. If only the hot pot restaurant weren't so small, restricting my potential, I could confidently earn 50 million a month. Hearing how profitable the hot pot restaurant was, Yamanaka no Matsu grew quite tempted. He had conducted investigations too. The hot pot restaurant was practically packed to the rafters. Even if it didn't earn as much as Lugata claimed, the difference probably wasn't significant. And Lugata was the manager of that hot pot restaurant. Poaching him would be like severing one of Qian Ziyong's arms directly. They could open another identical hot pot restaurant in Yongyan supermarket. Since Feiwang supermarket's upstairs hot pot restaurant could be such a hit, there's no reason Yongyan supermarket couldn't do the same. Shanjong Yusong gritted his teeth and said, fine, I'm also willing to give you 2 million. If the hot pot restaurant makes money, we can share the profits with you again. You're giving me 2 million? Lugata asked in astonishment. 2 million is a huge sum of money. Shanjong Yusong nodded and waved his hand. Managerly, bring 2 million here. Managerly bowed respectfully before retreating into the inner room. Before long, he emerged carrying 2 black cases. Open the box and pour the money inside directly onto the table in front of you. 2 million was an enormous amount, enough to dazzle Lugata's eyes. Seeing so much money, the 4 Japanese women behind him couldn't help but reveal envy in their eyes. All it would take was Lugata's nod, and this money would be his. Mr. Gata, here's our sincerity, Yamazaki Yusho said with a grin. Just join our Yongyan supermarket, and you can take the money with you right now. Lugata hesitated. Forget it. Qian Ziyong has treated me so well, I can't betray him. Lugata waved his hand. Brother Gata, don't rush to make a decision. Watch a dance first. As the melodious music sounded, 4 women gracefully stood up and assumed elegant postures. Like white cranes, they began to dance with flowing grace. Lugata stared with wide, unblinking eyes, his saliva dripping down. His eyes were filled with dreams. Like a dream, yet illusionary. Unable to distinguish spring from orchid, autumn from chrysanthemum. Only feeling that everything is beautiful. Lugata had never imagined that one day he could live such a life. This was his lifelong pursuit. Just one would have been his dream previously, something he wouldn't even dare think about. And now 4 identical ones, now that's easy. To die beneath the peonies, especially when they're 4 flowers from different seasons, yet bearing identical beauty. I do. Lu Gaoda's heart pounded wildly. As the mournful melody pierced his soul, Lu Gaoda's heart shattered in tandem. Gao Dakuan, Yamanaka Aramatsu said with a laugh. Take this money with you. Lu Gaoda kept watching the 4 women leave until they were out of sight before snapping back to reality. What did you just say? Yamanaka Aramatsu smiled. Take the money and come to work tomorrow. Lu Gaoda looked at the money on the table, feeling it was burning hot to the touch. But he couldn't let go of the love in his heart. Lu Gaoda was just an ordinary man. This small ambition was all he had in life. If he missed this chance, who knew if another would ever come? They shouldn't dislike fat guys, right? Lu Gaoda suddenly grew unsure of himself and asked in a quiet voice. Yamanaka Sho laughed. Gaoda-kun, a man's appearance isn't important. What matters is having talent. They really like you. Chapter 38, Betrayal. At the entrance of Fei Huang's supermarket, Lu Gaoda paced back and forth. He didn't take the money. But I'm genuinely very tempted. There's something even more heart-throbbing than money. But he endured it all. I can't betray Ziyong, he treats me like a brother. How could I help his enemies? Lu Gaoda gritted his teeth. His resolve was set. What courage it took to make this decision. Having made up his mind, Lu Gaoda stood tall with his chest out, radiating an air of upright righteousness. With his plump strides, Lu Gaoda arrived at Qian Ziyong's office. Pushing the door open, he found Qian Ziyong, Zhu Daxiang, and Li Lian all inside. Ziyong. The moment he laid eyes on Qian Ziyong, Lu Gaoda declared with a clear conscience and an air of arrogance, do you know what I've given up? Quadruplets. I've never even seen quadruplets on TV before. They're incredibly beautiful, and they can dance too. Leaving them felt like tearing a piece of flesh from his body and utterly excruciating pain. Though he had never been in love, he nonetheless felt the pangs of heartbreak. He'd tasted the bitterness of a broken heart. Qian Ziyong was baffled. For gorgeous women and a great career? You'd give all that up? Are you even a real man? Lu Gaoda took a deep breath and said, the new owner of Yangyan Supermarket came to poach me. My loyalty to my brother shines as brightly as heaven and earth, and there's not a shred of wavering in me. Really? Qian Ziyong asked suspiciously. He knew Lu Gaoda all too well. This guy spent every day in his dorm room watching short videos on his computer during college. If anyone said Lu Gaoda wasn't attracted to beautiful women, he would never believe it. I'm a little tempted, Lu Gaoda said sheepishly, rubbing his head under her stare. I admit I was tempted, but in the end I came to my senses. How could I betray you when you've been so good to me, Ziyong? Hearing Lu Gaoda's words, Li Lian and Zhu Daxiang beside him couldn't help but nod in approval. Lu Gaoda was just over 20 years old, at that age filled with youthful fervor. To resist temptation like this was truly no easy feat. Well done. Yet unexpectedly, Qian Ziyong slammed the table in fury, roaring thunderously, how can you call this betrayal? This should be called growth. Lu Gaoda, are you still my brother or not? I treat you like a brother. What do you take me for? Seeing Qian Ziyong actually so angry, Lu Gaoda was completely dumbfounded. I treat you like a dad? Hearing this, Qian Ziyong almost burst out laughing, but still kept a straight face. Even though you see me as your sworn father, in my heart I've always considered you a brother. Our relationship can be described as both brotherly and fatherly. Anyhow, you're an incredibly important person to me. I won't let something as trivial as money stand in the way of your growth, nor will it stand in the way of your lifelong happiness. Now, immediately, right away, pack your things and go work at Yangyan Supermarket. He was truly startled when Lu Gaoda said he hadn't betrayed him. That Yamashu no Matsu was so unreliable, he couldn't even handle Lu Gaoda. What a useless idiot. Qian Ziyong had held high expectations for this teammate he'd never met before. The other party acted swiftly and decisively in poaching him, which also gave him a glimmer of hope. But who would have thought they would be so incompetent, failing even to poach Lu Gaoda? Fortunately, he was there to assist. Lu Gaoda would have to leave today, whether he wanted to or not. This worthless son must not be spared. Upon hearing Qian Ziyong was about to drive him away, Lu Gaoda panicked. Father! Lu Gaoda clung to Qian Ziyong's leg, pleading tearfully, you can't abandon me. I know I was wrong, I never should have accepted that Lone Pine's invitation. That guy clearly has ulterior motives, bringing 4 women along to seduce me, offering me 2 million just to win me over. But my heart already has a home alive. I am Fei Wang's person, dead, I am Fei Wang's ghost. I'll never leave your side, Dad, my loyalty will never waver. Get out of the way. Qian Ziyong struggled to free his leg. Manager Zhu, brotherly, help me drag him out. Li Lian and Zhu Daxiang were bewildered, unsure what Qian Ziyong meant by this. Nevertheless, the two of them still stepped in and carried Lu Gaoda out. Lu Gaoda rolled around on the ground, wailing and weeping like a pig being led to slaughter, desperately trying to force his way back into the office. Luckily, at that moment, Li Lian and Zhu Daxiang instructed the employees to restrain Lu Gaota. What happened? What's wrong with Manager Lu? Did he have a seizure? Several employees wondered curiously. Zhu Daxiang said, it seems Lu Gaota betrayed the boss, or maybe not. Anyway, from today onward, Lu Gaota is no longer part of Fei Huang. He couldn't figure out what was going on, but following the boss's orders couldn't be wrong. Come on, help me lift him out. Zhu Daxiang directed the crew as they hoisted Lu Gaota high into the air. He was just too damn heavy. With great difficulty, several people managed to carry Lu Gaota to the supermarket entrance and set him down. Ziyang ah! Lu Gaota continued wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf. Anyone who didn't know what was happening might have thought something terrible was being done to him. Employees nearby watched with curiosity, and many customers recognized Lu Gaota. At that moment, Qian Ziyang walked out of the supermarket. Ziyang! Lu Gaota attempted to rush forward but was held back by the employees. Ziyang, I didn't betray you. Really, I truly didn't betray you. Lu Gaota was on the verge of tears. He felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Though he knew he hadn't betrayed anyone, he couldn't shake the guilt of having done so. Qian Ziyang said with a cold expression, in any case, you've betrayed me. Putting aside the facts, aren't you the one who betrayed Fei Huang supermarket? Anyway, from now on, you're part of Yangyan supermarket. Lu Gaota was completely dumbfounded. Putting aside the facts? Then what should we talk about? Damn, Qian Ziyang, you know perfectly well there was no actual betrayal in the first place. So if we ignore the facts, then sure, I betrayed you. Qian Ziyang had someone bring over 2 bags and place them in front of Lu Gaota. What's this? My luggage? Lu Gaota asked, puzzled. He opened the bag to find it completely packed with cash. Everyone around was startled at the sight of so much money. Qian Ziyang stated, N+1 compensation plus last month's salary, it totals 300,000. Adding your bonus payout of 2 million, it comes to 2,300,000 in total. Take your filthy money and get the hell out to Yangyan supermarket now. Ah! The bewildered spectators around them were all startled. So much money. 2,300,000. A weight that nobody could lift alone. They might not earn this much money even if they worked their whole lives. Holy cow, didn't Qian Ziyang just say Lu Gaota betrayed him? Yet he gave such a huge sum of money to the traitor? Chapter 39 Settlement. On the main road, Lu Gaota was walking towards the bank, carrying a black bag in his hand. Zhu Daqiang and Li Lian saw him off, helping him carry the money to the bank first. Oldly, what does the boss mean? Why doesn't he want me anymore? Lu Gaota hung his head in dejection. Li Lian shook her head. The boss's ideas are always wildly imaginative, he never follows a set pattern. Beside them, Zhu Daxiang noticed Lu Gaota seemed unsure and patted his shoulder with a laugh. Why overthink it? Just trust the boss, he's never wrong. With the boss having such a good relationship with you, how could he possibly harm you? Lu Gaota nodded. Both times, it was because they followed Qian Ziyang's directives that Fly Phoenix Supermarket and the Hot Pot restaurant became massively successful. They became the unstoppable force of Hancheng. Listening to Qian Ziyang has never led us astray. Lu Gaota asked, when I get to Yangyan Supermarket, should I hold back and not reveal the real goods? Li Lian shook his head. Didn't the boss already make it clear? He wants you to grow quickly. If you go to Yangyan Supermarket and still hold back, how can you possibly grow? Li Lian didn't believe Lu Gaota could hide anything from Yangyan Supermarket without handing it over. After all, when Lu Gaota returned, his eyes lit up whenever he mentioned those 4 women. Li Lian felt that just a few sweet words whispered by those women would probably make him spill everything. Besides, Shanzhong Yusong was an old fox in the business world, trying to hide anything from him was utterly unthinkable. Zhu Daxiang added from the side, the boss always speaks very directly, never makes us guess around. When he says you should go out and spread your wings alone, he means it literally. Do your best. When Fenghuang Supermarket reaches 10 billion, even 100 billion in scale, you can bring back what you've learned from Yangyan Supermarket. Watch carefully, learn well. Upon hearing this, Lu Gaota nodded emphatically, his heart brimming with determination. What excited him even more was that by going to Yangyan Supermarket, he could be with them. Lu Gaota left cheerfully, while the two returned to the owner's office at Fei Huang Supermarket. Qian Ziyang was busy searching for something online. Boss, Lu Gaota has already left, Zhu Daqiang said. Qian Ziyang nodded. Hurry up and get the renovations done. Also, distribute the dividend money as soon as possible. When he just let Lu Gaota leave, he nearly forgot to give him his share. That was 2 million yuan. Every penny now is absolutely crucial. The more we spend, the easier our task becomes. We might even manage to incur losses within 15 days. Of course, no matter how much we lose this month, it probably won't amount to much. He's preparing for the system's next cycle. The most important thing is to remove the firewood from under the cauldron, to undermine the foundation decisively. Ideally, ruin both Fei Huang Supermarket and the Hot Pot restaurant. Now that Lu Gaota has left, the Hot Pot restaurant lacks management, so he needs to hire someone. Someone who can not only help him shoulder 100,000 yuan in expenses each month but also take the hot pot restaurant off course, preferably drive it straight into a ditch. However, after browsing many resumes online, none seemed unreliable enough. They were either Peking/Tsinghua graduates or had studied abroad. Feeling that entrusting the hot pot restaurant to them would probably make the business thrive again, he needed to hire someone who could definitely ruin the hot pot restaurant. The more unreliable they are, the better. The more unreliable, the better. The 15 days passed quickly, and during this time Chen Ziyong was extremely busy. Fortunately, he managed to spend all the money just before the system settlement deadline. Ding! System settlement initiated. Host, Chen Ziyong. Personal funds, 2,224. System funds, cash 5 plus fixed assets 49949,875 equals 49949,880. Calculating 500,000,49949,880 equals 50,120. Settlement completed. Personal funds, 2,224 plus 50,120 is equal to 52,344. Seeing his personal funds exceed 50,000, Chen Ziyong felt a mix of emotions. Originally, it was 50 million, but in the end, he only got 50,000. To say he wasn't disappointed would be a lie, but there was also a sense of having survived a disaster. At least before the next settlement period, he could count on having some money to use. The days ahead wouldn't have to be so tight-fisted. Grabbing his phone, Chen Ziyong transferred 30,000 yuan to his mother's account. This was the first time he sent money to his mother, and his heart swelled with pride. When I make it big, I'll send Mom 100 million. Chen Ziyong thought to himself, brimming with joy. Just then, the phone rang. It was his mother calling. Chen Ziyong happily picked up the phone, only to hear an accusatory voice on the other end. Ziyong, did you send me money? Mom, what do you think? Your son has made something of himself. Aren't you proud? Chen Ziyong boasted. On the other end of the line, Chen Huilan frowned and admonished, your career is just taking off. There are still many places you'll need money. You should spend it where it truly matters. I can't help you much with anything, your father and I. The only thing we can do is take good care of ourselves so you won't have to worry. Don't worry, I've got money, Chen Ziyong said. Chen Huilan shook her head, alright, I'll take the money. If your business fails one day, use this to find a good family and marry you off. Hearing his mother's plan to marry him off, Chen Ziyong protested anxiously, Mom, I'm your only son. If anyone's getting married, it should be someone marrying me. Why would I be married off to someone else? If I become a live-in son-in-law, who's going to take care of you when you're old? Besides, why wait until we're broke to get married? Can't we get married when we have money? Chen Huilan sneered, if you had money, would you even want to marry? Wouldn't you rather play around more? Chen Ziyong was left speechless. You're my mother. How can you say that about your own son? What about trust between people? Chen Huilan said, there's nothing wrong with liking to have fun. Young people should experience more. Don't wait until you're married to regret it and then do all sorts of messy things during the marriage. Xian Xiuqi, standing nearby with beads of sweat on his forehead, quickly interjected, why are you talking to our son about such things? Alright, take care and don't overwork yourself. Your father and I still have things to attend to, so we won't keep you any longer. Don't worry about home, everything is fine here. We're just a bit short on money, so focus on making a good income. With that, Chen Huilan hung up the phone. Honey, why are you telling our son such things? Chen Xiuqi asked in bewilderment. Chen Huilan gave Chen Xiuqi a glare. Do you think I don't know all those little schemes you men have in mind? Besides, do you really think he'd quit just because I told him to stop playing? That can't be. On the contrary, if I say something, he might actually restrain himself a bit and not go overboard. After some thought, Chen Xiuqi had to admit this made sense. What parents say, young people just treat as fart. But Chen Huilan being so direct would actually make that boy Chen Ziyong think twice and not dare to go too wild. Though the couple never went to see Chen Ziyong again, they kept a close eye on their son's business. They knew their son's business was making big money, heard it was tens of millions a month. Chapter 40, The Guru of Success. What kind of mother did I end up with? I must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes. Chen Ziyong threw his phone onto the table, actually in quite a good mood. Giving his mother 30,000 filled him with a deep sense of accomplishment. Yet the mere thought of Lu Gata, with his 4 million bucks and several gorgeous women by his side, instantly filled Chen Ziyong with inexplicable envy. Humph, Lu Gata has money, but I'll have even more. I hope this cycle's target is even more challenging. Chen Ziyong opened the system. This cycle had already refreshed, but he hadn't checked it yet. Host, Chen Ziyong. Personal funds, 22,344. Current cycle target, 100 million. Deadline, 3 months. System funds, 100 million and 2 yuan plus fixed assets. Seeing an additional 100 million yuan in system funds, Chen Ziyong's eyes lit up with greed. That's one small target achieved. This year, I set myself a small goal, claim 1 billion from the system. If he gets 1 billion, let's see how arrogant Lu Gata can still be. 2 days ago, Lu Gata came to hang out, driving a sports car. Though he didn't say much on the surface, deep down, he was extremely envious. Who doesn't want to try driving a sports car with one hand while still young? With 100 million, luxury cars are a must, 2 of them. One for him to drive, the other for his housekeeper. As for why there would be a nanny? Because he wanted to buy a manor. Not only would he need housekeepers, but also a chauffeur. The thought of luxury cars and villas filled Chen Ziyong with boundless motivation. First, I've got to drive that hot pot restaurant into bankruptcy, otherwise just the fixed assets alone are tying up tens of millions. Chen Ziyong badly wanted to bankrupt the hot pot restaurant outright, but the system wouldn't allow it. He had to find a reasonable excuse. For example, losing money on a hot pot restaurant. Then how to make the hot pot restaurant lose money? Chen Ziyong already had a plan to hire someone completely unreliable to run the hot pot restaurant. These past few days, he had carefully studied and already had someone in mind for the position. Xincheng was a prefecture-level city, extraordinarily bustling and prosperous. Today, Chen Ziyong and Zhu Daqiang traveled 1,000 miles to Xincheng by plane. Inside a spacious banquet hall, dozens of people were seated as a middle-aged man in a sharply tailored suit stood on stage, gesturing animatedly. Chen Ziyong and Zhu Daqiang found a seat and sat down. "Boss, what are we doing here?" Zhu Daqiang asked curiously. Chen Ziyong lowered his voice and whispered, "The hot pot restaurant needs a manager. I plan to hire one to help me run the place." Zhu Daqiang replied, "Ever since Lu Gata left, the hot pot restaurant has been running smoothly. I think we can promote someone capable from within the team. Many people are sending resumes to our Feihuang supermarket and hot pot restaurant, and quite a few of them are outstanding." Chen Ziyong shook his head. "The hot pot restaurant must have a manager. I've reviewed all those resumes, they're all mediocre, not the people I want to choose." Zhu Daqiang asked curiously, "Boss, what kind of person are you looking for? Is he sitting here right now?" Zhu Daqiang's gaze swept around the room, but all he saw were some paid audience plants and a few not too bright individuals. Chen Ziyong said, "No need to look. The person I want to find is on stage." "What?" Zhu Daqiang's eyes widened in shock as he urgently exclaimed, "Boss, he's a con artist. I've met many people like him, all talk and no action. Hiring someone like this as a manager is a surefire way to run your hot pot restaurant into the ground." Upon hearing Zhu Daqiang's words, Chen Ziyong's eyes lit up. "See that? Even Zhu Daqiang knew not to hire this person, they would drag the hot pot restaurant into a pit of fire." Then did he confess? With him fueling the flames behind the scenes, that hot pot restaurant is doomed to fail. How wonderful! Chen Ziyong shook his head. "I have my own plans right now, listen to his speech." On stage, the middle-aged man spoke passionately. "Why haven't you managed to earn money? Because you're not close enough to money. Even more importantly, you don't realize that making money requires not just intelligence, but also courage. Got it? Give me applause." Countless people in the audience clapped. The middle-aged man gripped the microphone passionately and proclaimed, "To succeed, first go crazy, charge forward without hesitation. Got it? Give me applause." The applause continued to ring out. Zhu Daqiang listened with a face full of disbelief. This is all nonsense. Isn't this just some smooth-talking guru, one of those success seminar charlatans? 24K pure scammer. What the heck is this? Zhu Daqiang looked at Chen Ziyong, only to find him listening with rapt attention. "Boss, he's a scammer, bound to start pitching those courses any minute now. Attending his class wastes your time and teaches you nothing." Zhu Daqiang pleaded earnestly. Chen Ziyong nodded. "I've got my own plans. Just watch." Hearing this, Zhu Daqiang stopped pressing the matter. His heart was in his throat, praying that Chen Ziyong wouldn't fall for this con artist. The middle-aged man continued from the stage. "When foes meet in a narrow path, the brave wins. Compared to wisdom, courage is far more important. Throughout history, those who achieved great things may not have been intelligent, but they were certainly brave enough." The torrent of words initially held Chen Ziyong's rapt attention, but soon had him nodding off. The surrounding crowd kept clapping, making it impossible for him to sleep. Fortunately, after an hour, there was finally an intermission. The middle-aged man on stage went to the restroom. "Let's go." Chen Ziyong led Zhu Daqiang to follow him. Before even reaching the restroom, he heard several rough-looking men shouting angrily, "Zhou Kaitian went to the toilet, let's beat him to death. Bastard dared to cheat me out of my money, today I'll break his legs." Spotting these burly men, Chen Ziyong quickly stepped aside while Zhu Daqiang shielded him, thrusting out an arm to separate the group from Chen Ziyong. The men ignored the pair entirely, charging into the restroom en masse. Immediately, Chen Ziyong heard blood-curdling howls erupt from inside. Chen Ziyong pricked up his ears and heard a series of popping sounds, followed by several pained shrieks. After 3/4 of an hour, everything finally quieted down, and the burly man left with Chen, looking satisfied. A while later, the success guru Zhou Kaitian emerged from inside. His clothes were torn, his face covered in bruises, but most eye-catching of all were his trousers. His pants were wet, with very noticeable water stains. Xian Ziyong caught a whiff of a foul odor and quickly took 2 steps back. Feeling this might be impolite, Xian Ziyong stepped forward to greet him. Master Zhou, should we call the police? Zhou Kaitian looked up at Xian Ziyong and, seeing him take out his phone, hurriedly stopped him. Don't call the police. Xian Ziyong wasn't actually planning to call them anyway, putting his phone back in his pocket. He had overheard enough to gather that Zhou Kaitian had scammed those people out of their money. Master Zhou, I need to speak with you about something. Would now be a good time? Xian Ziyong inquired. You want to sign up for my class? Of course. Zhou Kaitian adjusted his clothes, ignoring his wet pants, instantly reverting to his dazzling image, though his bruised face made him look utterly ridiculous. Xian Ziyong shook his head. I'm not signing up for your class. I want you to help me open a store. What a waste of expression. Upon hearing Xian Ziyong wasn't enrolling but wanted him to start some lousy shop, Zhou Kaitian immediately lost all interest. Chapter 41 I am willing. Zhou Kaitian turned around and left, only to remember that he had just given them all his money, and now he didn't have a single cent left. Not even enough for a meal. Zhou Kaitian turned around awkwardly. Bro, can you lend me some cash? Don't worry, I just happened to not bring any money today. I'll pay you back double tomorrow. Xian Ziyong pulled out 20 yuan from his pocket. Zhou Kaitian took the money and was about to leave. Xian Ziyong smiled and said, by the way, I forgot to tell you, help me run this shop, and your monthly salary will be 100,000 yuan. Zhou Kaitian, who was already about to leave, turned back around. What did you just say? Zhou Kaitian asked. My hot pot restaurant needs a manager. The salary is 100,000 yuan a month. You'll be the hot pot restaurant manager. Xian Ziyong said calmly. Though spoken softly, the words rang in Zhou Kaitian's ears like thunder. 100,000. After working himself to the bone for a month, he couldn't even earn 30,000, let alone 100,000. On unlucky months, he might even lose money. If someone offered him 100,000 salary now, he'd willingly sell his soul. Boss, don't hire him, he's completely unreliable. Xu Daxian was beside himself with anxiety. To everyone's surprise, the boss actually went ahead with hiring him, and even offered an astronomical salary of 100,000 yuan per month. Xian Ziyong simply waved his hand without another word, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Kaitian. Zhou Kaitian sized up Xian Ziyong from head to toe. You're offering me a 100,000 yuan salary? You're not some kind of scammer, are you? Xian Ziyong gestured to Xu Daxian beside him. Xu Daxian had no choice but to take out his phone and display his bank account balance. Seeing the 100 million yuan balance on Xu Daxian's phone, Zhou Kaitian was startled. Good heavens, it was the first time he'd seen 8 zeros grouped together. It was utterly staggering. Don't be fooled by how he talks about 100 million this and that on stage. In reality, he'd never even seen a single million before. Xian Ziyong said, well, are you willing to come or not? Just give me a straight answer. I have limited time and can't afford to waste it with you. Zhou Kaitian immediately responded, boss, I'm willing. From this day forward, whatever you ask of me, I'll do it without hesitation, completely loyal. Xian Ziyong nodded, I'll advance you 10 days' salary. Buy yourself some new clothes, clean up, then come find me at Hanchang River Hot Pot. With that, Xian Ziyong had Xu Daxian transfer the money. Though Xu Daxian was extremely reluctant, he still transferred the 30,000 yuan to Zhou Kaitian. Upon receiving the 30,000, Zhou Kaitian beamed with delight and respectfully asked Xian Ziyong, boss, have you eaten yet? Boss, are you tired? Should I arrange a private room for you? Boss. Xian Ziyong waved his hand, enough, I'm very busy. Come find me as soon as possible, I'm heading back first. Having made the rare trip to Xincheng, Xian Ziyong stayed until the afternoon before finally boarding a flight back to Hanchang. That evening, when Xian Ziyong returned to Feihuang supermarket, Zhou Kaitian was the first person he saw upon entering. Boss. Zhou Kaitian trotted over. Xian Ziyong was somewhat surprised. You came so quickly? Good heavens, he had only recruited him this morning and he's already here in the afternoon? Zhou Kaitian smiled sheepishly. Boss, arriving early means I can collect an extra day's salary. Hearing Zhou Kaitian's words, Xian Ziyong's face broke into a smile. Excellent. Zhou Kaitian, I think you've shown remarkable awareness. What kind of awareness? The awareness of spending money. Zhou Kaitian was practically rushing to spend his money for him. Every day Zhou Kaitian came earlier meant another 3,000 yuan spent. Though 3,000 was a drop in the bucket compared to 100 million, Zhou Kaitian's enthusiasm pleased him greatly. Zhou Kaitian scratched his head. He couldn't quite understand Xian Ziyong. Xian Ziyong smiled and said, haven't eaten yet? Come on, let's go eat hot pot together to welcome you properly. Zhou Kaitian beamed with smiles. Boss, you're too good to me. There were no seats available at the hot pot restaurant, so the group went straight to Qian Ziyong's office to eat. The four sat around the table, which was laden with all kinds of meat. As the hot pot bubbled, Zhou Kaitian was practically drooling. Still, Xian Ziyong didn't touch his chopsticks, he held back from eating. Don't stand on ceremony, eat more. Xian Ziyong picked up a piece of meat, took a small taste, then started eating vegetables. For the past few months, to save money, he had been eating hot pot every day. Halileo hot pot was delicious, but eating it daily took all the joy out of it. Now the mere sight of hot pot annoyed him. I really want to try something different, but eating out costs money. And after getting used to meat dishes, who would still settle for a 10 yuan lunchbox? Zhou Kaitian hadn't eaten all day, and when he finally got to eat, he devoured his food like a starving wolf. It's delicious, absolutely delicious. So tasty. Zhou Kaitian ate with joyous abandon. The more Zhou Kaitian ate, the happier Qian Ziyang became. This is all money down the drain. Zhou Kaitian was the manager of the hot pot restaurant, so naturally, he got to eat for free too. Qian Ziyang liked anyone who helped him lose money. If it's delicious, eat more. Qian Ziyang cheerfully served dishes to Zhou Kaitian. Originally, the biggest eater among us was Lu Gaoda, but he got lured away by a woman from Japan. From now on, the hot pot restaurant will depend on you. Eat up a name to become the biggest eater here. Zhou Kaitian asked curiously, was Lu Gaoda the former manager of the hot pot restaurant? Qian Ziyang nodded. Xu Daxian, standing nearby, recounted the affairs concerning the hot pot restaurant and Lu Gaoda in detail to Zhou Kaitian. After listening carefully, Zhou Kaitian nodded. So, Lu Gaoda betrayed the boss, is that right? Quite right. Xu Daxian nodded. Although calling it betrayal might be a stretch, Lu Gaoda is indeed currently working at Yongyan Supermarket employed by Qian Ziyang's rival chain. Zhou Kaitian asked in surprise, he betrayed the boss, yet the boss still gave him 2 million? Xu Daxian nodded. The boss treats us very well. My salary has risen to 50,000 now. This is manager Li Lian, whose salary is 100,000. When Lu Gaoda was still here, his salary was also 100,000. Additionally, all employees at our hot pot restaurant now earn over 10,000 in wages. At Fei Huang Supermarket, the minimum salary is 8,000. Oh, and whether it's Fei Huang Supermarket or Halileo Hot Pot, everyone works no more than 6 hours a day. You may be a manager now, but in this hot pot restaurant, you can only work 6-hour shifts. The boss doesn't allow anyone to work overtime, absolutely not, don't ever break this rule. He had to remind Zhou Kaitian. The newcomer better not make mistakes. Zhou Kaitian was dumbfounded. What kind of heavenly company is this? No overtime for employees, only 6 working hours a day? And the salary is outrageously high, isn't it? It's actually this high. Can it make money? We'll be losing our shirts. Boss, is our hot pot restaurant profitable? Zhou Kaitian asked quietly. Qian Ziyang sighed heavily. Hearing Qian Ziyang sigh, Zhou Kaitian thought to himself, just as expected, with such high salaries for employees, making profits would be damned impossible. Qian Ziyang said helplessly, we're profitable. Very profitable indeed. Make at least 30 million for me every month. That much. Zhou Kaitian was stunned. What kind of hot pot restaurant could possibly make 30 million in a month? Even those huge corporations with thousands of employees would struggle to earn 30 million a month. Chapter 42, Dream Job. The thought of managing a hot pot restaurant that earned 30 million a month weighed heavily on Zhou Kaitian's mind. At the same time, he was deeply moved by Qian Ziyang's trust in him. Boss, you've been too kind to me, not only offering me such a high salary but also entrusting me with such an important responsibility. Zhou Kaitian picked up the bottle of liquor, ready to show off his drinking skills for Qian Ziyang on the spot. Don't! Qian Ziyang hurriedly stopped him. The alcohol wasn't free, he paid for it himself. To show your feelings, don't drink, eat more meat instead. The more meat you eat, the happier I am, Qian Ziyang said. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kaitian was momentarily stunned. He tentatively offered, then boss, shall I toast you with a piece of meat? Qian Ziyang's eyebrows twitched with delight as he raised a piece of meat. Let's all eat together. Cheers. The more they eat, the more he earns. But the more they drink, the more he loses. Eating meat is good, but drinking alcohol is bad. The crowd devoured the meat. Qian Ziyang said, try to avoid drinking alcohol from now on, it harms your health. Eat more meat instead. Encourage your employees to eat more meat and drink less alcohol too. Everyone nodded, their hearts filled with profound emotions. Alcohol wasn't free, yet Qian Ziyang advised everyone to drink less. The meat was reimbursed, and Qian Ziyang urged the employees to eat more. This was someone who'd rather suffer losses himself than treat his employees poorly. With such a wonderful boss, how could the employees not be utterly devoted? After several rounds of drinks and tasting various dishes, Zhou Kaitian quietly asked, boss, why did you choose me to be the manager of the hot pot restaurant? Zhou Kaitian actually knew deep down that Zhu Daxiang and Li Lian didn't have high expectations for him, but in Qian Ziyang's eyes, he could see deep appreciation for him. Qian Ziyang smiled and said, because I have high hopes for you. Your talents stand out, and you're exactly the kind of talent I need. Zhou Kaitian was a swindler, a scoundrel, definitely not a good man by any measure. To those he had deceived, he was nothing short of a vile beast. But none of that mattered to Qian Ziyang, he needed him. With Zhou's help, Wasn't the hot pot restaurant guaranteed to go from bad to worse? Zhou Kaitian didn't catch the underlying meaning in Qian Ziyang's words, mistakenly thinking Qian was sincerely praising him. Boss. Zhou Kaitian gazed affectionately at Qian Ziyang. A true friend is hard to find in this lifetime. Never did I imagine Zhou Kaitian would meet someone like you. No more words needed, from now on, my whole existence is yours. As he finished speaking, this grown man actually began sobbing. Qian Ziyang silently moved his chair aside. Bro, I'm not your soulmate, just doing what I ought to do. I won't take your life, keep it for your wife. At the mention of wife, Zhou Kaitian suddenly threw back his head and wailed, bursting into uncontrollable sobs. Boss, my life's been tragic. I'm already 43 this year, and I don't even have a wife. Not even once have I held a girl's hand. My life is such a failure. Such a failure. But I refuse to accept it. I don't want to be poor for the rest of my life. I've stolen. I cheated. Have you ever felt that gnawing hunger eating away at your stomach? Have you ever endured those contemptuous glances from people around you? Money. Only money can save me. Only money can save my family. Zhou Kaitian's tears flowed like a river, leaving everyone astonished. Who would have thought that beneath Zhou Kaitian's deceptive exterior lay such a tragic life? At 43 years old, he'd never even held a girl's hand. Ah, Qian Ziyang sighed deeply. I just hope you can put your talents to good use. Work hard. I believe in you. Your monthly salary of 100,000 won't be shortchanged. As long as Zhou Kaitian fully unleashes his talent for deception and trickery, that hot pot restaurant will undoubtedly go bankrupt. Once the hot pot restaurant goes under, he'll immediately become a billionaire. Zhou Kaitian nodded solemnly. I'll definitely give it my all. Qian Ziyang nodded with satisfaction and patted him on the shoulder, saying, starting tomorrow, the hot pot restaurant is all yours to manage. He was afraid that Zhu Daqian and Li Lian might interfere with Zhou Kaitian, so he instructed, Zhou Kaitian is the manager of the hot pot restaurant. Everything in the hot pot restaurant is under his control, stay out of its affairs. This way, it's a sure thing. Handing the hot pot restaurant over to Zhou Kaitian would only lead to losses before long. He would have a legitimate excuse to let the hot pot restaurant go bankrupt. Although the two of them had 1,000 misgivings about handing over the hot pot restaurant to Zhou Kaitian. But since this was the boss's decision, they could only helplessly nod in agreement. Yes, the two reluctantly nodded in acknowledgement. Zhou Kaitian was even more moved. Early the next morning, Zhou Kaitian arrived at the hot pot restaurant for work, filled with motivation. The employees all gave Zhou Kaitian plenty of face. After all, he was someone the boss had assigned. Seeing the staff warmly welcoming him, Zhou Kaitian was extremely pleased. He wandered around the store for a while but found nothing that required his attention. The hot pot restaurant was quite large. He had barely finished looking around the entire place and hadn't even figured out how the business operated when it was already time to clock out. Time to clock out? Zhou Kaitian was stunned. Time had passed far too quickly. Just 6 short hours, he hadn't even warmed up yet, and it was already time to leave? After work, the employees made hot pot for themselves and invited Zhou Kaitian to join them. Looking at the table full of meat, Zhou Kaitian took a deep breath. Is this job too easy? Didn't do a single thing all day, and still got paid 3,300. What's more, the boss even provides meals, and it's a balanced hot pot with both meat and vegetables. This is practically living the life of the gods. Manager, are you coming this afternoon? An employee asked. Still free in the afternoon? Zhou Kaitian asked in surprise. Not working in the afternoon, could they really come for a meal? The employee nodded. Not only free in the afternoon, but you can come eat anytime you want. The boss said, even if the hot pot restaurant isn't open yet, even if it's midnight, if you want to eat, just open the door yourself and make your own hot pot. Zhou Kaitian was speechless. He felt that while traveling all over the country hadn't made him rich, it had at least broadened his horizons. Ever since coming to work at this hot pot restaurant, his worldview had been constantly shattered. After finishing their meals, these employees left, and another batch of fresh, energetic staff arrived for their shift. When the employees learned he had already worked a 6-hour shift in the store, he was told to go back and rest. Don't violate the hot pot restaurant's taboos. Zhou Kaitian could only leave silently. Returning to the hotel, Zhou Kaitian lay down on the bed, lost in thought. Where is he? What's he doing? Feels like this hot pot restaurant runs just fine with or without him. So why did Qian Ziyang hire him as manager? By the way, Qian Ziyang told me to work hard and make the most of my abilities. What talents do I have? Zhou Kaitian pondered deeply. Zhou Kaitian never would have imagined that Qian Ziyang invited him to lose money. So Zhou Kaitian was utterly perplexed. What talent did he possess that Qian Ziyang would value him so highly as to invite him from afar? Unable to figure out what use he had for this hot pot restaurant, Zhou Kaitian kept pondering. Even when he went to work the next day, he continued to ponder amidst his learning. And so a month passed, and Zhou Kaitian smoothly received his first month's salary. Chapter 43, To succeed, first go mad. Other companies pay salaries mid-month. But Qian Ziyang issued paychecks on the very first day of the month. When Zhou Kaitian received his paycheck, his eyes welled up with tears. Just thinking about how he couldn't help it all in the store filled him with deep shame. He went to find Qian Ziyang, hoping to seek some guidance. Qian Ziyang told him once again to just let his own talents shine. He asked his boss, "What talents do I even have?" The boss didn't speak, just smiled mysteriously. What talent could he possibly have that he wasn't aware of? Zhou Kaitian also had self-awareness. He knew he was essentially good for nothing, apart from being able to give speeches and deceive people. Wait, I can give speeches. I could motivate the employees with speeches. Zhou Kaitian's eyes lit up. He had found his direction in life once again. Early the next morning, Zhou Kaitian arrived at the hot pot restaurant. He gathered all the employees together. On stage, Zhou Kaitian spoke with passionate enthusiasm. To succeed, first go crazy, charge forward without hesitation. Zhou Kaitian's face was filled with passion. Just thinking about the high salary his boss offered him filled him with genuine gratitude. The employees were also completely mesmerized by his words. There was absolutely no need for Zhou Kaitian to ask for applause. Thunderous clapping erupted spontaneously. In just 20 short minutes, everyone listened with surging emotions, feeling as though they were standing at the center of the world stage. Today, we will begin to change the world. Zhou Kaitian's speech was incredibly stirring. After hearing this, they were brimming with motivation. They greeted everyone with heartfelt smiles. After finishing his speech, Zhou Kaitian left with a deep sense of accomplishment. He would deliver the same speech again when the next batch of employees arrived for work. He realized his talent, public speaking. Before, to make a living, by deception, he had painstakingly trained in oratory. Even lies could turn into truths when spoken by him. Only this way could he manage to get by. Day after day, time passed quickly. During this period, Zhou Kaitian would give motivational speeches to the employees whenever he had time. In addition to the hot pot restaurant staff, he also gave speeches to supermarket employees. Everyone who listened to his speeches seemed to get an adrenaline boost. Customers at Feihuang supermarket and hot pot restaurant noticed a change in the staff's morale. They became vibrant and brimming with confidence about the future. Infected by their energy, customers started feeling like sunshine had entered their daily lives. Emotions are contagious. I don't know why, but coming to Feihuang supermarket just has that soothing effect, making you feel relaxed and happy. On the other side, Yongyan supermarket. Today marks the opening of the hot pot restaurant. Yongyan Hot Pot officially opens with grand promotions, distributing discount coupons to supermarket customers and inviting them to try their hot pot. Today, Lu Gada is the star of the show. Dressed in a suit, he stood at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, greeting customers as they arrived. Though a bit tired, he was brimming with a sense of accomplishment. After a month of effort, he had finally succeeded in opening his hot pot restaurant. However, he always felt somewhat uncomfortable inside Yongyan Hot Pot restaurant. For some reason, the staff at Yongyan Hot Pot weren't as warm as those at Galileo. They seemed to carry grievances with them to work every day. Lu Gada didn't particularly enjoy staying at the store. I'd rather greet customers at the door. The day finally came to an end, and it was time to tally up the day's sales in the evening. Shan Zhongyasong was somewhat nervous. Business today isn't bad, and the turnover should be decent. Sure enough, the daily earnings came out. Today's revenue reached 400,000. For a newly opened hot pot restaurant, achieving this level of income is already quite impressive. Lu Gada, you've done an excellent job. Shan Zhongyasong praised. Lu Gada wore a smile on his face. A weight lifted from his heart. Lu Gada said, "This is what I ought to do." Shan Zhongyo nodded in satisfaction. Customer feedback today was excellent. Many felt their Yongyan supermarket's hot pot wasn't much different in taste from the famous Galileo hot pot chain. He also wanted to use Galileo hot pot base. But unfortunately, Galileo hot pot base had been exclusively bought out. Even though Lu Gada knew the recipe, he didn't dare use it openly. Otherwise, Galileo could sue him into bankruptcy. Fortunately, the taste was still passable. The customers were quite satisfied indeed. Thank you, Qian Ziyong, for helping me discover a new path to riches. Once I successfully operate Yongyan Hot Pot and build its reputation, I'll expand it worldwide. This was the vision burning in Shan Zhongyasong's heart. Truly imitating Galileo, only then did I realize how remarkably advanced Galileo's philosophy is. Some of their service concepts are utterly unmatched by other hot pot restaurants. Their Yongyan Hot Pot also offers free beverages, fruits, and beef condiments. It can be said to be a perfect one-to-one replica of Galileo Hot Pot. Song Yushan lay in bed having sweet dreams, ending his wonderful day. The next evening, he was once again punctually stationed at the checkout counter. Lu Gada was also present. He felt somewhat nervous. He felt today's business wasn't as good as yesterday's. Sure enough, when the sales report printed out, it showed 50,000 less than the previous day. Shan Zhongyasong frowned. It wasn't as booming as he had anticipated. The Hot Pot Heaven restaurant was always packed to capacity. He went to check Hot Pot Heaven today, and there was still a huge crowd of customers waiting in line outside. Only those who absolutely couldn't bear to wait would choose to come to their eternal year hot pot instead. Why is our business getting worse and worse? Mountain Pine asked. His gaze turned to Manager Lee beside him. He had secretly asked Manager Lee to conduct an investigation. Manager Lee said, "Boss, many customers feel our hot pot restaurant is inferior to Haidileo Hot Pot." "In what way?" Yamakan Shu asked sharply, casting a piercing glance at Lu Gauda. Lu Gauda trembled in fear and quickly said, "I copied everything exactly as it was, there definitely couldn't be any mistakes." Manager Lee added, "Boss, customers are saying our staff's service isn't as warm as River Pull hot pots. They always feel like something's missing." Shanjong Yuson turned his gaze toward Lu Gauda. Lu Gauda thought for a moment, then suddenly had a flash of insight and said, "Boss, I know the reason now." "Why?" Shanjong Yuson asked curiously. Lu Gauda said, "It's all about work attitude and passion. Xian Ziyong treats his employees extremely well, even assigning dedicated staff to attend to their needs. And the salary is up to 8,000, with only 6-hour workdays. Plus, there's free hot pot. Unlike us, none of those benefits, plus 12-hour shifts every day. And the pay? Just 5,000. To be honest, if it weren't for the vibrant quadruplets, he wouldn't want to stay here either. The working hours were too long. It was nothing like Harvest Pot, where shifts were only 6 hours a day, practically living the dream. At Harvest Pot, he looked forward to going to work every single day. The relationships between colleagues are extremely harmonious. But here, going to work feels like attending a funeral. The mere thought of it is as depressing as losing one's parents. At least he's better off, pulling in a monthly salary of 300,000. Money can suppress sorrow. What about those employees? 5,000 a month. Sigh. They're all young people, why weren't they born into a good hot pot restaurant? Lu Gauda truly feels they deserve better. Chapter 44 The Master Schemer. So that's how it is. Yamanaka Shu wrapped his fingers on the table, bowing his head in deep thought. He naturally understood that offering better benefits to employees would fuel their passion for work, yet he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. But right now they're competing with Halileo Hot Pot. If they can't compete with Halileo, not only will the hot pot restaurant fail, but even Yangyan Supermarket and all the shops upstairs will start losing money. They must defeat Feihuang Supermarket and steal all their customers. Only then can Yangyan Supermarket survive. So even if it hurts, you have to let go. Shanjong Yusong gritted his teeth and said, "We've already invested 30 million, what's another 30 million more? Make it exactly to the standard of Halileo Hot Pot." Halileo Hot Pot has 500 employees. 8,000 per employee means their wages alone would total 4 million. With all miscellaneous expenses, his monthly costs would reach 5 million. That's not even counting rent. If their standards were the same as Halileo, they'd have to spend this much too. That is to say, he needed at least a daily profit of 200,000 yuan to barely break even. He would only make money if sales reached at least 400,000 yuan. Shanjong Yusong was a decisive man. Once he made up his mind, he raised his employees' wages the very next morning. Everything was adjusted to match Halileo's standards. They only work for 6 hours and can even enjoy hot pot meals in the store. The staff are absolutely thrilled. Their mental state improves visibly by the day. And so, Yangyan Supermarket's hot pot business gradually picked up. On the third day, 400,000. On the fourth day, 450,000. But just as things improved for 2 days, the revenue dropped again. By the fifth day, it plummeted to just 350,000, a cliff-like plunge. What's going on here? Yamanaka Shige roared angrily. He instructed Manager Lee to investigate. Soon, Manager Lee returned with the investigation results. Lu Gauda was also in the boss's office. Because the quadruplets were here. "Boss, I found out the reason," Manager Lee reported breathlessly upon his return. Lu Gauda was also quite curious. Why was Yangyan Supermarket's hot pot comparable to Haidileo in quality, seeing its business decline day by day? Manager Lee explained, "Boss, Xian Ziyong has invested heavily in hiring a motivational speaker who gives daily lectures to the staff. Under the lecturer's encouragement, their staff were like they'd been injected with chicken blood every day, showing exceptional enthusiasm toward customers. Customers say dining at Heli Hot Pot feels just like coming home, relaxed and completely at ease. They say Heli Hot Pot's employees are so approachable that it makes people feel incredibly comfortable. You can even do it this way?" Yamaju Matsuto was completely dumbfounded. Running a proper business, yet Xian Ziyang is actually playing psychological games. He actually hired a special motivational speaker to hype up the employees. This shouldn't be underestimated. Shanjong Yusong paced back and forth in the room. After much deliberation, he concluded there was only one solution. Hire a top-tier lecturer at whatever cost. Manager Lee set off immediately. "I want you to spend 2 million to bring me a gold medal lecturer," Shan Zanyasong declared with determination. Top-tier lecturers command high appearance fees, at least 50,000 per speech. Of course, you could always hire an average lecturer if you're looking to save money. But cheap is no good. Since Qian Ziyang dared to spend big money hiring a golden lecturer, he would hire one too. Getting a golden lecturer to work for him required being willing to spend money and offering high salaries. Yes, Manager Li quickly left. The pine trees in the mountains felt restless in spirit. Qian Ziyang's move was too ruthless and utterly unpredictable. He had never encountered such a formidable opponent before. Absolutely terrifying. Shan Zanyasong took a deep breath and asked, Lu Gaota, what kind of person is Qian Ziyang? What weaknesses does he have? Hearing this, Lu Gaota carefully pondered the question. He answered, he has many weaknesses, greedy for money and fond of women. It seems he possesses all the flaws an ordinary person might have. Oh yes, he also loves playing games and reading novels. But he's terrible at gaming, always dragging me down. When it came to gaming, Lu Gaota chattered away enthusiastically. Shan Zhongyosong's face grew darker. I was asking about business matters. Business? Lu Gaota carefully pondered, then declared, I see now, Qian Ziyang is a complete schemer. He's utterly treacherous. Just to shock me, he actually hid his identity and worked 2 months of daily wage labor with me. You should know daily wage work is extremely grueling. But Qian Ziyang, a billionaire, actually worked day labor jobs paid daily for 2 whole months just to shock me. He left early and returned late every single day. You can't imagine what it felt like when I found out Qian Ziyang was a billionaire. My jaw nearly hit the floor. Qian Ziyang has such a wicked sense of humor. Damn inhuman. He swore at Qian Ziyang through gritted teeth. Lu Gaota couldn't stop the tears from streaming down his face. Oh brother. He misses his brothers. The living conditions here are truly unbearable. Every day is filled with anxiety. It was much better when he was by Qian Ziyang's side. Though the money is less, we live happily. Seeing Qian Ziyang so aggrieved that he actually started crying, Shan Zanyasong sighed and said, it seems Qian Ziyang treats you very poorly. Don't worry, work hard with me, and just wait to see Fei Wang's supermarket go bankrupt. Manager Li works with remarkable efficiency. In just 3 days, they found a gold medal lecturer. With the support of the gold medal lecturer, the business managed to stabilize. As for Fei Huang's supermarket, when Qian Ziyang learned that Zhou Kaitian was giving motivational speeches to staff members who were pumped up every day, he immediately called for a halt. He summoned Li Lian, Zhu Daxiang, and Zhou Kaitian to his office. As soon as the three entered the office, Qian Ziyang flew into a rage. Zhou Kaitian, what on earth are you doing? Seeing Qian Ziyang so angry, the three exchanged uneasy glances. Zhu Daxiang whispered, Boss, Manager Zhou has actually performed very well. Thanks to Manager Zhou's speech, whether it's the hot pot restaurant or the supermarket, business has improved compared to before. You should know, Yangyan Supermarket's hot pot restaurant has opened, and despite their competition with us, our hot pot restaurant's business has actually improved. Manager Zhou deserves much of the credit. Li Lian nodded beside them. Originally, neither he nor Zhu Daxiang had been particularly fond of Zhou Kaitian. He thought he was just a swindler. Who would have thought this fraudster actually had some real skills? Nobody expected Qian Ziyang to seem dissatisfied with Zhou Kaitian. Qian Ziyang looked surprised. Didn't both of you say he was a fraudster? How come your attitude towards him has changed so much now? Li Lian stepped forward. Bro, stop teasing us. It's my vision that can't compare to yours. I just couldn't see Zhou Kaitian's real capability. Brother, your ability to judge people can only be described in one word. Great God. Li Lian gave a big thumbs up, eyes filled with admiration for Qian Ziyang. Qian Ziyang truly made the most of everything and everyone. Who could have imagined that a swindler could play such a tremendous role? Moreover, Zhou Kaitian wasn't truly wicked, he was just driven to desperation by poverty. His character was actually quite decent. These qualities only became apparent after interacting with Zhou Kaitian for a full month. And what about Qian Ziyang? It's obvious at first glance. Perhaps this is the difference between him and the boss. Chapter 45, Every second counts. Zhou Kaitian said with a smile, Thank you for your kind words, I'm just doing what I can. Qian Ziyang said, Manager Zhou, starting today, you're not to give speeches to the employees anymore. Why? Zhou Kaitian was puzzled. Li Lian and Zhu Daxiang also looked at Qian Ziyang with confusion. Qian Ziyang responded, I've said it long ago, holding meetings for employees is strictly forbidden. Meetings should be held once a week at most. You're giving speeches to employees every single day, wasting so much of their time. This is wrong. Zhou Kaitian quickly explained, I only wasted 20 minutes of their time. He felt somewhat wronged, it was merely 20 minutes after all. You should know that the new star lecturer hired by Yangyan Supermarket gives employees a 1-hour speech each day. Qian Ziyang shook his head, not even 20 seconds, 1 second is too much. We have 1,500 employees. If you delay each one by 20 minutes, that's equivalent to wasting 30,000 minutes. That's 5,000 hours, 208 days. Didn't our teachers teach us that time is gold, yet gold cannot buy back lost time? In just one day, you've delayed others by 208 days. How much of your employees' time have you wasted? Qian Ziyong's words left Zhou Kaitian utterly dumbfounded. Why does it feel like what he's been doing lately seems utterly heinous? He sensed something was off but couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Li Lian and Zhu Daxiang also exchanged confused glances. Li Lian stepped forward and said, "But Manager Zhou's speech actually boosted our supermarket and hot pot restaurant sales." Qian Ziyong waved his hand. "Didn't I just say so? Money can't buy time. You can always earn more money, but time is more precious than money." What Qian Ziyong really thought was, precisely because of Zhou Kaitian's speeches boosting the supermarket and hot pot restaurant sales, he was determined to stop Zhou Kaitian from speaking. No matter what, he had to find a reason to make Zhou Kaitian stop his speeches. This can't go on any longer. Alright then. Zhou Kaitian sounded a bit aggrieved, but he nodded nonetheless. Seeing Zhou Kaitian agree, Qian Ziyong was finally satisfied. Meanwhile, at Yongyan supermarket, Manager Li arrived at the boss's office in great excitement. As soon as he stepped in, he announced, "Boss, I have great news for you. Feiwang Supermarket's golden lecturer isn't giving speeches anymore." "Really?" Yamanaka Matsu widened his eyes. Manager Li nodded emphatically. "It's true. My insider at Phoenix Supermarket just sent word. It seems Zhou Kaitian offended their boss and got his speaking engagement suspended." He was still in the boss's office when he heard Qian Ziyong flying into a rage. As soon as Zhou Kaitian came out of their boss's office, he immediately issued the order. From now on, there would be no more speeches. Ha ha ha. Shanzhong Yusong burst into laughter. Heaven truly helps me. Manager Li was also overjoyed. Only Lu Gaoda's expression looked somewhat displeased. Shanzhong Yusong noticed Lu Gaoda's expression and immediately grew somewhat unhappy. "You're already one of us at Yongyan Supermarket now. Don't keep lingering feelings for Fei Huang Supermarket. Got it?" "Yes." Lu Gaoda lowered his head in grievance. Shan Zanyasong chuckled and ignored Lu Gaoda, turning instead to Manager Sun beside him. "Strike while the iron is hot. Let's push harder while this opportunity lasts. Let's make sure Yongyan Supermarket never recovers. Have the gold medal lecturer intensify his efforts. Every employee must listen to at least 2 hours of speeches. I'll arrange it right away." Manager Li excitedly ran out. Inside Feiwang Supermarket, Zhu Daxiang rushed anxiously into the boss's office. "Boss, something terrible has happened." Qian Ziyong was deep in thought when Zhu Daxiang's urgent call caught his attention, instantly lifting his spirits. He stood up in a hurry and asked, "What's happened?" "Zhou Kaitian is missing," Zhu Daxiang exclaimed. "I checked Manager Zhou's rental place. No one was there. He wasn't at the hot pot restaurant or the supermarket either." "Zhou Kaitian is missing?" Qian Ziyong sounded surprised. After some thought, Qian Ziyang asked, "Did he resign then?" Zhu Daxiang shook his head. Qian Ziyang laughed. "Then what are you worried about?" In Qian Ziyang's view, it would be better if Zhou Kaitian left. As long as he could keep paying Zhou Kaitian's salary, it wasn't really a big deal. Zhou Kaitian had been causing trouble for him at the supermarket, but also making him quite a bit of money. He had actually been considering firing Zhou Kaitian. Now that Zhou Kaitian was gone and yet he could still collect his paycheck, nothing could be better than this. Seeing Qian Ziyang not worried at all, Zhu Daxiang scratched his head. Qian Ziyang said, "He's over 40, traveled all over the country for so many years. Are you really worried about his safety?" Zhu Daxiang shook his head. Qian Ziyang laughed. Manager Zhou is over 40 and hasn't even held a girl's hand. Maybe he's gone to do just that. Don't disturb his life. Of course, he didn't want to disrupt Zhou Kaitian's life, nor was he worried about Zhou Kaitian's safety. His concerns lay with the supermarket and hot pot restaurant instead. After all, they were now locked in fierce competition with Yongyan Supermarket, a rivalry as intense as fire and water. "Boss, I heard Yongyan Supermarket star lecturer is currently giving a 2-hour motivational speech to their staff. In that case, if Yongyan Supermarket performs better, won't we lose out in the competition?" Zhu Daxiang voiced his concern. Qian Ziyang, however, laughed. Yongyan Supermarket makes their employees listen to speeches for 2 hours as part of competition training. How much time does that waste? Zhu Daxiang countered, "But they're wasting their employees' time." Zhu Daxiang thought to himself, it's the employees' time that's being wasted, not the supermarket's. Of course, these thoughts could only be entertained in the mind and absolutely must not be spoken aloud, because their boss truly values employees immensely. Qian Ziyang thought for a moment and said, "Speaking of employees, I think we could provide them with some additional benefits. It seems fewer employees have been eating hot pot lately." Zhu Daxiang said, "Boss, it's not that the hot pot isn't tasty anymore, but having eaten it for several months, most people have gotten tired of it. Moreover, you've been encouraging employees to eat more meat. Meat is delicious at first, but eating nothing but meat and fish every day is really unbearable." Hearing this, Qian Ziyang nodded in agreement. He had been eating hot pot every day for the past few months. After all, the hot pot was free. Although he had previously swindled 50,000 from the system, he couldn't bear to spend that money. He still needed to buy a villa. Not wanting to use his own money for meals, yet truly tired of eating hot pot, Qian Ziyang thought to himself, this can't go on like this. How can I incur losses if the employees aren't eating hot pot? They must eat. After some thought, Chen Ziyang waved his hand decisively and declared, I've made up my mind. We'll add a new employee benefit at Fei Huang Supermarket. We'll open a home-style restaurant. People might grow tired of hot pot, but nobody gets tired of home-style cooking. Zhu Daqiang nodded. Home-style dishes never get old. After all, people eat them every day and every month at home. Boss, our business has declined somewhat. I think we should stop increasing employee benefits. We can't let costs keep rising like this, we'll start losing money. Zhu Daqiang wasn't entirely convinced. Chapter 46, Welfare Improvements. Humph, Xian Ziyang angrily retorted, Manager Zhu, you're being utterly unscrupulous by trying to stop me from improving employee benefits. I, Xian Ziyang, hate capitalists the most in this life. Speak, are you the lackey of the capitalists? Zhu Daqiang cried out in protest. Boss, I only have the supermarket's best interests at heart. How could I possibly be a capitalist running dog? Xian Ziyang said, if that's the case, why did you stop me from giving benefits to the employees? Zhu Daqiang said, but, our Fenghuang supermarket is competing with Yangyan supermarket. So what? Xian Ziyang retorted, so the employees should suffer with us? They came to work at Fenghuang supermarket for reasons other than competing with Yangyan supermarket. As the saying goes, women marry men for food and clothing. Employees come to work at our supermarket to clothe and feed themselves, to dress well and eat well. So improving our staff's meals is an urgent priority. Zhu Daqiang remained silent. The boss's words made perfect sense, so why couldn't he bring himself to agree deep down? By the way, whose boss actually micromanages employees' clothing and meals? It's not like the staff married into their supermarket. Boss, maybe we should wait, Zhu Daqiang persuaded. Let's pool all our resources to compete with Yangyan supermarket first. After we defeat them, we can improve employee benefits. It's not too late then. I'd like to think the employees would understand our situation. At this critical moment for our supermarket's survival, we should cut expenses and prepare sufficient funds for competition. Qian Ziyang firmly objected, absolutely not. We must never deprive our staff of their livelihood. As the boss, I can endure hardship, but how can I let my employees suffer? If I hadn't noticed the poor quality of the staff meals, that would be one thing, but now that I have, can I really pretend I don't know? I could turn a blind eye, but my conscience won't let me. So right now, immediately, go down to basement level 2 of the supermarket, clear out a space, hire some chefs, and get those meal standards up. But, is this really appropriate? Zhu Daqiang hesitated. Xian Ziyang flew into a rage. What's so bad about it? I think it's excellent. Besides, I never said we wouldn't open to the public. Hire more people and operate publicly too. Originally, Xian Ziyang hadn't planned to open to the public, but upon reconsideration, opening to the public would allow him to roll up his sleeves and really go all out. Zhou Kaitian was utterly useless. In the months since joining the supermarket, all he'd accomplished was losing 100,000 in wages and delivering motivational speeches to employees. He'd initially pinned all his hopes on Zhou Kaitian, but the results proved bitterly disappointing. Now the person has run away. He had to figure it out himself. Now, with Zhu Daqiang's reminder, he thought he could do catering in the supermarket. Make it more lavish, hire more staff, and keep the prices low. This way, even if customers make purchases, he still won't make any profit. Moreover, employee salaries are set high. A single staff member could lose him at least 8,000 per month. Perfect, just perfect. Xian Ziyang was extremely pleased with his own brilliant scheme. Boss, how should we run the new restaurant? Upon hearing about the new dining venture, Zhu Daqiang's eyes lit up with excitement. Xian Ziyang pondered for a moment before replying, either we don't do it at all, or we do it right. The ingredients must be of the highest quality, especially the seasonings and cooking oil. I want premium oil, the good kind that costs 50 yuan per liter. As for vegetables, needless to say, meats must be bought directly from pig farms and cattle ranks only the best, and the greens must be absolutely fresh. Absolutely no produce that's been heavily sprayed with pesticides, and definitely no vegetables soaked in chemicals. Also, don't forget the fruits, they must be free, and they absolutely have to be premium quality fruits. In short, give me nothing but the best of everything. Understood. Zhu Daqiang nodded emphatically. This was Qian Ziyang's signature style, and he'd already grown accustomed to it. Zhu Daqiang asked, what about the vegetable prices? Are they like Halileo's, twice as expensive as other stores? The mention of Halileo made Qian Ziyang shudder. We absolutely can't repeat the Halileo situation. If he keeps fishing in the river like this, he'll soon be rolling in money again. Low prices, they must be low prices. Sell at 10% lower than other restaurants. No, Qian Ziyang thought for a moment and felt this wasn't right. The prices at outside restaurants still seem quite high. In that case, let's just go all out. Qian Ziyang waved his hand grandly and declared, we'll set our prices 10% lower than fast food chains. You remember those boxed meals I used to eat, right? undercut boxed meal prices by 10%. Ah, Zhu Daqiang's mouth hung open. 5-star quality at 1-star prices. How could this possibly turn a profit? Qian Ziyang smiled and said, this is mainly for the employees' welfare. Whether it makes money or not doesn't matter. Zhu Daqiang nodded in sudden realization. So that's how it is, no wonder then. After all, it's not meant to earn money anyway. How much should we invest? Asked Zhu Daqiang. 1 times 3 equals 7, 2 times 3 equals 6. Qian Ziyang calculated in his head before waving his hand grandly. Then let's invest 30 million. No, 50 million. He still had 100 million left, but somehow couldn't spend it all. This cycle cannot pay dividends. Then this new restaurant must definitely spend more money. 50 million? Zhu Daqiang was stunned. Didn't the boss just say that? The purpose of the new store is to provide employee benefits. It's not about making money. Since it's not about making money, why invest so much capital? Or is it that the boss has other plans? Qian Ziyang was still lost in thought. Since he planned to invest 50 million, he had to figure out how to spend that money. Interior decorations wouldn't cost much. After all, it's inside the supermarket. The supermarket has already been renovated. Even if we rearrange the layout, we'd only need to build a new kitchen. Get me the best tables and chairs, they must be made of marble. And it has to be imported, premium quality. Better not import, let's support domestic products. Although Qian Ziyang wanted to spend more money, he refused to invest abroad. He'd rather take a smaller loss and stick with domestic products. Alright, Zhu Daqiang took out his notebook and quickly jotted it down. Qian Ziyang continued, additionally, all tableware must avoid disposable items and exclusively use ceramic. And genuine ceramic at that each bowl must cost at least 10 yuan. Qian Ziyang knew the new store would need to purchase numerous plates and bowls in bulk, meaning prices would naturally be lower. There was no way he'd let Zhu Daqiang buy them at retail prices, right? This makes no sense. Since we can't sell at high prices, let's buy in bulk to win by quantity. Give me 100,000 bowls and plates, good quality ones, said Qian Ziyang. 100,000? Zhu Daqiang stared at Qian Ziyang in disbelief. 100,000 bowls and plates could fill several warehouses. Exactly, 100,000. Qian Ziyang nodded. Pay close attention, don't ask unnecessary questions, just do as I say. Zhu Daqiang nodded, yes, boss. He didn't dare speak out of turn anymore. Chapter 47, Price War. Qian Ziyang continued, I want top quality renovations, every piece of equipment must be the best available. I want our staff to feel like they're eating at home when they dine here. Yes, Zhu Daqiang nodded, but in his heart, he thought, how could this be like home? With 50 million poured in, it was even cozier than being at home. Qian Ziyang felt it was about right. Let's leave it at that. You go ahead and make the arrangements. If there's anything I haven't considered, you handle it yourself. Bottom line, spare no expense, our employees must have the absolute best. Zhu Daqiang nodded and assured, don't worry, boss. I'll make sure the new store runs smoothly. I'll hire top-notch chefs at premium salaries, guaranteed to satisfy both customers and staff. With premium chefs, given Flying Phoenix's foot traffic, this place might just become the next hotspot. Wait a minute, Qian Ziyang frowned. He was worried about the new restaurant becoming popular. Just like the previous Helaleo hotpot restaurant, when Lugata found an excellent hotpot broth recipe, it directly led to customers being highly satisfied. He couldn't afford to make the same mistake again. So the chef absolutely must not be too good. Of course, they can't be too bad either. After all, he'll be eating the food himself. Qian Ziyang said, no need to hire a separate chef, we'll just use our supermarket's existing staff. Ah, Zhu Daqiang's mouth hung open. For a restaurant, nothing matters more than the chefs. The decor can be subpar, the service can be lacking, but the flavor must never disappoint. The owner had spared no expense on both the interior design and the service. At the most critical point, they started saving money. This is like using premium steel on the back of the blade. What do you mean, huh? Qian Ziyang said, I told you, it's home-style cooking. If it's home-style cooking, of course it means dishes any household can make. Didn't Lugata hire a lot of mom-level employees for the store before? They all cook at home anyway, let them handle it. Cooking is hard work, so let's give them a raise, make it 10,000 a month. The boss's reasoning sounded convincing, but why did he feel uneasy about it inside? Hire more staff for the supermarket until we reach 1,000 employees, Qian Ziyang instructed. The supermarket is bigger now than before, but they haven't continued hiring, still maintaining a staff of 1,000. How many should we hire? Zhu Daqiang asked. After some thought, Qian Ziyang replied, let's go with 500 for now. Zhu Daqiang was completely dumbfounded. 500 people. Hiring 500 people just to prepare meals for 1,500? Hold on, with 500 people in the supermarket cafeteria, wouldn't that require an enormous dining area? At least 2,000 square meters. They're opening a supermarket, not a factory. Besides, what factory needs such a huge staff canteen? Boss, we might be hiring too many people, Xu Daqiang cautioned. Qian Ziyang insisted stubbornly, it's not much, just do it this way, go make the arrangements. Yes, Xu Daqiang nodded reluctantly. Qian Ziyang suddenly said, by the way, from now on you'll be in charge of the new restaurant, since it's opened inside the supermarket. Let's call it Phoenix Restaurant. By the way, since you're now the restaurant manager and independently managing a department, it's only natural you get a raise. 100,000 a month. Xu Daqiang's eyes welled up with tears. Boss, maybe we should wait until the competition with Yangyan Supermarket is over before giving me a raise. Qian Ziyang shook his head. I already said, the competition between Feihuang Supermarket and Yangyan Supermarket is just between the supermarkets. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Yangyan Supermarket. Shan Zhangyo sat frowning in his office. He noticed that hiring the gold medal lecturer and opening the new hot pot restaurant had impacted Feihuang Supermarket's business, but the effect was insignificant. Trying to crush Feihuang Supermarket this way was absolutely impossible. Right now, Feihuang Supermarket should still be profitable, just not by much. As for their Yangyan Supermarket, it isn't losing money, but business isn't as good as before. Some of the customer flow has been diverted to Feihuang. The impact on the upstairs shops has been huge. No, this can't go on any longer. Yamaju Yusuk wanted to settle things quickly. Manager Lee said from the side, boss, continuing like this is truly unacceptable. With the profitability of Hot Pot River Restaurant, Feihuang Supermarket will never go bankrupt. Unless we steal all their customers. The labor costs at Flying Phoenix Supermarket and Hilaleo are exceptionally high. I heard they're still hiring at their supermarket, which means their costs will only keep rising. If we just steal all their customers, it won't be long before they start losing money from those unsustainable costs. Qian Ziyang won't last much longer. Shanzhong Yusong nodded, the only way forward is to lower prices. Our capital is stronger than Feihuang Supermarket. Drive them out of business by slashing prices. This is a last resort. To kill 1,000 enemies, we lose 800 ourselves. But he had no better options left. We absolutely cannot let Feihuang Supermarket establish itself here. Otherwise, Yangyan Supermarket might have to coexist with Feihuang Supermarket in this area. His profits would be significantly reduced compared to before. He might even end up losing money. After all, his storefront is larger than Feihuang Supermarket. If he lowers the rent for the shops upstairs, his losses wouldn't be just a small amount. Yangyan Supermarket has slashed its prices. Qian Ziyang quickly received this news. In his office, Qian Ziyang raised his head and let out a triumphant roar, almost jumping for joy. Li Lian looked at the happily beaming Qian Ziyang, unable to comprehend his joy. Buddy, Yangyan Supermarket's price cuts are hitting us hard. Li Lian reminded him. I know. Qian Ziyang nodded. He certainly knew that in the business world, price wars were the most brutal. They consume vast amounts of capital, sometimes even requiring you to lose money. Qian Ziyang had been pondering all along how to exhaust all his funds through losses, and then Yangyan Supermarket handed him the knife. Wonderful! He followed suit by lowering prices, joining in the money-losing spree. Let the storm rage even fiercer. Qian Ziyang shouted, go now and adjust all our product prices to match Yangyan Supermarket's, we're cutting prices too. Hearing this, Li Lian was startled. Boss, we can't wage a price war against Yangyan Supermarket. They're backed by the Yamazaki family, their financial resources far outstrip ours. The last ones who won't be able to hold out will definitely be us. We're going to go bankrupt. Qian Ziyang was delighted, though he had to put on a facade of deep concern. Faking a frown, Qian Ziyang sighed dramatically and said, there's no other way, I'm being forced into this. It's all Lu Gaoda's fault. If he hadn't opened a hot pot restaurant in Yangyan Supermarket, we wouldn't be in such a passive position now. But there's no use regretting it now. Qian Ziyang patted Li Lian on the shoulder reassuringly while saying, competition is just this brutal, whether you accept it or not, you have to face it. Let's cut prices. This is the mall, and the mall is like a battlefield. Both you and I must be prepared to make sacrifices at any moment. Rest assured, even if the supermarket goes under, I'll make sure every employee receives N+1 compensation. Chapter 48, you wanna fight? You got it. Li Lian truly witnessed the ruthlessness of the business world. He sighed and said, business is like war, you must hold your ground, boss. The boss is too young, and he's afraid that his boss might collapse under the immense pressure of the brutal business competition. Yet unexpectedly, Qian Ziyang beamed as radiant as flowers. Don't worry, I'm fine, better than ever. Seeing that Qian Ziyang wasn't intimidated by the ruthless business competition, Li Lian let go of his worries. Boss, Eternal Year Supermarket is cutting prices, are we really left with no choice but to engage in a price war with them? Li Lian hesitated. Qian Ziyang gathered his emotions, trying to recall as many sorrowful things as possible. Then he suddenly slammed the table and shouted, Sanzhong Pine is bullying us too much. I'll perish together with them. So what if it's a price war? I, Qian Ziyang, am not afraid of them. Even if it means mutual destruction, even if it means losing everything, I will fight them to the end. As long as the supermarket stands, I stand. If the supermarket falls, I still stand. Hit them hard, don't be afraid of them. Lower the prices, slash them to the bone. Qian Ziyang's impassioned words roared through the entire supermarket, deafening in their intensity. Hearing Qian Ziyang's bold proclamation, the supermarket staff felt their blood surge with excitement. A young man in his 20s. He actually dares to challenge the mighty pine in the mountains at its peak. This is their boss. The employees outside, hearing their boss's heartfelt words, were all stirred with emotion. Not to mention Li Lian standing before Qian Ziyang. Watching Qian Ziyang's towering figure recede, Li Lian felt a surge of passion welling up in his chest. Boss! Li Lian's eyes welled up with tears. Qian Ziyang gave Li Lian a steadfast look. This look was no act. He genuinely wants to lose everything. Naturally, he's resolved to fight to the bitter end against Yongyan Supermarket. His fear isn't the battle itself, but the possibility that Yongyan Supermarket might refuse to engage. We need to show our determination to the staff. Come on, let's hold a meeting, said Qian Ziyang. He hated attending meetings. Those 20 minutes spent in meetings could be better used playing a game. Still, to show Mountain Pine his fighting spirit and determination, he had to put on a show. Outside Phoenix Supermarket, 1,000 employees packed the square, standing shoulder to shoulder. Qian Ziyang stood at the forefront, his resolute gaze fixed straight ahead. Across the street was Yongyan Supermarket, right in front of him. I apologize for taking up your valuable time today. I'll only say a few words. Qian Ziyang cleared his throat, raised his fist abruptly, and roared loudly. Charge! 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 To succeed, first go mad, charge forward without regard for anything. His fist pointed directly at the Yongyan Supermarket across the street. The employees were stunned. Then someone came to their senses and shouted loudly, charge! 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 The crowd roared, charge! 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 Qian Ziyang passionately declared once more, you want war? Then war it shall be. Till the ends of the earth, we'll fight with you. The employees also followed Qian Ziyang's lead, raising their fists and shouting, fight! 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 The boss pays them 8,000 in wages, such high pay for just 6 hours of work a day. Even if the King of Heaven himself comes, we'll fight to the end. The crowd was fired up, and the atmosphere had reached its peak. Just as everyone thought Qian Ziyang was about to begin his speech, unexpectedly, Qian Ziyang said, alright, that's the situation, fight to the end. Meeting adjourned. With that, Qian Ziyang walked off first. The employees exchanged bewildered glances. They were prepared to listen for hours, but got just a few minutes? Yet with just these few words from the boss, they were already fired up and ready to take on any challenge. Qian Ziyang returned to his room cheerfully, closing the door behind him before bursting into laughter. He had already made his stance clear to the employees, fighting Yongyan Supermarket to the bitter end. Nothing could stop him from slashing prices now, and Yamasaka Sho must have found out. Qian Ziyang's guess was absolutely right. Not only did Shan Zhong Yusong become aware of it, but he also personally witnessed Qian Ziyang's outstanding performance from upstairs. Shan Zhong Yusong's face now twisted with anger, his fists clenched tightly. How outrageous! How outrageous! His brows, suffused with the aura of mountain pines, turned purple. Declaring war is one thing, but why make such a grand spectacle? As if he had persecuted Fei Huang Supermarket. It was their Yongyan Supermarket that opened here first, Fei Huang Supermarket came later. Manager Li beside him whispered, what should we do now? Shan Zhong Yusong said, what else can we do? Then let's fight. Lower the prices some more. And so, Fei Huang Supermarket and Yongyan Supermarket entered a price war. Not just supermarkets, even hot pot restaurants were caught in the crossfire. Whatever price Yongyan Supermarket set, Fei Huang Supermarket would match it, back and forth they went. The customers of Hanchang were the ones who benefited from this price war. They suddenly realized that the prices of goods in those two supermarkets were incredibly cheap, almost like they were being given away for free. Countless customers swarmed in, quickly overwhelming both supermarkets. Gradually, customers found that Fei Huang Supermarket was far better than Yongyan Supermarket. Because they had more staff, no matter how many customers came in, the employees could handle them all efficiently. In contrast, Yongyan Supermarket, covering over 5,000 square meters, surprisingly has only a little over 100 employees. Fei Huang Supermarket, on the other hand, employs 1,000 workers. No, make that 1,500. 500 of them are newly hired. All employees follow the mentorship system of veterans training newcomers. Since Fei Huang Supermarket doesn't prohibit hiring relatives, countless veteran staff immediately brought in their family members once the recruitment policy was relaxed. Being relatives, they naturally put their hearts into teaching. Within a short time, all these new employees became fully proficient. They're all fellow locals, connected by blood ties, maintaining the most harmonious relationships. As the saying goes, like father, like son in battle. Fei Huang Supermarket has countless such inseparable father-son teams. They cooperate seamlessly and act with swift efficiency. Fei Huang Supermarket had more customers than Yongnian Supermarket, and their teamwork was more efficient. In normal times, the difference wasn't obvious, but once the supermarkets were packed, it became a true test of their operational strength. In this aspect, Fei Huang Supermarket completely outshone Yongnian Supermarket. Fei Huang Supermarket ran like clockwork, attending to customers with seamless perfection. Every detail was meticulously handled. Meanwhile, Yongnian Supermarket was in complete chaos. Countless customers flooded in, leaving the supermarket staff utterly bewildered. They had never dealt with such a massive influx before. In the blink of an eye, soldiers couldn't find their commanders, and commanders lost track of their troops. It was utter mayhem. The most important thing is, with business being so good, Yongnian Supermarket is severely understaffed, working themselves to exhaustion, completely overwhelmed. One could say they're physically and mentally drained. Most importantly, with a salary of just 3,000, you expect us to kill ourselves working? Many employees dropped their responsibilities on the spot. Whoever wants to work this damn job can have it. In no time, Yongnian Supermarket didn't even have enough cashiers. Customers grew impatient and scolded the cashiers for being slow. The cashiers also felt wronged. They were already working 12-hour shifts for a mere 3,000 yuan a month, without even a proper break, and still have to endure customers scolding. What's the point of working here anyway? Furious, the cashier tore off their uniform and started shouting back at the customer. Instantly, Yongnian Supermarket descended into complete chaos. Manager Sun was running around the supermarket, completely overwhelmed. No sooner had he mediated one quarrel than another argument broke out elsewhere. He'd barely settle a dispute in one spot when a physical fight erupted in another. To make matters worse, over a dozen employees threatened to quit on the spot. The supermarket is currently short-staffed. They absolutely can't afford to lose any employees. Manager Sun exhausted all his persuasive words and ultimately promised a pay raise, finally convincing the employees to stay. However, a few employees remained unmoved no matter how hard they were persuaded and resigned on the spot. Chapter 49, Pricing at Cost. Manager Sun stumbled and scrambled his way into the boss's office. "Boss, we've got big trouble," he shouted while running. Shanzhou Musong sat in the executive chair. "I already know," he said with a grim expression. "Go recruit more people immediately." Manager Sun said, "Boss, it's not about hiring people, it's that our wages are too low, so employees aren't willing to work." Employees already had resentment before, and many have jumped ship to Fei Huang Supermarket. I heard Fei Huang Supermarket is still hiring, and it gave them all strange ideas. If we don't raise wages, we might not be able to hire anyone, and even if we do, we probably won't be able to keep them. Shan Zanyasong took a deep breath. He felt extremely uncomfortable inside. The standard wage in Hancheng is 3,000. How dare Fei Huang Supermarket pay their employees 8,000? Shan Zanyasong shouted angrily. Fei Huang Supermarket is engaging in predatory competition. How can he exploit the workers when their wages are set so high? More importantly, what will their employees think now that Fei Huang Supermarket is hiring? The workload at Fei Huang Supermarket is only half of theirs, but the pay is several times higher. Who wouldn't feel aggrieved by that? Shanzhou Musong gritted his teeth and declared fiercely, "Fine, we'll raise their wages to 8,000. Also, hire 1,000 people for us too. We absolutely cannot lose to Phoenix Supermarket." Shanzhou Musong knew very well that it would only take 1 month. If customers got used to going there, they would only shop at Phoenix Supermarket, and Yongnian Supermarket would be completely forgotten. This is a matter of survival, absolutely no room for cowardice. We must fight to the end. Yes, Manager Sun finally broke into a smile when he heard they would match Phoenix Supermarket standards. Soon, Eternal Year Supermarket also raised its wages to 8,000 yuan. In order to match Phoenix Supermarket's service quality, Eternal Year Supermarket went on a hiring spree. Additionally, empty out our warehouse and renovate it. Expand the supermarket to 10,000 square meters. To compete with Fei Huang Supermarket, Yamanaka no Matsu went all out. Manager Sun said worriedly, "But there's no money left in our account." Hearing that they might run out of money, Yamanaka no Matsu was heartbroken. As the saying goes, when cannons roar, gold pours by the thousands. Competing with Fei Huang Supermarket requires money at every turn. "I'll invest another 50 million. Go all out without worry. We must expand the supermarket in the shortest possible time. There's a path winding through pines in the mountains." "Yes," Manager Sun nodded. The two sides went back and forth, locked in this struggle for 10 days. Qian Ziyang grew increasingly anxious inside the supermarket. Xu Daxiang stood nearby, scratching his head anxiously. "Boss, the supermarket is losing money every day now. We're relying entirely on Helaleo Hotpot to cover the losses. We can't keep going like this." The Fei Huang Supermarket used to be profitable, but now it started operating at a loss. Qian Ziyang asked, "How much are we losing per day now?" Xu Daxiang did some calculations and said, "Our supermarket loses over 100,000 daily, while the Hotpot restaurant makes about 1 million per day. Li Lian, standing nearby, wasn't too anxious. As long as we're profitable overall, it's fine. Yangyan Supermarket must be losing even more than us. But I'm worried, once Yangyan Supermarket is fully staffed, it could hit us hard. The originally frantic Qian Ziyang actually calmed down upon hearing Li Lian's words. So you're saying if we just wait a while, our supermarket will suffer enormous losses? Qian Ziyang asked. Li Lian shook his head. Boss, you don't need to worry. Our Feihuang supermarket has the first mover advantage. Even if Yangyan Supermarket finishes hiring, defeating us would still be a drawn-out process. I'm most worried they'll start with the hot pot restaurant. Hearing it would be a lengthy process made Qian Ziyang grow anxious again. Could this venture actually lose money? He'd been waiting so long the daylilies had wilted. A long process. He couldn't afford to wait. There's just over a month left before this cycle settles accounts. After estimating, he still needed to lose another 50 million just to barely break even on the losses. That is to say, he had to lose 1 million every single day. And this was merely the minimum standard required for losses. His goal was to bankrupt both the supermarket and the hot pot restaurant. Even if they didn't go bankrupt, he intended to incur tens of millions in losses. This way, he could also squeeze tens of millions from the system. So he needed to lose at least 2 million a day. This was his goal. But now, making 1 million a day. Can't wait any longer. Qian Ziyang was extremely anxious. He felt Yamazaki Yuta was way too incompetent. Fame often exaggerates merit. Yamanaka-sho's abilities are simply too lacking. Qian Ziyang shook his head in lonely disappointment. It still falls to him to take action. Yamanaka-sho can't be relied upon. After all he'd done, sending personnel and providing solutions, this was the best Yamanaka could deliver? His expectations were completely wasted. Boss, we can't afford to be careless, Li Lian warned. However, deep down, Li Lian truly admired Qian Ziyang. Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. It refers to someone without skills, fresh out into society. But Qian Ziyang was different. He peaked right from the start. With a series of well-executed moves, he had Yangyan Supermarket barely holding its ground. Right now they may be losing money, but Yangyan Supermarket is losing even more. Forget it. Since Mount Song isn't making a move, then I'll take the initiative. Starting today, we'll lower the prices at the hot pot restaurant to match regular hot pot shops. Moreover, we'll further reduce prices on supermarket goods. After some thought, Qian Ziyang found this approach too troublesome. He straightforwardly said, show me the wholesale prices, mark down costs for every single product. Let customers know exactly what each item costs us and how much profit we're making from their purchases. Hearing Qian Ziyang's words, Li Lian turned pale with shock. Boss, we can't do this. We absolutely shouldn't list the wholesale prices. This is a major taboo. Li Lian kept pleading. Qian Ziyang asked curiously, why? He didn't understand, why couldn't they just display the wholesale prices? Li Lian explained, from ancient times to the present, businessmen have never revealed their purchase prices to others. Because once you tell customers your wholesale price, they'll feel like you've made money off them. Everyone hates feeling like their money is being taken. That's why when bargaining over goods, shopkeepers usually say, I'm selling this to you at a loss. Take those closing down sales stores on the streets for example, business is usually quite good. Upon hearing this, Qian Ziyang fell into thoughtful contemplation. So this is why going out of business sales are everywhere. Claiming to sell at a loss, yet they're actually raking in huge profits. Now I understand why they avoid labeling costs. Customers always want to buy at rock-bottom prices. If merchants displayed actual costs, how could they ever make money? However, does he need to make money? No. He's just afraid he won't lose enough. In that case, what are we waiting for? I've made up my mind, mark up the wholesale prices. Qian Ziyang declared with a sweeping gesture of his hand. Li Lian and Zhu Daxiang were both stunned. After all that was said just now, you didn't take in a single word of it. Li Lian said, boss, you'll lose money this way. Qian Ziyang declared with heroic spirit, old brother, no need to persuade me further. No matter what, I'm determined to display the wholesale prices. I've made up my mind. I dare to be the first in the world. Chapter 50 Loss Leader Promotion. If he had known it would lose money, he would have priced it long ago. Li Lian, why didn't you remind me earlier? Otherwise, I would have already lost a fortune. But it's not too late now. Seeing Qian Ziyang's stubbornness, the two had no choice. Qian Ziyang said, Yamanaka Yutaka is being too wishy-washy. We need to push him harder. Help me raise this banner. Let's show Yamanaka Yutaka what we're capable of. What banner? Li Lian and Zhu Daxiang looked puzzled. Qian Ziyang smiled mysteriously and pointed to the side where several red cloths were neatly stacked. Besides the banners, once Yangyan Supermarket finishes hiring, we're going to start running promotions, Qian Ziyang added. Li Lian's face brimmed with curiosity. What kind of promotions? Buy more, get more free? Qian Ziyang shook his head. Buy more, get more free is less attractive than just lowering the price directly. Let's go straight for $1 million promotion campaign. Every time a customer checks out, we'll invite them to draw for discounts like 20% off, 30% off, 80% off, 90% off, or even getting items for free. Whatever discount they draw is what they get. Li Lian thought it over and felt this was a good approach. It would give customers a pleasant surprise. However, the specific details of each discount were critically important. Chen Ziyang considered further, then pulled out a large sheet of paper, spread it across the table, and drew a circle on it. Then he picked up a black pen, grabbed the ruler beside him, and with a few quick strokes, evenly divided a circle into 9 equal parts. Next, he wrote 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 free on it. What does this mean? Xu Daxiang asked. Qian Ziyang explained, we'll make a pinwheel. After customers finish shopping, whichever number it lands on will be their discount. Li Lian studied it carefully before looking up. Boss, this doesn't seem right. Why is there no 9? Qian Ziyang smiled sheepishly. Sorry, it just happened to be divided into 9 portions, so there was no room for the number 9. If there isn't one, then so be it. I believe customers will prefer it this way. Li Lian glanced at it and said, customers are bound to love this, but the discount we're offering is just too steep. The more we sell, the more we lose. Qian Ziyang also knew he couldn't deliberately incur losses, the system wouldn't allow it. However, using competition with Yangyan Supermarket as an excuse to promote at a slight loss was indeed permitted. Then let's add a restriction: each person can deduct a maximum of 200 yuan at once. Items priced above 200 won't be eligible, Qian Ziyang said. Li Lian asked, what about rice, flour, and cooking oil? The profit margins on staple foods like rice, flour, and oil are already low, plus our supermarket has lowered prices. They're literally selling it at cost price. If we offer another discount, whatever percentage we cut, that's exactly how much we'll lose. Qian Ziyang scratched his head. So the profit margins on rice, flour, and cooking oil are actually razor thin. Then we must give an even bigger discount. Qian Ziyang waved his hand dismissively and said firmly, in my life, what I despise most are such things. Offering a discount, but excluding this and that. It's just not satisfying at all. If it's supposed to be a discount, then make it a genuine one. Discounts on profitable items but not on the unprofitable ones, that's not a real discount at all. That's just a marketing gimmick. And I, Chen Ziyang, am an honest lad who would never resort to such tricks. So groceries are also on sale. Everything in the store is discounted, unless the law forbids it, nothing excluded. By the way, Heli Lu is also part of the supermarket. Since the supermarket is offering discounts, naturally Heli Lu Hot Pot won't be an exception. This, Li Lian and Zhu Dashan felt their hearts trembling. A quick calculation showed that given their supermarket's current business, following Qian Ziyang's approach, they're bound to lose at least 2 million a day. If River Hot Pot could absorb the losses, it might be manageable. But now River Hot Pot is also cutting prices and offering discounts. Wouldn't that mean pure losses? Li Lian hesitated before warning, boss, this way we'd be purely losing 2 million a day. Upon hearing Li Lian's words, Chen Ziyang, who had been silently calculating in his mind, flashed a gleam in his eyes. His goal was to lose 2 million a day. He had actually achieved his target. So why hesitate now? Go! I've made it clear, it's called the million subsidy. Since it's the million subsidy, we've got to put real money on the table. To bring down Yangyan Supermarket, I don't mind losing a little money. Sometimes, a man should be tough on himself. Qian Ziyang's fists were tightly clenched, his heart pounding and hands trembling with excitement. He was truly a genius. This way, he could lose 2 million a day, and by the system's settlement date, he could fleece it for a clean 1 billion. If it weren't for Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang by his side, he would have howled with laughter to the heavens. Only one poem can describe his current mood now. Phoenix's losses bring me joy, fortune rains down from the sky. Laughing aloud, I stride out the door, our clan now has 1 billion more. I, Chen Ziyang, am about to join the ranks of billionaires. Ha ha ha. Chen Ziyang was absolutely delighted, positively giddy. Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang exchanged glances, unable to understand why their boss was so excited. Zhu Daqiang whispered, boss, how much longer are we going to keep losing money like this? Until Yangyan Supermarket goes bankrupt, of course, Chen Ziyang said matter-of-factly. Having finally found an excuse to legitimately incur losses, he naturally aimed to lose thoroughly and well. I heard that Shan Zhongsong has assets worth several billion. This little bit of money shouldn't matter much, right? May the pine trees in the mountains endure until the end of time. Then he shall accompany those mountain pines until the earth grows old and heaven fades. With this, the system tasks for the next cycle will be settled. Those mountain pines truly are benevolent souls. Though his abilities were somewhat mediocre, he was indeed a money-granting golden child. Chen Ziyang's excitement was now beyond words. He wanted to play a round of games to celebrate. That settles it. Take these banners out and hang them in the supermarket. Also, Manager Zhu, don't forget to speed up the progress on the Flying Phoenix restaurant. Don't hold back on spending. I'd rather shell out an extra 10 million to get it done faster. Zhu Daqiang nodded, yes. the two of them walked out holding the banner. Zhu Daqiang frowned anxiously, convinced that this time the supermarket was definitely doomed. The boss is really too extravagant with money. What's most crucial is using premium steel on the wrong end of the blade. Wouldn't it have been better to keep those 50 million to compete with Yangnian Supermarket? Starting the Phoenix restaurant and all those employee benefits, what's the point? No matter how much I try to advise the boss, he just insists on having his own way. There's really no convincing him. Zhu Daqiang was deeply anxious. In his view, during this critical period of competition with Yangnian Supermarket, they should concentrate all their funds and energy into the battle. As for employee benefits, those could wait until after they defeated Yangnian Supermarket. Li Lian also kept frowning, walking while deep in thought. Seeing that Li Lian wasn't paying attention to him, Zhu Daqiang turned his head and looked at the other man, only to find him deep in thought. Curious, he asked, "What are you thinking about?" Li Lian raised his head and replied, "I'm wondering if the boss's actions hold some deeper meaning. The gap between our level and the boss's is just too vast. I can't make heads or tails of the boss's arrangements. I don't get it, why run promotions like this? And I really don't understand why we're building a restaurant at this critical juncture." Chapter 51 The Tortoise. Li Lian didn't understand, and Zhu Daqiang understood even less. Chen Ziyang didn't give them any explanations, so they had no choice but to keep their doubts buried in their hearts. The two of them hung up the red banners in the supermarket, and in no time, the entire store was filled with stretched-out slogans. It was written there, "If you want a fight, you'll get a fight, just roll up your sleeves and get to work. Go, go, go. To succeed, first go crazy, charge forward with ice covered. Charge, charge, charge. Who fears whom? Turtles fear hammers. Smash, smash, smash." Customers instantly understood the meaning behind these slogans. Feihuang Supermarket was declaring all-out war against Yangnian Supermarket. What shocked them even more was when they proceeded to check out after shopping. They were informed they could draw for random discounts, whatever percentage they drew would be their actual discount. Customers looked at the round disc divided into 9 equal sections, doubting their own eyes. The disc didn't display discounts like 10% or 5% off as expected. Instead, it showed numbers 1 through 8 and a free purchase option. Wasn't this promotion a bit too generous? Unheard of, unseen before. Today was truly an eye-opener thanks to Phoenix Supermarket. Customer after customer, waving their hands excitedly with eager expressions as they spun the wheel. Even with eyes closed, the lowest discount you could get was 20% off. Such discounts were unprecedented. Many lucky customers even directly won a free purchase. The supermarket staff congratulated them with smiling faces, even providing a free shopping bag. Carrying 200 yen worth of goods, the customers were stunned. They were delighted by their good fortune, even more excited about getting 200 yen worth of merchandise for free. This feels even more delightful than finding money. How could one not share such good news with their best friends and buddies? In no time, Feihuang Supermarket became a sensation. It blew up overnight. Countless people across Hanseong were flocking towards Phoenix Supermarket. Fortunately, Phoenix Supermarket was spacious enough. After expansion, it covered a full 10,000 square meters. Even with the new restaurant occupying 2,000 square meters, there were still 8,000 square meters left. The number of employees has reached an astonishing 1,500. No matter how many customers come, Feihuang Supermarket handles them all with ease. Employees enthusiastically sell while customers enthusiastically buy. Some customers even resort to snatching goods directly. If it weren't for the staff promptly stopping them and explaining that purchases over 200 yuan couldn't participate in the discount draw, the supermarket would likely have been emptied long ago. The suppliers were also exceptionally efficient, delivering countless goods to the supermarket. With prior experience collaborating together, working together again now was practically effortless. Countless daily wage workers were hired at premium rates to move goods directly into the supermarket. Feihuang Supermarket had prior experience with wholesale operations, with many seasoned employees who worked together seamlessly. Feihuang Supermarket became a sensation, and the undercover agent sent by Manager Sun reported every piece of news back. Manager Sun scurried to the boss's office in a panic once again. "What's Feihuang Supermarket up to now?" Shanzhong Yusong asked with a grave expression. Now he was somewhat afraid to see Manager Sun. Every time he saw Manager Sun, something bad would inevitably happen. Ever since becoming the boss here, not only had he failed to make money, but he directly lost 100 million. Manager Sun urgently said, "Something terrible has happened. Feihuang Supermarket is launching a massive loss-making promotion. All customers can participate, the discounts are incredibly steep." Manager Sun carefully explained all the details of Feihuang Supermarket's promotion to Shanzhong Yusong. After hearing this, Shanzhong Yusong could no longer contain himself, his tightly clenched fist slammed heavily onto the table. A cup on the table fell to the ground, shattering with a crisp ringing sound. How dare he? Mountain Pine took a deep breath, his eyes burning crimson. This is a complete loss, sacrificing 8,000 to kill 10,000 enemies. Qian Ziyang has gone too far. Manager's son hesitated before adding, besides these, they've also hung banners in the supermarket that read, "What does the banner say?" Yamaju Matsu's murderous gaze bore into manager's son. The flames in his heart were about to set the house on fire. Manager's son nervously wiped the sweat from his forehead and whispered, "It says you're a turtle." A turtle? Yamaju Matsu was confused, being from Sakura country, he didn't quite understand. Manager's son explained, in our Huaxia country, there's a saying called a turtle retracting into its shell. It's even worse than calling someone a beast. Hearing this, Shan Zanyasong flew into a rage. Not only had Qian Ziyang publicly challenged him on the street, but now he was also insulting him inside the supermarket. This completely disregards him. If he backs down this time, what will the others think of him? Does he still want to maintain face? Who would still fear him? Manager's son said, "Boss, the most crucial point is that customers who were originally coming to our Yongyan supermarket, hearing about Fei Huang supermarket's promotion, immediately went over there. Right now, apart from 1,500 employees, our supermarket doesn't have a single customer. What should we do?" Shanzhong Yusong suppressed the fury burning in his chest. Chen Ziyong had far too many ruthless tactics at his disposal, each more relentless than the last, leaving him utterly disoriented. Now came the most brutal blow. Even at a daily loss of millions, Chen was determined to crush him. He had never encountered such a person before. In business, people always say prosperity comes through harmony. Qian Ziyang went all out from the start, showing no mercy. "Roll out promotions, we'll match them," Yamanaka Arashur commanded. Yes, manager's son nodded but didn't leave. Yamanaka Arashur asked, "Why are you still here?" Manager's son said, "Boss, promotions like this cost money, and the account is empty now." Hearing this, Yamashita Yusho seemed quite troubled. He didn't want to spend any more money, despite possessing billions in assets. That's just assets. Most of the assets have mortgage loans. The monthly bank repayments alone are substantial. He doesn't have much cash on hand either. 1 billion has already been poured into it. If he wants to put in more money now, he can only pull funds from other sources. Withdrawing too much liquidity at once could trigger systemic risks and break the capital chain. Who would casually keep hundreds of millions sitting in a bank? Encountering a spendthrift like Chen Ziyang is like a novice defeating a master through reckless moves. "Go arrange the discount promotion immediately, I'll transfer the money soon," Yamamoto Yama said. Yes. Manager's son hurried out. Soon enough, Yongyan Supermarket also began offering discounts. Yongyan Supermarket also saw an influx of customers. After all, Feiwang Supermarket was simply too crowded, and since this place was also having discounts, some customers who preferred more space came to Yongyan Supermarket. As more and more customers arrived at Yongyan Supermarket, the staff gradually became overwhelmed. This was especially true for the Yongyan Hot Pot restaurant. With the price reduction at the Hot Pot restaurant and unprecedented discounts, Yongyan Hot Pot finally became fully packed. Most of the staff at Yongyan Hot Pot were newly hired. Newly hired employees tend to make mistakes when things get busy. Prolonged fatigue leads to difficulty concentrating, making mistakes even more likely. Fortunately, Yongyan Hot Pot had a gold medal instructor. The highly paid gold medal instructor proved quite effective, successfully rallying the staff's morale. Seeing such excellent results, manager's son arranged for the gold medal instructor to deliver 3 one-hour sessions daily, morning, noon, and evening. Chapter 52, What a Deep Pit. Yongyan Supermarket and Yongyan Hot Pot Restaurant are doing better day by day. Shanzhong Yusong, however, was so anxious he could barely stand still. The more customers bought, the more money he lost. Watching his funds dwindle day after day, he felt like killing someone. On the other side, Chen Ziyang was almost jumping for joy as he watched customers buying large amounts in the supermarket. The business was even more booming than expected, losing millions in a single day. It wouldn't be long before he could lose 100 million. The task was completed excellently. Originally, the plan was to lose 2 million per day. The result was even better than expected, losing at least 3 million daily. Many people from neighboring Wuxi came by subway to shop here. Wuxi is a prefecture-level city with a population of over 10 million. The fact that it stirred up the entire Wuxi city shows just how explosively popular the supermarket had become. The scene was a roaring sea of people, with drums pounding and gongs clashing. For the sake of his great money-losing endeavor, seeing the supermarket staff overwhelmed, Chen Ziyang even personally stepped in to sell goods himself. This kind of situation persisted for 20 days before Yongyan Supermarket finally couldn't hold out any longer. Manager's son rushed into the boss's office in a frantic hurry. "Boss, something terrible has happened." At the sight of manager's son, Yamaka Matsu slumped into his chair and asked, "What's gone wrong now?" Manager's son looked up at his boss and noticed his complexion was alarmingly poor. The dark circles under his eyes looked as if smeared with coal, his bloodshot eyes brimming with fatigue. After just a few days apart, the boss resembled a corpse freshly dragged from its coffin. He mustn't have slept for several days. Losing millions a day, anyone in his position would lose sleep too. Boss, are you okay? Manager's son asked quietly. Shanzangyasong shook his head. I'm fine. Tell me, what's Flying Phoenix Supermarket up to now? Manager's son replied. It's not Flying Phoenix Supermarket, something's happened at our hot pot restaurant. Something happened at the hot pot restaurant? Yamaju widened his eyes. Under Lu Gaoda's management, the hot pot restaurant had always been lukewarm at best. Since hiring that gold medal lecturer, the staff had become highly motivated, and business gradually began to improve. But now, with the restaurant's massive promotion, it was packed to bursting every single day, losing so much money it made his stomach ache. What's wrong with the hot pot restaurant? Just then, the door was knocked lightly. You could tell there was a hint of hesitation and timidity in the knocking sound. Come in, Yamamatsu said. No need to think, it must be Lu Gaoda. Lu Gaoda was timid and hesitant, never doing things decisively. I once thought he was a talent. After all, I heard he single-handedly built the Hilaleo hot pot chain. But after spending more time with him, I realized he was just an ordinary, freshly graduated college student. Boss, all the employees at our hot pot restaurant are feeling down. Lu Gaoda pushed the door open and said aggrievedly. Mounted with Pines frowned. Everything was fine. Why would the employees suddenly be so listless? Aren't they always so hyper? Lu Gaoda turned to manager's son beside him. It's him. He hired some so-called motivational speaker to constantly feed the employees motivational platitudes. Now look what's happened. There are side effects. Everyone's listless and dispirited. They've lost interest in work, lost interest in life, spending all day just longing to hear those motivational lectures from those charismatic speakers. Even when I push them to work now, they make excuses and drag their feet. They even ask me, can this job make us millionaires a year? How should I answer them? Should I tell them that no matter how hard they work, their salary will only be 10,000 a month and never rise to 1 million? I just said the possibility is quite low. But as long as they work hard, they can still buy a house in Han City. But do you know how he replied to me? Manager's son and Yamaka watched Lu Gaoda. Lu Gaoda continued, he said, a life without 100 million yuan is incomplete. He said, a man should treat himself well. He also said, life isn't just about surviving, but also poetry and distant horizons. He said there's no poetry here, so he's leaving. What do you call all this nonsense? They've been completely brainwashed by that motivational speaker, living every day with these fake illusions about the future. After realizing their dreams were impossible, they lost all motivation for their work, just completely deflated. Manager's son pondered for a moment and said, I've noticed this phenomenon among supermarket staff too, though not as obvious as with the hot pot restaurant employees. Only then did the three of them realize that this golden certified lecturer was truly unbearable. One bowl after another of this toxic motivational soup was being swallowed, leaving the employees utterly disoriented. What about Flying Phoenix Supermarket? Didn't we learn from Phoenix Supermarket? What's their situation? Mountain Pine asked. Manager's son replied, Boss, Phoenix Supermarket's gold medal lecturer has already run away. He hasn't shown up at the supermarket for a long time. I've told you before, the gold medal lecturer had a big fight with Qian Ziyang, and Qian Ziyang wouldn't allow the speech. Shan Zhangyosong suddenly remembered this as well. Back when he heard that the gold medal lecturer from Feihuang Supermarket had disappeared, he was overjoyed for quite some time. He thought this was their opportunity. Employees have to listen to an extra hour of lectures every day. Shan Zhangyosong suddenly had a realization. I get it now, Qian Ziyang is deliberately misleading me. He tricked me into hiring that expensive gold-rated lecturer to brainwash the employees. And as for him, the moment he saw us fall for it, he immediately chased away the gold medal lecturer. What a devious scheme. Shan Zhangyosong collapsed into his chair. He realized he had fallen for Qian Ziyang's elaborate trap. What so-called gold medal lecturer? It was all just a trap set for him. They were waiting for the crucial moment to strike him with this move. The employees had been mentally strained for months without rest, and now their mental state had reached a critical breaking point. What should be done now? So ruthless. Manager's son shuddered. Boss, that Qian Ziyang is truly insidious. He managed to set such a massive trap for us behind our backs, even when we were all fully aware of everything. I kept wondering why he kept lowering the prices, forcing us to compete with him head-on. So he had a backup plan all along, knowing we employees would collapse once the business picked up. Shan Zhangyosong's mind was now completely preoccupied with Qian Ziyang. He muttered, did he leave any more traps for us? Are there still schemes left? His greatest fear was that the golden lecturer might just be the first trap. Countless more pitfalls could be waiting for him ahead. The three of them thought it over but couldn't figure out what other schemes Qian Ziyang might have prepared. Shan Zhangyosong took a deep breath. For now, we can only take things one step at a time. Manager's son, fire the gold-certified lecturer immediately and properly guide the employees' emotions. If things really can't be resolved, just give them a few days off. Although it might affect the store's business a bit, it's still better than them quitting outright. The most important thing is, Shanjong Yusong clutched his chest and said, the most important thing is to give them bonuses. They've been brainwashed by countless motivational speeches, words might not work anymore. Only money can do the trick now. Give each of them 20,000. His heart ached terribly. This was all his money. Currently, there are 1,500 people in the supermarket and 500 in the hot pot restaurant. 20,000 per person means 40 million. Just like that, 40 million was wasted. It was like cutting a piece of flesh from him. The pain made his heart race. Chapter 53 Ordinary. Shanjong Yusong felt like he was riding a tiger, unable to dismount. Either he followed Fei Huang's supermarket's money-losing strategy and endured the heartache of continuous losses, or abandoned his initial investments altogether, watching them go down the drain. Chen Ziyong definitely can't outlast me financially, he won't hold out as long as I can. Yamanaka Yosho roared inwardly. If he persevered, victory would unquestionably be his. After the 20,000 yuan bonuses were distributed at Yongyan Supermarket, the employees' motivation had noticeably skyrocketed. Both Yongyan Supermarket and Feihuang Supermarket were hemorrhaging massive losses daily. Shansong made several trips to the hospital for registration, losing so much that he just wanted to lie down right there. Chen Ziyong indulged in beer, champagne, and little drinks every day, losing so much he sang out loud. Seeing the boss so happy, the employees were also thrilled, full of energy as if they were about to defeat Yongyan Supermarket by tomorrow. Today, Chen Ziyong was exceptionally joyful, because their Fei Huang restaurant has opened. This proves he's spent all 50 million. Just 20 more days until the system settles accounts with him. Everything is ready, just waiting to be crowned a billionaire. Chen Ziyong walked with an unstoppable momentum, his voice noticeably louder than before. Arriving at Fei Huang restaurant, Zhu Daxiang hurried forward to greet him. The first words Chen Ziyong said to Zhu Daxiang were, "Has the money been spent?" "Boss, the money's all gone, all 50 million invested in full." Chen Ziyong was exceptionally pleased about this. After 20 more days of losses, his cash reserves would be completely depleted. At that point, he could declare bankruptcy and liquidate. All he needed was to sell off the store's inventory and transfer ownership of the supermarket. The transfer fee and proceeds from selling goods were all used to pay employees and +1 compensation, leaving him penniless. The system's settlement would immediately credit him with 100 million yuan. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about that 100 million, driving luxury cars, living in villas, made Chen Ziyong so excited he couldn't close his mouth. Poof, Lu Gaoda even flaunted his sports car in front of him. After he makes his first 100 million, he'll buy a sports car twice as expensive as Lu Gaoda's. Let that crappy car of Lu Gaoda's eat his dust. Chen Ziyong strolled around the 2,000 square meter dining room and said, "It's lunchtime, serve me a portion to sample." Zhu Daxiang immediately went to make the arrangements. Soon, several ordinary dishes served in exquisitely beautiful tableware were brought out. Judging by the tableware alone, these looked like dishes worth hundreds, but upon opening them, they revealed the most basic scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Add to that a home-style stir-fried pork, a seaweed soup, and a plate of greens. An authentic 3-dish one-soup meal was ready. Zhu Daxiang filled a bowl of rice for Chen Ziyong. Chen Ziyong took a bite. It was just average. Really, completely mediocre. Exactly like home cooking. How was it? Zhu Daxiang asked nervously. Chen Ziyong replied, "Average." Hearing average, Zhu Daxiang's expression changed. "Boss, you also think it's pretty ordinary, right? It's over. Who'd bother dining out to eat something this mediocre? If eating out is no different from eating at home, then why not just cook at home? Boss, if our restaurant ends up like this, we definitely won't have any customers. Maybe we should replace the chef." Zhu Daxiang felt there might still be hope as long as they replaced the chef. After all, the tableware, ambience, and even the service have all reached star-rated standards. It's just that the food is frankly a bit embarrassing. Hearing Zhu Daxiang suggest changing chefs, Chen Ziyong snapped, "Change what chefs? Do you think changing chefs comes for free? Although it's quite ordinary, I think it's really good. If others prefer cooking at home, then let them cook at home. Didn't I say this restaurant is mainly an employee benefit? Since it's a benefit, health is naturally the priority. As long as the taste isn't bad, that's enough." Just as they were talking, it was mealtime at the supermarket. Employees lined up one by one to get their meals. They chatted cheerfully, their faces glowing with excitement as they looked at the dozens of dishes before them. They actually had a staff canteen now, and they all knew that the cafeteria served very clean, hygienic, and healthy meals. No more cooking at home, how great! When everyone saw Chen Ziyong, they greeted him with smiles. Chen Ziyong returned their smiles as well. Look at them, how happy they are. All of this is worth it. Chen Ziyong patted Zhu Daxiang's shoulder. Zhu Daxiang still wore a bitter expression. With free, healthy meals available, why wouldn't they be happy? Come on, trust me on this. Haven't you eaten either? Join us, Chen Ziyong said with a smile. Fei Huang Supermarket was bustling with customers again today. A group of aunties rushed into the store via the free shuttle bus. Seeing the spinning wheel still positioned by the checkout counters, the aunties were overjoyed. It's still here. The mega sale is still on. What are you waiting for? Buy now and it's like getting money for free. When Fei Huang Supermarket first opened on that street, I shopped there frequently. Unfortunately, it got bought out of business because there were too many customers. Now that Fei Huang Supermarket is running promotions, their prices are even lower than before. Who knows when they'll go out of business again? If we don't stock up now, we might miss our chance again later. The aunties chatted as they walked into the supermarket. It's obvious that these middle-aged women are die-hard fans of the supermarket. It was simply because they lived too far away. They had only just heard about the massive promotions at Flying Phoenix Supermarket and rushed over in a hurry. As soon as they entered the supermarket, the aunties were astonished to see purchase prices displayed right next to the marked prices of the goods. Is this really the cost price? One of the aunties asked. An employee nearby smiled and explained, the cost price is absolutely genuine. The purchase invoices are posted on the wall at the service counter. The aunties were very pleased to see that the supermarket's goods were cheaper than other stores, with most items marked up only slightly above cost. After all, they understood that supermarkets need to make a profit too. It wasn't like they could just sell everything at cost price, right? Plus, with the big discounts and promotions, they're getting such a great deal. What dissatisfaction could there possibly be? Look, this outfit is gorgeous, and the price is just 1 yuan above cost. Wow, Fei Huang Supermarket is only making a 1 yuan profit, an excited auntie called out to her friend. Before his companion could come over to take a closer look, only one piece of clothing remained. There were other people nearby who had already taken the clothes. Several elderly women grew anxious. How could they have missed out on something so good? Fortunately, the supermarket staff worked quickly and restocked with a fresh batch. Everyone was overjoyed when they each picked a piece in different colors. The aunties looked around, inspecting everything, feeling that all the items were incredibly affordable. With the added discounts, it was all about browsing and shopping, one purchase after another. Once they were tired from all the wandering and spending, they paused to take a break. One of the aunties said, let's go back. I haven't eaten since noon, and I'm starting to feel hungry now. Some were reluctant to leave. There was still so much she wanted to browse. Look, isn't there a restaurant over there? Someone pointed at the lavishly decorated restaurant in the distance. After all, it was built with RMB, so of course it looked nothing short of high-end and impressive. Chapter 54, Going Viral. Let's not eat here. Normally, the restaurants in shopping malls and supermarkets are ridiculously expensive. Another frugal lady chimed in. Come on, let's check it out. Maybe Fei Huang Supermarket is different, someone suggested. The crowd thought it made sense. Approached to inquire about the dish prices. What? Stir-fried pork for 5 yuan a bowl? What? Tomato and egg stir-fry for 3 yuan a portion? What? Greens for just 1 yuan a serving? What? A bowl of rice for just 50 cents? The aunties were stunned. This was the cheapest restaurant they had ever seen, bar none. They always thought that 8 yuan to fill your stomach, 10 yuan to eat well was just a roadside slogan. Only now did I realize that such restaurants truly exist in this world. Through the glass, they could see the busy chefs working inside. There were massive automated vegetable washing machines, enormous automatic dishwashers, and sterilization equipment. The shelves were fully stocked with pre-washed ingredients, while numerous chefs bustled about, cooking dishes with orderly efficiency. All steps in preparing the dishes, together with the oil and seasonings used, are open and transparent. Not sure about the taste, but it's truly hygienic and healthy. One astonished middle-aged woman exclaimed, look at the oil they're using, it's even better than what I use at home. The others all stood agape, staring in disbelief. Fei Huang Restaurant completely redefined their expectations. Let's eat here, someone suggested. The proposal immediately gained unanimous approval. Normally, people their age wouldn't prefer dining out, worried that outside restaurants use poor quality oil and aren't hygienic, plus their prices are high. Now at Fei Huang Supermarket, the prices are affordable and hygiene standards are maintained. There's no reason not to try it. As they went to get their meals, a young attendant asked with a smile, would you like less salt or less oil? We also have special dishes for middle-aged and elderly customers. The aunties were surprised. You actually have special dishes for middle-aged and elderly people here? The server smiled, our staff eat here too, and many of our employees are middle-aged or elderly. So naturally, we've prepared dishes that suit their tastes. Hearing this, the aunties were delighted and all expressed eagerness to try them. The waitress helped them with their dishes and personally escorted them to their table. The 6 middle-aged women sat at the table inside. Fei Huang Supermarket's service is truly unmatched. That young lady seems so genuinely warm-hearted. Everyone nodded in agreement. Having visited many supermarkets, they felt Fei Huang Supermarket's service was truly in a league of its own, like comparing heaven and earth. There is simply no comparison. Moreover, they were genuinely moved by the humanized service of Fei Huang Supermarket. Everyone took a bite of the dishes on the table, finding them quite ordinary. Yet whether it was due to the exquisite tableware or being comforted by the waitstaff's smiles earlier, the food tasted surprisingly good. Not bad. I think it tastes great. At home, I have to add more oil and spice to accommodate my son and daughter-in-law's preferences. But what we're eating now truly suits our taste. The crowd seemed fairly satisfied with the meal. The final bill showed all 6 of them had only spent 30 yuan. 5 yuan per person. Good heavens! Even if they were reluctant to spend money, this price made them extremely satisfied. They were a little curious, could this supermarket actually make money at these prices? One elderly woman grabbed a staff member and asked curiously, with dishes priced so cheaply, do you even make any profit? The staff member smiled and replied, there are quite a few items we don't make money on. Some things are purely to give back to our customers. Phoenix Restaurant primarily serves our employees, with sales being secondary. We don't rely on this for profits. That's why the dishes are extremely affordable, almost the same price as buying ingredients from the market, or even cheaper. Everyone did the math. And sure enough, it was true. A family of 5 buying groceries, with both meat and vegetables, usually spends about 50 a day. Yet at Fei Huang Supermarket, it seems you'd only need to spend 50 bucks for a meal too. What's more, the variety of dishes here is incredibly extensive. Besides these stir-fried dishes, there's also simmered soup available. The aunties watched as pressure cooker after pressure cooker was opened, each containing large amounts of fragrant soup. Several employees gathered together to eat, carrying a pressure cooker and pouring the spare rib and lotus root soup into an enormous bowl. Then they happily carried it away. The aunties curiously asked, how much does this big pot of lotus root and spare rib soup cost? The attendant smiled and said, pork ribs are 24 per jin, lotus root 3 yuan per jin. This pot of soup used 1.5 jin of ribs and 2 jin of lotus root. Including labor and seasoning fees, it comes to 45 yuan total. The aunties were utterly astonished. 1.5 pounds of pork ribs for soup would cost at least 120 yuan outside. But here, cooked dishes are sold at the price of raw ingredients. Even if they were to shop at the market and painstakingly prepare the meal themselves, the raw material cost might still exceed 45 yuan. A middle-aged woman exclaimed in surprise, such high-quality ribs, only 24 yuan per pound? Hearing this, the server knew at once that this auntie often bought groceries. The server explained, because our Phoenix supermarket also sells groceries, the prices at the local market are higher than ours. Fair point. Everyone nodded in agreement. Those selling vegetables have to make some profit, right? And what about Fei Huang Supermarket? I'm just selling vegetables. He could choose to earn money twice, once from selling raw vegetables, and again from selling cooked dishes. But Flying Phoenix Supermarket chose to make money just once. You might not make a single cent. What a great supermarket. The aunties quickly called for reinforcements. Why bother cooking at home? Isn't it better to eat here? As the Phoenix restaurant opened, customers who grew tired from shopping at Phoenix Supermarket would simply dine at the restaurant. No one praised the food as particularly delicious, just passable and ordinary. 3 days later, Phoenix Restaurant became a sensation. Zhu Daxiang found it utterly baffling. How did the restaurant suddenly become so popular? He didn't even advertise it. He was still worrying about how to improve the taste of the restaurant's dishes, so how did it become popular? The restaurant's food isn't even good. There's a very noticeable difference from the dishes served in those outside restaurants. Anyone who's worked in the food industry knows that flavor is the most important thing for a restaurant. But the taste at Fei Huang Restaurant is just average. Zhu Daxiang rushed to investigate and only then discovered that apart from being cheap, Fei Huang Restaurant's popularity also came from using less oil. Never get tired of eating it. Immediately, Zhu Daxiang hurriedly reported the news to the boss. Boss, our Fei Huang Restaurant is a hit. Zhu Daxiang exclaimed loudly. The restaurant is a hit? Qian Ziong looked up at Zhu Daxiang, feeling utterly bewildered. The taste of the restaurant is mediocre at best. How could it possibly become popular? Zhu Daxiang gave a thumbs up and said, Boss, now I understand why you didn't hire a professional chef. Qian Ziong asked. He intentionally avoided hiring professional chefs because he was worried their exceptional cooking skills would make the dishes too delicious and accidentally popularize the restaurant. Chapter 55 The supermarket is my home. How did the restaurant suddenly become a hit? How did it get popular? To prevent the restaurant from becoming popular, he didn't even advertise it. Chen Ziyang hurriedly made his way to the cafeteria. Normally he was quite lazy, having his meals delivered to his office by employees during lunchtime. Having not visited for several days, how had the cafeteria become completely packed now? If it were filled with elderly people, Chen Ziyang could have understood. But why is a young fellow joining in the fun? Chen Ziyang sat down beside a lad about his own age and asked with a smile, Bro, is the food here any good? The young man with the crew cut looked up and glanced at Chen Ziyang, failing to recognize him as the owner of Fei Huang Supermarket. Shaking his head, he replied, Not really. However, if you haven't eaten yet, I highly recommend you try it. He assumed Chen Ziyong had also come here to eat but was worried about the taste, hence asking him. Hearing the other person say the food here was bad while still recommending he try it, Chen Ziyong instantly felt terrible. Are you wondering why I suggested you try it even though it doesn't taste good? The young man said between mouthfuls. Chen Ziyong nodded. The young man laughed heartily and said, do you think the food we usually eat at home tastes good? Chen Ziyong shook his head. No, it doesn't. The young man replied, but out of 365 days a year, we eat at home for at least 300 of them. Why not? Because it never gets old, it's neither delicious nor terrible. And what's more, if I go too long without eating home-cooked meals, I really start to miss them. At his words, Chen Ziyong couldn't help but nod in agreement. It really was like that. Whenever he was out job hunting, he often missed the meals cooked at home. Is it delicious? Hard to say. But you'd miss it if you didn't eat it. And you never seem to get tired of it. The young man scratched his head and said with a smile, to be honest, I don't really like cooking. But eating takeout all the time isn't healthy either. If there were meals that are cheap, healthy, convenient, and never get boring, why would anyone refuse? Just give it a try, you'll fall in love with this place. My legs would always carry me here against my will whenever mealtime came around. Thanks. Chen Ziyong expressed his gratitude with a forced smile before wandering through the restaurant with a grim expression. All around, people were singing praises about Fei Huang restaurant. Sigh, how could I have missed such a wonderful restaurant before? I suffered through 2 weeks of instant noodles for nothing. If I'd known there was such an affordable and healthy restaurant, I'd have never eaten instant noodles. What a regret. A young man complained. A companion nearby remarked, you couldn't have found it earlier, the restaurant hasn't even been open for a week. Hearing it had only been open for a week, the young man was instantly overcome with remorse. Why didn't the owner of Fei Huang restaurant come up with such a great idea earlier? He really deserves to be struck by lightning. His companion nodded in agreement, making us suffer through takeout and instant noodles for so long. He absolutely deserves some retribution. I've decided, from now on I'll come here every day, 2 meals a day without fail. With a restaurant this good, it's no wonder Fei Huang's supermarket is making bank. Hearing this, Chen Ziyong's face turned ashen. It never crossed his mind that the reason Fei Huang restaurant became popular was precisely because the food was bad. What had he just heard? Others compare the dishes at Fei Huang restaurant to instant noodles. Instant noodles might taste good the first time, but then each bite after becomes harder and harder to swallow. But Fly Phoenix restaurant is the exact opposite. The food might seem unpalatable at first, yet it grows on you bite after bite until you simply can't live without it. There are still many people who've already made plans to come every day. Every single day? Can't a guy catch a break? They've practically turned the supermarket into their home. Chen Ziyong seated at these youths for their lack of ambition, fumed at their idleness. These people are just too lazy, can't even cook for themselves and treat my place like a canteen. As pillars of society, how can they be this lazy? Chen Ziyong was deeply distressed. Society is doomed. Young people these days simply can't shoulder major responsibilities. Boss, your methods are truly masterful. Xu Daxiang had been accompanying him throughout and chose the perfect moment to raise his thumb in exaggerated admiration. Chen Ziyong smiled bitterly and pushed Sun Daqiang's thumb back down. I've got a fear of heights. Stop trying to flatter me, he said. Chen Ziyong found these youngsters utterly exasperating. Yet he wasn't overwhelmed by sorrow. Because the restaurant's prices were rock bottom, he wasn't making any profit at all. So even with the large crowds, it didn't significantly impact him. It's just barely reducing the loss by a tiny bit. In just over 10 days, he'd show these youngsters what he's made of. Just imagining it, the restaurant shutting down along with the supermarket in a little over 10 days. These young people who treat the grocery store like home would instantly find themselves homeless. Chen Ziyong felt a mischievous sense of satisfaction. Oof, let's see you shop till you drop. Oof, let's see you eat to your heart's content. You'll regret this soon enough. On the other side, at Yongyan Supermarket, Manager Li and Manager Sun arrived together at the boss's office of Yongyan Supermarket. Inside, Yamazaki Matsu and Yamazaki Ki were both present. Originally, Yamazaki Ki had already returned to Japan. He had complete faith in his younger brother. He believed that if his brother stepped in, success would be assured. Yet to his surprise, despite being here for so long, his brother had never once defeated Chen Ziyong. Then there was Lu Gaota sitting in the corner. Something terrible has happened, Manager Sun exclaimed. What is it now? Yamaju Matsu lifted his weary eyes. He hadn't slept a wink all night again. Boss, Flying Phoenix restaurant has gone viral, Manager Sun announced. Shanzhong Yusong was startled and sat up straight. Wasn't it said that Fei Huang restaurant was just an employee cafeteria? How did it become so popular? Of course he was aware that Fei Huang supermarket planned to build a new restaurant. According to reports from their undercover operative, it was a massive employee cafeteria designed to improve staff benefits. At first, he didn't believe it. However, Chen Ziyong was genuinely good to his employees. Moreover, Fei Huang restaurant didn't advertise at all, seemingly not intending to make money from it, so he didn't pay much attention. Especially on Fei Huang restaurant's opening day, he even sent someone to taste the food. The taste is genuinely quite ordinary. The prices are also shockingly low. They clearly have no intention of making a profit. This is undoubtedly an employee cafeteria. Since it's an employee cafeteria, how could it become wildly popular? And how did it actually get so popular? Manager Sun said, that treacherous bastard Qian Ziyong, he hid his schemes extremely well. He knew perfectly well that young people nowadays are lazy and dislike cooking, so they made the restaurant's dishes into authentic, home-style meals that taste just like home cooking. And the prices are extremely affordable. So affordable that young people can't get enough of them. Young professionals from nearby offices and residents from surrounding neighborhoods all treat Fei Huang restaurant as their own family kitchen. And it's the kind of kitchen where you don't even need to buy groceries or cook anything yourself. If we don't come up with some solution soon, they'll start treating Fei Huang restaurant like their own home. Chapter 56, is this military strategy? As the saying goes, he who feeds you owns you. Eating at the Phoenix restaurant every day would likely make customers develop an emotional attachment to the place. By that point, customers wouldn't set foot in Yangyan supermarket even once. And if by accident they did wander in, they'd feel the guilt of having betrayed their own home. Both Shanzhong Song and Shanzhong Shu became acutely aware of how serious the situation was. It turns out Qian Ziyong had dug a pit for them long ago. He'd planned it all along, competing with them through price cuts, then delivering the fatal blow with Phoenix restaurant. Now the situation is quite tricky. Even if they keep operating at a loss like this, most customers would still choose Phoenix supermarket. Is there anything worse than losing money and failing to retain people? Truly ruthless, calculated step by step. Is this the military strategy of China? Yamaka Yamatsu's face showed unprecedented gravity. Now he finds himself somewhat helpless. Having opened so many supermarkets, this is the first time he's encountered such a formidable opponent. He started by competing with price cuts, delivering solid, stinging slaps to his face. Initially thought the opponent was just a reckless brute. After all, the rival was inflicting 1,000 losses on the enemy at the cost of 800 to himself. But damn, when he looked back, the opponent had laid countless traps for him. Not some reckless brute, but a crafty old fox with 1,000 years of cunning. Shan Zanyasong felt he wasn't facing a young man, but rather something akin to a demon whose wisdom bordered on the supernatural. Making a move was wrong, but not making a move was equally wrong. He felt everything he did was a mistake, being led by the nose step by step. Watching his younger brother dejected, like a frostbitten eggplant. The mountain has trees, his heart filled with countless emotions. This younger brother of his had never lost before. At home, he was constantly overshadowed by this prodigy of a younger brother. Sometimes it made him extremely uncomfortable, even jealous of his own sibling at times. But now, seeing his brother beaten down in such a miserable state, his heart still ached with sympathy. He comforted, "Don't worry, little bro. So what if we lost a few battles? It doesn't matter. Since we can't win against them with tactics, we won't compete on their terms. We'll defeat them with upright and honorable methods." Shanzhong Yusan raised his head, his eyes brimming with hope. What method? Shanzhong Yushu turned his gaze to Lu Gaoda beside him. Shanzhong Yusan waved his hand and said, "Gaoda, you go out first." Oh, Lu Gaoda left dejectedly. After Lu Gaoda left, Shanzhong Yusan finally spoke. After being defeated by Qian Ziyong, I've been studying the art of war from Huagua. The art of war states that in battle, meet the enemy head-on with conventional tactics, but achieve victory through unexpected maneuvers. If unexpected tactics fail to prevail, then crush them with overwhelming force through honorable and direct confrontation. Qian Ziyong's greatest weakness compared to you is his lack of funds. So whatever Qian Ziyong does, we'll do the same only with ample financial backing to ensure we defeat him. Upon hearing this, Yamaguchi Yusho pondered carefully. Brother speaks wisely. If we can't match Qian Ziyong in scheming, then let's confront him fairly in an open battle. Manager Sun, Manager Lee. Yamaguchi Yusho's eyes gleamed with determination. Present, the two men stood up. Shanzhong Yusong commanded, "I'll invest 50 million to open a restaurant identical to Fei Huang supermarkets. Remember, it must be exactly the same, without any changes. Add another 10 million, just one requirement, get it done for me within 5 days." That 10 million was to speed up the restaurant operations. As long as the money is secured, they can move as fast as needed. He wanted to invite all the interior design companies in Hanseong. Yes, the two of them were exhilarated. Upon receiving the order, they immediately went out to make arrangements. After the two left, Yamakashu finally sat down, utterly exhausted. He was just putting on a show for them. In reality, he was nearly broke. With insufficient working capital, he'd been scrambling to patch together funds from everywhere. But he had his family backing him up. He decided to borrow some from the family. Borrowing from the family comes at a price. It must be repaid double, so avoid it if possible. No matter the cost, he must defeat Qian Ziyong. Brother, lend me some money. I'll pay you back as soon as I apply for funds from the family. Yamaka Shiyu pleaded. Hearing his younger brother ask for a loan, Yamaka Ju was taken aback. How much do you need? Yamaka Ju inquired. 6 million, Shan Zanya-san said. The tree in the mountains was astonished. You don't have a single penny left in your hands? How much have you spent at the supermarket these past 2 months? The weary mountain pine sighed. 200 million. 200 million yuan. Even throwing it into the water would make a splash. But competing with Qian Ziyong was like not even making a sound. The money was spent, but Yongyan supermarket didn't truly improve. The business is doing well now, but that's only because of the loss-leading promotions. Once Yongyan supermarket and Feihuang supermarket stop running loss-leading promotions, Yongyan's business will plummet. The more competition there is, the fewer customers he gets. Qian Ziyong's tactics are endless. Customers are all flocking to Feihuang supermarket. However, if we persist and defeat Feihuang supermarket, we can win back all the customers. Then everything can return to how it was before. Upon hearing 200 million, Shan Zanyushu was startled. Doesn't that mean you're completely broke? Zhang Yusong nodded. After some thought, Zhang Yushu reassured him. Don't worry, with the family backing you, Qian Ziyong's funds aren't as substantial as yours. Zhang Yusong forced himself to perk up. Exactly, Qian Ziyong is absolutely no match for me. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with murderous intent. He wanted Qian Ziyong dead. For the past 2 months, he hadn't been able to sleep at night. It was pure agony. Especially after the massive loss-making promotions, every day he had to watch as piles of money vanished before his eyes. He had no idea that Qian Ziyong was losing money just like him. So why was the other man in such high spirits? How could his counterpart sleep peacefully at night? News about Yongyan supermarket opening a restaurant soon reached Qian Ziyong's ears. Ah ha ha ha, Qian Ziyong jumped with joy. Yongyan supermarket is opening a restaurant too. That mountain pine is seriously impressive. He was absolutely overjoyed. What a kind soul the mountain pine is, always helping him lose money. Such a generous man. Seeing Qian Ziyong jumping for joy, Zhu Daxiang standing beside him was utterly confused. Boss, this is bad news. Pine in the mountains is just like us, they've opened a restaurant, too. They'll steal our customers. Many customers are starting to develop a habit already. Once they get used to eating at our Feihuang supermarket regularly, they'll eventually treat this place like home. When customers treat our supermarket as their home, our business will keep getting better. Even without discounts, they'll still come shopping here. But when Yongyan supermarket does the same, some customers will become their loyal fans. This puts us at a serious disadvantage. Zhu Daxiang couldn't understand why the boss looked so thrilled about this. Shouldn't there be concern when the supermarket faces such a major crisis? Just as they were speaking, Zhu Daxiang's phone rang. He hurried out to take the call. After a while, Zhu Daxiang came running back excitedly. Boss, great news. Master Zhou Kaitian has quietly accomplished something monumental. A tremendously good thing. Chapter 57, A Legend in the Making. Good news? Qian Ziyong sat up straight. Usually when Zhu Daxiang told him good news, it wasn't actually anything great. Zhu Daxiang said excitedly, Boss, Master Zhou was giving a promotional speech for our Helaleo hot pot in Shenzhen when a group of angel investors took notice. They want to invest in our hot pot chain. They're planning to invest 300 million. 300 million. Zhu Daxiang jumped for joy, waving his arms excitedly. Qian Ziyong was dumbfounded. What? Didn't Zhou Kaitian run away? Has he gone to Shenzhen? Qian Ziyong hadn't heard Zhou Kaitian's name for a long time. However, his salary was still being paid as usual. He wouldn't let slip even a single opportunity to lose money. But, why did Zhou Kaitian go to Shenzhen? And even gave speeches at their hot pot restaurants? He doesn't want financing. The moment he imagined 300 million being wired into his account, his grand money-losing scheme instantly collapsing, Qian Ziyong completely panicked. Go! Hurry up! We're heading to Shenzhen! Qian Ziyong stamped his feet in impatience. Zhu Daxiang burst into laughter. I knew the boss would definitely go give Master Zhou a like. I've already bought the plane tickets. A like? Right now I'd rather light him a memorial lantern. Light the sky lantern. The system's 1 billion is mine. Anyone who dares to stop him, he'll kill. If a god stands in my way, I'll kill the god. If a Buddha stands in my way, I'll kill the Buddha. The plane was moving fast, but the anxious Qian Ziyong still thought it was too slow. He practically wanted to throw out the pilot and fly the plane himself. Captain, can't you just push the throttle all the way? Flying this slow, are you racing a turtle or something? At last, they arrived in Shenzhen. Qian Ziyong rushed to the scene in a frantic hurry. It was a grand hall filled with countless successful individuals seated throughout. On a massive stage at the front, Zhou Kaitian stood prominently. Qian Ziyong and Zhu Daxiang quietly sneaked in from the back. Qian Ziyong was determined to find out just what Zhou Kaitian had been up to during his mysterious disappearance. On stage, Zhou Kaitian stood in his impeccably tailored suit, eyes gleaming with intensity as he spoke in impassioned tones. Anyone who betrays our boss gets sent off with 2 million. But those who remain loyal to our boss, they'll be looking at billions in the future. Understand? Now applaud. The sound of clapping rose from the audience. The crowd clapped enthusiastically. Qian Ziyong raised his hand and gave a couple of perfunctory claps. The same familiar taste. The same familiar formula. However, this time it seems we didn't encounter any support. Qian Ziyong felt somewhat puzzled. It's been a while since we last met, and Zhou Kaitian's ability to bluff people has improved so much. To get things done, you need to spend money. Those who don't know how to spend will never earn. If you dare to spend 1 million today, you can earn 2 million tomorrow. If you dare to spend 10 million today, you can earn 100 million tomorrow. Our boss dares to spend 100 million, which means he can earn 1 billion. Those who don't even know how to spend money, how can they possibly make any? Reward with applause if you understand. The crowd's eyes shone even brighter, and thunderous applause erupted, resounding endlessly. The atmosphere on site is exceptionally lively. Zhou Kaitian continued, first comes fortune, then fate, and third is feng shui. Success requires luck, and earning hundreds of millions requires even more luck. But the vast majority of people simply don't have that kind of luck. Should we just give up then? No. If I don't have luck, can't I borrow some? Just invest money in the right people, and you'll borrow their luck too. That money will start flowing in like crazy. It'll be like using cheat codes. Give me applause if you understand. Qian Ziyong frowned. Did Zhou Kaitian's words seem directed at him? Just as Qian Ziyong was sensing something amiss, Zhou Kaitian declared loudly, it doesn't matter if you can't make money, this world is full of people who can. Just like Mr. Buffett, those who invested with him decades ago are now billionaires. We all know that professional matters should be left to professionals to maximize efficiency. Our boss Qian Ziyong has been extraordinary since the very beginning of his entrepreneurial journey. He took over a supermarket that had already gone bankrupt. Do you know what the first thing he did was? What? Everyone looked at Zhou Kaitian curiously. Zhou Kaitian said proudly, giving employees ample rest time. Before, the employees had to work 12 hours a day. Our boss made everyone work only 6 hours after taking over the supermarket. Guess what? Did salaries go up or down? You must think the salaries got cut, right? Well, I'm telling you wrong. The boss raised every employee's wage by 66%. The crowd spontaneously burst into applause. Zhou Kaitian declared, when all bosses are exploiting their employees, when all bosses are pinching every penny, our boss chooses to spend lavishly. So guess what? Under our boss's brilliant leadership, is the supermarket turning a profit or a loss? Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity. Everyone knew that when costs rise, making money becomes harder. Zhou Kaitian smiled. In just 1 month, the supermarket turned losses into profits. 20 million in profits within a month, making it the most profitable supermarket in Hancheng without equal. Everyone was amazed. Now that's a business legend. Someone suddenly stood up and asked, is your boss from a wealthy family? Zhou Kaitian shook his head with a smile and said, no, not only is he not from a wealthy family, but he's also just an ordinary fresh graduate. Exactly like Mr. Jobs. The crowd grew even more astonished. Zhou Kaitian continued, you must think our boss would work hard to keep this supermarket running. You're wrong again, the boss closed the supermarket. A business making 20 million a month, 240 million a year, shut down just like that, without the slightest hesitation. Because our boss thinks running a supermarket isn't challenging enough, he wants something more difficult. Our boss chose to open a hot pot restaurant in the middle of summer. The crowd burst into laughter. Opening a hot pot restaurant in scorching weather is practically asking for death. Zhou Kaitian declared, we'll make 30 million yuan in our first month. Not just customers from Han City, people nationwide are eager to try it. Perhaps you've heard of it, the newly famous Helaleo hot pot restaurant. Everyone was amazed when they heard it was Helaleo. Clearly, some people at the scene had either been there or heard of Helaleo. That one? The Helaleo with 5-star service quality? A customer exclaimed in astonishment, I've been there. Fruits are free there, ice cream is free, even the beef and the condiments is free. Although the prices are a bit high, it's absolutely worth it. The place is packed to the rafters, with people lining up outside constantly. When they say it makes 30 million a month, that's no exaggeration at all. Everyone chattered away, each sharing their own observations about the hot pot restaurant. Hot Pot Hot, the famous hot pot restaurant chain, has actually been trending online for quite some time. What many didn't expect was that Zhou Kaitian's so-called boss turned out to be the founder of Hot Pot Hot. Even more surprising was that despite making 20 million in just 1 month from their first supermarket venture, the owner still wasn't satisfied with such results. The crowd seemed to witness the rise of a new legendary star in the business world. Chapter 58. This pot is huge. A bald middle-aged man stood up. I want to invest. I'll invest 100 million. Another person stood up excitedly. Don't compete with me. I'll invest 300 million. I want to invest in Series A. I have resources. Let's take Heli Lao public together. Seeing investor after investor stand up, the others immediately grew anxious. Waving their checks in hand, they swarmed towards Zhou Kaitian. No investing allowed. Suddenly, a voice interrupted everyone. Who said that? The boss who had invested 300 million yuan roared angrily. I did. Qian Ziyang stepped onto the stage. Boss, what brings you here? Zhou Kaitian was utterly surprised. Qian Ziyang's face turned ashen. Fortunately he had come any later and his entire family would have been plundered by Zhou Kaitian. With so many people investing in that hot pot restaurant, if he'd actually accepted the funds, he'd have made so much money he wouldn't know what to do with it all. What a damned troublemaker. Fortunately, he noticed it early. When everyone heard Zhou Kaitian call him boss, their anger instantly turned to joy, their faces brimming with smiles. Boss Qian, I've come to bring you money, the balding middle-aged man said with an ingratiating smile. A shapely woman walked over slowly, carrying a tray with glasses of champagne. He walked up to Qian Ziyon, slightly bowed, and said in an extremely gentle tone, Boss, please open the champagne. Pop the champagne? Qian Ziyang shook his head. This liquor is quite expensive, let's not open it. I hereby declare that our hot pot restaurant will never seek financing, nor will it ever go public. Ah! The crowd expressed disappointment in unison. Many people tried to persuade Qian Ziyang, but he remained stubbornly firm, clenching his teeth and refusing to yield. Even when faced with seductive tactics, Qian Ziyang simply closed his eyes and rejected them with unwavering determination. Inside a spacious private room of an ordinary restaurant, the three sat down and began their meal. Qian Ziyang shoveled rice into his mouth voraciously. To arrive as quickly as possible, he hadn't even eaten, starving until his chest practically clung to his back. Master Zhou, what made you decide to come to Shenzhen? And what gave you the idea to seek funding here, even planning to take the hot pot chain public? Qian Ziyang asked in confusion. He had already made perfect arrangements and was just waiting for the system to settle him 100 million when the time came. Damn it, his empire almost got hijacked. Fortunately, he discovered it in time and decisively stopped it. Otherwise, Heli Restaurant would have quietly gone public and raised several hundred million. This system settlement, he definitely won't be able to get a single scrap of wool from it. Boss, you're the one who taught me, Zhou Kaitian said as if it were perfectly natural. Qian Ziyang was puzzled. When had he taught him anything? Zhou Kaitian raised the glass from the table. Boss, thank you for nurturing me. I'll drink this up while you take it easy. Qian Ziyang took a sip of plain water. Zhou Kaitian didn't mind at all, his boss followed his own inclinations, truly unconcerned about such formalities. He continued, Boss, you've taught me to fully utilize my abilities. What's my greatest talent? Isn't it just deception? Qian Ziyang thought to himself. This was precisely why he had hired Zhou Kaitian. There's no way a con artist could possibly run a hot pot restaurant successfully, right? But who would have thought that Zhou Kaitian wouldn't focus on properly managing the hot pot restaurant, instead causing trouble everywhere he went? Zhou Kaitian excitedly declared, public speaking. My talent is public speaking. So I've been motivating employees at both the supermarket and the hot pot restaurant. Although later the boss stopped me. At this point, Zhou Kaitian felt somewhat wronged. Qian Ziyang apologized, saying, I should have just let you continue your speech in the supermarket. He genuinely believed he had made a mistake. If he hadn't stopped Zhou Kaitian from continuing his speech in the supermarket, Zhou wouldn't have come to Shenzhen to cause trouble for him. Zhou Kaitian laughed and said, No, boss, you must have known about my talents all along. Only by coming to Shenzhen can I truly maximize my potential. Instead of telling me directly, you forbade me from giving speeches in the supermarket. I went back to my place and quickly figured it out. I came to Shenzhen overnight. I left without saying goodbye because I wasn't even sure I could do it well. Because in everyone's eyes, I'm just a fraud. Even I don't believe in myself anymore. One false step brings everlasting regret. The only way back now might be turning myself in. But the boss trusts me, paying me 100,000 a month. It's your trust that restored my confidence and allowed me to stand tall again at the center of the stage. Suddenly, Zhou Kaitian collapsed to his knees with a thud. Boss, you're like a second parent to me. Without you, I'd never have been able to walk the right path in this lifetime. Because of your trust, boss, I went from being a fraud to becoming genuinely successful. Zhou Kaitian's eyes welled up with tears as he moved to kowtow to Qian Ziyang. Qian Ziyang quickly helped him up. Grandmaster Zhou, what's come over you? Qian Ziyang pleaded earnestly. He absolutely won't take the blame for this. Clearly, Zhou Kaitian was the one trying to ruin him. How could this possibly be his teaching? Trust? Him? He trusted Zhou Kaitian to run the supermarket into the ground. Zhou Kaitian lived up to his trust perfectly. Zhou Kaitian was too heavy. Qian Ziyang couldn't pull him up. Luckily, Zhu Daxian was there to help. The two men pulled Zhou Kaitian onto a chair to sit down, and Qian Ziyang asked doubtfully, why didn't I see any planted audience today? Zhu Daxian was also brimming with curiosity. Zhou Kaitian said angrily, if I had hired plants, wouldn't that make me a fraud? Ever since returning to Shenzhen, I haven't used a single planted audience. All the applause here is completely genuine. Qian Ziyang asked, without plants in the audience, why would they believe you? Zhou Kaitian said, at first, I couldn't understand it either. Why would these big bosses trust me? You need to understand, I could never have invited these bosses before, they're all big shots in the investment world. Later, I realized that when everything you say is true, it naturally carries a certain infectious power. Most importantly, they don't believe in me, they believe in you, boss. Xu Daxian fell into deep thought. It really seems to be the case. Zhou Kaitian's speech this time was even more outrageous than the last. But everything he said was true. So the more outrageous it was, the more astonishing it became. Investors were naturally interested in Zhou Kaitian and the Galileo hotpot. Zhou Kaitian smiled mysteriously and said, Boss, you might not know this. Many of these investors have already visited Galileo for inspections. So on the surface, it looks like they're making snap decisions to invest money. Actually, I've been giving this careful consideration for quite some time now. After all, we're talking about several hundred million here, no small amount. As he spoke, Zhou Kaitian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In the past, he had to put in enormous effort just to swindle people out of 10,000 yuan. Sometimes after a whole speech, just a handful of people truly believe, and whether you make money in the end depends entirely on luck. But now, one speech can bring in hundreds of millions. If the boss is willing, Galileo can definitely go public. He never imagined that one day, he would be involved in such a colossal business deal, an IPO. That was simply beyond his wildest dreams. The boss is truly my benefactor. No, he's my savior. Chapter 59, Dear Brother. Amidst our meal, some commotion arose outside. Zhou Kaitian quickly stood up and ran out to check. After a while, Zhou Kaitian returned, carrying something in his hand. Boss son wants to visit you. Afraid Qian Ziyang wouldn't know who it was, Zhou Kaitian added, the one who wants to invest 300 million. Hearing it was that boss who invested 300 million just to bankrupt him, Qian Ziyang immediately flew into a rage. Not seeing him, tell that bastard to get as far away as possible. I don't want his stinking money. Right now, whoever gives him money is declaring an irreconcilable feud. By the way, Zhou Kaitian, what's that in your hand? Qian Ziyang asked. Boss, it's liquor, Zhou Kaitian replied. Xu Daxian glanced at it and said, those 2 bottles cost 100,000. 100,000? 100,000. Qian Ziyang threw down his chopsticks. Quick, bring my father in. He ran and jumped to the door, flinging it open like lightning, where a bald middle-aged man stood waiting outside. Father-in-law, why didn't you just come straight in when you came to see me? Qian Ziyang stepped forward and embraced him. The older man was somewhat overweight, prompting Qian Ziyang to fret, Father-in-law, you must take good care of your health. The look he gave boss son was as affectionate as could be. Ha ha, boss son patted Qian Ziyang on the hand, I just love straightforward young men like you. Qian Ziyang ushered boss son inside and personally pulled out a chair for him. When Zhou Kaitian moved to pour wine for boss son, Qian Ziyang snatched it right away, let me do it. He filled the glasses with wine. Qian Ziyang affectionately addressed him as father-in-law repeatedly with great enthusiasm. Father-in-law, the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt like you were family I hadn't seen in years. There's an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Father-in-law, you must come visit me often. If you could bring some gifts, that would be even better. Really, I'm not after the gifts, I just want to get closer to you, father-in-law. Qian Ziyang's face radiated sincerity, his earnest heart practically ready to leap out of his chest. He raised his glass from the table. Father-in-law, I'll finish this drink, you take your time. Just as Qian Ziyang was about to down his drink in one gulp, boss son said, but my daughter is only 3 years old. 3 years old? Reacting swiftly, Qian Ziyang immediately declared, brother, now I get it. So you're my long-lost elder brother I've never met before. Meeting you among the sea of people, brother, what a wonderful fate it is. From today onwards, you are my brother in arms, my beloved kin. Here's to you, big brother, I'll take it. Qian Ziyang, who normally didn't drink, downed the entire glass in one gulp. Putting down the glass, Qian Ziyang wordlessly pushed the 2 bottles on the floor toward Zhu Daxian's side. Understanding the hint, Zhu Daxian gave Qian Ziyang a reassuring glance and carefully stashed the liquor away. After several rounds of drinks and numerous dishes, Qian Ziyang stumbled into complete drunkenness. The next morning, when Qian Ziyang learned that boss son had paid for yesterday's meal, his sense of gratitude grew even stronger. Just as he stepped out of the room, Zhou Kaitian approached. Boss Li is here. Qian Ziyang felt dizzy and wasn't really in the mood to see anyone. He had simply drunk too much yesterday. He never wanted to drink again. Boss Li also brought 2 bottles of wine, the same kind as boss son brought. Zhou Kaitian said, if elder brother wants to see me, what are we waiting for? Qian Ziyang immediately perked up. Just like that, Qian Ziyang stayed in Shenzhen for a few days. The folks in Shenzhen were incredibly warm, sending him alcohol every single day. Within just a few days, his personal account had already received 500,000 yuan. Moreover, the buddies even treated him to meals at extremely high-end restaurants. Chen Ziyong couldn't remember anything else, only that the seafood portions were enormous, and the taste was absolutely superb. It turns out there's actually something even more delicious than lamb in this world. He had already made up his mind, once he fleeced the system of its 100 million in wool, he'd treat his old buddies in return. At Yongyan supermarket, Manager Sun and Manager Li rushed frantically into the boss's office. "Boss, we've got big trouble." Hearing the all-too-familiar "something dreadful has happened," yet again, Yamanaka Shimatsu felt his heart constrict violently. So many times. Every time he heard those words, it meant his wallet would hemorrhage tens of millions. What catastrophe had befallen him this time? Manager Sun said, "Boss, Zhou Kaitian has gone to Shenzhen to secure financing for Heli Lao." "Who's Zhou Kaitian?" Shanzangyasong asked. The name sounded somewhat familiar, as if he'd heard it before, but he just couldn't recall it no matter how hard he tried. Manager Li beside him reminded, "Boss, it's the expert Qian Ziyong dug up from Shenzhen to trap you. He was giving motivational speeches in the supermarket, hyping up the staff. It made us mistakenly believe these gurus actually worked, so we spent a fortune hiring a top-tier motivational speaker to brainwashing our employees into complete delirium." Only then did Shan's Hongsong remember. "Oh, it was that guy. Just thinking about him reminds me of those tens of millions lost in that scam." Yamanaka Aramatsu clutched his chest as the pain struck again. "Medicine! Medicine!" Yamanaka Aramatsu covered his heart and collapsed weakly to the ground. The two managers rushed forward, found a bottle of pills in Yamanaka Aramatsu's pocket, and quickly gave him one. Wheeze. Yamazaka Yuji heaved heavy breaths. His body had originally been quite healthy, but ever since coming here and taking over this rundown supermarket, he hadn't been able to sleep at night. For months he hadn't slept at night, and couldn't wake up during the day. On top of that, with constant financial bleeding from his wallet, he felt as though his very life force was being drained away. The few times he managed to fall asleep at night, he would often wake from nightmares in the dead of night. He hadn't made any money, but he had successfully developed heart disease. At this very moment, Shanzhong Yushu received the news and pushed open the door to enter. Seeing Yamanaka Arisa gasping heavily, he quickly stepped forward to ask, "Brother, are you alright?" Yamanaka Arisu angrily shook off Yamanaka Ki's hand. "Get lost. This is all your fault. If I hadn't taken over your damn supermarket, I wouldn't have lost so much money. And definitely won't get heart disease." Whenever he recalled the experiences of these past few months, Yamanaka Shigeru's emotions would completely collapse. One moment he'd be cursing Yamanaka Itsuki, the next he'd burst into tears. Seeing his younger brother's mental breakdown, Yamanaka Itsuki embraced him tightly and comforted him gently. "It's alright, we have more money than Qian Ziyong. He's no match for us if he becomes our enemy." When brothers stand united, their bond can cut through gold. Listening to his elder brother's words, Yamanaka Yusho gradually calmed down. Yamanaka Ki let out a sigh. The younger brother truly is a genius, amassing billions in assets at such a young age. But precisely because he's too much of a genius and has never tasted failure, encountering setbacks easily leads to emotional breakdowns. However, he believes his younger brother will surely be able to bounce back. Shanzhong Yuson smiled and said, "Do you remember what you said when you first came here? Shen Ziyang is just a brash young man, all it takes is a slight move from you to make him kneel and beg for mercy." Chapter 60, Traumatized by the Scams. Right. Yamachu Yusuf clenched his fists. "Our funds are more substantial than Qian Ziyong's. Competing with us, he's absolutely no match for us. The restaurant is now open, and business is picking up. Whatever Flying Phoenix supermarket does, we'll do the same. I refuse to believe he can outdo us." With his older brother's encouragement, Yamanaka Aratake regained his confidence. Seeing Yamanaka Aratake perk up, both managers were delighted. They could well understand Yamashita's sorrowful state. After all, several hundred million had been lost. If it were them in that position, they'd probably fare even worse than Yamashita. No one who's lost several hundred million could possibly maintain their composure. What happened at the supermarket? Seeing that his younger brother was unharmed, Yamanaka Yuki got down to business. Manager Sun stepped forward and said, "Zhou Kaitian, who had been missing for a long time, suddenly appeared in Shenzhen. It turns out he was raising funds for Heli Lao during his disappearance." Yamanaka Yuki didn't pay much attention and leisurely sat down, pouring himself a cup of tea. The Angel Round and series of probably couldn't raise much money, right? How much did they raise? Manager Sun said, "According to reliable sources, someone is going to invest 300 million in them." What? 3 billion? PFT. The tea went down the wrong way for Yamanaka Arashur, lodging painfully in his throat and sending him into a violent coughing fit. Sitting by the mountainside, Shanzhong Yusong heard the mention of 300 million in funding and hurriedly pulled out his medicine from his chest. Without taking a closer look, he poured it all into his mouth. 300 million. And this was just the Series A round. After Series A, there'll be Series B and Series C. Just how much capital could a hot pot restaurant secure by then? They had just been scheming in their hearts, planning to compete with Fei Huang Corporation using their substantial capital to incur greater losses. Wow, now Chen Ziyong has gone straight to Shenzhen to seek external reinforcements. Can they really outperform Fei Huang? Even if they stake the entire Shan family fortune, they probably still couldn't match them. Most importantly, the Yamanaka family isn't his to control. Not only does he have to repay the loan, but also pay exorbitant interest. It's over. Yamanaka Aramatsu's face turned ashen. He was utterly defeated. Utterly defeated. Like a pine tree in the mountains stripped of its backbone, he slumped into his chair. Boss, Chen Ziyong rejected the investment. He explicitly said river fishing will never accept financing in this lifetime, Manager Sun reported. Not accepting? A glimmer of hope rose from the trees in the nearby mountains. Shan Zhongyo shook his head with a bitter smile. Brother, Chen Ziyong is nothing but an old fox with 1,000 years of cunning. He's just waiting for us to walk right into his trap. If we think Chen Ziyong won't accept funding and try to compete with him financially, then most certainly they'll strike a fatal blow at the crucial moment. Have you forgotten about Phoenix Restaurant? Exactly. Shan Zhongyushu fell silent. During the competition between the two supermarkets to see who could lose more money, Chen Ziyong broke the rules by directly opening a Phoenix restaurant. Damn, customers are treating Fei Huang Restaurant like their own dining room, treating Fei Huang Supermarket like their personal grocery store. With no choice, they had to invest 60 million yuan to build a competing restaurant. The restaurant's already built, staff hired, and just opened for business. What timing? News of another round of financing came from Fei Huang Supermarket again. Clearly, everything was a trap from the very beginning. They had been completely manipulated by the other side. Shan Hansong suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Chen Ziyong has been plotting against us since the day Fei Huang Supermarket opened its doors. I've completely figured it out now. Shan Zhongyushu looked at his younger brother with confusion. The two managers also wore expressions full of bewilderment. Shan Zhongyusong paced back and forth in the room, his eyes narrowing with a venomous gleam. Before Fei Huang Supermarket opened directly across from us, they had already established excellent cooperative relationships with wholesale supermarkets and distributors. Probably 80% of Seoul's distributors have worked with Fei Huang Supermarket at some point. That's why Fei Huang Supermarket's sudden price cuts caught us completely off guard. Prepare the provisions before moving the troops. Seoul's distributors are precisely Fei Huang Supermarket's provisions and supply lines. We rushed into battle unprepared, with nothing, getting supplies from distributors at prices much higher than Phoenix Supermarket. Besides, Phoenix Supermarket already has experience with wholesale operations, so doing it again is like a walk in the park for them. But what about us? We have zero experience at all. How could they possibly be a match for Fei Huang Supermarket? So from the very beginning, we were outmaneuvered by Fei Huang Supermarket. I see. Yamanaka Saku's hair stood on end. The mere thought that the other party had begun laying traps half a year ago, digging pit after pit, and they were like little fools, foolishly jumping into the pit, which made him shiver involuntarily. Absolutely horrifying. His cunning bordered on the supernatural. Absolutely terrifying. Shan Zhongyusong continued, and that's not all. Chen Ziyong, to deplete our funding, first hired a top-tier motivational speaker. I've looked into it, that so-called gold medal lecturer Chen Ziyong brought in didn't cost him a dime. And what about us? We spent several million. But worst of all, we foolishly placed our trust in that so-called gold medal lecturer. Thought under the guidance of a golden lecturer, employee morale would skyrocket. Yet never anticipated that over-indoctrination would lead to mental breakdowns, forcing us to spend huge sums on pacification. Just on the golden lecturer front alone, I was swindled out of at least 30 million. And capital is the most precious ammunition in this war. Chen Ziyong's scheming made us waste enormous munitions for nothing. Shan Zhongyushu finally understood. His eyes glazed over as he muttered to himself, now I see it, Fei Huang Restaurant was also a trap. A colossal trap. A trap that cost us 60 million yuan. Now we're short on funds while Chen Ziyong has returned from Shenzhen with massive capital reserves. If we foolishly continue to compete with Chen Ziyong financially, Chen Ziyong will definitely make us believe we're just one step away from victory, luring us to keep injecting funds. Until finally, Chen Ziyong suddenly accepts financing and crushes us with overwhelming force. He fully understood now. It was all Chen Ziyong's scheme. All traps. One trap from the gold medal lecturer cost 30 million. Another trap from the Fei Huang Restaurant cost 60 million. And with the expansion of Fei Huang Supermarket, they followed suit and expanded to over 50 million yuan. Just like that, the funds sucked into this pit reached an astonishing 140 million. Oh, and don't forget the hot pot restaurant. That place has never turned a profit. On the contrary, they kept pouring money into it. At least 100 million has been sunk into it. That makes it 240 million already. The supermarket's promotional campaigns keep burning through money non-stop, millions a day, with no end in sight. The pitfalls are too many, clustered everywhere. What lies ahead isn't a path at all, just a stinking ditch. They've been lying in the ditch, never able to climb out. Too ruthless. If he's ruthless, then I'll be heartless. Yamanaka Yusuke's face and eyes were filled with madness. Manager son, Manager Lee, leave us first. Yamanaka Yusuke dismissed the two men. Chapter 61, You Old Bastard. After the two managers left, Yama no Matsu's eyes grew both frenzied and venomous. I'm going to burn down Fei Huang Supermarket. Let me see how Fei Huang Supermarket still dares to compete with me. The trees in the mountains trembled in awe. Think about the consequences. If you're caught, your life is over. Arson is considered an extremely serious crime in Hua country. Shanjong Yusong said, I've already invested 300 million into this. Do you really think I can still turn back now? 300 million in cash. Once the capital chain breaks, the bank will liquidate all my assets. You should be well aware of the consequences of insolvency. Of course Shanjong Yushu knew when liabilities exceed assets, bank accounts get frozen and all registered properties go up for auction. A pine tree in the mountains can transform from a billionaire into a debtor owing hundreds of millions in an instant. When that time comes, the pine will be worse off than a beggar. At least beggars have no debts. I'm in too deep to back out now. The pine's eyes burned crimson with desperation. I just want Fei Huang Supermarket to go bankrupt now. Shanjong Yushu didn't try to persuade further, because he knew any more persuasion would be useless. If Yongyan Supermarket continued like this, Shanjong Yusong would face a capital chain rupture within a few months. The family couldn't lend him money indefinitely. At most, they might lend 100 million. Yet Qian Ziyang could easily raise 300 million in Shenzhen. In normal business competition, how could they possibly be a match for Qian Ziyang? In a pitch-black room, Yamaguchi Yusho's face was contorted with madness. Before him stood two somewhat sleazy middle-aged men. Boss Yamaguchi, why did you summon us in such a hurry? Asked the leaner of the two bruisers. The pair had done plenty of shady jobs for Yamaguchi Yusho over the years. The price offered by Yamanaka Shoshu was quite good. This time it was extremely urgent again. So with just one phone call, they rushed over in a hurry. I want you to burn down Fei Huang Supermarket for me, Yamanaka Shoshu said cruelly. Arson? Both of them hesitated. Arson is a serious crime. Getting caught means at least 10 years behind bars. Shanjong Yusong pointed to the bag on the ground. There's 3 million inside. Another 3 million will be yours once the job is done. If by any chance you get caught, I'll hire the best lawyers to defend you. Moreover, for every year you spend in prison, I'll give you an additional 1 million. The two men opened the bag, and it was completely stuffed with money. After this job, we'll never have to worry about money again, said the burly man. The other man gritted his teeth and declared fiercely, we'll take the job. Good. Yamanaka no Matsu nodded in satisfaction. You know the rules. Even if caught, you must say it was your own idea, that you couldn't stand Flying Phoenix Supermarket. Do not, under any circumstances, drag me into this. Otherwise, not only will you go to prison, but forget about seeing a single cent of the money. The two men nodded. If they exposed Shan Zhangyosong, who would give them 1 million a year? Night, pitch black, blurred by neon lights. Taking advantage of the darkness, the two men cautiously climbed over the wall with a gasoline barrel in hand, arriving at the supermarket warehouse door. Familiar with the routine, they took out a large pair of pliers and forcefully cut through the lock on the door. How easy this is, the gaunt man exclaimed with glee. They had been staking out the place all day yesterday. They discovered the supermarket's security wasn't particularly tight. Then again, it was just an ordinary supermarket. They'd only be guarding against shoplifters, not arsonists. Why such tight security? They're wearing masks, just need to set the fire and leave immediately. Even with surveillance cameras, they can't capture our faces. No way they'll catch us. This money is way too easy to make. The burly man mocked. The gatekeeper is an old man, already 80, with failing eyesight. The lean man wondered, you're telling me such a big supermarket with supposedly over 1,000 employees actually has an 80-year-old man guarding the entrance? The burly man shook his head. Who knows what the supermarket owner was thinking? But this makes it even easier for us to proceed. Let's finish quickly and get out of here. The two opened the gasoline can and began pouring it into the supermarket's storage area. The supermarket had plenty of flammable materials, so not much gasoline was needed. Once the gasoline was poured, the skinny guy took out a lighter from his pocket. What are you waiting for? Light it up, the burly man urged. The lighter's broken. The skinny guy was sweating buckets from anxiety. Useless. The burly man pulled out a premium 3-yuan windproof lighter from his pocket. What are you doing here? Suddenly, a deep voice startled both men. Standing at the warehouse door was an elderly man, stooped over and holding a flashlight. That legendary gatekeeper who's over 80 years old. The old man detected an unusual smell in the air. Gasoline. And they were holding lighters in their hands. They're going to set a fire. The old man immediately spoke into the walkie-talkie. Unit 1, this is the warehouse. Someone's setting a fire here. A noisy voice came through the walkie-talkie. What? Someone's trying to set the warehouse on fire? How is that possible? This is a society governed by law. They've never encountered this kind of situation before. Fire! Someone's setting a fire. The elderly man saw the two trying to flee and threw away his nearby cane. With a flying tackle, he desperately clung to the skinny man's leg. The fire had already started blazing, and the old man was consumed with anxiety. At the old man's screams, countless lights switched on around them. Someone set a fire. Damn it, who dares to set fire to our supermarket? Dig up their ancestors' graves. Quick, call third uncle and fourth uncle. Someone, come quickly. Chaos erupted around the supermarket. Fei Huang Supermarket differs from other supermarkets in that it hires people not based on education, but solely on fate. As a result, many residents living near Fei Huang Supermarket end up working there. Additionally, since the supermarket doesn't shy away from hiring relatives, employees try to bring in as many family members as possible. After all, while the average salary in Hanchang is only 3,000, Fei Huang Supermarket offers an astonishing 8,000, working just 6 hours a day, plus weekends off. In all of Han City, which supermarket can compare to Fei Huang Supermarket? Now that something's happened at the supermarket, the employees are more anxious than anyone. This is the workplace that supports their entire families. The family's rice bowl. They could lose their lives, but never the family's rice bowl. Anyone who dares to smash the pot that feeds the household would pay with their life. Chapter 62, 100,000 Heavenly Soldiers. Yoon. Amid the clamor of gongs and drums, in a moment of urgency, someone simply grabbed a loudspeaker and began calling out names throughout the neighborhood. A huge commotion erupted around Fei Huang Supermarket. Countless people rushed toward the warehouse at top speed. The two burly men turned pale with fright when they saw the surrounding neighborhood lights flick on. How could this be? The old man had merely roared once. What was perfectly quiet moments ago had now become noisier than broad daylight? They didn't need to think twice to know those people were coming for them. The two men immediately took to their heels. The skinny man's leg was firmly grabbed, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it free. What to do? The burly man had originally intended to help, but upon seeing people rushing over from afar, he covered his head and abandoned the skinny man, scrambling away at full speed. Desperate, the skinny man mustered all his strength and violently yanked his leg upward. Go to hell! The skinny man may not look strong, but he possessed brute strength. He lifted both the other man and his own leg. But what the skinny man didn't expect was that even when he lifted his leg and shook it with all his might, the old man's arms wrapped around him like gnarled tree roots, holding on deadly tight. The old man's hands resembled withered tree branches. With each lift and slam, blood trickled from the old man's mouth. Old man, it's just a 3,000 yuan salary. Why risk your life for it? The skinny guy grew frantic. The old man gritted his teeth. Damn right my salary isn't 3,000, it's 10 grand. My wife, son, daughter-in-law, grandson, granddaughter-in-law, granddaughter, and grandson-in-law all work at this supermarket. You dare burn down my supermarket, I'll make sure you pay for this. Bright red blood kept flowing as the old man clung tightly, refusing to let go. The skinny man stomped his feet in frustration. Seeing no alternative, he forcibly dragged the old man as he ran. He sprinted desperately while the old man clung to him like grim death. Even when being scraped along the ground, face covered in wounds, the old man gritted his teeth and did everything to slow him down. In desperation, the skinny man reached for the bolt cutters hanging at his waist. If you don't let go, I'll smash you to death, the skinny man shouted sharply, raising the large pliers high. Under the streetlight, the pliers gleamed with a sinister metallic glow that sent chills down one's spine. The old man stared fixedly at the skinny man, seeming deaf to the threat of the pliers. Gripping the green mountain without loosening, all is understood without words between us. With just a single glance, the skinny guy could tell this man was dead set on capturing him. Ah, the skinny guy was going crazy. He'd done plenty of bad deeds, but never had he encountered a security guard this relentless. At other companies, security guards would flee faster than anyone the moment he showed his weapon. After showing their weapons, nobody dared to mess with them. Why is this place different? That guy Qian Ziyang, is he really paying the security guards 10,000 in wages? With 10,000, you could hire 3 strong young college graduates. 10,000 salary, and you hire an 80-year-old man? God damn it, are you out of your mind? The skinny guy didn't dare to smash it. Not smashing it means 10 years in jail. Smashing it would count as murder and arson, crimes severe enough to get you executed 3 times over. Even dead, they'd drag your corpse back for public flogging. Just that slight delay allowed a few young, sturdy men to come running over. Grandpa! One young man cried out in panic upon seeing the old man covered in blood. My grandson, you've come. The old man's face broke into a knowing smile before his eyes closed and he collapsed motionless. Grandpa! The young man threw himself forward in anguish, hastily catching the old man in his arms. The nearby people quickly pinned the skinny guy down. It's not my fault, I didn't do anything. The skinny guy threw the large pliers aside and obediently let himself be pressed to the ground. because a large crowd was already approaching from afar. Looking up, the sea of people was dense. There had to be at least 300 of them. In an instant, the entire warehouse was surrounded. With everyone working together, the fire in the warehouse was quickly extinguished without causing significant damage. Someone had already called the police and requested an ambulance. The sound of sirens blared loudly. Upon hearing about the incident at Feiwang Supermarket, ambulances, police cars, and fire trucks arrived at the fastest possible speed. 4 nurses and 1 doctor got out of the ambulance, rushing over with a stretcher. They immediately began examining the old man's condition. He's gone. The person has passed away. The doctor checked the old man's pupils, noticing they were dilated. No pulse, and breathing had stopped. The doctor diagnosed and concluded that the patient was already dead. There was no need to take them to the hospital. The skinny guy standing nearby was stunned. The ambulance arrived quickly, arriving in just 5 minutes. So fast, how could someone just leave like this? He didn't even use big pliers to smash anything. No way. Absolutely impossible, the skinny man cried out. He couldn't accept this fact. If the old man were to die, he would be guilty of murder and arson. He didn't want to kill anyone. How could he possibly kill someone? He didn't do anything. He was wronged. Old man, if we'd known this would happen, we should have just let you stay in the hospital. The young man wept bitterly. Between sobs, he continued, my grandfather has liver cancer. It's already terminal. The doctors said he has at most 3 months left. We all told grandfather to stop working. He said he likes it here and doesn't want to wait for death at home. Who would have thought? Whoa. Upon hearing it was terminal liver cancer, everyone finally understood why the old man had left in such a hurry. In the late stages of liver cancer, the body becomes extremely weak. How could it withstand being dragged around like that? The police had already arrived and immediately arrested the skinny tough guy. It's none of my business, he was already in poor health, the skinny brute cried out in protest. The policeman snorted coldly, didn't you hear what the young man just said? He only has 3 months to live. If it weren't for you, the old man wouldn't have died. It's not your fault. Then whose fault is it? Setting fires and killing people? Get ready to eat lead. Confess truthfully. Tell us about the mastermind behind this and your accomplices. This is your chance to atone for your crimes and keep your life. The slender tough guy completely lost his composure the moment he heard about eating lead. He still had a few million in his hands. He didn't want to die. Most importantly, Zuolao Shan Zhong Yusong would give him $1 million every year. But what about eating peanuts? A dead man has no use for $100 million. Better burn it all as offerings to him. He didn't want to die. I'll talk, he said. I'll tell you everything. It was the owner of Yongyan Supermarket, Yamanaka Yumu, who put me up to it. I even have a recording to prove it. The skinny brute had completely broken down, answering every question without hesitation. He didn't want to kill anyone, just seeking wealth. Who wouldn't want to live but harm lives? To save his own skin, the skinny tough guy told everything he knew without holding back. When the crowd learned it was the owner of Yongyan Supermarket, they instantly flew into a rage. They couldn't compete fairly, so they resorted to these despicable tricks. They deserved to die, countless people cursed. Some even grabbed clubs immediately and headed straight for Yongyan Supermarket. It was Master Matsu in the mountains who ordered this. He's the mastermind and must not be allowed to escape. Something major has happened at Feiwang Supermarket, something absolutely earth-shattering. One bandit managed to flee, prompting people to call for help, with countless others crawling out of bed in the middle of the night. Some were half asleep and, seeing their husbands get up, immediately flew into a rage. What are you doing getting up in the middle of the night? Going to meet some stray cat outside? Go ahead. Have you fallen out of love with me already? Without time to explain, the man urgently said, Feiwang Supermarket is in trouble. The owner of Yongyan Supermarket set it on fire. Hearing this, the woman was shocked. Our supermarket's on fire. Then why are you dawdling? No, I have to go myself. Just 1 hour past midnight, over 100,000 people were mobilized, a sea of humanity searching everywhere for Shanzhong Yusong and that burly man. Chapter 63, the raid on our base really happened. Qian Ziyang didn't hear the news until the next morning. He'd been drinking with a few buddies the night before, just drinking, honestly, no girls involved. Ended up completely blacked out. When he got the news in the morning, he rushed back in a frantic hurry. When I came back, Yongyan Supermarket was closed. How could this be? He had only gone to Shenzhen for just a few days in total. In Shenzhen, Zhou Kaitian almost raided his house and nearly forced him to secure funding of 300 million. Fortunately, he managed to stop it. Little did he expect to return and find his home had been ransacked. Now every customer entering the supermarket was essentially robbing him of his money. Each person taking a little made him feel he was about to make a fortune again, so much that he'd lose everything. Boss, Li Lian came running over with a big laugh. The fir tree in the mountains has been caught. It was him who ordered others to burn our supermarket. He's now locked up at the police station. Yongyan Supermarket was also shut down by him. They surrendered. We won. Boss, we've struck gold. After Yangyan supermarket closed down, our store's business couldn't be better. We've become a viral sensation. Lots of people are coming here to check in. And the Fei Huang restaurant is already packed before peak dining hours. Li Lian was exhilarated. The bitter days are finally paying off. He hadn't been sleeping well during this period. Although the supermarket business was booming, Li Lian realized that the more the supermarket sold, the more money they lost. Because the discounts were simply too huge. Now that Yangyan supermarket had closed, he immediately removed all the discounts. Removing the discounts affected the supermarket's business, but the impact was minimal, because their supermarket prices were already very low. Plus, with the Yangyan supermarket across the street closing down, customers from that side had nowhere else to go and naturally ended up coming here. More importantly, the owner of Yangyan supermarket sent people to set fires and even committed murder. Now that was big news. People always enjoy watching a spectacle. That brought even more people here. Was it you who cancelled the discount? Qian Ziyang asked. Li Lian replied matter-of-factly, you said it yourself, boss, as long as Yangyan supermarket stays open, we keep discounting. Since Yangyan supermarket has gone bankrupt, of course we're not giving discounts anymore. Qian Ziyang scratched his head. He really seemed to have said that. At the time, he never expected that Yangyan supermarket would actually go bankrupt because of him. Who said Yamaguchi had billions in assets? Yamaguchi couldn't even sustain losses after just a small amount lost. What a useless guy. Qian Ziyang wanted to keep offering discounts, he wanted to keep losing money, not make a profit. But just as the words were about to leave his mouth, the system stopped him. The system emphasized that all actions must appear reasonable. Under no circumstances should anyone suspect him of intentionally incurring losses. He absolutely couldn't let others think he was a complete fool. Yangyan supermarket had already gone out of business, leaving no competitors, so business was booming. If he were to keep offering discounts, he'd end up running the supermarket into the ground. That simply wouldn't make sense. Any sane person would question whether he's got a screw loose. Watching the supermarket's promotional banners being taken down and the discount will disappear. Qian Ziyang felt a wave of desolation wash over him. It was as if suffering a crushing defeat, with the enemy scaling the city walls and hauling down his banners. Where's my uncle? Qian Ziyang asked. On the phone, Li Lian said something had happened to the security guard at the supermarket. He still remembered that guard, a kindly old man. No matter how late he and Lu Gaodao returned from late-night internet surfing, the guard would always get up to open the door for him. Hearing Qian Ziyang ask about the guard, everyone sighed with deep emotion. Others only cared about how much money they made or what losses the supermarket suffered from the fire. But their boss cared about the elderly man. The old man has passed away, Li Lian said sorrowfully. His body is now at his home, waiting for all his relatives to return before he is laid to rest. He's dead? Qian Ziyang gave a start. Lu Lian said, boss, I didn't go into details on the phone because I was afraid you'd worry. Hearing this, Qian Ziyang felt terrible. Let's go see the old man and pay our final respects. And most importantly, the old man died for the supermarket. We must compensate his family. Qian Ziyang's voice choked with emotion. He thought of his own deceased grandfather. His grandfather had been very good to him, and had also passed away from cancer. Sometimes he dreams of his grandfather, who always smiles at him in the dreams. An ordinary house with white cloth hanging all over the walls. Qian Ziyang arrived with a heavy heart, hearing the sounds of weeping around him which sank his spirits even deeper. It was all his fault. If he hadn't hired the old man as a guard, this wouldn't have happened. Boss. Several relatives of the old men came running out. Upon seeing Qian Ziyang, they hastily greeted him. Boss, what brings you here? A middle-aged man with a stubbly face hurried forward. Li Lian introduced from the side, this is the old gentleman's son. He's also an employee at our supermarket. Hello uncle, I came to visit the old man and see him off on his final journey. Qian Ziyang said sincerely. It's all my fault. If I hadn't hired the old gentleman to be the supermarket gatekeeper, this wouldn't have happened. I'm truly sorry. Qian Ziyang kept apologizing. Boss, this isn't your fault. The middle-aged man repeatedly shook his head. A woman nearby said, Dad really loved the supermarket. He felt there was human warmth in it. It's not like in the hospital where everyone is just waiting to die, that place reeks of death. He never liked being there. Nor did he want to stay at home. But in the supermarket, watching his family work inside, Dad had a smile on his face every single day. Li Lian also chimed in gently, Boss, your father passed peacefully. I believe he never once regretted coming to work at the supermarket. Everyone was trying to persuade him. Although Qian Ziyang felt that the old man's death was somewhat related to him, his mood had improved a lot. Led by the old man's family, he lit incense for the deceased and kowtowed 3 times before the body. Qian Ziyang took out 2,000 yuan from his pocket. This is a small token of respect from me. The woman and middle-aged man desperately refused. They firmly wouldn't accept it. Qian Ziyang said, I came to visit uncle. This is just a small token of my regards. You must take it. Seeing Qian Ziyang's sincere gaze, the woman finally stopped pushing the money back. Her hand clutched the money tightly as she wept softly in low sobs. Qian Ziyang said, "The old man died for the supermarket. The supermarket can't ignore this. The supermarket is offering 3 million in funeral expenses. This is our way of showing respect." The 2,000 just now came from his personal account. Although others thought that since the supermarket was solely his, the supermarket's money was no different from his own. But Qian Ziyang felt that taking 2,000 from his personal account truly represented his own feelings. As for the compensation for the elderly man's family, they could use the supermarket's funds. 3 million was the maximum amount the system allowed. Everyone was shocked. The woman wanted to decline, but this was 3 million, she couldn't possibly make that decision herself. 3 million yuan. After a long pause, as if having weighed a monumental decision, the middle-aged man said solemnly, "Boss, you're offering far too much." Qian Ziyang shook his head. "This is our supermarket's goodwill gesture, you absolutely must accept it." Chapter 64, Get to the point. "Manager Li, arrange the transfer for them," Qian Ziyang said. Li Lian nodded, took out his phone and had them provide their account details. The middle-aged man hesitated, but ultimately accepted the money. Returning to the supermarket, Qian Ziyang's heart remained heavy. Li Lian said, "Boss, the old man passing like this might actually be a good thing. You shouldn't carry such a heavy burden of guilt." Qian Ziyang looked puzzled. Li Lian said, "The old man has terminal liver cancer and is confirmed to have 3 months left to live. But in his final moments, it will be extremely painful." Upon hearing this, Qian Ziyang looked it up online and found it was indeed true. Most of the knot in his heart had come undone. With his worries resolved, Qian Ziyang turned his attention back to the supermarket. Once again, he began mourning the loss of his money. Every single day now was bringing in profits. No, he needed to fix this. There's still a chance to fix this. There are still 10 days left before the system's final settlement. He still has a chance. Preventing the supermarket from making profits is impossible now. After all, the supermarket has already become a huge hit. No need to check Hot Pot Palace, it's probably the same situation. Besides cutting costs, there's also exploring new income streams. Now that cutting costs is no longer an option, the only choice is to find new revenue sources. How to increase revenue sources? How can we spend this money? Just as he was thinking, Zhu Daxiang walked in excitedly and said, "Boss, our landlord is here." Qian Ziyang remembered. It was this landlord he'd never met before. He paid rent to the landlord, who returned some of it. He insisted on giving the money to the landlord, who accepted it but gave him a 500 square meter commercial space in return. It was precisely because the landlord gifted him that 500 square meter space that he was able to open the Heli Hotpot restaurant, making so much money it made his heart ache. Make him get lost, Qian Ziyang raged. Seeing Qian Ziyang so furious, Zhu Daxiang scratched his head in confusion. Hadn't he been the one dealing with the landlord all along? The boss probably didn't even have the landlord's contact number. Why did he dislike the other parties so much? "Boss, the landlord doesn't want to raise our rent, he's even giving us an extra 500 square meters for free. He's a good person, he's our friend." Zhu Daxiang deliberately mentioned the extra 500 square meters, hoping to change the boss's opinion of the landlord. It was bad enough that Zhu Daxiang brought it up, but mentioning the 500 square meter space made Qian Ziyang even angrier. Friends may come from afar, but they shall be vanquished no matter how far. As far as his thoughts can reach, let him roll even farther away. Oh, right. Zhu Daxiang suddenly remembered. "Boss, someone tipped them off that you like alcohol, so they brought you 2 bottles. That pair of bottles is excellent, worth up to 200,000. Hearing the figure of 200,000, Ziyang's eyes instantly lit up. A gift from a friend had nothing to do with the system, he could keep it in his own pocket. "Manager Zhu, get straight to the point when you speak next time," Qian Ziyang said. Since someone gave him such an expensive gift, it was only natural for him to treat them to a nice meal. So Qian Ziyang brought them to Headillo. Inside a private room at Headillo, the landlord, Chen Jingfu, sat at the head of the table, accompanied by a rather homely-looking young man and, unexpectedly, another person. That bald uncle. He came here from Shenzhen. What a surprise. "Brother Chen, brother Sun, let me propose a toast to you both." Chen Ziyang raised his glass and drank it down in one gulp. Old Sun Yuan laughed heartily. "Money bro, you're truly refreshing. You youngsters have such strong constitutions. Not like me, I can't even drink much liquor these days." Qian Ziyang shook his head. "Bad health indeed. I've practically worked myself into stomach hemorrhages." He racked his brains but couldn't devise any method to lose 100 million yuan in such a short time. The supermarket and Helilu Hotpot restaurant are doing so well that they're earning him 5 million a day now. He'd need to lose at least 100 million just to have a chance at getting any benefits from the system. After all, since the supermarket and Helilu can't go bankrupt, he can't offload the renovations and equipment, they remain as fixed assets. Luckily, renovations and equipment can be depreciated by half, otherwise, the fixed assets would amount to 100 million. After depreciation of fixed assets, it should be around 75 million now. This means that as long as he loses all the money he currently has, he can squeeze 25 million from the system. Although he didn't succeed in shutting down the supermarket, managing to squeeze 25 million would still be quite a good deal. So, he must strive hard. Strive to come up with a way to lose 100 million yuan in the last 10 days. Just the thought of the supermarket and hotpot restaurant potentially earning him 50 million yuan in 10 days, thereby greatly increasing the difficulty for him to lose money, choked Qian Ziyang with frustration. I just don't have the skills. Qian Ziyang sighed heavily. The young man sitting across from Qian Ziyang snorted disdainfully through his nose and said mockingly, "Humph, at least you know you're incompetent. You just got lucky. Nothing more than an upstart. Unlike me, 3 generations of merchants, with assets now exceeding 10 billion. Qian Ziyang looked at the young man in confusion, unable to comprehend why the other party harbored such strong animosity toward him. He turned toward the young man and inquired, "Might I ask who this gentleman is?" The young man was someone he didn't recognize, apparently accompanying the landlord's elder brother. Only then did Qian Ziyang notice there was a beautiful young woman sitting beside the youth, strikingly attractive in appearance. Qian Ziyang's gaze accidentally drifted to Zhou Kaitian beside him, who was staring at the girl's exquisite beauty with slack-jawed admiration. Qian Ziyang lightly nudged him with an elbow before Zhou Kaitian finally snapped out of it. The young man noticed Zhou Kaitian's gaze and proudly wrapped his arm around the girl's waist. The landlord, elder brother Chen Jingfu, introduced, "This is Shi Hongzhuang. Their family owns Qingyue Milk Tea." Hearing Qingyue Milk Tea, Zhou Kaitian was startled. That's a publicly listed company. The strength is incredibly formidable. He had apparently been caught staring at the other man's female companion earlier, a rather impolite thing to do. "Big brother, let me toast you." Zhou Kaitian quickly stood up, forcing a smile as he raised his glass. "What kind of trash are you? You think you're qualified to toast me?" Shi Hongzhuang lifted his eyelids slightly, giving Zhou Kaitian a disdainful glance. The landlords Qin Jingfu and Sun Yuan both looked rather displeased. "They were here as guests, was it proper for you to show such disrespect to your hosts?" Qian Ziyang, however, chuckled, "Manager Zhou, since he doesn't want the toast you offered, then let him drink the penalty wine. Who dares penalize me?" Shi Hongzhuang snorted, tilting his nose arrogantly. Zhou Kaitian felt very uncomfortable but deliberately laughed loudly. "It's my fault. This toast isn't a tribute, it's a penalty drink. I'm punishing myself. I'll punish myself with 3 glasses." Zhou Kaitian drank 3 glasses in quick succession. "Humph," Shi Hongzhuang scoffed disdainfully, "I knew you'd been eyeing Xiaoxin all along, nothing to make a fuss about. I brought her out, and I'm not afraid of you looking. I'm not upset that you looked at my woman, I'm upset that compared to me, you aren't even worthy. Think about your own status before you raise a toast, and then consider who you're toasting." Hearing this, Qian Ziyang slammed the table fiercely. "Who the hell do you think you are? What gives you the right?" Qian Ziyang hated pretentious people the most. Zhou Kaitian forced a smile. "Boss, let it go, it's my fault. I wasn't worthy to toast him. I'll make sure to remember my place from now on." Qian Ziyang waved his hand and said, "No matter who you were before, now you're my manager, you're one of Qian Ziyang's people. Since you're out here, you represent my dignity. Let me see what makes him so special." "Humph." Shi Hongzhuang pointed at his own nose and said, "What kind of person do you think I am? Let me tell you, Qian Ziyang, you'll never be better than me in this lifetime. You're just a nouveau riche. I've checked up on you, your parents are utter losers, peasants for generations. You should be grateful you were born in modern times with such an identity. If this were ancient times, you'd probably end up being a eunuch." After speaking, Shi Hongzhuang turned to Zhou Kaitian beside him and added, "And you're 43 years old and still don't even have a wife, what a fraud. It's only because Qian Ziyang is kind-hearted that he hired you manager. In my eyes, you're nothing but a piece of shit. I wouldn't even dirty my shoes stepping on you." Chapter 65, Jealousy. Everyone looked grim. Qian Ziyang's face turned ashen. Nothing could be tolerated, but when someone insulted his parents, that absolutely couldn't be ignored. Qian Ziyang wanted to throw a punch. Shi Hongzhuang also noticed the anger on Qian Ziyang's face and burst into laughter. "Did I say something wrong? Since when has your family ever been rich? Damn pauper. You're too poor to deserve living in this world. Enough." Chen Jingfu slammed the table and stood up abruptly. "Shi Hongzhuang, you've gone too far. Go back where you came from. Don't make me slap you." With that, Chen Jingfu raised his palm the size of a casserole pot. Shi Hongzhuang shivered in fear, fleeing with his female companion in tow. As he left, Shi Hongzhuang spat threats. "Chen Jingfu, how dare you treat me this way? Mark my words, don't even think about getting a single cent from our Yamai family." Even after Shi Hongzhuang left, Qian Ziyang's emotions took a long time to settle. It felt like stepping in dog shit. It didn't hurt, but it was disgusting. Chen Jingfu picked up his glass from the table and said, "Brother Qian, it's my fault. I shouldn't have brought him here. Let me punish myself with 3 drinks." After speaking, Chen Jingfu downed 3 cups in quick succession. 3 shots really packed quite a punch. Chen Jingfu's face flushed crimson. Originally Qian Ziyong had still been feeling somewhat displeased, but seeing how miserable Chen looked from drinking, he laughed and said, "This wine is from my establishment. Drink less, don't drink me into poverty." Chen Jingfu and Sun Yuan both laughed. Qian Ziyong's assets are worth hundreds of millions, how could he possibly mind these few glasses of wine? This joke was a way of expressing forgiveness. Qian Ziyong forgave him, but what about Zhou Kaitian? The 3 turned to look at Zhou Kaitian, only to see him staring blankly at the doorway. "What's wrong?" Qian Ziyong nudged him with his elbow. Zhou Kaitian murmured, "So beautiful. How can there be such a gorgeous girl in this world?" The 3 burst into laughter. Zhou Kaitian finally reacted, his aged face flushing red. Chen Jingfu burst into laughter. "Manager Zhou, you've got spring fever." Qian Ziyong said, "A single man and an unmarried woman, what's the big deal about liking someone?" Zhou Kaitian waved his hand with a chuckle. "What status does he have, compared to theirs?" Escher Hongzhuang said, "Is he even worthy? Not worthy? Even looking at them would be considered a desecration. He's just a scammer who can't even get himself a wife." Qian Ziyong noticed Zhou Kaitian's underlying inferiority complex and patted his shoulder without saying a word. At this moment, Qian Ziyong recalled Shi Hongzhuang's parting words and remarked with some confusion, "If Shi Hongzhuang's surname is Shi, why did he say our Yamai family? Is the Yamaik family not from Sakura country? The name Yamaik obviously doesn't sound like it's from Huagua." Chen Jingfu sighed and said, "Their Qingyue milk tea has shares controlled by the Yamaik conglomerate. I don't know why they call themselves the Yamaik family just because their milk tea business has shares controlled by the Yamaik conglomerate. Even if he wanted to join the Yamaik conglomerate, they might not even want him." Qian Ziyong speculated, "He keeps emphasizing the glory of his ancestors. Perhaps he wants to join the Yamai conglomerate, become part of it, so he can feel like he has the bloodline of the Yamai family? Then, in front of others, he could claim the Yamai family ancestors as his own?" Qian Ziyong found this speculation rather unsettling. How could anyone in this world possibly resent being Chinese? This is a civilization with 5,000 years of glorious history, the bloodline of dragons. Qian Ziyong felt profound pride in being a descendant of dragons. Chen Jingfu shook his head, who knows what he's thinking, though he constantly mentions the Yamai family with great admiration. "I brought him here because he wanted to meet you, plus I have a favor to ask of him." Qian Ziyong asked curiously, "Why does he want to see me?" Sun Yuan chimed in from the side, "Brother Qian, don't you know? You're currently China's top young entrepreneur. Countless young people admire you, perhaps his female companion is one of your admirers. A person like him, jealous of your talent, I wouldn't find that surprising at all. He probably threw his weight around because he realized you were just an ordinary person upon seeing you. In business, if they can't surpass your talent, they'll compare themselves to their parents and ancestors to feel superior." Sun Yuan rubbed his head, "Could this have something to do with me? Before this, I kept praising Brother Qian to his face, saying he was a heaven-sent genius in business. Could that be why he's jealous? It's not just me singing praises, who wouldn't give a thumbs up after hearing about Brother Qian's exploits? Out of jealousy?" Qian Ziyong was speechless. This was the first time in his life anyone had ever been jealous of him. "Alright, enough about him." Qian Ziyong waved his hand and asked, "Do any of you know where Qingyue milk tea is located? I want to open a milk tea shop now. Right across from their milk tea shop." He had just been worrying about how to lose money. Shi Hongzhuang provided him with excellent ideas. A bubble tea shop, perfect. With each shop losing hundreds of thousands, opening thousands of them could mean losses in the billions, even tens of billions. Plus, with the competition from Shi Hongzhuang's family-owned Qingyue, it's ideal. Yangyan's supermarket went bankrupt, and now he urgently needs a plan to help him lose money. Let's go with Qingyue bubble tea then. Qian Ziyong doesn't hold grudges. It's real, because he exacts revenge right on the spot. Opening a milk tea shop isn't for revenge, it's purely about losing money. Really just that simple. Hearing Qian Ziyong's words, both were shocked. Sun Yuan hastily advised, "Brother Qian, you can't let emotions dictate business decisions. Personal grudges should remain personal, never bring them into the business world. As the saying goes, harmony generates wealth. Holding on to personal grudges will only lead to losses. Take this advice from an old-timer, if you want revenge, find another way, don't waste your energy here." Chen Jingfu also chimed in, "Listen, brother, I might not be fond of Shi Hongzhuang either, but it must be said, their family really knows their stuff when it comes to the milk tea business. Plus, with the Yamanoi conglomerate backing them, you might not stand a chance against him." "Really?" Qian Ziyong's eyes lit up. If he wasn't a match for Qingyue milk tea, competing against them would surely mean certain losses. The background of Qingyue bubble tea is terrifying. It has the Yamanoi financial group as its backing. It's not something Yangyan supermarket can compare to. The owner of Yangyan supermarket claimed to have billions, but collapsed after losing a few $100 million. They are trash, but the Yamanoi group is absolutely not trash. Who knows, they might be able to lose tens of billions. Ah ha ha ha. Qian Ziyang burst into laughter, slapping the table as he declared, I've decided. Supermarkets and hot pot are no longer challenging, I'm investing in bubble tea shops. Master Zhou, you shall serve as the general manager of the milk tea shop. When the milk tea shop expands in the future, you will become its CEO. Qian Ziyang was thrilled beyond measure and couldn't wait to start operating the milk tea shop. Chapter 66, Count me in. Losing 100 million in 10 days, it's already settled. It's the milk tea shop. He must lose this 100 million yuan within the shortest possible time. Time is tight, the task is daunting, he must hurry. And once the milk tea shop is up and running, no matter how much the supermarket or hot pot restaurant earns, we can invest it all into the milk tea shop. The tasks for the next cycle can also be completed very smoothly. He truly is a genius. Seeing this, Qian Ziyang became extremely excited, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Sun Yuan and Chen Jingfu exchanged glances. Could it be that brother Qian thinks a milk tea shop is a very profitable venture? Has he come up with some brilliant idea? That must be it. They came to Qian Ziyang specifically for investment. Now that Qian Ziyang had a lucrative opportunity, there was nothing left to hesitate about. Invest. Although the Yamanoi Zaibatsu was formidable, this was Hua country after all. Bro, you want to open a milk tea shop? Can I join you? Sun Yuan raised his glass with a warm smile. Chen Jingfu also lifted his glass. Count me in too. Although I'm a bit short on cash right now, I can still scrape together a few hundred million. He still had several hundred million sitting in his stocks, perfect for investment. Qian Ziyang shook his head repeatedly upon hearing someone wanted to invest in him. I've never run a milk tea shop before, so I have no idea whether it'll make or lose money. You really shouldn't get involved. He was going there to lose money, whose cash grows on trees. Losing their money would just be too embarrassing. Moreover, his workload was already incredibly heavy. Adding their money to it, wouldn't that just increase his burden? I believe in our brother, declared Sun Yuan. Chen Jingfu nodded in agreement. I believe in him too. Investments naturally have their ups and downs. Even if you lose our money, we won't blame you. Sun Yuan said with a smile, after so many years as an angel investor, most of my investments have lost money. But a minority of investments have turned a profit, and those gains are enough to cover the losses. As long as the overall result is positive, that's all that matters. No one can make money on every single investment, not even the legendary Buffett. Qian Ziyang shook his head firmly. I'm different from everyone else. No, absolutely not. These two brothers are good people, can't let them lose money with me. Qian Ziyang was adamant. Chen Jingfu said, I have a case of liquor worth $1 million, I'll have it delivered to you shortly. I also have a fine case of wine worth about $1 million. Sun Yuan chimed in, picking up on the cue. It wouldn't be impossible to invest in me. Qian Ziyang immediately stood up to pour drinks for both of them. Turning to Zhou Kaitian beside him, he said, Master Zhou, why are you still standing? They're the future sugar daddies of the milk tea shop. How can you expect to keep your CEO position if you don't properly serve these sugar daddies as the CEO? Why aren't you telling the waiter to bring meat and wine for our elder brother? Zhou Kaitian immediately went out and instructed the waiter to bring wine and meat at the fastest speed possible. Brothers, why do you trust me so much? Qian Ziyang asked with confusion. He understood his own capabilities all too well, just an utterly ordinary college graduate. A man should know his own limitations. He did. But what the old man offered was just too much. $2 million. Although this cycle, he thought he could fleece 20 million from the system. But securing the money is what really matters, only what's in hand now counts as real money. So what if it adds a bit of difficulty? Even if it takes 10 days and nights without sleep, he was determined to lose all that money. Chen Jingfu laughed and said, I can't speak for others, but I have absolute faith in you. Your series of actions left me utterly amazed. It was truly dazzling, almost overwhelming to keep up with. The supermarket and hot pot restaurant are now making barrels of money, all thanks to your jaw-dropping business maneuvers. You, Chen Ziyang, are excellent in every way except for one flaw. You're being too modest. If someone else had achieved what you have, they would have been bragging all over Shenzhen by now, pulling every trick in the book to secure funding. You're something else. We're trying to invest in you, yet you keep finding excuses to push us away. Chen Ziyang scratched his head curiously and asked, how did I defeat Yongnian Supermarket? To this day, he still doesn't understand why Yongnian Supermarket suddenly closed down. Even if Shanzhong Yusong was arrested, wasn't there still Shanzhong Yushu? It closed down so inexplicably. The thought of Yongnian Supermarket closing its doors fills him with anger. We promised to fight to the end, promised to stand together, how could you just shut down? If Yongnian Supermarket hadn't closed, both the supermarket and the hot pot restaurant would probably have gone bankrupt by now. Things were going so well, why would someone set fire to the pines in the mountains? Now it's your turn to feel the heat. Truly, you harm others and end up harming yourself. Qian Ziyang felt that Yama Nakamatsu had brought him terrible misfortune. But since the other party is facing at least 10 years in prison and is equally wretched, he couldn't bring himself to curse them. He kept wondering why would the pine tree in the mountains act like a cornered dog. This time he genuinely profited in the most baffling way. Chen Jingfu burst into laughter. Now the entire investment world knows about your brilliant moves, Xian Ziyang. Let me break it down for you properly, see if I've got it right. In ancient times, there were strategists who could calculate the heavens, the earth, and the hearts of men. You, Xian Ziyang, have accounted for heaven, earth, and every human factor. How could you not emerge victorious? First and foremost is harmony among people. You're hiring entire families, even relatives and friends, for every position. And with the outrageously high wages being paid, they were more worried than anyone about the supermarket going under. How could they not give it their all? Xian Ziyang remained silent. This was Lu Gaoda's recruit. How could Lu Gaoda be that capable? When hiring, he was solely cutting corners, even recruiting 80-year-old grandpas. You've come, so stay, we'll take anyone. As for the high wages, that's just my way of losing money. Really, no other meaning to it. Chen Jingfu took a sip of wine and added, next is geographical advantage. That goes without saying. Your Feihuang supermarket established good relationships with the locals back when it was still a wholesale supermarket. Nearly all the distributors in Hanchang have worked with Feihuang supermarket. Eternally your supermarket is run by Japanese people. When it comes to local advantage, they're 8 blocks behind you. Qian Ziyang nodded. He knew the distributors were on good terms with him. After all, he had refunded all the display fees. Moreover, because his supermarket was moving large quantities of goods, the distributors' businesses thrived, and several distributor managers even got promoted. But refunding the display fees was also part of the plan to lose money. Lastly, timing. You opened a hot pot restaurant in summer, built its reputation, and then sought financing in Shenzhen during winter, the busiest season for hot pot restaurants. Qian Ziyang shook his head. I never intended to raise funds. Sun Yuan beside him also burst into laughter. At first, I also thought you were seeking financing, but later I realized you're doing this to drive the Yangyan supermarket owner insane. The Yangyan supermarket boss wasn't afraid of losses because he thought he had more money than you. But then he discovered your funds were endless, far from being a match for you. If you want to destroy someone, first make them lose their mind. You've calculated every single step, driven him into a corner, until ultimately there was no path left for him but destruction. Sun Yuan patted his ample belly and sighed. To measure human nature so precisely, this is truly unfathomable as ghosts and gods, terrifying beyond words. Hearing their words, Xian Ziyang was stunned. All he wanted was to lose money. How did Yongyan Supermarket's owner go from losing money to going crazy? To destruction? Chapter 67 Inappropriate. Chen Jingfu said with a smile, actually, what I admire most is this brilliant move of borrowing a chicken to lay eggs. It truly astonished me. Sun Yuan immediately nodded in agreement. I think so too. It will absolutely leave a profound mark in the history of marketing. Xian Ziyang scratched his head, looking quite bewildered, and asked, what do you mean by borrowing a chicken to lay eggs? And what marketing strategy are you talking about? Chen Jingfu chuckled and said, Brother Qian, don't play dumb with us. The entire investment circle knows about it by now. There's been a very detailed analysis. Sun Yuan rushed to say, let me speak, let me talk. Brother Qian, you see if what I'm saying is correct. You deliberately competed with Yangyan Supermarket and dropped product prices to rock-bottom levels to attract customers. But merely slashing prices alone couldn't achieve great results. So you've used the competition with Yangyan Supermarket as a gimmick, giving customers the perfect excuse to come and spend. People love petty bargains and enjoy watching excitement while chatting about gossip. And what petty bargain could possibly rival your giant prize wheel? What gossip could be juicier than the 2 biggest supermarkets in town losing millions a day in competition? It's no surprise at all that customers are swarming in. Chen Jingfu beside him couldn't help but interject excitedly. The most brilliant tactic was borrowing a chicken to lay eggs. Although your supermarket lost money, just consider it marketing expenses. All those losses have been converted into reputation. But Yangyan Supermarket also lost money yet ended up going bankrupt. They spent all that money on marketing to attract customers, only to have them all flock to your store instead. And how could anyone visit the supermarket without trying the hot pot, since the two are practically inseparable? Opening a hot pot place in summer is like planting seeds. You've already built up its reputation. Now it's winter, especially for out-of-province customers. Even if they have to queue, they'll want to taste the hot pot and see if it's as legendary as the hype online. Chen Jingfu added, Yangyan Supermarket is the chicken that laid the egg, yet ended up with nothing in the end. Sun Yuan retorted, no, bro ended up stewing the chicken. Yangyan Supermarket's reputation is completely ruined. The boss got locked up, and probably won't be out for 10 years. Chen Jingfu shook his head with a sigh, killing, crushing morale, skinning alive, pulling tendons. Too ruthless, too ruthless. I can't compete with you young folks. Bro, let me toast to you. Only that idiot Shi Hongzhuang wouldn't recognize how impressive you are. Sun Yuan suddenly said, why do I feel a little worried about Shi Hongzhuang now? Chen Jingfu and Sun Yuan burst out laughing simultaneously. After their analysis, they became even more confident that Qian Ziyong could help them make money. Qian Ziyong listened in a daze. He simply couldn't understand. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, Chen Ziyong rushed to his office in a hurry. Manager Zhou, I need to set up the milk tea shop as quickly as possible and will require some manpower. Inform Zhu Daqiang and Li Liani to meet me shortly, we're heading to Shenzhen together. Also, we need to hire more people. Qian Ziyong said eagerly. He now realized they were somewhat understaffed. In the past, he would have desperately tried to recruit unreliable people. But since hiring Zhou Kaitian, whose efforts nearly secured him 300 million in financing, Qian Ziyong had come to believe unreliable people were even more unreliable than he thought. Let's hire some normal candidates first and give it a try. We can't recruit people who are too smart, those clever folks might end up making him filthy rich. Many applicants sent their resumes, and he began sifting through them carefully. Finally, he selected several candidates and immediately called them, urging them to come for interviews as soon as possible. Those who couldn't get through the call were directly eliminated. After just half an hour of waiting, the interviewees began arriving one after another. This is a bit inconvenient. Qian Ziyong sighed. He had quite a lot on his plate now, and with Zhu Daqiang currently managing the Fei Huang restaurant, not having an assistant was truly inconvenient. Looks like I need to hire an assistant first. Right, hiring an assistant would also allow him to offer a high salary, which would help him lose money. I should have hired them long ago. Only remembering now is truly a failure. Zhou Kaitian entered. Boss, I've already informed Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang. However, they said the restaurant and supermarket are too busy, and it's hard for them to get away. Qian Ziyong shook his head. Opening the milk tea shop is more important, regardless of whether they can get away or not. By the way, those who accompany me on the business trip will receive allowances 1,000 per day. Have them brief the situation. We'll set off soon. Saving lives is like putting out a fire, it's urgent. Tell them to hurry. Hurry, hurry. Qian Ziyong emphasized 3 hurries in succession. He was truly burning with anxiety at that moment. Zhou Kaitian nodded. Right, the interviewees have arrived. Shall I let them in now? Qian Ziyong sat up straight, wanting to make a good impression on the candidates. Zhou Kaitian went to notify them, and the first interviewee knocked and entered. It was a very polished woman, dressed impeccably with glasses, exuding an aura of high intellect. Hello, Boss Qian. The woman walked in and promptly took a seat on the chair opposite him. Qian Ziyong poured her a cup of tea and asked, could you introduce yourself first? The woman's eyes gleamed with confidence. My name is Wei Xiaoyan. I just graduated from Harvard. Hold on. Qian Ziyong scrutinized the resume again. The name of the university was a string of English he couldn't quite parse. Qian Ziyong stood up to apologize. My apologies, I made a mistake. I thought it was some obscure foreign university. I never imagined it would actually be the prestigious Harvard. The woman, Wei Xiaoyan, lifted her chin haughtily. She was accustomed to this. Whenever people heard she graduated from Harvard, their attitudes immediately became much more respectful. She had already received several job offers, but none of them satisfied her. She had high expectations for Heli Liao Hotpot and was very curious about the restaurant's founder. Unexpectedly, it was just an ordinary young man, which somewhat disappointed her. However, since he managed to create Heli Liao, he must have some real skills. Looks alone weren't enough grounds to dismiss someone outright. Wei Xiaoyan believed the other party would gladly invite her to join the company. No company could refuse a Harvard graduate. Sorry, but you're not quite the right fit for us, Qian Ziyong apologized. By the way, we reimburse interview travel expenses. Someone will give you 100 yen when you leave. After speaking, Qian Ziyong began reviewing the resume on his own. Indeed, one should still study seriously in school, otherwise, even such simple English would be unrecognizable, wasting time. Hearing Qian Ziyong say she wasn't a good fit, Wei Xiaoyan stood up in disbelief. Why? Is it because my qualifications aren't enough? Or do you think something about me isn't good enough? Qian Ziyong shook his head. There's nothing wrong with you. I just think you'd be better suited for another company. Oh, and on your way out, could you please send the next person in? When Qian Ziyong himself used to be interviewed, he disliked the kind of rejection where they tell applicants to wait for further notice despite clearly not intending to hire them, letting others' hopes go to waste. He didn't particularly like this kind of interviewer. Chapter 68, The Unique Corporate Bylaws. Wei Xiaoyan stepped out. She grew angrier the more she thought about it. She couldn't understand why she had been rejected. As for Qian Ziyong's explanation, you're too outstanding, so we won't hire you. Wasn't that just like the nice guy card she'd given to others before? I think you're a great person, but we're not right for each other. To put it bluntly, they just weren't interested in each other. Qian Ziyong gave him the excellence card. You're outstanding, but the supermarket isn't for you. Humph. Wei Xiaoyan thought for a moment but didn't leave, instead sitting right where she was. She was determined to see who would ultimately stay. There were quite a few people on site, but at a glance, they were all useless, completely no match for her. Chen Ziyang had no idea what Wei Xiaoyan was thinking, as he welcomed the second interviewee, a rather aggressive girl who appeared somewhat slow-witted. She walked in and bowed to him. "Please have a seat." Chen Ziyang quickly invited her to sit down. "Please introduce yourself," said Chen Ziyang. The girl hesitated for a moment before saying crisply, "My name is Yi Xiaoqin. Though my name has the character for celery, I don't actually like eating celery. I enjoy swimming. Actually, I used to prefer basketball, but..." Chen Ziyang cleared his throat and said, "Tell me about your professional strengths." Yi Xiaoqin thought blankly for a moment before answering, "My strengths? Well..." After a long pause, all she could think of besides having a good figure was that she couldn't come up with any other notable qualities. "You're hired," Chen Ziyang declared decisively. "If possible, start immediately. Today will count as 1 day's salary for you. If convenient, go sign the contract with HR right away. The salary will be 20,000, no, 50,000 a month. It's a bit tiring, and sometimes it can get quite busy, so the pay is higher than other employees. Moreover, all holidays are off days, and overtime comes with double pay." Did I really get hired? Yi Xiaoqin pointed at her own nose, hardly believing her ears. Chen Ziyang nodded. "Come with me to Shenzhen for a business trip later. Did you bring your ID card? We'll need it to purchase plane tickets shortly. If possible, you should go sign the contract right now." At first glance, Yi Xiaoqin doesn't seem very bright. This is exactly the kind of employee he needs most. Yi Xiaoqin walked out in a daze. After notifying the two, Zhou Kaitian returned and stationed himself outside. Hearing that Yi Xiaoqin had been hired, he immediately took her to complete the onboarding procedures. Walking down the road, Yi Xiaoqin finally processed the information. Wait a minute, 50,000 a month? 50,000. Oh my god, her previous salary was only 4,000 yuan a month. Now she earns 50,000 a month, over 10 times her former salary. 50,000 a month. Oh yeah. Yi Xiaoqin cheered with joy, her happiness written all over her face. Upon hearing that Yi Xiaoqin had been hired on the spot with a monthly salary of 50,000, the other candidates were filled with envy. They had long heard that the owner of Flying Phoenix Supermarket was extremely generous. Didn't expect them to be so generous. 50,000 a month, straight to the pinnacle of life. Everyone perked up, determined to put their best foot forward and seize this rare opportunity. Chen Ziyang welcomed the next interviewee, a middle-aged man. The applicant was applying for a finance position. Since it was a jointly owned shareholding company, they needed a dedicated finance professional. After the candidate introduced themselves, Chen Ziyang asked, "Tell me about your strengths and capabilities." Upon hearing Chen Ziyang's question, the middle-aged man replied, "I have over 10 years of experience working in finance roles." Chen Ziyang nodded expressionlessly. The middle-aged man thought that such merits didn't seem particularly appealing, they weren't significant advantages and wouldn't make him stand out. He whispered, "Boss, I know how to cook the books and avoid taxes." Chen Ziyang's expression darkened. "Sorry, you probably aren't a good fit for our company. We'll reimburse your travel expenses, please leave now." The middle-aged man was shocked and still wanted to try to fix it. Chen Ziyang had no intention of speaking to him anymore. Helplessly, the middle-aged man had no choice but to leave. Chen Ziyang touched his chest, wondering, what kind of people are these? Paying taxes is every citizen's obligation. How could anyone have impure intentions? The next person to enter was a somewhat plainly dressed young man, also applying for the financial position. "My name is Chen Tonghua. I've worked in financial positions for a year now. My accounts have never had any mistakes. Chen Tonghua was visibly nervous, stumbling over his words. Chen Ziyang waited for him to finish speaking, then smiled slightly and said, "You're hired. Your monthly salary will be 30,000, and you can go sign the contract now. If possible, come in to start tomorrow." "Ha?" Chen Tonghua was momentarily stunned, not quite grasping it yet. "Just like that? He's hired? His performance seems really poor. Thank you. Thank you." Chen Tonghua reacted and quickly expressed his gratitude. With Chen Ziyang smiling, he walked out of the office. At some point, the landlord brother Chen Jingfu and Sun Yuan had stood outside. Chen Ziyang introduced, "This is the new accountant I just hired for the milk tea shop." Chen Jingfu and Sun Yuan both nodded at him with smiles. Chen Tonghua hastily bowed in response. After Chen Tonghua left, Chen Jingfu and Sun Yuan entered the room. "That finance guy just now didn't seem very capable," Sun Yuan remarked. With just one look, he could tell the man was somewhat dull. Chen Ziyang said, "It's just bookkeeping, the more honest the person, the better." Sun Yuan thought it over and found this reasoning quite sound. He felt even more reassured about Chen Ziyang. With such taciturn accountants, even if Chen Ziyang wanted to pull something shady, it'd be hard for him to avoid getting caught. Maybe Chen Ziyang hired this type of accountant precisely to put everyone at ease. Chen Jingfu chuckled, "Bro, you're always reliable, you really think of everything." Chen Ziyang scratched his head, not understanding what Chen Jingfu was talking about. "What do you want from me?" Chen Ziyang asked. Sun Yuan laughed, "Little brother, you forgot. we haven't finalized our company's bylaws yet. Qian Ziyong came to his senses as well. Starting a company together, and the company hasn't even been established yet. Fortunately, this aspect is easy enough as long as the company bylaws are finalized first, other matters can be delegated. Chen Jingfu said, everything else about the company bylaws is straightforward, the most crucial part is the provisions for exiting and joining. Qian Ziyong pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up with an idea. Got it. He really didn't want these two gentlemen to lose money. But when they offered him $1 million, he simply couldn't refuse. If he could buy back their shares after losing money, wouldn't that mean he wouldn't be the only one taking the loss? Qian Ziyong carefully weighed his words before saying, I think we need a forced buyout mechanism. Any shareholder who wants to acquire can forcibly purchase others' shares. To prevent hostile takeovers, I think it should be based on market valuation or twice the price of what the other shareholder invested. Whichever is higher, that's the price for the forced acquisition. Sun Yuan and Chen Jingfu both burst into laughter. Chen Jingfu said, Brother Qian, you're really too kind. Sun Yuan also sighed in admiration. I can feel the genuine sincerity radiating from you. I've invested in many people, but you're the only one who truly considers the other party's interests with every single term. Others simply try to secure every possible advantage for themselves. Qian Ziyong thought to himself, of course I genuinely have your best interests at heart, after all, it's the system's money I'm using. And besides, you're giving me 2 million in cold hard cash. If I don't treat you well, then who should I treat well? Moreover, this hostile takeover is meant to incur losses. Once I forcibly acquire it, won't I be losing every last penny? Chapter 69 Better than Lu Gaoda. After finalizing the company's articles of association, the two transferred the funds. Each would first invest 100 million, more would be added if needed. Qian Ziyong said, Gentlemen, I won't keep you any longer. I'm going to Shenzhen. So soon? Sun Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Qian Ziyong smiled, in my work, there's only one word I believe in, speed. Chen Jingfu chuckled, Brother Qian is truly a man of swift action. Sun Yuan patted Qian Ziyong on the shoulder and said, Brother Qian, once you return, I'll invite you to my place. Originally, he had come to invite Qian Ziyong to his home, but he didn't expect Qian Ziyong to act so swiftly. Sounds good, brother, Qian Ziyong replied cheerfully. As Qian Ziyong stepped outside, Wei Xiaoyan, who had been waiting for a long time, glared at him indignantly. Qian Ziyong scratched his head. I remember your name is Wei Xiaoyan, and you don't like celery. Wei Xiaoyan planted her hands on her hips. I do like celery. I don't understand. None of them are as good as me. Why do you choose them but not me? Could it be that even such a simple job as being your secretary is something I couldn't handle? I graduated from Harvard, so many companies have sent me offers. Qian Ziyong rubbed his head. He could say it was precisely because she was too outstanding. Was he afraid that hiring her would make the milk tea shop too profitable? Both gentlemen are here. Each of them invested 100 million. If they knew the truth, they'd probably kill him. Sun Yuan glanced at Wei Xiaoyan, then said to Qian Ziyong with a smile, I think she's quite impressive. Chen Jingfu also nodded, she strikes me as very capable, and a Harvard graduate too, just the talent our bubble tea shop needs. Qian Ziyong reluctantly nodded, alright, since both you senior brothers think she's suitable, you can start working then. Since the two senior brothers were major shareholders and had reached a unanimous agreement, he couldn't really object. Watching Qian Ziyong reluctantly accept her, Wei Xiaoyan was so furious her breath came in heavy gasps. She was Harvard educated, not some diploma mill graduate. She'd always been the one looking down on others, when had it ever been the other way around? Chen Ziyong's expression seemed to say, he really didn't want to accept it, but for the sake of saving face, he had no choice but to accept. It felt as disgusting as swallowing a fly, and she was that very fly. At this moment, Wei Xiaoyan secretly vowed to make Chen Ziyong look at her with newfound respect. She would make him realize the true worth of a Harvard graduate. Xu Daqian, Zhou Kaitian, Li Lian, and Yi Shaoqin were already waiting outside. Qian Ziyong led Wei Xiaoyan out, and the six of them set off together impressively. Our supermarket doesn't even have a single vehicle, it's really quite inconvenient, remarked Qian Ziyong. Boss, ride in my car. I bought a new car, Zhu Daqian said with a laugh. After saying this, Zhu Daqian hurried off to bring the car around. The car arrived soon after, and they all got in one after another. It's a 7-seater business van. Very nice. Manager Zhu, the company is requisitioning this vehicle from you. We'll transfer the money to you. Go buy yourself another one, Qian Ziyong said. Now that his plate is bigger, he has to run around everywhere. Not having a company car is really inconvenient. Okay, Zhu Daqian nodded. This car was purchased only after Qian Ziyong received a salary raise and bonuses. Originally, he had planned to buy an ordinary car, but considering the company didn't have any vehicles yet, he decided to get a business model instead. Chen Ziyong mentally calculated now that the company had grown significantly. The system also permitted him to buy cars, and it seemed like one vehicle wouldn't be enough. Then buy two. However, cars count as fixed assets, and the fixed assets have already reached over 75 million. Fixed assets can't go any higher, at least until the system funds increase. Fixed assets absolutely must not go any higher. After some thought, Qian Ziyang said, the company still needs another car. Since we already have a business vehicle, let's buy a sports car next. A sports car? Everyone was momentarily stunned. Is it for the company's needs? It's for your own needs, isn't it? Xu Daxiang asked, what kind of sports car should we buy? Qian Ziyang said, one that's twice as expensive as Lu Gaoda's sports car. Xu Daxiang immediately got the picture. Qian Ziyang suddenly remembered, by the way, Manager Zhu, Yi Xiaoqin and Wei Xiaoyan are now my secretaries. Let's leave these matters to those two. Miss Xiaoyan, buying a car should be a breeze for you, right? Wei Xiaoyan crossed her arms, not wanting to engage with Qian Ziyang. Beside them, Yi Xiaoqin, who had a great figure, smiled and said, Boss, I know how to buy cars. Let me handle it. Qian Ziyang replied, Xiaoqin is much better. And she even has two cute dimples when she smiles. Wei Xiaoyan felt upset inside. She cursed Qian Ziyang in her heart for being lustful. It's just that Yi Xiaoqin's assets are more ample, isn't it? Men are all the same, they become foolish at the sight of well-endowed women. She wanted to show Qian Ziyang that apart from looks and figure, a woman's capabilities and vision are no less than any man's. Qian Ziyang remained oblivious to Wei Xiaoyan's disdain. Right now, he was fantasizing about flaunting the sports car in front of Lu Gaoda, but all that would have to wait until next month. I'll buy a car next month. Just as he was thinking about Lu Gaoda, an employee came rushing over. Boss, Manager Lu is looking all over for you. Hearing this, Qian Ziyang frowned. The car hasn't even been bought yet, and Lu Gaoda is already coming? Moreover, he's currently very busy with only 10 days to lose 300 million, needing to squander 30 million daily. Losing money is as urgent as putting out a fire, time is of the essence. Who has time to listen to Lu Gaoda's nonsense rambling? Qian Ziyang said, I'm extremely busy right now. Go tell him to wait until I return if he has anything to discuss. After speaking, Qian Ziyang turned to Xu Daqiang and said, drive, hurry up. Xu Daqiang also knew the boss was in a great hurry, so he floored the accelerator, sending the car flying like an arrow released from a bow. Lu Gaoda's obese body finally managed to stagger out, but by then, even the taillights of the car were long gone. They drove to the airport, boarded a plane, and soon Qian Ziyang arrived in Shenzhen, making his way to the commercial street where Qingyue Milk Tea was located. The foot traffic here is quite good, with many young women shopping around, and you can see a long line forming in front of Qingyue Milk Tea. Apart from Qingyue Milk Tea, there was another milk tea shop here. Qian Ziyang didn't hesitate before walking straight into that milk tea shop. Xu Daqiang understood Qian Ziyang's intention and quickly stepped forward to negotiate. After a while, Xu Daqiang came back and said, Boss, their boss is coming over right away. Qian Ziyang nodded. He bought a cup of milk tea for each of them and drank a huge bucket of it himself, gulping it down. Before long, the milk tea shop owner arrived. The boss was a middle-aged man with short hair, walking briskly with an air of authority about him. Qian Ziyang spoke directly, Boss, I've taken a liking to your milk tea shop and want to take it over. Seeing Qian Ziyang arrive with so many people, the boss understood they meant serious business. Judging by their appearance, it was clear they were an entire professional team. Since they'd set their sights on his shop, they surely wouldn't hesitate to offer a generous price. Chapter 70, Caught in Between. The boss thought for a moment and said, I'm open to transferring my shop to you, but it's firm at one price, 10 million. But, Xu Daqiang spat out his milk tea in shock. How much? 10 million? Li Lian exclaimed in disbelief. Although this is Shenzhen, where every inch of land is precious, the shop in front of us is less than 20 square meters. They're transferring the lease, just renting, not selling. Even if shop prices are expensive, they shouldn't cost 500,000 per square meter. 10 million would be enough to buy 2 properties like this. This is just the transfer fee. This guy must be crazy for money. Yi Xiaoqin clutched her chest upon hearing the figure of 10 million, her head buzzing from the shock. Qian Ziyang frowned. After all, he was aiming to lose money, so it wasn't entirely unacceptable for the other party to offer such a high price. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling of being taken for a fool. Sorry for bothering you. Qian Ziyang shook his head and headed toward the store next to Qingyue Milk Tea. It was a clothing store, just 30 square meters in size. Hey young man, don't leave. If you think the price is too high, we can keep negotiating. The shopkeeper grew anxious. Who does business like this? He was asking for the sky, and the other party could bargain down to earth. Damn, what did walking away straight up mean? At least make a counteroffer. As long as you make an offer, as long as it's not ridiculous, he'll accept it. To be honest, this milk tea shop has been losing money all along. It used to be profitable, but ever since Qingyue Milk Tea opened across the street, his business has been going downhill. Now someone has finally come to take over. Qian Ziyang ignored the owner and walked straight into the clothing store, where he saw a middle-aged woman. Politely, he asked, I'd like to take over this shop. Is your boss around? The middle-aged woman smiled and replied, I am the owner of this shop, but I'm not planning to transfer it. Qian Ziyong smiled and nodded, I really like this store. I'm prepared to offer 2 million. How much? The woman couldn't believe her ears. 2 million, Qian Ziyong repeated. Sold, of course sold. The woman didn't hesitate, utterly thrilled. Qian Ziyong signaled to Zhu Dachang beside him, transfer the money. Zhu Dachang whispered, boss, I think 1.5 million seems doable. Qian Ziyong shook his head, I think this shop is worth 2 million. If it's worth the price, then buy it at that price. I, Qian Ziyong, never buy cheap stuff. Nor do I like taking advantage of others. Qian Ziyong added silently in his heart, that is, when it's the system's money. When spending his own money, he'd pinch every penny he could. Zhu Dachang quickly produced the contract and transferred the payment to the other party. Qian Ziyong paid no attention to these matters, leaving it all for the others to handle. Soon, the store belonged to him. Qian Ziyong said, contact decoration companies in Shenzhen, the more, the better, and the bigger, the better. I'll expand our Bingmi milk tea shops throughout the entire Shenzhen. Wherever there's a Qingyue milk tea shop, there'll be our Bingmi milk tea shop. For every one they open, we'll open 2 right beside them. In short, sandwich every Qingyue milk tea shop between our stores. The headquarters of Qingyue Milk Tea is located in Shenzhen. At the same time, Qingyue Milk Tea has numerous outlets in Shenzhen. Alright, Zhu Dachang nodded. Qian Ziyong added, the decoration of the milk tea shop doesn't need to be fancy, functional is sufficient. But selling milk tea is exhausting work, and this is Shenzhen after all. The cost of living here is high, so we must pay our milk tea shop employees top salaries. Let's make it 10,000 a month. Additionally, we'll provide meal allowances, transportation subsidies, and housing supplements. After all, there's no Fei Huang restaurant here. Feeding our staff daily would be a major problem otherwise. So meal allowances must be generous. Let's make it 50 yuan per day. I heard housing prices in Shenzhen are outrageous. Make the accommodation subsidy 50 yuan daily too. Transportation allowance and phone expenses 500 yuan per month. Get all these written into the contract. Hearing this, Zhu Dachang did the math and exclaimed in shock, boss, with all the subsidies plus wages, it'll cost at least 13,500 yuan per month. And that's including social insurance and housing fund. The total labor cost would reach around 17,000 to 18,000 yuan. The others were startled when they heard this. These expenses are simply astronomical. Qian Ziyong waved his hand. What kind of place is this? Shenzhen. In Seoul, I pay employees 10,000 already. Even in Shenzhen, it's still just 10,000. I'm being quite frugal here. Anyway, Fei Huang never mistreats its employees. If the wages were too low, people might think Fei Huang is broke. Absolutely cannot let others look down on me. Qian Ziyong had a clear financial plan in mind. Decorating the store would be considered fixed assets by the system, but the wages paid to employees would be consumed dollar for dollar. So this time, Qian Ziyong learned his lesson and saved as much as possible on the renovation. But when it came to staff salaries, he was generous with the pay. If it weren't for risking suspicion of deliberately losing money, he would have considered paying the employees 100,000 a month. Zhu Dachang whispered, boss, giving the employees at Fei Huang Supermarket and the Hot Pot restaurant 10,000 per month is because both stores are profitable. But the milk tea shop, to be honest, the foot traffic on this street isn't bad, but there are already 2 milk tea shops. Opening 2 more would make it really difficult to turn a profit. Qian Ziyong laughed, the milk tea shops haven't even opened yet, how can you be sure they won't make money? Alright, don't be so stingy. Being tight-fisted won't make you rich, am I right, Master Zhou? Zhou Kaitian sheepishly rubbed his head. If it were in front of others, he would undoubtedly say something like, spend 100 million today, earn 1 billion tomorrow, the more you spend, the more you earn. Applause, please. But when it's Qian Ziyong, better just forget about it. The boss is right, I have full confidence in him, Zhou Kaitian declared loudly. Since the boss had already made the decision, Zhu Dachang naturally wouldn't object. By the way, Qian Ziyong turned to Zhou Kaitian beside him, you'll serve as CEO of Bingni Milk Tea, overseeing the entire company's operations. Wei Xiaoyan, I'm appointing you as vice president to assist Zhou Kaitian in managing the company. Your primary task is to open more stores and get all the staff hired. Zhou Kaitian stood straight with determined eyes. Yes, boss. Wei Xiaoyan was thrilled inside, but she reluctantly answered outwardly. Yes, chairman. Make her work under Zhou Kaitian? What abilities does Zhou Kaitian possess? During their time together on the plane, Wei Xiaoyan noticed that Zhou Kaitian appeared rather ordinary in terms of capability. He was far inferior to her Harvard classmates. How could someone like this be the CEO of a 300 million yuan bubble tea chain? Isn't this exactly what I need? She has the capability and the means to marginalize Zhou Kaitian completely, making Zhou Kaitian utterly clueless about company affairs. With that, wouldn't she have full control over the 300 million yuan Bingmi milk tea shops? The very reason she turned down offers from those companies and chose to join Fei Huang Group was for this opportunity, wasn't it? She never expected this day would come so soon. And Qian Ziyang was truly being reckless. She had just arrived at Fei Huang Group, yet Qian Ziyang immediately gave her such an important position. It seems Qian Ziyang really has no capable personnel left to use. Understandable though, newly hired Yi Shaoqin only has large assets and two dimples to boast about, being practically useless otherwise. Zhou Kaitian isn't reliable either, with decidedly average capabilities. Nearby, Li Lian shows some competence but never attended college. He's from a makeshift background and can't hold his own in proper settings. It seems she's the only reliable one on the entire team. So Qian Ziyang had no choice but to entrust the company to her. Chapter 71 You passed. Zhou Kaitian asked, "Boss, how many people should we hire for a milk tea shop?" Xu Dachang blurted out eagerly, "I think 5 people would be enough. 2 people per shift, divided into 2 shifts, with 1 extra as backup." His interruption of the boss was quite rude, but he did it because he hoped the boss would hire fewer people. He also knew the boss would never make employees work 12-hour shifts, hence his suggestion to hire 5 people. In his view, 2 people should be more than enough, let alone 5. After all, the salary is this high. Qian Ziyang thought for a moment, then shook his head decisively. 5 people are too few. 10 people. 4 people per shift, with 2 others rotating for breaks, working 6 hours a day, absolutely no overtime allowed. As for how to schedule the shifts, you figure it out yourselves. Qian Ziyang did the math in his head. At 17,000 per person, 10 people would cost 170,000 a month. 100 stores would mean 17 million a month. 1,000 stores would mean a loss of 170 million. Most importantly, this would be a monthly recurring expense. Hell yeah! Qian Ziyang's goal is to open 1,000 stores first. This way, he could lose 170 million every month. Lose all the money earned from Fei Huang supermarket and hot pot restaurants. Now he had a steadily losing business. Isn't passive income all the rage these days? As soon as the milk tea shop opens, he can lose money while lying idle. Isn't that just passive income? Then how many stores should we open? Zhou Kaitian asked. Qian Ziyang patted Zhou Kaitian's shoulder and said, "I'm giving you a daunting task. Invest these 300 million within 10 days. Open as many as you can." 300 million? Zhou Kaitian's hands trembled. Qian Ziyang actually invested 300 million yuan, and he did it all within 10 days. Zhou Kaitian now just wanted to roar at the heavens. Zhou actually has a day like this. Spend 100 million today, earn 1 billion tomorrow. 300 million spent in 10 days. Every boast I've ever made is coming true today. Anyone who dares question me again will get the sales report slapped across their face. At this moment, Zhou Kaitian seriously considered changing his name. Forget Zhou Kaitian, call me Zhou 300 million instead. Zhou Kaitian was absolutely ecstatic. Wei Xiaoyan beside them also felt her heart stirring with excitement. True, she had graduated from Harvard, but she was merely a newly minted college graduate. To take charge of a milk tea conglomerate with an investment of 300 million right after graduation was something she could hardly have imagined. For once, Wei Xiaoyan flashed a few more smiles at Qian Ziyang. "What exactly is the operational strategy for the milk tea shop?" Wei Xiaoyan asked. Zhou Kaitian said, "I know that. Only the finest fruits and freshest ingredients should be used to give customers the ultimate experience." Qian Ziyang never followed conventions in his actions. He was always exceedingly generous. Take supermarkets for example, or hot pot restaurants, and even Fei Huang restaurant. Qian Ziyang didn't aim for the most expensive, but rather the best. Whether it was the decor or the ingredients, he demanded nothing but the finest. Yet unexpectedly, Qian Ziyang shook his head vehemently. "No, we're not going for the best. We're going for cheap. Food hygiene and safety must be strictly maintained, that's the bottom line. Beyond that, keep the ingredients simple. Ideally, they should be available for direct purchase online. As for the decor, keep it as minimalist as possible, no flashy gimmicks." The hot pot restaurant's high-quality ingredients and premium pricing filled his pockets to overflowing. This time no matter what, it has to be cheap. This is the food and beverage business. If the ingredients are poor, even with the most skilled employees, you can't brew delicious milk tea. Qian Ziyang refused to believe he still wouldn't lose money this way. Wei Xiaoyan and Zhou Kaitian exchanged glances, somewhat puzzled. Wei Xiaoyan didn't think there was anything inappropriate about it. After all, she was just a fresh college graduate with no expertise in running a milk tea shop. This might be Qian Ziyang's business strategy, given that both the supermarket and hot pot restaurant were making enormous profits. In other aspects, she might question Qian Ziyang, but when it comes to business operations, Wei Xiaoyan knows her limitations well. Whatever Qian Ziyang says, she follows without hesitation. Zhou Kaitian finds nothing improper either. He harbors blind admiration for Qian Ziyang. Everywhere he goes, he just keeps saying, "My boss is so awesome." "Understood, boss. We'll complete the task as quickly as possible," Zhou Kaitian said, standing at attention. Qian Ziyang nodded. In Shenzhen, inside a spacious office building, this was the new headquarters of Bingmi Milk Tea. Inside the office, Shen Ziyong was in the middle of hiring new staff. Zhou Kaitian and the others have all gone to open new milk tea shops. Too lazy to run around, he simply recruited people within the new company. Having already posted job listings on major websites, Shen Ziyong invited every applicant for an interview, embodying a philosophy of pure spontaneity. Shen Ziyong noticed that many fresh graduates from top-tier universities were also submitting resumes to him. Is the competition this fierce now? A college graduate selling milk tea? Shen Ziyong couldn't quite understand it. They were all college students after all. Even though he graduated from a second-tier university, he still felt he should lend them a hand if possible. He ordered himself some takeout and picked up his phone to start playing. Before long, the interview candidates arrived. Shen Ziyong asked them to wait a moment. Soon, the first interviewee came in. Interviewing Shen Ziyong had become a matter of routine for him. First, let the candidates introduce themselves, then hire them on the spot. Some people initially looked down on selling milk tea, but upon hearing the salary of 10,000 plus various subsidies, they eagerly signed the contract right away. After interviewing dozens of applicants, not a single person walked away. They were all successfully recruited by Shen Ziyong. Hiring people is really easy. Post job openings online, conduct interviews directly, offer the salary terms, and the candidates agree immediately before signing the contract. It's just that simple. His takeout order arrived. Shen Ziyong was in the middle of an interview when he casually accepted the braised pork rice handed to him by the delivery guy. Now when he orders takeout, he always goes straight for meals with meat. With over 2 million still in his pocket, he could spend freely. It truly felt amazing. The candidate before him hadn't even started their self-introduction yet, but in his eagerness to eat sooner, Shen Ziyong declared, "You're hired. Tell the people behind me to wait a bit, I'll finish eating quickly." With that said, he began wolfing down his meal. The interviewing guy was somewhat dumbfounded. The delivery guy was startled too. The delivery guy joked, "Won't the boss fire you for interviewing like this?" Shen Ziyong shook his head confidently. "I am the boss, who could fire me?" With that said, he took another hearty bite. This braised pork rice at 50 yuan a portion truly tastes amazing. The applicant asked, "I haven't even asked about the salary yet?" He was directly hired and felt somewhat apprehensive. Could it be that the salary is different from what was written online, and actually very low? Shen Ziyong said, "It's already written online. If you didn't catch it, I'll say it again. Monthly salary of 10,000, plus various other subsidies. You'll get at least 12,000. If you want a raise later, opportunities will be available." There were quite a few subsidies. He didn't remember them all clearly, but the minimum guarantee of 12,000? That part stuck in his mind. Chapter 72. Just don't hire any elders. Hearing the salary was 10,000 plus 12,000 in various subsidies, the applicant was overjoyed. Shen Ziyong handed over the contract. The applicant couldn't wait to sign the contract the moment he saw it. At this moment, Shen Ziyong took a moment to glance at the candidate's resume. It was from a first-tier university. Unable to contain his curiosity, Shen Ziyong asked, "You graduated from a top university, why do you want to work at our milk tea shop?" The applicant chuckled and replied, "Because I've loved drinking milk tea since childhood, and I'm determined to make a name for myself in the domestic milk tea industry." Really? Shen Ziyong didn't believe a word of it. If a girl has loved drinking milk tea since childhood, she can make something of herself in this industry. He still believed that. But a grown man. It couldn't be said he completely disbelieved it, but the possibility was extremely low. The delivery guy next to him said, "What's so surprising? You're paying higher wages." Don't be fooled by the fact that this is Shenzhen. Most fresh graduates can hardly make over 10,000 a month here, and they still have to work 996 hours. The applicant suddenly asked, "By the way, what are the working hours here?" Shen Ziyong replied, "Our Bingni milk tea shop doesn't allow overtime work. You'll get fined for working extra hours. If the boss demands overtime, then fire your boss." To reassure the other party, Shen Ziyong said with a smile, "These terms are written in the contract. If the contract is violated, you can sue me directly in court. As for working hours, it's 6 hours a day, 5 days a week, with holidays off, just on a rotating schedule." Shen Ziyong also wanted to give employees holidays off, but that would be completely unreasonable. After all, this was a milk tea shop, and holidays were peak business periods. If he insisted on closing during holidays, people would definitely suspect he was deliberately losing money. After all, any normal person knows that this kind of service industry absolutely cannot take holidays off. That's just unreasonable. The system definitely wouldn't allow it. The system is quite open-minded. As long as it can be justified and seems reasonable to ordinary people, it lets them do whatever they want. But if his methods make even regular people think he's out of his mind, then it's definitely not allowed. Hearing about working only 6 hours a day, the delivery guy was startled. 6 hours, the delivery guy asked in return. Shen Ziyong nodded, "That's right, 6 hours." The delivery guy confirmed again, no overtime work, weekends off? Qian Ziyang nodded emphatically, no overtime, weekends off. 2 days off per week, not necessarily on Saturdays and Sundays. The delivery guy's eyes widened in astonishment, just selling milk tea? No need to haul bricks at construction sites? Qian Ziyang frowned, I'm running a milk tea shop, why would I go to a construction site to move bricks? You're so annoying, it's just a milk tea shop selling milk tea, no need for all this nonsense. If the manager asks you to do something else, like handing out flyers, tell him to do it himself. I'm hiring people to sell milk tea and make milk tea. I won't handle anything else, and all this must be written into the contract. By the way, if someone is to be dismissed, the company must notify the employee 1 month in advance and provide N+1 compensation upon termination. A god-tier company. That was the only thought running through the delivery guy's mind now. What kind of heavenly company is this? He's been delivering takeout for years, visiting countless companies in Shenzhen, even including those listed ones, but none could compare to this company. Most importantly, they've written all the benefits and salaries into the contract. Such sincerity. Boss, you're really handsome, the delivery guy said. Qian Ziyang touched his hairstyle, right? You think it's handsome too, don't you? Boss, can I apply for the job? The delivery guy looked at Qian Ziyang hopefully. Qian Ziyang sized up the delivery guy from head to toe. Seeing he wasn't disabled, he said, why shouldn't it be possible? It's just selling milk tea. I'm sure you're perfectly capable. The delivery guy immediately responded, then I'll apply right now. But I didn't bring a resume, do you think a handwritten one would work? Qian Ziyang shook his head, that's too much trouble. Go ahead and introduce yourself first. The delivery guy immediately introduced himself. Qian Ziyang nodded, good, you've passed the interview. Come to work tomorrow. Ha, passed? Just like that, I passed. He hasn't even introduced his specialties yet? Good grief, just knowing his name is enough? No, maybe Qian Ziyang doesn't even want to know their names when hiring. It's just going through the motions. Do we not need training? The delivery guy asked quietly. Qian Ziyang replied matter-of-factly, it's just selling milk tea, who doesn't know how to do that? Is training really necessary? It's as simple as you handing me the takeout. Qian Ziyang suddenly remembered and added, oh right, I've posted the milk tea recipe in the group chat. You can make it yourself according to the instructions. If you feel something doesn't seem quite right, go ahead and adjust the recipe yourselves. As for the selling price, just add 20% markup to the material costs and sell it at that. The recipe was something he found online. It's definitely not a good recipe. Qian Ziyang had learned his lesson. He made Lu Gaota spend millions to buy hot pot base ingredients, which turned out to be unexpectedly delicious. Although Qian Ziyang still wanted to lose more money by spending millions to buy a milk tea recipe, he was afraid the purchased formula might actually make delicious milk tea. Isn't that just like the hot pot shops then? Having been fooled once, Qian Ziyang was determined not to fall for it again, so he casually looked up recipes online. After all, no one would know where he got the recipe from. The delivery guy looked at the black and white contract on the table, feeling like an enormous pie had just fallen from the sky and landed on his head. Seriously, the contract was written in meticulous detail. All they had to do was show up at the milk tea shop and sell drinks. No overtime allowed, holiday rotations with time off, a salary of 10,000, and so many subsidies they'd lose count. There's also 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, with social security contributions not at the minimum standard. If you resign, regardless of the reason, you get N+1 compensation. Even state-owned enterprises don't have such good benefits, do they? So what are we waiting for? Signed. After the delivery rider signed the contract, he carefully handed it over to Qian Ziyang. Qian Ziyang took out the official seal and stamped it with a resounding thud. All set, start work tomorrow. If you haven't finished your business yet, waiting a couple more days isn't a problem. Qian Ziyang handed over the contract and said with a smile. The delivery guy took the contract and asked, I have some colleagues who also want to sell milk tea. Many of them are determined to make a name for themselves in the milk tea industry. I wonder if I could come here to apply for a job too. Qian Ziyang was speechless. You just think the salary here is high. For someone who wanted to make a name for themselves in the milk tea industry, he could reluctantly believe it. But if a whole group of people wanted to make names for themselves in the milk tea industry, he'd sooner die than believe that. This is the bubble tea industry, not some high-end business. Alright, Qian Ziyang nodded, tell them all to come to work. You come to apply, hire anyone you think is suitable. Qian Ziyang remembered the old man's issue. Alright, make sure they're under 60. Never hire octogenarian grandpas and grandmas. People at their age shouldn't be toiling, they should be enjoying their retirement at home. The delivery rider chuckled, who'd be so foolish as to hire 80-year-old elders? Our deliveries require climbing stairs, no octogenarian grandpa could handle that. Qian Ziyang was completely reassured. Good, you can bring them directly to complete their onboarding tomorrow. The delivery guy was overjoyed. Chapter 73, The Point of No Return. After the delivery guy left, Chen Ziyang stopped scheduling online interviews once he'd absorbed all the remaining candidates waiting outside. Instead, he comfortably laid down and started playing games. Meanwhile, after the delivery guy left, he took off his clothes, pulled out his phone, opened his friend's group chat, and quickly began typing. Guys, I've got some great news, I found an awesome job. Soon, congratulations started pouring in. Someone said, congratulations, brother Lu, you've escaped that misery. What job did you find? Another complained, sigh, the economy's not doing well these days. I barely get a few orders a day. I'm thinking of quitting too. Yet another vented, day in and day out, delivering nonstop for 12 hours, constantly playing mind games with security guards, this is fucking exhausting. I've made up my mind, I'm resigning too. Tomorrow, I'm applying to be a security guard. I'll be the one keeping takeout deliveries out for a change. Watching his buddy joke around, delivery guy Lu Feijie replied with a smile, the job's pretty good. Working 6 hours a day, 2 days off every week, and all holidays on rotating shifts. Everyone was astonished. Someone asked, dude, the pay for this job must be terrible, right? Right now in Shenzhen, there are still jobs that only require 6 hours of work a day. I'd be willing to work even for minimum wage. Food delivery used to be decent even though it was exhausting. I could still make several thousand a month, sometimes even over 10,000. Nowadays, sigh. You can tell this guy isn't doing well. Everyone else was also curious, asking Lu Feijie about his newly found job. Lu Feijie smirked proudly, the salary is 10,000 a month, plus various subsidies, after taxes, it still tops 10,000. Oh, and there's social insurance and housing fund too. The mention of social insurance and housing fund immediately set the group chat ablaze. Is this something we could actually have? Holy crap, I've been working for 3 years and I'm still just an outsourced contractor. 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. Didn't you guys notice earlier? Brother Lu said we could make 10,000 a month, 10 grand, plus 2 days off, only 6 hours of work per day. What kind of job is this? I'd be willing to haul bricks at a construction site for this. His best friend secretly sent Lu Feijie a private message. Bro, food delivery might be tough work, but this is clean money we've earned fair and square. I know you're saving up to get married, your ex left you because she thought you were poor, but you shouldn't get desperate. Reading the message, Lu Feijie fell silent. He thought of his ex-girlfriend. He had loved her deeply, but couldn't give her the future she wanted. Reading further, he saw the other party continuing to persuade. Once you enter the duck trade, it's like plunging into an endless sea, where you won't leave your bed for 3 or 5 years. When night falls, your back aches from the toil, and ever after, new faces keep appearing by your pillow. Whatever you do, don't go down that path of no return. Wow, this guy really thinks I'd join that line of work. Lu Feijie quickly typed out a text reply, overthinking much? It's just selling milk tea. ? The other person replied with a question mark. Lu Feijie photographed his contract and sent it over. After a moment's thought, he sent the contract directly into the group chat. Instantly, the group fell silent. 5 minutes later, the group exploded with chatter. Oh my god, just selling milk tea? What a dream job. Brother Lu, I envy you. No, I'm downright jealous of you. Ah, I love milk tea, I swear, I dream about making it every single night. A thunderous boom in the sky announces my grand entrance. When I was born, 5 giant words lit up the heavens, Prince of Milk Tea. Brother Lu, can you introduce me to this company? I really love milk tea. Countless comments poured in, expressing both a deep affection for working with milk tea and equally strong feelings of envy. Is this actually milk tea? No. This is my dream tea romance. Lu Feijie smiled and typed in the group chat. There are still spots at the company. Anyone who wants to join me, meet at the usual place tonight. Beer, drinks, and skewers, let's go. The group immediately erupted with excitement. Wait for me, bro. I'm treating everyone to this meal. Let me handle this. Nobody try to stop me. This feast is my tribute to Godfather's birthday. The next day, Lu Feijie arrived with what seemed like endless streams of people. Entering the office, Chen Ziyang, who was playing games, got startled. What are you all waiting for? Call the boss. Lu Feijie shouted loudly. Hello, boss. Everyone chimed in unison. Alright. Chen Ziyang looked down to see that his hero Han Xin had already been killed and sent back to the fountain, followed by the base being destroyed. Did you hire all these people? Chen Ziyang exclaimed in surprise. Lu Feijie had essentially done most of his work for him. What a great employee. This meant he could take it easy for the next few days. Lu Feijie stepped forward and said, Boss, don't worry, they are definitely capable of doing the job. Chen Ziyang waved his hand. I'm not worried at all. Chen Ziyang put down his phone and said, Everyone, several milk tea shops have been renovated. You can choose the one closest to your home to work at. He had truly witnessed the speed of China. With money in place, skyscrapers rise from flat ground, and the Great Wall is built in a single day. Whether it's renovation or securing storefronts, everything moves as fast as possible. This afternoon, 10 milk tea shops will open, followed by 30 more tomorrow. Qian Ziyang is confident that within just 10 days, his 300 million will be completely spent. Great! One store for 10 people, you figure it out among yourselves, Qian Ziyang added. After speaking, he posted the new store's address in the group chat. These were all the stores Zhou Kaitian and the others had found for him, already renovated, some not yet finished, all of which he posted in the group chat. Lu Feijie added everyone to the group chat, and they all quickly picked their workstations. Lu Feijie carefully placed a stack of contracts on Qian Ziyang's desk, each prepared in duplicate copies. These were the contracts Qian Ziyang had given him yesterday. Boss, there are quite a few people, 43 in total. The contracts you gave me yesterday aren't enough. Lu Feijie scratched his head as he spoke. Qian Ziyang smiled and said, thanks to you, you've saved me from a big headache. If you hadn't come today, I was thinking of finding another batch of people online to interview. While talking, Qian Ziyang printed out blank contracts for them to sign on the spot. Lu Feijie smiled shyly and said, I hope the boss doesn't think I've hired too many people. He has far too many friends. After all, they all move in the same circle. Word spreads from 1 to 10, then to 40. Everyone knew he'd landed an exceptionally good job. So last night, an overwhelming number of friends came. He was even worried that he might have recruited too many people and the boss wouldn't approve it. Seeing the boss smile broadly, he immediately felt relieved. There aren't enough people, Qian Ziyang frowned. Though 40 plus people seemed like a lot. Even counting the people he recruited personally yesterday, there were only 70-something in total. But in the afternoon, 10 stores require 100 people. It seems he'll need to hire more people. Sigh, can't play games again this afternoon. Chapter 74. Having employees is great. Hearing the boss complain about being short-staffed, Lu Feijie volunteered. Boss, I have plenty of friends who work in food delivery. If we're short on hands, I can call them over. By finding such great jobs for these brothers, they've started treating him like their godfather. Now he's the coolest dude among them all. Can you really help me hire people? Qian Ziyang's face lit up with pleasant surprise. Lu Feijie said with a smile, Boss, just give the word and I can fill up our bubble tea shop with staff immediately. Boss, how many people do you need? Qian Ziyang did some quick calculations in his mind. Based on the current funding needed for store acquisitions, 300 million should be enough to buy out 600 stores, which means he'd need 6,000 employees. Damn! Qian Ziyang was shocked when he did the math. 6,000 employees. When will he stop hiring? 600 people a day? 6 hours of work a day means hiring 100 people per hour. 2 every minute? 30 seconds each. Will that work? Even having interviewees introduce themselves in 30 seconds isn't enough. Not letting interviewees introduce themselves at all? That's downright disrespectful. Or, he could work overtime. Working overtime would get the job done. But when all employees only work 6-hour shifts, why should he have to put in extra hours? Not only does he not want to work overtime, he also wants to slack off during work hours, and he insists on having weekends off too. No, the recruitment task should be delegated to someone else for completion. Qian Ziyang thought of Lu Gada. Though Lu Gada isn't reliable, at least he gets things done quickly. But right now Lu Gada is still in Hanxiang. By the way, isn't there an employee here who can help him? I need 6,000 people. Can you recruit them for me? Qian Ziyang asked. Lu Feijie was startled. How many? 6,000. Qian Ziyang said. That many? Everyone was stunned. Lu Feijie asked, Boss, how many stores does our milk tea chain have? Qian Ziyang replied, Not many. I plan to open 600 new stores within 10 days, and then gradually expand to 1,000 stores after that. The main issue is that the shop transfer fees in Shenzhen are too expensive. Otherwise, with 300 million, we could have directly acquired 1,000 stores. The transfer fees for shops in Shenzhen are indeed very high. After all, Qingyue milk tea shops are usually located on bustling streets. The busier the street, the higher the transfer fee. Of course, the first store he personally transferred was one he paid a premium for. Zhou Kaitian and the others didn't offer such high prices, doing their utmost to push them as low as possible. In some areas, they didn't even need to negotiate transfers, they could directly lease suitable shops. 600 stores. 300 million. Everyone felt dizzy. They had often heard people online talking about hundreds of millions here and there, but this was the first time they encountered a business deal worth hundreds of millions in real life. 600 stores, with 10 people per store, would make 6,000 employees. Oh my god, could they have walked into a publicly listed company? This company offers all kinds of benefits, social insurance and housing fund contributions, 2 days off every week, extremely proper operations. Now they've got 600 stores, planning to expand to 1,000 in the future. This is totally prepping for an IPO. Boss, leave the hiring to me, I'll handle it perfectly without a hitch. Lu Feijie thumped his chest and declared. Good. Qian Ziyang nodded immediately. From today onward, you're the assistant HR manager of the milk tea shop, with a monthly salary of 50,000. First, take charge of the recruitment. He planned to have Lu Gaota come over as the HR manager. He dared not let Lu Gaota manage the hot pot restaurant anymore, who knew what kind of mess might arise next. Lu Feijie had already recruited dozens of people for him. Thousands more were yet to be hired. Considering that, serving as an assistant manager would be more than enough. Paying a monthly salary of 50,000 is completely justified. His employees' salaries must also be reasonable and not too outrageous, otherwise the system won't allow it. Upon hearing the monthly salary of 50,000, Lu Feijie's eyes lit up. He stood at attention, saluted with intense gaze, and said fervently, "Boss, I will absolutely live up to your trust." Qian Ziyang patted him on the shoulder. "Work hard, I believe in you." After speaking, he began stamping the employees' contracts. During the time he was talking, the staff had already printed out the contracts and signed them. Qian Ziyang just kept stamping red seal after red seal, thunk, thunk, thunk. Seeing their contracts stamped, everyone was exhilarated beyond control. "Alright, I'll leave this matter in your hands," Qian Ziyang said. He was about to go out for lunch. He didn't want to eat braised pork trotter's rice again. Most importantly, he was quite skeptical. If he recruited all the couriers in the area, would anyone still be left to deliver his meals? He wanted to sample the culinary delights of Shenzhen. Ah, how satisfying it is to skip work openly and without guilt. But then again, the system didn't even pay his wages. Could this really count as skipping work? He's a boss who never draws a salary, can't even touch a single cent from the system's funds. All he can do is secretly curse under his breath. As soon as the boss left, everyone couldn't hold back anymore and burst into loud cheers. But when they turned to look, Qian Ziyang had returned. Awkward silence fell over everyone. "Forgot my phone." Qian Ziyang smiled as he picked up the cell phone from the table. Yay! Qian Ziyang cheered with a raised fist. He felt genuinely happy too. Having employees is wonderful. Leave everything to them to handle, so I can just sit back and enjoy the benefits. The employees burst into laughter. "Boss, you're the best," Lu Feijie said sincerely. He had never encountered such a boss before. If he had encountered this opportunity before, he wouldn't have had to keep delivering takeout through wind and rain. Who wants to deliver takeout? Nobody does. Exhausting. But for survival, for those few scraps of silver, one must toil. The boss gave him such a high salary and such generous benefits that he could feel his blood boiling with passion. At this moment, he sensed the call of the times. Lu Feijie was about to step onto his own stage. Watching the boss's retreating figure, everyone said, "Manager Lu, are we dreaming? The boss hired all of us without even interviewing us." Lu Feijie smiled and said, "I told you, the boss trusts me completely. Whoever I bring, he'll definitely take." Yesterday, after drinking too much, he boasted that everyone would pass. Today, arriving with so many people, he was secretly nervous inside. But the words were already out there. If Lu Feijie went back on them now, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? How could he still hold his head high in the business world after that? To his surprise, things went surprisingly smoothly, which finally allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Lu, the boss just shared the milk tea recipes in the group chat. I think I've seen them before." With that, he quickly searched online and promptly found those exact milk tea recipes. Everyone looked at each other, bewildered. Lu Feijie said, "It's quite normal. The boss is young, so it's natural that he doesn't understand the milk tea industry very well. Hey, just remembered, Gangzi, didn't you run a milk tea shop before? Got any really tasty recipes?" The young man nicknamed Gangzi nodded. "There are two types, which I stumbled upon by accident. They taste really good." Another person chimed in, "Why go through all that trouble? Just ask at other shops. Which milk tea shop in the entire Shenzhen don't we know well?" Exactly. Lu Feijie suddenly understood. They shuttled through the city day and night, especially to milk tea shops. It wasn't normal if they didn't deliver dozens of cups a day. They were already on very familiar terms with the milk tea shop staff. Why even ask? Just poach employees from other stores. With such high wages, I refuse to believe anyone would turn it down, someone declared boldly. Nothing much, since the boss paid such high wages, it was their confidence talking. Chapter 75. I'm an expert. Lu Feijie pondered this and found his reasoning quite sound. Each of you go recruit people. No, not recruit them, deliver them from their misery. I suppose you're all quite familiar with the staff at the milk tea shop. With Moonfrost Milk Tea offering over 10,000 in wages plus social security and housing funds, you surely understand what this means. What we aim to do is help our brothers escape their hardships sooner and join our Moonfrost Milk Tea family. Lu Feijie delivered his speech with impassioned enthusiasm. As the newly appointed assistant HR manager, he was determined to flawlessly execute the mission assigned by the boss. Who could be more qualified for the job than ready-made employees from other milk tea shops? This is definitely a shortcut. No, our group is called Flying Phoenix, and some of the names seem familiar. I think I've heard them online before, a young man said. Flying Phoenix? Fei Huang Supermarket. someone suddenly realized, I know, it's Fei Huang's supermarket in Hancheng. It's super popular online. The products there are incredibly cheap. They even directly mark the wholesale prices, making transparency their main selling point. Now tons of people go there just to check it out. Most of the people present were young and active online, so they had all heard of Fei Huang to some extent. Hearing this, the crowd quickly caught on. Good heavens, the ice honey milk tea shop is actually invested by Fei Huang's supermarket? The boss is Qian Ziyong. Could this be the legendary Boss Qian? Rumors say Boss Qian is incredibly generous and treats employees exceptionally well. Working at Fei Huang's supermarket only requires 6 hours a day. All employees will have social security and housing fund, with 2 days off per week and excellent benefits. On top of that, there will be profit-sharing bonuses after we make money. Everyone was stunned. They picked up the contracts to scrutinize them. No kidding. The working hours and benefits matched perfectly. Turns out they had joined Phoenix Group. Everyone was thrilled. Some people even leaped up in excitement. Brother Lu, does this mean we'll get dividends too if we make profits? Someone spoke up. Though framed as a question, there was absolute certainty in the tone. That Boss Qian would definitely share the profits with them if money was made. Everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation. They had initially been worried that the boss was giving them such high salaries and benefits. Will it go bankrupt because the costs are too high? Now they don't have to worry. This is Fei Huang's supermarket. Their boss is Qian Ziyong, a true business legend. Reviews online say about him, he peaked at debut, never tasting defeat. Under his management, the bubble tea shop is bound to shine brighter than ever. Qian Ziyong is a young man, as are most of those who deliver takeout. They had been paying close attention to Qian Ziyong online, but never expected to see him in the flesh one day. Having this object of their admiration appear so vividly in real life gave them an utterly magical feeling. Everyone is brimming with confidence about the future. Each person is full of energy and enthusiasm. If it's Boss Qian we're talking about, why even consider so much? Just reveal Boss Qian's identity along with such high wages. I reckon once word gets out that our milk tea shop is still hiring, we won't even need to recruit. Countless people will come swarming in immediately. Just as everyone was planning their next moves, Zhou Kaitian returned, dragging his exhausted body. He was completely drained. After negotiating with several stores all day, his throat was parched and his stomach empty. He hadn't even had time to eat. Seeing so many people in the company, Zhou Kaitian was taken by surprise. Seeing an outsider enter, Lu Feijie said, "Are you here for the interview? Did you bring your resume?" Zhou Kaitian was taken aback for a moment before smiling and asking, "I'm the CEO of Bingni Milk Tea, and you are?" Hearing this, Lu Feijie exclaimed joyfully, "So you're President Zhou? I've heard so much about you. It's an honor. I'm Lu Feijie, the new deputy HR manager appointed by Boss Qian." Zhou Kaitian raised his eyebrows in admiration. Bosses were truly in a league of their own when it came to efficiency. Hiring so many people this quickly. What were you all discussing just now? Zhou Kaitian asked curiously. Lu Feijie said, "I figured since we're hiring for the company, we should try to recruit the best possible staff. We should poach employees from other milk tea shops. Luckily, us delivery riders are quite familiar with staff from other milk tea shops. With the boss paying us such high wages, I reckon we could easily pull people from other stores." Poaching staff everywhere? Zhou Kaitian was startled and waved his hands repeatedly. "Absolutely not. We can't make enemies everywhere. Our Fei Huang supermarket has always been friendly and kind. This kind of poaching behavior must never happen." Lu Feijie was feeling rather dejected. However, Zhou Kaitian pondered for a moment before continuing, "There's one shop that's an exception. That would be the Qingyue Milk Tea Shop. Our boss has a conflict with the Qingyue Milk Tea Shop." Hearing this, everyone was somewhat taken aback. Lu Feijie was very curious. What's the issue between the boss and Qingyue Milk Tea Shop? Zhou Kaitian didn't hide anything. After all, this matter wasn't exactly a secret anyway. The son of the Qingyue Milk Tea Shop owner openly sneered at his father for being poor and even cursed his parents as useless good-for-nothings. To be honest with you, the reason we're opening a milk tea shop in Shenzhen this time isn't just because it's a highly profitable business venture. Also because Shi Hongzhuang, the son of the owner of Qingyue Milk Tea Shop, went way too far. He's taking advantage of his backing from Japan to act recklessly. The boss needs to teach him a lesson. The addresses of the new stores are all in the group chat. If you look closely, you'll notice that all the new ones are located near the Qingyue Milk Tea Shop. Everyone checked the new store address in the group chat. They knew Shenzhen City all too well. Especially bubble tea shops, they could locate them with their eyes closed. Upon checking, they realized it was indeed the case. Their bubble tea shop is located right around Qingyue Bubble Tea. And wherever one Qingyue Bubble Tea opens, two of their Bingni tea shops would pop up nearby. A young man fumed, "I can't stand Japanese people the most. Since the boss has issues with Qingyue Bubble Tea, no need to mince words, let's poach all their staff clean. We need 10 people per store, while Qingyue Milk Tea only requires 4 people max per store. Completely poaching their staff wouldn't be too difficult." Everyone nodded in agreement. Someone pointed at the map on their phone and said, I know this store well, I've got a buddy working there. I'll handle poaching their employees. I'll take this store, another person volunteered eagerly. Most people already knew each other well, so the assignments were quickly distributed. Lu Feijie said cheerfully, great, after work, arrange a gathering with them and get this settled as soon as possible. Oh, one more thing. Lu Feijie turned his gaze toward Zhou Kaitian. General Manager, do you need any help with opening the new store? I'm very familiar with all the commercial districts in Shenzhen, and I even know quite a few store owners. Whether it's transferring or directly renting a shop, I can be of help. Zhou Kaitian was overjoyed. Could Lu Feijie be the one the boss intentionally saved for him? That might very well be the case. Landlord Qin Jingfu remarked that Qian Ziyang was like a strategist of ancient times, one who could calculate heavenly timing, geographical advantages, and human harmony. Qian Ziyang loves to think 10 moves ahead with every step he takes. Could Lu Feijie be the secret trump card intentionally left behind by Qian Ziyang? Chapter 76 Not Playing by the Rules. Whether it is or not, as long as it works, Zhou Kaitian solemnly said, Lu Feijie, I really need your help. Hearing Zhou Kaitian's words, Lu Feijie was very pleased. This was his chance to shine in front of his superior. Lu Feijie carefully chose his words. I know a thing or two about storefronts. They can be divided into Yin streets and Yang streets. Yang streets have heavy foot traffic and good business. Yin streets may appear busy, but customers rarely enter the shops. Business there is bleak. There are also certain storefronts you should never take, like those with high front steps. These shops have terrible feng shui. Anyone who takes them over is doomed to fail. Zhou Kaitian grew increasingly excited as he listened. This wasn't just basic familiarity, it was expert-level knowledge. But then again, Lu Feijie was a food delivery courier. Having spent years traversing the streets and alleys, he'd become intimately familiar with every bubble tea shop and small eatery in town. Asking taxi drivers for directions and delivery riders for shop locations is absolutely the wisest choice. And these guys are all veteran delivery riders. Zhou Kaitian grasped Lu Feijie's hand tightly. Brother Lu, you've got to help me. I've been completely exhausted these past 2 days. I'm afraid I won't do well with what the boss assigned. Every day is exhausting, losing sleep from worry. Zhou Kaitian was shedding buckets of tears. His pressure was way too great. Opening 600 stores in 10 days is an extremely challenging task. That means opening 60 stores each day. Forget about finding suitable locations. Even if the stores were already there and ready to negotiate leases with landlords, closing 60 deals in a single day would be impossible. Not to mention scenarios where shop owners might be away, forcing wasted time waiting for their return. Even working around the clock, it would be impossible to open 60 stores in a single day. As for the remaining few, aside from Li Lian and Zhu Daxiang being somewhat reliable, Yi Shaoqin lacked competence, and Wei Xiaoyan was just a slacker. Wei Xiaoyan actually had potential, but she disdained doing such things. After arriving in Shenzhen, instead of looking for storefronts, she went shopping, giving it the name of market research. Most importantly, the boss had explicitly told them not to work overtime, so they worked overtime in secret. Wei Xiaoyan strictly followed the boss's instructions, not working a single minute of overtime, and she wasn't wrong either. He couldn't even say anything about it. If he complained to the boss, based on his understanding of the boss, he'd probably get scolded instead. Now, Lu Feijie and his team were truly giving him timely assistance. General Manager, we'd go through fire and water for the company without hesitation, Lu Feijie said solemnly while supporting Zhou Kaitian. The others gazed at Zhou Kaitian with earnest eyes. In their food delivery industry, as long as customers gave tips, they would brave wind and rain, endure hardships without complaint. They fulfilled every customer's request flawlessly. Qian Ziyang paid them over 10,000 yuan a month with full social security benefits. That naturally meant overcoming all obstacles. Nothing could stand in their way. At noon the next day, Qian Ziyang, who'd skipped work for a day, stretched lazily and headed straight from the hotel to a restaurant downstairs. Now that he had money, he treated himself well, even opting for premium hotel suites rather than standard rooms. Don't even bother with food delivery, go out to eat in person. But, it seems a bit crowded today. Arriving at a small restaurant, Chen Ziyang looked at the bustling scene of people jostling against each other and scratched his head. It wasn't this packed yesterday. Why are there so many people today? Entering the restaurant, I ordered a portion of my favorite kiln-roasted chicken. The kiln-roasted chicken here is delicious. However, it takes quite some time to prepare, especially when there are so many people. Qian Ziyang was very patient. After all, he had nothing else to do. But there are too many people here, not even a seat available. I guess we can only take it back to the hotel to eat. Qian Ziyang inwardly grumbled to himself, what the hell's going on here? Why's it so crowded today? Last night there weren't this many people. Could lunchtime business really be better than dinner service? Restaurants usually do better business in the afternoon and evening, with lunchtime being slightly slower. Just then, Qian Ziyang overheard complaints and curses coming from nearby. What the hell? Today when I ordered takeout, the platform couldn't even dispatch my order. Is Shenzhen City really short on delivery drivers now? You just noticed today? Yesterday it took forever for my order to get dispatched. I knew something was off. Another person chimed in. I heard there's a company that scooped up all the delivery drivers. At this revelation, the crowd erupted in outrage. Who the hell would bulk buy delivery drivers like that? Making me miss my meal and having to come downstairs in person. If I find out who did this, I'll tear them to pieces. Someone beside him growled in agreement. Count me in. I'll rip them apart with my bare hands. Just like this claypot chicken, grab a leg in each hand and tear it clean in half. With that, the chicken in his hands was promptly split cleanly down the middle from bottom to top. Seeing this, Xian Ziyang immediately clenched his thighs, sweating profusely. Just then, a shop assistant brought over Qian Ziyang's chicken. Your chicken. Xian Ziyang jumped in fright. Turning his head, he saw the beautiful shop assistant holding out a claypot baked chicken. Lowering his head, he hurriedly took the chicken from her and bolted out like a startled hare. Everyone was somewhat bewildered. That was close. Xian Ziyang, who had narrowly escaped disaster, clutched his leg and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The weather was a bit chilly, but Xian Ziyang's back was soaked with sweat. The people rushing over for lunch around them all wore expressions tinged with resentment. It goes without saying that these people probably couldn't get food delivered and had no choice but to venture out themselves. Xian Ziyang sensed the deep resentment brewing in their hearts. Hurry up and buy a milk tea, then let's get back to the hotel immediately. This place is terrifying. Xian Ziyang fled as if his life depended on it. If it weren't for the fact that clay-baked chicken was a meat dish that needed drinks to cut through the greasiness for better taste, he couldn't wait to return to the hotel right now. There were quite a few milk tea shops around. Xian Ziyang spotted a familiar store, Shi Hongzhuang's Qingyue milk tea shop. What's going on? Why is this milk tea shop closed? It was fine just yesterday, Xian Ziyang wondered in confusion. But they didn't take it seriously. Wherever there's a Qingyue milk tea shop, there's bound to be their Bingmi milk tea shop nearby. That means there must be a Bingmi milk tea spot close by. Sure enough, looking up, they saw two Bingmi milk tea shops sandwiching the Qingyue milk tea shop right in the middle. At that moment, someone noticed Qingyue milk tea had closed, and grumbled unhappily. I wanted Qingyue lemon tea today, why is the shop closed? The girl scowled, her cheeks puffing angrily. No delivery options, and now the store's shut, can't they give us a break? Xian Ziyang had a hunch this might be his fault. He ducked his head deeper into his collar. Her best friend comforted her, saying, it's okay, the Bingmi milk tea shop next door has the same drink, it's called Bingmi lemon. The pouting girl insisted, but I want Qingyue lemon. You know perfectly well, Xiaoju, that Qingyue lemon is my favorite, I have to have a cup every day. Xiaoju pursed her lips and said, the staff at that Bingmi milk tea shop, they used to work at Qingyue milk tea. The same staff, the same ingredients. Except for the name change, the taste is exactly the same. Qingyue lemon costs 16 yuan a cup, while Bingmi lemon only costs 6 yuan a cup. The fuming girl widened her eyes and glared at the clerk at Bingmi tea shop. Isn't that the staff member from Qingyue milk tea shop? Changed jobs? Right, 6 yuan a cup. Same taste as before. She's about to achieve milk tea freedom. I'm not worried about the money, I just genuinely think iced honey lemon sounds better. Qingyue lemon, huh? The girl said disdainfully, that name sounds shady just hearing it. Even dogs wouldn't drink it. Chapter 77, slashed again and again. In a luxurious villa in Shenzhen, Shi Yongchang, the owner of Qingyue milk tea shop who had yet to get out of bed early in the morning, was abruptly awakened by a phone call. The general manager of the milk tea shop called to inform him of a major incident at the store. What? The milk tea shop's employees are quitting en masse? They all went to the neighboring Bingmi milk tea shop? Shi Yongchang was shocked. He didn't even know what the Bingmi milk tea shop was about. Early in the morning, he rushed to the company at top speed and immediately confronted the manager to get to the bottom of it. The general manager truthfully reported the incident and his own investigation findings to the boss. After hearing the general manager's report, Shi Yongchang's face turned livid. So you're telling me it's all my precious son's doing? Shi Yongchang trembled with rage. The general manager remained silent. Shi Yongchang was so furious he could barely breathe. How do we solve this? Shi Yongchang asked. The general manager replied, Boss, with all the employees leaving, we have no choice but to recruit new staff as quickly as possible. Hearing this, Shi Yongchang said, can't we transfer some people from our other stores to hold the fort temporarily? Their Qingyue milk tea chain had numerous outlets apart from Shenzhen, they had stores in other cities too. It wouldn't be too much trouble to temporarily assign one staff member from each store to handle the emergency. The general manager shook his head with a pained expression. I'm afraid that won't work. The staff from Ice Honey Milk Tea are stationed right next door. Given their salary offers, we'd likely lose every employee we transfer. If all relocated employees get poached by Ice Honey Milk Tea, the consequences would be unthinkable. Shi Yongchang shuddered violently. If we transfer employees from other branches, they'll all end up joining Bingni Milk Tea next door instead. Not only would we fail to reopen the closed stores, but our remaining branches would suffer too. The general manager added urgently, "Boss, even our operational stores are taking major hits from this situation. The Honey Ice Tea Shop welcomes all employees from our Qingyue Tea Shop with open arms. I'm worried if we transfer employees from other provinces here, they'll just poach them all without hesitation." Upon hearing this, Shi Yongchang angrily slammed the table. What an aggressive move, utterly ruthless. Are we just going to leave those stores closed indefinitely? The general manager added, "Boss, we can't keep them shut like this forever. Ice Honey Milk Tea poached our staff, renamed their shop, and is now making the exact same milk tea as ours." Shi Yongchang was absolutely furious. Making exactly the same milk tea, they're directly cutting into our store's business. If we stay closed for 2 more days, customers will probably only recognize Bingni Milk Tea Shop and forget about our Qingyue Milk Tea Shop. The general manager continued, "What's most infuriating is that their prices are much lower than ours. Our price is 16, while theirs is only 6 yuan. This isn't just slashing prices in half, it's being slashed again and again." When Shi Yongchang heard that the same milk tea was being sold for just 6 yuan elsewhere, he was utterly dumbfounded. Selling at such a low price, can they even make a profit? Shi Yongchang asked. The general manager shook his head. "From what I understand, there's absolutely no way they're making money." Shi Yongchang frowned. "So they're not trying to make money, they're deliberately losing money just to screw with us." "No, it's more than just screwing with us. Offering the exact same products at half our price while stealing our customers, this is pulling the rug right out from under us." Shi Yongchang instantly sensed serious trouble brewing. It's no longer just about getting the store opened. Even if we manage to open it, what then? With Bingni Milk Tea specifically targeting us with such vicious competition, even if we open we won't get any business. The general manager added, "That's not even the worst part." Shi Yongchang was startled. "Doesn't this already count as the worst case scenario?" The general manager continued, "What's even worse is that Bingni Milk Tea is still opening new stores. It won't be long before there are 2 Bingni Milk Tea stores near, or even right next to every one of our milk tea shops in Shenzhen. The same milk tea, but priced much lower than ours. We've only got 1 store, they have 2. And their service is better too. I honestly can't see how we can compete with them. If our business declines, the ultimate result will inevitably be a sharp drop in stock prices." Hearing about the stock price plummet, Shi Yongchang staggered back and collapsed into his chair. They boast 5,000 Qingyu milk tea stores across the nation. But Shenzhen is their stronghold. Yet not a single milk tea shop in Shenzhen is turning a profit. The storefronts are so deserted you could catch sparrows there. How to boost shareholders' confidence? The stocks are bound to plummet. They've pledged a significant portion of their shares to secure bank loans. If the stocks crash, the consequences would be disastrous. Shi Yongchang, realizing the gravity of the situation, paced anxiously in his office, as restless as an ant on a hot frying pan. Shi Yongchang proved worthy of being a businessman with assets exceeding 10 billion, staying calm during crucial moments. First, get those few stores up and running immediately, and hire new staff right away. I refuse to believe Ice Honey Milk Tea can even poach the new recruits we've hired. So what if they poach them? We'll just hire more. Shenzhen has all the manpower we could ever need. Salaries can't be raised, but we can offer some subsidies. Soon, Shi Yongchang finalized his countermeasures. However, this could only serve as a temporary fix. It wouldn't improve their business operations nor restore investors' confidence. Understood. The general manager immediately set to work. It's all Hongzhuang's fault, that damn bastard. Shi Yongchang grew angrier the more he thought about it. Utterly unable to contain his rage, he rushed home at lightning speed, dragged the still sleeping Shi Hongzhuang out of bed, and immediately delivered several hard slaps. Shi Hongzhuang was completely stunned by the beating. He had still been dreaming. Opening his eyes earned him a slap, closing them brought another, leaving him completely disoriented. The woman startled awake beside him huddled under the blankets, watching in terror as chronically furious Shi Yongchang erupted. "Who dares hit me?" Shi Yongchang roared in rage. Still not fully sober from yesterday's drinking binge, his mind remained foggy. "Dad!" Seeing it was his father, Shi Hongzhuang couldn't understand why he was so angry. "I'm not your dad, you're my dad." Hand slaps not satisfying enough, Shi Yongchang took off his belt and viciously lashed out. Shi Hongzhuang trembled violently from the whipping. Since reaching adulthood, his father had never hit him like this again. Shi Hongzhuang scrambled away in a panic. Mom, save me, Dad's gone crazy." Shouting as he ran, he didn't even have time to put on his pants. Their family villa was enormous. He had one building, his parents lived in another, with over 100 meters between the two. Shi Hongzhuang kept running all the way, with Shi Yongchang chasing behind him. 2 middle-aged aunties who saw this couldn't help but comment, "Young people these days really go all out when they play." Soon, Shi Hongzhuang reached his parents' villa and threw himself into the arms of his mother, who was having breakfast. "What's going on?" Chen Wanbai, Shi Hongzhuang's mother, asked with deep distress when she saw the belt marks on her son's body. Chapter 78 Roaring in Pain. At this moment, Shi Yongchang had also chased after them. Seeing Shi Yongchang holding a belt with a look that suggested he wanted to tear someone apart, Chen Wanbai quickly shielded her son behind her. "What are you doing? Why are you hitting our son?" Chen Wanbai stood up and positioned herself between the two. "You spoiling mother ruins the child." Shi Yongchang roared angrily. "Look how you've spoiled him into this state. Why didn't I just shoot him onto the wall back then?" For the first time, he truly regretted ever fathering such a worthless creature. "Dad, what did I do?" Shi Hongzhuang asked tearfully, feeling utterly wronged. "I haven't been in any fights lately, and I haven't caused any trouble either. He's been really well behaved these past few days." Chen Wanbai also frowned. "Our son hasn't left the house for several days now." She knew her son had brought back a very beautiful woman. He's been tied up in his own room these past few days. He shouldn't have had time to stir up trouble. She rarely saw her husband this angry. Shi Yongchang glared at Shi Hongzhuang and demanded, "Did you provoke Qian Ziyong? Qian Ziyong?" Shi Hongzhuang looked completely blank. After a while, he finally remembered who Qian Ziyong was. Oh, that guy Pan Junjun recommended back then. He had met many people, and Qian Ziyong was just a very ordinary man. In his eyes, he was just a pathetic loser. He had looked down upon many of this sort. Back in his school days, his favorite pastime had been bullying other students. Some people are weak and easily bullied, not daring to fight back even when wronged. Pan Junjun raised the belt in his hand and brought it down hard. Ow! Shi Hongzhuang jumped from the pain, howling in agony. It hurt too much. Covering the wound with his hand, he felt something damp. Looking down, it was actually blood. He immediately burst into tears, weeping bitterly. Chen Wanbai's heart ached terribly as she hugged Shi Hongzhuang tightly in her arms. "Did you drink too much fake liquor? What madness is this?" Chen Wanbai pointed at Shi Yongchang and shouted angrily. Shi Yongchang said with bitter disappointment that Pan Junyu mentioned has now opened countless milk tea shops in Shenzhen. He's specifically targeting our Qingyue milk tea stores. For every one Qingyue milk tea shop we have, Chen Ziyong has opened 2 Bingmi milk tea stores. They've poached all our employees. Right now our milk tea shops don't have a single staff member left. Everything's shut down. Do you know what this means? Shenzhen is our headquarters. If even the headquarters milk tea shops shut down, the stock would crash so badly even its own father wouldn't recognize it. If the stocks plummet, our whole family is done for. Although Shi Hongzhuang was a spendthrift, he still understood what Qingyue milk tea's stocks meant to his family. He constantly talked about owning a listed company because he knew exactly what it represented. It meant being able to secure massive loans using stocks as collateral. It meant they could live in luxurious mansions, drive expensive cars, while he could idle around and afford to keep several mistresses. When the stock price plummets to rock bottom, the shares become worthless. When the bank sells the shares and recovers less than the loan amount, they'll come knocking for repayment. It won't be as simple as bankruptcy. By then all assets will be seized by the bank, leaving them saddled with massive debts. Shi Hongzhuang finally understood why his father was so furious. It turned out that Qian Ziyong, whom he had always looked down on, had actually taken action against them. And what a ruthless move it was right from the start. "Qian Ziyong, I'll tear you to pieces." Shi Hongzhuang clenched his fists so tight they trembled. Shi Yongchang slapped him hard across the face, leaving a vivid 5-fingered mark on Shi Hongzhuang's cheek. Shi Hongzhuang covered his face, tears streaming down uncontrollably. "This is all your fault. I've told you before, there's always someone better in this world, and heavens beyond the heavens. Not everyone in this world is someone you can afford to mess with. Even your old man can't cover up every wrongdoing for you." Shi Yongchang was deeply distressed. Hit hard by Qian Ziyong's blow, Shi Yongchang knew clearly that several years of his efforts had gone to waste. What's more, if he couldn't survive this crisis, the whole family would be doomed. Damn it all. Dad, you must have a way, right? Shi Hongzhuang was scared. He was truly afraid his family would go bankrupt. Then it wouldn't just be a matter of getting slapped a few times by his father. Chen Wanbai was even more terrified out of her wits. She too realized how serious the situation had become. Finally scared, huh? What were you doing earlier? Shi Yongchang trembled with anger. Useless troublemakers who can't succeed at anything. Chen Wanbai suggested, how about we bring some gifts to apologize to Qian Ziyong? Didn't you stockpile dozens of cases of good wine a few days ago? Send those bottles of wine worth several million to Qian Ziyong. Shi Yongchang shook his head with a bitter expression. Too late. If I went to apologize with a bottle of wine right after this kid pissed off Qian Ziyong, it might still work. But now they've already opened the store and hired all the staff. With several $100 million already invested, do you think he'd care about a few million in wine? Qian Ziyong's goal is simple, to step on us while entering the milk tea industry. If we go under, they'll take root in Shenzhen. Chen Wanbai turned pale. Then what other options do we have? Shi Hongzhuang suddenly thought of the Yamanai family. Dad, we still have the Yamanai family. Sure, Yongchang let out a long sigh. It seems we have no choice but to beg the Yamanoi conglomerate. Do you think I don't know what the Yamanoi family is capable of? Asking them for help comes with a price. The only price he could possibly offer was the stocks in his possession. Meanwhile, Chen Ziyang had no idea what was happening at Qingyue Milk Tea Shop. These past few days, he'd been keeping close watch over his own Bingmi Milk Tea Shop. Business at Bingmi Milk Tea Shop had been exceptionally good these days. So good it made Chen Ziyang's heart tremble with fearful excitement. It was so good it left him somewhat perplexed. So he returned to the hotel and hid in his room playing video games. What I don't see hasn't happened. Chen Ziyang remained unaware of how highly customers rated the iced honey milk tea shop. This is Shenzhen, where it's rare to find milk tea priced under 10 yuan at most shops. But Bingmi Milk Tea Shop is different. It offers a wide selection of drinks under that price. Notably, many of its beverages are identical to those at Qingyue Milk Tea Shop. This unmistakably tells customers, our prices are low, but our quality isn't. These past few days, people buying milk tea at Bingmi Tea Shop couldn't help cursing Qingyue Tea Shop under their breath every time. The same milk tea that cost 16 at Qingyue Tea Shop is only 6 yuan at Bingmi. This proves Qingyue Tea Shop has been fleecing them for at least 10 yuan per cup. Had it been 30 or 40 yuan items, they might have stomached Qingyue making 10 yuan profit. But for milk tea? Unforgivable. Too much. But in total, it was only 16, and Qingyue Milk Tea Shop profited 10 from them. That's really too much. In no time at all, Qingyue Milk Tea Shop's reputation plummeted. Most people came to realize that this milk tea shop had no conscience. Meanwhile, Bingmi Milk Tea Shop was packed to the brim. Every day, crowds of people line up in long queues. The staff at Bingmi Milk Tea Shop is extensive, with 4 employees working each shift. Moreover, they are full of energy and always wear bright smiles. In contrast, the employees at Qingyue Milk Tea Shop act as if they owe millions. Even when serving drinks, they scowl at customers. Chapter 79 Supermarket Life. The Honey Ice Milk Tea Shop became a sensation. An absolute smash hit. A success that came as no surprise. After all, the prices were so low, the taste wasn't bad, and the location was right in the bustling downtown area. Even with 4 staff members, Honey Ice Tea Shop had customers queuing up from morning till night. Seeing the tea shop's booming business, Zhou Kaitian and his team grew even more excited and accelerated their expansion pace. In just 7 short days, they'd already poured in 300 million yuan. Qian Ziyang breathed a sigh of relief. The milk tea shop had excellent business, yet it wasn't profitable. This made Qian Ziyang quite happy. Because Bingmi Milk Tea Shop sold products too cheaply, with labor and rental costs being excessively high. After all, storefronts in Shenzhen are literally worth every inch of gold, with ordinary shops commanding staggering rents of 500 yuan per square meter. A 30 square meter milk tea shop would require a monthly rent of 15,000 yuan. Some even reach as high as 1,000 yuan per square meter per month. That's 30,000 yuan a month, plus labor costs that reach terrifying heights. Monthly expenses alone reached astonishing amounts of around 200,000 yuan. A single employee could sell at most 3 milk teas per minute, adding up to 160 cups per hour. One extra worker made 8 employees on duty, with 4 staff per shift. That translates to 4 people asterisk 3 cups asterisk 5 yuan asterisk 60 minutes asterisk 12 hours equals 43,200 yuan. The theoretical maximum is slightly over 40,000. In reality, daily sales don't reach that high, averaging about 30,000 per day. At 30,000 per day with a 20% profit margin, that's approximately 6,000 yuan in profit. It's just 180,000 per month. On average, each store loses about 20,000 per month. He opened the shops under the pretense of competing with Qingyue Milk Tea, so no one suspected he was intentionally losing money. He felt completely at ease about losing money. Lose with peace of mind. The Qingyue Milk Tea Shop was definitely operating at a loss too. Chen Ziyong had been checking the shop's business these past few days. There were barely any customers, truly a pitiful sight. Chen Ziyong wasn't the least bit worried about the milk tea shop going out of business. After all, the other party is a listed company with support from a Japanese consortium. It's absolutely different from Yongyan Supermarket. Yet, Chen Ziyong couldn't help but envy Qingyue Milk Tea Shop. Just looking at Qingyue Milk Tea Shop's operations, they're losing at least 20 grand a month on rent alone, not to mention staff salaries, utilities, and other miscellaneous expenses. Qingyue Milk Tea Shop was losing far more than his own store. I'm really not convinced. Although Qian Ziyong envied Qingyue Milk Tea Shop, there was nothing he could do about it. Being able to lose more money than him, that just shows the Qingyue Milk Tea Shop owner is more capable. After all, he had just entered the milk tea business, lacking experience and ability. If he couldn't lose as much as Qingyue Milk Tea Shop, there was no helping it. I really envy Qingyue Milk Tea Shop, Qian Ziyong sighed deeply. Shenzhen was quite fun, but he had to return now. Moreover, there was currently a severe shortage of delivery drivers in this area. Every time he wanted a meal, he had to go down personally to buy it. What a hassle. how much better Han City was. Zhou Kaitian and Wei Xiaoyan stayed in Shenzhen to continue their expansion, striving to open at least one Bingni milk tea shop near every Qingyue milk tea franchise across the entire city. He took the rest of the team and flew to Seoul. My name is Sun Xiao, an ordinary employee of Fei Huang Supermarket. Today, I woke up promptly at 8 o'clock in the morning. After brushing my teeth and washing my face, I exercised for 20 minutes at a nearby park. I arrived at the supermarket at 8:40. The Fei Huang restaurant in the supermarket offers free breakfast. By the time I got there, quite a few customers were already eating. A bowl of noodles costs only 4 yuan, which is very cheap. Even if you add beef, it's just 10 yuan. Because I'm an employee of Fei Huang Supermarket, everything I eat is free. I ordered a bowl of beef noodles and a thin fried breadstick. I enjoy eating fried dough sticks, but I've heard the oil used for frying them is reused repeatedly, which is very unhealthy, so I rarely ate them before. However, at Fei Huang Restaurant, there's no need to worry about the fried dough sticks. The oil is good quality and only used for one day. I like dipping the fried dough sticks in beef noodle soup. The combination of crispy and soft textures with a satisfying crunch when you bite into them is truly delightful. After finishing breakfast, I headed to clock in unhurriedly and began my work for the day. The job is quite simple. All I need to do is stock the shelves with merchandise. Each person is responsible for their own section, so I just need to complete the tasks in my designated area. Carrying the goods can be a bit heavy, but with the trolley, it can be done easily. After working for about 4 hours, it was time for dinner. I went to the cafeteria, which was already packed with people. Mom, I greeted her with a smile. My mom's job at the supermarket involves serving dishes to customers in the cafeteria, while my dad works as a warehouse manager. Our family of 3 earns a monthly salary of 30,000. Zhao's here. Today we have your favorite small fish and shrimp, my mother said with a smile as she served me a portion. The small fish and shrimp are deep-fried, crispy and delicious, my absolute favorite. But this dish isn't available all the time. I never expected it to be here today. Mom was busy, so we didn't talk much. I got another serving of greens, some meat, and a small bowl of soup. 3 dishes with soup I happily ate alone in a corner. The only downside of the cafeteria was that there were simply too many customers. I needed to eat quickly to make room for other diners. I had half an hour for lunch break. After eating, I stood nearby to rest for a while. Many of my relatives and close childhood friends worked at the supermarket. We bantered and chatted lightheartedly while joking around. While conversing with my friend, a clear, crisp voice suddenly rang out behind me. Sun Xiao, this milk tea is mine. I accidentally bought an extra cup, strawberry flavor. It's for you. It's Han Yuyan, the moonbeam in my heart. We're the same age, both graduated from second-tier universities, and were classmates in high school. In the past, I dreamed about her constantly, having secretly loved her all through high school. She gets good grades and is beautiful, like a lily in my heart. I know very well that I'm not good enough for her. She's so smart, so beautiful. I took the milk tea, took a sip, and it tasted really good. Sweet, like the taste of first love. It's delicious. I know my face must be flushed red right now. I whispered softly, are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you to watch a movie. My voice was so quiet, I'm not sure if she heard it. Great, Han Yuyan said happily. Then it's settled. You come find me tonight, and we'll go watch a movie together. MHM. I nodded emphatically, feeling so overjoyed in that moment I could hardly keep from jumping up. I won't disturb your work anymore, see you tonight. Han Yuyan waved goodbye. I waved back, watching her skip away until she disappeared from sight. She was so beautiful. The person has already left, you can put your hand down now, a friend nearby said. I laughed awkwardly. My face must be as red as a monkey's bottom right now. But thinking about going to the movies with Han Yuyan tonight filled me with a sense of pride from the bottom of my heart. Someone like me, Sun Xiao, and not just anyone, but the belle of our high school class back in the day. I thought about who I used to be. After graduating college, I toiled miserably screwing bolts in an electronics factory for 2 straight years. 2 years of alternating day and night shifts, day and night tightening screws, left me completely disoriented. Chapter 80, there's always someone plotting against me. Those who haven't personally worked a month of night shifts in a factory will never understand that feeling. I quit the factory job after working 2 straight months of night shifts. It drove me to the brink of mental breakdown. Every day, entering the factory as darkness falls and leaving work as the sun just rises. Never seeing sunlight. After 2 months of night shifts, that feeling of being completely disconnected from society is truly unbearable. Gazing at the sky, it's as if the world has nothing to do with you. Seeing others able to bask in sunlight unexpectedly made me envious. Whether working day shifts or night shifts, I could hardly see the sun every day. I fell into depression for a while, so I resigned from the factory. I returned to my hometown. Hanqing's economy isn't developed, where the average wage is less than 3,000. After returning, I tried hard to find a job, but none of the 8-hour shifts paid more than 4,000. If I wanted a salary of 4,000, I'd have to work at least 10 hours, and it would still be manual labor. I once doubted myself. After 10 years of hard study, why have I ended up in this state? Fortunately, I was lucky. Feihuang Supermarket was hiring, and I came here for the interview, successfully joining Feihuang. At Feihuang, we only work 6 hours a day, with a monthly salary of 6,000. Later, it rose to 8,000, and then to 10,000. Plus, there's a dividend. I've only been working for 5 months, and with the dividend included, I've earned over 70,000. The supermarket was hiring, and relatives were allowed. I didn't say a word and immediately brought my parents to work there. Now we make at least 30,000 a month. Back when I was in Shenzhen, working night shifts with only 2 days off a month, I barely earned 6,000 after taxes. Meanwhile, in Han City, my mother does odd jobs for just 1,800 a month. And my father, farming at home, doesn't even make 20,000 a year. Now the family of 3 earns an astonishing 30,000 per month. 3 months' income equals what used to take 5 months. Besides, Han City's cost of living is much lower than Shenzhen's. With our current income, we could buy a house outright in Han City by year-end. This used to be something I wouldn't even dare to dream about. Mom and Dad rarely smiled before because life was tight. They feared getting sick, never bought new clothes, and had no entertainment whatsoever. All for nothing else but to save money for my future bride. In Hancheng now, the bride price has soared as high as 150,000 yuan, and the bride's family even demands both a car and a house. The exorbitant bride price and outrageous demands left them gasping for air. Smiles vanished from their faces, replaced by daily worries. But everything underwent earth-shaking changes after I started working at Feihuang Supermarket. We earned 30,000 a month and could save 28,000. Moreover, the company provides 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, so I don't have to worry about my future when I get old. How wonderful! Before working at Feihuang Supermarket, when people tried to set me up on blind dates, the matchmakers demanded a 150,000 yuan bride price. After starting work at Feihuang Supermarket, I realized I no longer needed anyone to arrange dates for me. Quite a few girls in the supermarket have shown interest in me. Some even actively approached me for marriage proposals, asking for no bride price, no house, and no car. All because of Feihuang. I am endlessly grateful to Feihuang. Coming to work every day feels like coming home. Full of energy and beaming with smiles. I become more confident, speaking with greater volume. Those who used to look down on me now treat me with courtesy and respect. Even when encountering strangers in Seoul, just mentioning that I work at Feihuang immediately earns me noticeably friendlier treatment. The half-hour break time is already up. I rubbed my stomach and began my afternoon work. Before I could do much work, or even finish digesting my meal, 2 hours had passed and the day's work was over. Tomorrow is my day off. Having 2 days off in a week is truly amazing. Plus, during my time off, I can come to the supermarket to eat. And being able to eat at Hey De Leo makes it even better. I can bring Yu Yen to Hey De Leo, I thought to myself. Han Yu Yen isn't a supermarket employee, so inviting her to Hot Pot means splitting the bill. In the past, this might have pained me. But now, a little over 100 yuan is nothing to me. Come evening, just as darkness fell, I arrived at Han Yu Yen's doorstep. After calling Han Yu Yen, she came out quickly. She had changed into a snow-white dress, like an elf in the darkness. My phone ran out of battery, but I brought a charger, Han Yu Yen said with a smile. My eyes lit up, and I was so excited I could barely stop myself from jumping. What does this mean? Even someone as dense as me could hear that. Thank you, Feihuang. Without you, how could I have such a beautiful girlfriend? Meanwhile, Qian Ziyang finally arrived in Hancheng and returned to his beloved supermarket. I'm never going back to Shenzhen again. Those people are filled with nothing but malice toward me. And there aren't even enough delivery riders. Ordering takeout isn't convenient anymore. Qian Ziyang arrived at the supermarket entrance. The moment he stepped inside, the staff welcomed him with tremendous enthusiasm. Qian Ziyang nodded and greeted everyone as he walked through. Sitting down in his office, Yi Shaoqin had already prepared tea for him. No sooner had he taken out his phone and the game hadn't even started than Lu Gaoda rushed over in a hurry. Ziyang, I've got great news to tell you, Lu Gaoda exclaimed excitedly. Qian Ziyang looked up suspiciously. Shouldn't you be at work at the Hot Pot restaurant? What good news can you possibly have for me? Could it be that the quadruplets are pregnant? No, Lu Gaoda shook his head. After all of you left, I had to handle work alone. It's been exhausting. Qian Ziyang looked Lu Gaoda up and down. You seem to have gained quite a bit of weight. Lu Gaoda patted his head. With good food and sound sleep at the supermarket, gaining weight is only natural. Percent. What's the good news? Qian Ziyang asked casually, already engrossed in his game. Lu Gaoda chuckled mischievously. Ziyang, I earned the supermarket 15 million? What? Qian Ziyang sprang up from his seat instantly. You made another 15 million for us? Wait. Qian Ziyang gestured for Lu Gaoda to stop talking. He spoke into his phone, using voice to text. Brothers, sorry about this, but my wife's going into labor. Mind if we restart this round? Thanks, brothers. Hearing Qian Ziyang say his wife was in labor, The other 4 players were understanding, everyone picked mages. So they all chose mage characters. Thanks, Qian Ziyang thanked again. Looking up at Lu Gada, Qian Ziyang's face changed. Lu Gada, care to explain exactly how you earned this money for me? Qian Ziyang enunciated each word deliberately. Lu Gada had initially thought his extra profit of over 10 million would earn him Qian Ziyang's favor, maybe even an invitation to dinner, making him abandon his video game session. Let's go get drunk. We brothers can chat over dinner, Lu Gada said. Who said we're brothers? Qian Ziyang fumed. I treated you like a brother, and this is how you repay me? Is this how you treat a brother? Do you have any idea how I've been surviving in Shenzhen these days? I was exerting every ounce of my energy, every day, just. Qian Ziyang realized he hadn't accomplished much since arriving in Shenzhen. Merely spent 1 day recruiting staff, then hid in his hotel room the rest of the time. Well, it's not that he didn't want to work, it's just that too many people in Shenzhen harbored ill intent toward him, itching to tear him apart. In short, he's worked very hard. But what about Lu Gada? He's looting my house. To hell with his ancestors. Qian Ziyang grew angrier the more he thought about it, and without warning, delivered a flying kick. Chapter 81, Double the Dividends. Lu Gada was stunned by the sudden kick. Where was he? What is he doing? He made over 10 million, and Qian Ziyang wanted to hit him. Bro, it's me, Lu Gada, not Pine in the Mountains. Lu Gada quickly shouted. He thought Qian Ziyang must have mistaken him for someone else. I'm hitting the right person, Qian Ziyang said fiercely. He also understood that just because Lu Gada had earned money for him didn't mean he could criticize or hit him. But right now he was absolutely furious. Over 10 million yuan. This time during the system settlement, he might only scrape together a little over 10 million for himself. And what about Lu Gada? He made over 10 million for him. Anyone who stands in his way of making money is no kin of his. Oof, brothers? Bullshit. Mentioning the pine trees in the mountains, Qian Ziyang thought of his deceased uncle. Qian Ziyang shouted loudly, Gada, old master is dead. It's all your fault. You killed old master. Speak. If you hadn't hired old master into the supermarket, could he have died? Say it then. Qian Ziyang delivered kick after kick to Lu Gada's backside. Lu Gada had so much flesh on him that each kick just bounced right off, seemingly causing him no harm. Good heavens, this was the genuine article when it came to thick skin and tough flesh. Murder! Murder! Lu Gada screamed while scurrying around the office like a headless chicken. The sturdy office desk creaked loudly under Lu Gada's frantic stomping. With a loud crack, the desk collapsed. Lu Gada tumbled off the table and, in his panic, accidentally yanked down Qian Ziyang's pants. At this moment, Yi Shaoqin, Zhu Daxiang, and Li Lian rushed in upon hearing the shouts of murder. They saw Lu Gada lying on the ground while Qian Ziyang stood awkwardly in place without his pants. Ugh, you pervert! Yi Shaoqin covered her eyes but peeked through her fingers, her cheeks flushing red. Qian Ziyang frantically tried to pull up his pants but ripped them accidentally in his haste. Ah! Qian Ziyang was on the verge of a breakdown. Lu Gada had just ruined his 22 years of chastity. Zhu Daxiang quickly grabbed a pair of pants from the supermarket shelf and hurriedly helped Qian Ziyang put them on. Only then did Qian Ziyang snap out of it. Phew! Phew! Qian Ziyang gasped heavily. He was trembling all over with rage. Lu Gao Da! Qian Ziyang clenched his fists. Nothing to do with me. Lu Gada covered his head innocently. Qian Ziyang had now calmed down. He felt there might still be hope for him. Tell me, how did you make over 10 million yuan? Qian Ziyang asked. Lu Gada replied with animated excitement. Boss, hasn't Helilai Hot Pot been constantly packed with customers? Many people come to Helilao, they have to queue for over an hour. I've taken over the hot pot restaurant at Yongyan Supermarket. I converted it into our Helilao branch. Because except for the hot pot base, Yongyan Hot Pot copied everything from our Helilao. After I took over, I simply switched out the hot pot base ingredients and transferred some staff from Helihuo, just like that. We smoothly transformed it into a Helihuo hot pot branch. Just as I predicted, after making everything identical to Helihuo, business exploded. So we managed to make a bit of money, a modest profit of over 15 million. Mainly because there was plenty of vacant space. The Yongyan restaurant covered 2,000 square meters. The restaurant had barely opened when I made a few casual changes, instantly expanding the hot pot shop by 2,000 square meters. If that's still not enough, we can expand further. After all, Yongyan Supermarket has already gone out of business. The landlord won't be able to rent it out anytime soon. Converting the entire supermarket into a hot pot restaurant would be a breeze. A 2,000 square meter hot pot restaurant. Qian Ziyang was startled. Lu Gada really is ruthless. What a vicious heart. Fortunately, Lu Gada didn't outright take over the supermarket all at once and convert everything into hot pot restaurants. Otherwise it might not just be a matter of over 10 million. The calm Qian Ziyang was terrifying as he said, "It seems I'll have to spend these 15 million right here in the supermarket." Qian Ziyang walked out of the office, his mind racing. I think the supermarket still lacks some facilities, Chen Ziyong said. Li Lian shook her head. Boss, the supermarket is already perfect. There's nothing it lacks. A supermarket renovated with 50 million yuan. It has everything you could want. Chen Ziyong said, I think something's missing. Li Lian shook her head again. It truly lacks nothing. He didn't want to spend money anymore. Normally when the supermarket made profits, Chen Ziyong would either invest in new projects, or distribute dividends, not keeping a single penny for himself. How wonderful it would be to keep these 10 million yuan. Chen Ziyong said, the supermarket doesn't even have cars yet. Get 2 for the supermarket, just like I mentioned before, 1 business sedan and 1 sports car. This had been his long-planned intention. Originally, he planned to make the purchase next cycle, but that fatso Lu Gaota raided his coffers and earned him over 15 million. Looks like he'll have to buy them this cycle after all. The car also counts as fixed assets. To be honest, if time weren't so tight, he wouldn't want to buy fixed assets. After some thought, Chen Ziyong picked up the phone and called Zhou Kaitian, Manager Zhou. Boss. Zhou Kaitian answered amidst his busy schedule. I'm currently occupied with the milk tea shop renovation. What do you need, boss? Zhou Kaitian was extraordinarily busy. With 600 stores to manage, he was constantly running around, practically without a moment to catch his breath. I still have 10 million here, could you help me invest it? Chen Ziyong said. Zhou Kaitian shook his head with a pained expression. Boss, please have mercy on me. I've already given it my all. Give me a moment to catch my breath and get these 600 stores in order first. Hearing Zhou Kaitian's exhausted tone, Chen Ziyong felt a pang of guilt. Chen Ziyong knew Zhou Kaitian must have been working overtime. And not just ordinary overtime, the kind where you work day and night without sleep. That's settled for now. You should rest well and don't overexert yourself, Chen Ziyong said with heartfelt concern. Zhou Kaitian was truly his exemplary employee, having made extraordinary contributions to his money-losing venture. Chen Ziyong glanced sideways at Lu Gaota and scoffed. You should learn from Manager Zhou. Don't you see how hard-working he is? But you just keep making trouble for me every single day. Lu Gaota lowered his head in grievance. Chen Ziyong said fiercely, I don't care. You made this mess, so you have to clean it up yourself. Your share of the next dividend will be doubled. Do you hear that? Yes. Lu Gaota responded without thinking. Double the dividend? Ha! Double the dividend? Hooray! Lu Gaota felt like jumping for joy. But seeing Chen Ziyong's unpleasant expression, he immediately drooped his head and lowered his gaze. But he couldn't help wanting to laugh. Wanting to laugh but unable to, his face turned nearly purple from holding it in. Zhou Kaitian was too swamped. It looked like he would have to push through on his own. There must still be something missing in the supermarket. Chen Ziyong looked around the store. Li Lian replied, Boss, the supermarket really isn't lacking anything. Just then, Chen Ziyong spotted a little dog being walked by a young woman. Manager Li, you said we weren't lacking anything. It seems you haven't observed carefully enough. It's totally unreasonable not allowing large dogs in the supermarket, said Chen Ziyong. Chapter 82, More Exercise. Everyone found this completely reasonable. Large dogs entering supermarkets could potentially cause significant disruptions. If they were to bite a child, it would be an even more serious incident. Many supermarkets don't even allow small dogs inside. Chen Ziyong said, if dogs aren't allowed in supermarkets, why don't we prepare some cages for customers' pets? Manager Li, arrange this immediately, install special dog cages in the supermarket, and make sure to prepare plenty of them. Oh, and the dog cages must be spacious. Also, place them in shaded areas. Chen Ziyong instructed. Upon hearing this, Li Lian promptly directed employees to carry out the task. There must also be plenty of hand-washing stations. Additionally, to improve the supermarket's quality, from now on, if customers are unsatisfied with their purchases, we'll allow returns or exchanges within 7 days, Chen Ziyong said while walking around the supermarket. He arrived at the fruit section. Chen Ziyong stared at the massive durian, shocked that it was priced at 39 yuan per kilogram. Damn, even the wholesale price is 29 yuan. This thing is seriously expensive. Can't afford it, just can't afford it. Got it. Since we can't afford to eat it, let's lose even more money. Chen Ziyong declared, from now on, whether it's watermelons or durians, the supermarket will open them all. If customers aren't satisfied after opening, we'll replace it for them immediately. The crowd around them was stunned. Is this how business is supposed to be done? Li Lian didn't even know how to advise Chen Ziyong anymore. Chen Ziyong kept walking until he saw the electric scooters piled up outside. Manager Li, you said the supermarket wasn't lacking anything. What's missing here is a massive electric bike parking shed. Make it proper and big for me, it should block rain and shade from the sun. I don't want customers burning their backsides on scorching bike seats this summer. Sitting on hot seats too often leads to hemorrhoids. Chen Ziyong commanded with grand gestures, spending hundreds of thousands in mere minutes. He continued onward. Outside lay a spacious square. After a moment's thought, Chen Ziyong declared, "This place still needs a massive lamp, one that can light up the entire night sky. Weren't there robbers who came to burn down our supermarket before? Although everything turned out fine in the end, it still shows we have a lot of improvements to make. If we had a really bright light, the robbers wouldn't be able to hide." When it came to the supermarket's safety, Li Lian nodded emphatically. Chen Ziyong continued, "And this road, how many years has it gone without repairs? It's so inconvenient for customers to walk through. What if someone falls and gets hurt?" Li Lian replied, "But this isn't our responsibility to maintain. The landlord should be the one fixing it. They were just tenants, after all. Since when do renters repair the roads outside their doors? Most importantly, this road not only leads to their supermarket but also provides access to other businesses as well. Why should they be the ones to pay for its repair?" Chen Ziyong shook his head. "That's narrow-minded thinking. How can someone aiming for great achievements be so petty? I came, I saw, so I'll do it. Anyway, just spend the money for me. Wait, no, serve the customers well first. Everything else comes second." He nearly blurted out what was really on his mind. Lu Gada by his side patted his big belly and waved his hand grandly, saying, "Managerly, this little money is nothing. I can earn it back in just over 10 days. Hearing Lu Gada's words, Chen Ziyong was filled with rage. Lu Gada had messed things up for him, earned money, and actually had the nerve to gloat about it. The money spent on road repairs, buying dog cages, and building sheds for electric bikes were all categorized as renovations, all counted as fixed assets. If there had been any other way, he would have preferred to spend the money directly rather than pouring it into renovations. That someone was Lu Gada. He'd caused him trouble, made it harder for him to exploit loopholes in the system. How dare you still act so pleased with yourself here? Chen Ziyong snapped viciously, "Gada, I see your belly is quite big, you need some exercise." Lu Gada glanced down at his own belly. It was indeed somewhat large, but he couldn't care less. It's fine if a man has money, what's wrong with being a bit chubby? Ziyong, when you were encouraging me to eat meat before, you said I was too thin. I feel like I haven't gained any weight these past few days. I'm only 249 pounds. Lu Gada said somewhat indignantly. Chen Ziyong replied matter-of-factly, "Look at you, you're almost becoming 250, Chinese idiom for fool. Aren't you going to lose weight? What sports are you good at? Basketball, swimming, cycling? Tell me to exercise more." Lu Gada scratched his head and said, "I do okay at basketball, not so great at swimming, and I can't ride a bike at all." Chen Ziyong was taken aback. "What, you actually don't know how to ride a bike?" Lu Gada let out an awkward chuckle. "That thing looks really unsafe to me. I've had terrible balance ever since I was a kid." Chen Ziyong nodded and turned to Zhu Dacheng beside him, saying, "Buy me one." "I know, if you want to buy a basketball, we've got them right here in our supermarket. There's even a basketball court out back," Zhu Dacheng said with a grin. Lu Gada was also delighted. "It's been years since I last played basketball. Let's get some exercise together today." With that, Lu Gada started warming up. Chen Ziyong shook his head, "Not buying basketballs. I think we should ride bicycles instead." Chen Ziyong gestured with his hands and added, "The old-fashioned kind, with that big horizontal bar in the middle. The type that's hard to mount and even harder to ride." Zhu Daqian thought for a moment and guessed, "A 28-inch bar bike?" Chen Ziyong exclaimed happily, "Exactly. That's the exact type of bicycle. I'll pay for it. Let's get Gauda one and have him learn properly. You've earned so much money for me, and I've got nothing better to thank you with, so I'll give you a bicycle as a proper thank you gift." Lu Gada panicked instantly upon hearing this. "Ziyong, let's just play basketball instead. I think playing basketball helps you lose weight faster." Chen Ziyong shook his head. "I don't care what you think, I only care about what I think. Life is just a blink of an eye. You open them once, close them once, and it's gone. You don't even know how to ride a bike? How can that be? I don't want you to look back on your life in old age, on your deathbed, filled with regret." Lu Gada listened in a daze. Who would regret not being able to ride a bicycle? Only regret not making enough money, not enjoying life to the fullest. Chen Ziyong gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle, declaring with fervent emotion, "The most precious thing a person has is life, and life is given only once. When a person looks back on their life, they should feel no remorse for unfinished tasks nor regret for missed opportunities. Anyway, in short, you must learn to ride a bicycle." Chen Ziyong couldn't keep making up stories, but today, Lu Gada must learn to ride a bicycle. Lu Gada had shorted the system millions in fleece money. This grudge absolutely had to be settled. Then I'll ride a regular bicycle, one of those shorter ones," Lu Gada whispered. Chen Ziyong shook his head resolutely. "How can you run from this? Face difficulties head-on, only then can you cut through thorns and brambles, triumphing at every turn. Besides, look at your size, you're already 250 pounds. Those lower-quality bikes won't hold up. With your build, wouldn't that bicycle just break the moment you ride it? Listen to me, the 28-inch steel frame is good, the 28-inch steel frame is great, the 28-inch steel frame is absolutely unbeatable. It's decided, the 28-inch steel frame it is." Qian Ziyong made the final decision with a decisive gesture. Xu Daqiang hurriedly drove off to buy the vintage 28-inch bar bicycle. Lu Gaoda was so frightened his soul nearly left his body. Keeping his head bowed the entire time, he followed Qian Ziyong to the vacant lot behind the supermarket, a basketball court where a group of youngsters was playing ball. Watching them sweat it out on the basketball court, Lu Gaoda couldn't help but feel envious. He wanted that kind of sport. He didn't want to ride a bicycle anymore.